Chapter 1. In the midst of darkness, two voices beckoned. Zhang Chun, ensnared in the throes of slumber, perceived the calls, struggling to awaken. He endeavored to open his eyes, his consciousness piercing through the veil of darkness, and he abruptly sat up. What is this? In that fleeting moment of awakening, he found himself momentarily stunned. Before him lay a scene of utter devastation. Charred corpses and dismembered bodies littered the ground. Trees stood askew, and deep fissures stretched towards the horizon. Where was his bed? Was he not supposed to be sleeping in the comfort of his home? A dream within a dream? The lowly warrior is indeed a lowly warrior, to have fainted from exhaustion. A cold voice interjected from nearby, chilling him to the bone as if a knife were poised at his throat. Zhang Chun cautiously glanced aside, his heart racing. Good heavens, it's Vegeta and Nappa. He had actually encountered the Saiyans from Dragon Ball. This was undeniably a dream. Zhang Chun reached out to touch Nappa. The sensation in his hand felt astonishingly real. No, it was indeed real. He pinched himself hard. It hurt. Not a dream. Nappa gazed at him with curiosity. Hey, I say, you're not going daft, are you? Truly a useless waste. Vegeta sneered, turning his face slightly in disdain. The reality of the sensations enveloped him, making it clear that this was no mere dream. As Zhang Chun brushed his fingers through his flowing hair and beheld the battle attire he wore, along with the agile tail, it dawned upon him was Raditz, the brother of Goku. Zhang Chun had long cherished the comedic yet fervent tales of Dragon Ball, regarding it as a classic since childhood. His collection of comics, figurines, and costumes filled an entire display case. The 7 orbs capable of granting any wish had often ignited his imagination. If only such miraculous Dragon Balls existed in reality, life would transform into a vivid tapestry of adventures. Despite knowing such a notion to be impossible, he had once spent 30 yuan online to acquire 7 Dragon Balls, expecting them to be mere glass beads. To his astonishment, they felt heavy in his hands, exquisitely crafted. The 7 Dragon Balls, glistening in his eyes, appeared translucent and smooth, resembling jade, with stars within twinkling faintly in the daylight, as if vibrant energy flowed across their surfaces. The sound of the orbs clinking together resonated with a crisp, ethereal quality, stirring his heartstrings. As he caressed the gleaming beads, Zhang Chun mused, if only I could make a wish to transport myself to the world of Dragon Balls and become a Saiyan, how glorious that would be. With this thought, he treasured the 7 precious orbs, placing them prominently in the center of the display case, cushioned by red fabric that accentuated their splendor. Then, feeling content, he took a brief afternoon nap, and then he transcended. The crux of the matter was that he had indeed transformed into a Saiyan, albeit the tragic character Raditz. Tragic enough to have met his demise in just a few episodes, never to return in the memories of the series. Zhang Chun had often lamented, Goku, you could spare Vegeta, but not your own brother? Are you jealous that Raditz's hairstyle could easily evolve into Super Saiyan 3? His fantasy of traversing the Dragon Ball universe had suddenly materialized into reality, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Although it was hard to believe, he was now undeniably Raditz. His immediate priority was to comprehend the situation and focus on survival. Hey, Raditz, you're not suffering from amnesia, are you? Nappa raised an eyebrow, observing him in his stupor. I am fine, just injure my forehead a bit, my head is still spinning. Humph, Vegeta scoffed. Were it not for the fact that only a handful of Saiyans remain, I would have killed you myself. You worthless fool. Raditz had no retort after all. He was merely a low-class warrior, unable to even overcome the weakness of his tail. In the world of Dragon Ball, lacking strength was simply untenable. Raditz's bloodline is indeed inferior. That said, the planet we are attacking this time proves to be quite formidable. These beings may not possess significant combat power, yet their numbers are overwhelming, Nappa exclaimed with a grin. Are you jesting? These rabble must be eliminated without delay. Listening to their conversation, Raditz gradually grasped the current predicament. The trio was engaged in an assault on a planet, encountering difficulties, and soon it would be his turn to venture to Earth in search of Goku, subsequently falling victim to the narrative that would see him exit the stage of Dragon Ball. Thus was born the most tragic protagonist brother in history. Suddenly, Nappa's eyes sparkled with an idea. Hey, Raditz, don't you have a brother station elsewhere? Though he's a low-class warrior, he's still a pure Saiyan, right? If we face further challenges, having 4 is better than 3. Go fetch him. Don't tease me. Nappa with that kind of waste, his power level probably won't even reach 1,000, Vegeta dismissed contemptuously. After a pause, he suddenly turned his gaze to Raditz. However, even if he's useless, he might exhibit some strength during a full moon. Bring him over, he'll show him what a true Saiyan is. Raditz felt a chill run down his spine. Was this oppressive aura indicative of a disparity in strength? Indeed, Vegeta was no ordinary warrior. I understand. Once I've healed, I shall seek out my brother. Raditz nodded slightly. He recognized that he was currently in no position to oppose Vegeta and could only acquiesce for the time being. Leave the matter to us. Your absence won't significantly affect our combat capability, Nappa declared with arrogance, laughing heartily. Saiyans were inherently hierarchical, self-identifying as a so-called warrior race once they transformed into great apes. Their cataclysmic power could instill terror in the hearts of most planetary inhabitants. Yet, to the eyes of other cosmic beings, Saiyans appeared merely as brutish and combative, blissfully unaware of the perception. The warrior race's status was predetermined by their birth. Individuals like Vegeta, a prince, boasted prodigious talents, born with several hundred power levels, swiftly overpowering adult warriors within a few years, and emanated an air of superiority. Nappa, too, hailed from a prestigious lineage, possessing commendable aptitude and extensive battle experience, exuding great confidence. Conversely, warriors like Raditz and Goku were among the lower echelons of Saiyans. In the eyes of higher-ranking warriors, they were scarcely regarded. Consequently, Raditz often endured disdainful glances among the three, lacking any authority. No, having arrived in the world of Dragon Ball, he could not resign himself to a pitiful demise. He must grow stronger than Nappa, stronger than Vegeta, and even surpass every future adversary, including Goku. Casting a cold glance at Vegeta and Nappa, Raditz resolved to commence his training on this planet. Unlike Saiyans, Earth's training methods proved more effective and rational, coupled with the utilization of ki, enabling this seemingly weak planet to produce numerous formidable warriors. Despite starting from a low point, Raditz was confident he could surpass them through diligent training. Rising from the ground, he declared, "I shall seek out some sustenance." Do as you please, but don't let them kill you," Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Raditz nodded, attempting to leap into the air, but could not maintain flight after several unsuccessful attempts. He abandoned the effort and opted to run. Nappa and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances behind him. Indeed, the reason was that Raditz had yet to master the ability to fly. Damn it, what a disgrace, Raditz thought, feeling utterly embarrassed, stopping only after distancing himself from Vegeta and Nappa. He had not fully acclimated to his new form, unable to wield even the most rudimentary ability of flight with ease. For the next few days, he intended to familiarize himself with every aspect of his body under the pretense of his injury. First, he would assess his strength levels. Raditz picked up a stone and squeezed it gently, causing it to shatter with a resounding crack. With the strength typically used to grip a cup, he could effortlessly crush stone, leaving Raditz astonished. Yet, this was precisely what he needed to master controlling the change in strength and honing precision in its application to truly command this body. If memory serves, my battle power is roughly comparable to that of an ordinary warrior, around 1,200 in sheer strength accounting for other factors. It should be about 1,500. Let's see how my offensive power stands now. Raditz focused on sensing the energy within him, gathering it into his palm. Miraculously, a blue energy began to coalesce at the edge of his hand, gradually forming a glowing sphere. Okay, blessed. Raditz felt a surge of excitement. This basic technique was fundamental. One could hardly call themselves a warrior if they could not perform a ki blast. With a shout, the energy sphere shot straight towards a desolate mountain. The brilliance erupted. It produced a deafening roar, with the explosion sending plumes of smoke rising, great dust spreading far and wide, and countless fragments raining down, leaving the once mighty mountain reduced to mere remnants at its base. Such devastating power from a mere small energy sphere indicated that a battle power of 1,500 was no trifling matter. That said, Master Roshi could obliterate the moon. Possessing such strength was hardly remarkable. Moreover, the energy sphere he had unleashed lacked directional control. Merely blasting straight ahead it was clear he had much to learn. Perhaps I should find a foe to practice against, Raditz suddenly thought. After all, the journey of self-discovery pales in comparison to the rapid progress one can achieve through combat. Having now become somewhat familiar with the movements of his limbs and learned to harness his energy, he believed that a few experiences in real battles would yield significant rewards. With this thought in mind, Raditz activated his scanner. Instantly, a multitude of signals erupted forth, accompanied by incessant alarms ringing in his ears, and the numbers fluctuated continuously. 250, 582, 322, 455, 890, and, astonishingly, one even reached over 2,300. What he had initially assumed to be the low combat power mentioned by that fool could hardly be deemed low, As it appeared, this planet was approaching the standards of a moderately powerful one. Raditz, wary and alert, decided to target the weaker foes first, directing his focus towards the target with a combat power of 250. Before long, guided by the scanner's indications, he located his quarry. Before him stood a creature resembling a frog, its body a deep shade of green, robust and imposing, adorned with a row of circular white hemispheres across its chest, and possessing 4 arms, each wielding a weapon. Upon spotting Raditz, the creature instinctively recoiled in fear. "Saiyan!" it exclaimed, raising its laser gun in alarm. Raditz discerned that the inhabitants of his planet had developed a palpable fear of Saiyans. Even the frog-headed alien's hand trembled as it gripped its weapon. The scanner automatically adjusted its focus on the creature, causing the data to rise slightly. "Indeed, combat power fluctuates with emotional states," Raditz murmured softly. At that moment, the frog creature fired a shot. The beam was slender and sharp, imbued with tremendous energy, hurtling directly toward Raditz's chest. "Come on," Raditz declared, refusing to dodge, as he conjured an energy sphere and hurled it forward. The two forces collided, resulting in a violent explosion of friction, sending sparks flying through the air as shockwaves propagated outward. Raditz's energy sphere swiftly overwhelmed the onslaught of beams, crashing toward the frog creature, uprooting the earth, splintering trees, and creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. Boom! The tremendous blast echoed in his ears as a large crater formed in the ground, the surrounding area scorched. The frog creature was obliterated in the explosion, leaving no trace behind. The disparity in combat power was unmistakable. Utilizing energy blasts proved to be effortless. As he reveled in the exhilaration of his first victory, the scanner suddenly emitted a warning, indicating the presence of numerous energy sources with combat power around 300 converging upon him. Just in time, Raditz thought, feeling a surge of excitement as the Saiyan blood coursed through his veins. He charged forward, weaving through the dense underbrush, and soon discovered a congregation of energy. There were 7 frog-like aliens, all strikingly similar, distinguished only by their size, rushing toward the site of their fallen comrade, only to encounter Raditz Hedon. "Saiyan! It's a Saiyan!" Someone screamed in terror. Immediately, the others joined in, their expressions a mix of ferocity and fear. In their frenzy, they fixated on Raditz, weapons at the ready, yet hesitated to advance. "If you want come to me, then I shall come to you." Without a moment's hesitation, Raditz lunged at them, his own speed in the charge startling even himself. He refrained from using energy blast this time, opting instead for hand-to-hand combat, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Elbow strikes, side kicks, rapid punches, knee thrusts, and body slams, employing every technique at his disposal. Although he lacked a continuous combination, the sheer force of his combat prowess allowed him to defeat several frog creatures with ease. Before long, only 2 of the original group remained, facing Raditz with overwhelming dread. They exchanged glances, steeling themselves, and charged at Raditz together. 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 arms, let alone the combined 8 hands they possessed. While their combat power was inferior, their speed posed a considerable challenge for Raditz. "Come on," Raditz shouted as he unleashed a series of punches. Against 2 opponents, he maintained the upper hand. Each of his blows was powerful enough to shatter their arms entirely, and their rapid assaults were no match for his defenses. Initially, he struggled to keep pace with their movements, but as the battle progressed, he found their speed increasingly sluggish. After several exchanges, the frog creature's arms were all broken, their bones protruding grotesquely from their skin, purple blood gushing forth from the wounds. They let out anguished cries, and suddenly, the white hemispheres on their chests detonated, releasing an energy shockwave that caught Raditz off guard. Boom! The immense force hurled Raditz several meters away. "Damn it! I was careless," he exclaimed, rubbing his neck as he rose from the ground, noticing that the frog creature before him had collapsed, lifeless. He glanced at his own body apart from a bit of dirt on his battlesuit. He bore no injuries. "It seems their desperate attack couldn't penetrate my battlesuit. Its defense is truly formidable. My own body fared well as well after taking that hit. I feel not a twinge of pain," Raditz mused, only for his smile to falter. "Oh no, I was supposed to find food." Meanwhile, Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, tapping impatiently on his bicep, gazing in the direction Raditz had gone. "That fool, dawdling around like that, I could easily end him right now." Raditz hurriedly gathered the remains of the frog creatures and plucked several fruits from the trees, racing back. He knew that provoking Vegeta's ire would be an unpleasant experience. In his anxious haste, he accelerated dramatically. Suddenly, a surge of white energy enveloped him. As he unleashed his energy, he felt the flow of ki coursing through him. In Dragon Ball, true power is intrinsically linked to ki, and while Saiyans had relied on brute strength in their combat methods, they were not as adept as Earthlings in terms of technique. This was why, upon arriving on Earth, Vegeta had humbled himself to learn the art of ki control. Realizing the essence of ki marked the beginning of his advancement. Raditz was elated. Simultaneously, he endeavored to control his ki, attempting to levitate. Perhaps due to his Saiyan heritage, he soon mastered the technique. As he trained while sprinting, he returned to the location where Vegeta and Nappa waited. "You useless buffoon, taking so long to deal with these weaklings," Vegeta scoffed, sparing a glance at the prey Raditz had collected, his tone dripping with disdain. Nappa said nothing, but his eyes brimmed with contempt. There was little he could do after all. He was the weakest among them. Raditz proceeded to prepare a fire for roasting the meat, meticulously dividing the food and serving it to the two. While Saiyans could consume raw flesh without issue, properly cooked food was undeniably cleaner and more nutritious. After they had finished eating, the trio continued their conquest of this planet. Raditz diligently explored the methods of sensing and utilizing his energy. After all, if Vegeta could master it in such a brief span, there was no reason he could not. Days later, a cacophony of intense clashes filled the air as Raditz maneuvered effortlessly among his foes. By mimicking the combat techniques of Vegeta and Nappa over the past few days, his fighting prowess had significantly surged. Not only had his combat strength improved, but his grasp of energy had also progressed considerably. At this moment, he was gradually learning to rely less on the numerical readings of his scouter, instead acting upon his perception of energy. He could even feel the flow of energy while utilizing it or performing movements. Additionally, he had acquired the ability to fly. As enemies launched frontal assaults with laser guns firing incessantly, denying Raditz even a moment's respite, he swiftly evaded, leaving afterimages in the air. Always a step ahead of the lasers. Even more astonishingly, he did so with his eyes closed. It appeared to be an extremely perilous endeavor. Yet it was precisely under such circumstances that he could compel himself to swiftly master new skills. While dodging, he gradually inched closer. At last, the moment had arrived. "Drink!" Raditz bellowed, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed, appearing before his foes in the blink of an eye. With both fists clenched, energy erupted from his hands. Before the two adversaries could even register his presence, a figure materialized before them, exuding a terrifying aura that caused their pupils to dilate in sheer fear. The immense force of his punches struck their abdomens, nearly piercing through them. The surrounding air was compressed, and turbulence rippled through the atmosphere, creating waves of pressure at their feet. Suddenly, silence enveloped the area, leaving onlookers stunned and speechless. The speed was overwhelming, so swift that they could not react. Suddenly, Raditz's brow twitched as he sensed a powerful force rapidly approaching from behind him, swifter than the wind. Such formidable energy. The opponent's ambush seemed destined to succeed. Yet at this moment, Raditz had already mastered the manipulation of ki. In a critical instant, with his back turned to the assailant, he launched a counterattack. He swung his fist backward, deflecting the oncoming shockwave. However, the immense impact caused his arm to feel an immediate numbness, and he stumbled several steps forward. The scouter emitted a piercing alarm, displaying a shocking number, 1,250, an adversary with a battle power exceeding 1,000 points. On this planet, they were undeniably among the elite. While Vegeta and Nappa would have no trouble dealing with such foes, it posed a significant challenge for Raditz. He managed to fend off the attack. The tall, muscular frog-like creature gaped with bulging eyes, its powerful muscles rippling, bones cracking audibly. He was perplexed, despite having lain in wait for so long and launching a surprise attack. How had he been detected? Did this Saiyan possess eyes in the back of his head? Despite his inner doubts, he pressed forward without hesitation, charging at Raditz. Damn it! Raditz leaped into the air, unleashing a shockwave with a single hand, the brilliant light piercing like a blade towards the frogman, culminating in a thunderous explosion. The violent blast scorched the tumultuous air, causing the surroundings to heat up instantaneously, with dust swirling ominously. Just as Raditz reveled in his apparent triumph, the frogman astonishingly emerged from the smoke, unscathed. With a peculiar cry, he delivered a powerful punch to Raditz's chest, sending him flying 100 meters away. A massive chasm was carved through the forest, trees splintering as the echo of destruction resonated. Without a moment's respite, the frogman soared high, leaping directly before Raditz. At this moment, Raditz lay sprawled upon the rocks, gasping as he exhaled a heavy breath. Ah, what a surprise. Finally, a worthy opponent to spar with. A bead of sweat trickled down Raditz's temple, a smile gracing his lips. Are you laughing? This is the instinct of a Saiyan. In the heat of battle, one feels an exhilarating surge of adrenaline, trembling with joy. The frogman seems unable to comprehend this. He raises his arms high and swings them down with ferocity, intending to crush Raditz into a pulp. Even before his immense force can reach Raditz, the ground erupts with a thunderous roar, collapsing repeatedly and forming pits resembling a spider's web. The rocks are instantly shattered, the pressure overwhelming. Raditz crosses his arms to block the strike, the energies from both combatants colliding and neutralizing each other. The frogman is taken aback, astonished that Raditz could completely withstand his assault, a flicker of panic igniting within him. He leaps into the air, mouth agape, as a brilliant white energy vortex gathers, the highly compressed energy aimed at the ground, shooting forth like a silver dragon. Such formidable power, yet in my eyes, it amounts to little. Raditz chuckles. Having mastered the use of ki, his combat prowess escalates rapidly, and he has grasped the secret of instantaneous bursts of energy. His strength surges dramatically, a pale aura erupting around him, as he stacks his hands with fingers spread wide. An unending stream of energy converging at a single point, a blinding radiance soaring skyward, a dazzling shockwave, a resounding clash of energies erupted, creating a continuous cacophony as two forces entangled, exchanging blows in a fierce contest. The amphibious warrior exerted every ounce of strength, yet struggled to gain even the slightest advantage, while Raditz appeared to possess ample reserves of power. Have you never heard the adage? Do not engage in a beam struggle with a Saiyan. Suddenly, Raditz bellowed, his arms bursting with veins as his energy surged dramatically. The shockwave overwhelmed the amphibian's technique, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. In an instant, the light engulfed the amphibious warrior, the shockwave soaring into the heavens, vanishing beyond the horizon. The adversary was obliterated, leaving nothing but remnants in the wake. The air was tinged with a faint scent of singed matter, as Raditz crouched heavily on the ground, panting vigorously. Fortunately, my battle prowess has increased, otherwise, I would have surely sustained some injuries to subdue him. With that, Raditz gazed into the distance, a sense of elation swelling within him. Earth, I am nearly there. After several days of recuperation, the minor injury on Raditz's forehead had completely healed. His eagerness to visit Earth was palpable. After all, it was a splendid place. Setting aside the Earthling's superior mastery of ki, the allure of delectable cuisine and enchanting women was irresistible. On this desolate planet, he was confined to consuming sour and astringent fruits, with the occasional taste of game being a rare treat. The thought of consuming creatures like the amphibious warrior was utterly unthinkable. Just the sight of Vegeta gnawing on raw flesh was enough to turn his stomach. Sleep was nearly impossible, as he often lay exposed under the open sky, without the luxury of a bath, and his days were filled with nothing but relentless combat. Though the overall fighting prowess of Earth was not particularly high, the quality of life there surpassed this barren, desolate world by several magnitudes. Determined, he chose an auspicious day to embark on his journey to Earth. His spherical spacecraft was equipped with a sleep apparatus, allowing one to enter a state of slumber during the lengthy voyage, making the journey feel like a fleeting dream. Otherwise, being confined within such a small cabin for an extended period would be unbearably tedious. However, in the initial phase of his journey, Raditz refrained from sleeping, opting instead to engage in meditative training through his consciousness, harnessing mental cultivation to enhance his strength. It was only when his provisions were depleted that he resorted to the life support and sleep systems to continue his journey. A year later on Earth, the ambitions of conquerors and dark overlords had faded into the annals of history, as humanity reveled in a time of peace. Everyone thrived in contentment, enjoying the splendors of life. The azure sky was adorned with drifting clouds, while the fields unfolded in a tender green, and towering mountains stood sentinel at the edge of the wilderness, resembling giants guarding the boundless expanse. A sudden breeze rustled the leaves, the grass swayed like verdant waves, rolling and dancing with the wind. Without warning, a streak of light blazed across the sky like a meteor, trailing a long tail of fire as it hurtled towards the ground. A resounding boom reverberated through the earth, accompanied by a tremor that was felt by all within several miles. Many believed an earthquake had struck and hurriedly fled to open spaces. However, the shaking was but a singular event, and as they regained their composure, they beheld a plume of thick smoke rising into the sky in the distance. At long last, he had arrived. After such an extended slumber, his body felt utterly rigid. It appeared that this solitary spacecraft was ill-suited for long journeys. Raditz opened the hatch and swiftly emerged to inhale the fresh air. though his time aboard the vessel felt like a fleeting dream. The stiffness in his body was painfully real. Eagerly, he began to stretch his arms and legs, and gave his tail a tentative flick to ensure all parts of his physique were functioning properly. Raditz leapt with vigor, springing out of the massive crater created by his descent. As he landed on solid ground, he found himself momentarily stunned. Before him stood a middle-aged farmer, portly in stature, adorned with a straw hat, and dressed in rustic overalls that concealed a checkered shirt, staring at him with wide eyes. Sweat trickled down the farmer's rugged face, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously, while the firearm he clutched quivered in his grasp, aimed directly at Raditz. Even an untrained earthling could sense the overwhelming aura of dominance radiating from Raditz. "Hey, you, what are you?" The question hung in the air, met with silence from Raditz as a number flashed upon the screen before him. 5. To his astonishment, he had truly encountered the legendary being with a combat power of merely 5. Goodness, it really is a weakling. Raditz erupted into uncontrollable laughter, disregarding all decorum, his amusement bending him at the waist. The farmer, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, could only stand frozen in confusion. Raditz continued to chuckle heartily for quite some time, until he gradually subdued his mirth. He had no intention of causing harm, and addressing the now vigilant farmer, he offered, "Allow me to give you some advice. In the future, if you encounter someone dressed as I am, refrain from firing your weapon indiscriminately." The farmer was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Hey, you haven't finished your sentence." Once again, he was left in shock, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. He watched as Raditz soared into the sky, racing away faster than the wind. In the air, Raditz reflected on his own famous words, grinning widely. What a historic moment. Just as he was pondering this, the detector emitted a series of beeps, signaling another response. The energy from this reaction was immense. Could it be 2333, perhaps even Piccolo? Raditz continued his flight, ignoring everything else to investigate. Following the signal, Raditz arrived at his destination. Instead of desolate mountains, he found himself in a small town. Although rural, the roads were wide, and the houses were densely packed, with numerous vehicles coming and going. This was a stark contrast to his first encounter with Piccolo. Had history shifted? He hadn't even begun his betrayal. Surely history wouldn't be so unkind. Deciding to land, he approached the source of the signal and entered a bar. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by the sight of numerous corpses on the floor, each having met a swift end, undoubtedly the work of a master. Surrounding the bodies were knives and guns, yet the victims hadn't had the chance to defend themselves. Piccolo? No. If it were him, the place would have been obliterated. Suddenly, Raditz noticed that the detector's signal had vanished. The opponent must be a master of ki. Abandoning the reliance on the detector, Raditz began to sense the flow of ki around him. Out of nowhere, a figure lunged from above, wielding a sword that glimmered with deadly intent, moving with incredible speed. Yet, to Raditz, it felt like a slow-motion animation, each frame lingering before his eyes. With a mere sidestep, he evaded the lethal strike. The attacker, quick to react, jumped back and melted into the shadows. "Ha ha ha, you've got some skill. I could tell you were different the moment you walked in. Your attire is peculiar, and you certainly don't feel like an ordinary individual. Who are you? Are you here to avenge them?" "I have no interest in avenging them, and I know who you are." "No need to hide," Raditz replied with a wry smile. Surprised to encounter this individual, the world's #1 assassin, right? The shadowy figure paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. It's the first time someone has mentioned my name so calmly. Indeed, I am the world's foremost assassin, Tao Pai Pai." As he stepped out of the shadows, Tao Pai Pai had undergone significant modifications. His long braid and robe remained, with the character for kill prominently displayed on his chest. However, his arms and eyes had been replaced with mechanical parts, and the sword he wielded was an implanted weapon. "You see, young man, I only kill for the wealthy and do not accept apprentices." To Tao Pai Pai, Raditz's lack of intention for revenge suggested he was merely an admirer seeking to become a disciple. What nonsense! An apprentice? This Tao Pai Pai certainly has a high opinion of himself, Raditz thought, his lips twitching in exasperation. "I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I simply found the wrong person." "Found the wrong person?" Tao Pai Pai's expression darkened in an instant, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. It was unacceptable for the world's top assassin to be so blatantly disregarded. "Whom are you seeking?" "None of your concern," Raditz replied coolly. How arrogant! Tao Pai Pai was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a brazen individual. His face flushed crimson, and he bit down in frustration, thinking to himself, You are exceedingly presumptuous. Spare yourself. You are no match for me. Raditz maintained his composure. Humph. Young one, it appears you are merely acquainted with my name, yet you remain oblivious to my terror. With his hands clasped behind him, Tao Bai Bai's mechanical eye swiveled forward, protruding slightly, as a faint, icy smirk graced his lips. I shall grant you 1 billion as a parting gift. 100 million? Normally, my fee for taking a life is precisely that amount. Today, however, I shall graciously escort you to the afterlife free of charge. Tao Bai Bai exclaimed, his voice laced with a hint of arrogance as he swiftly vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Raditz, launching a powerful kick aimed at the latter's lower back. He anticipated that such a strike would undoubtedly shatter Raditz's spine, rendering him incapacitated. In the midst of his triumph, a tremendous recoil surged through his leg, sending a chill coursing through his heart as beads of sweat began to seep from every pore. Raditz, however, remained utterly unmoved, standing still as if carved from stone. This cannot be, Tao Bai Bai thought. Disbelief etched across his features as he unleashed a relentless series of assaults. It must be said that as the brother of Master Rashi, his martial prowess as a top-tier assassin was remarkable, with an array of techniques flowing seamlessly. Yet, the sole flaw remained. To Raditz, his strikes bore little weight. Master, are you finished? Raditz casually caught Tao Bai Bai's full-force punch with a mere flick of his wrist, applying just enough pressure to crush the mechanical hand entirely. Tao Bai Bai was left dumbfounded, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as snot trickled from his nostrils, dangling precariously above his lips. At that moment, he was rendered speechless, his jaw quivering uncontrollably. Raditz tapped the scouter, and the screen flashed the number 180. Oh, so your battle power is 180, Master Tao Bai Bai, he remarked, advancing closer. My battle power is precisely 10 times yours. In that instant, Raditz comprehended the exhilaration Frisia must have felt when proclaiming his own battle power to be 530,000. The feeling of overwhelming superiority paired with an audacious declaration was indeed ineffable. 10 times. Tao Bai Bai trembled in fear. Realizing that this oddly dressed individual was not fabricating any tales, the aura he exuded spoke volumes. After a moment of introspection, Tao Bai Bai promptly retracted his bravado, bowing deeply with utmost humility. I apologize. I was mistaken. I should not have been so arrogant. In light of our acquaintance, please spare me. I shall grant you the entirety of this commission. Raditz was taken aback by how quickly he had submitted. Was it not sufficient? No matter, for I still possess considerable savings. You may take what you wish. I shall refrain from taking lives in the future. Spare me. Tao Bai Bai demonstrated a remarkable talent for maneuvering, passionately thumping his chest and lamenting in the most sincere manner, his acting skills deserving of accolades. Had Raditz not been aware of his true nature from the outset, he might have been deceived. In truth, I hold a certain admiration for you, Tao Bai Bai. Your attire exudes individuality, and the legends speak of a silver tongue that can stir the heart, alongside a singular pillar that strikes with precision, all while possessing a ruthlessly cunning disposition, truly a paragon of villainy. You flatter me. You must be mistaken. I had no intention of praising you. Raditz's expression shifted as he extended his fingers towards Tao Bai Bai's head, declaring, what I mean is, you are worth 1 billion. As soon as he uttered those words, a beam of blue light erupted from his hand, instantly engulfing Tao Bai Bai, leaving him no chance to cry out in despair. The headless body fell to the ground with a thud, adding yet another corpse to the filthy floor. Tao Bai Bai had committed numerous misdeeds, and Raditz contemplated that ridding the world of him would contribute to its purification. As he exited the dilapidated bar, the detector emitted another warning, this time indicating a distance of 4,899, with energy surpassing that of Tao Bai Bai. Sun Wukong. There could be no doubt. He could discern the energy source moving rapidly before it suddenly halted. It was anticipated that Sun Wukong would be heading to the island of Master Rashi, accompanied by the 4-year-old Sun Gohan. Raditz immediately accelerated towards Kame Island. Before long, he beheld the outline of the island. The sun-drenched sea sparkled like a myriad of scattered gold, waves rolling with dazzling brilliance, while Kame Island stood solitary amidst the vast ocean. The gentle, humid sea breeze caressed the wooden house, mottled sunlight filtering through the coconut trees onto the sandy ground, with seagulls occasionally gliding by, leaving elegant arcs in their wake. In front of the house stood a few individuals, and Raditz's detector had locked onto one, Sun Wukong, the strongest fighter on this planet. Gradually, Raditz approached Kame Island, observing everything from a lofty vantage point. The group, initially engaged in jovial conversation, sensed Raditz's presence as Sun Wukong detected an extraordinary energy. He suddenly looked up towards the sky, exclaiming, "Who? Such formidable power!" Raditz realized he had been noticed and accelerated his descent, appearing right before them. Upon encountering the protagonists of Dragon Ball and their companions, an indescribable excitement surged within him. "Ah, such potent energy!" exclaimed Master Roshi, astonished. Krillin, beside him, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Who are you? How shall I phrase this? Let me think." Raditz began, intending to assert himself, yet found himself momentarily at a loss. Initially focused on locating Sun Wukong, he had not considered the subsequent questions. What was he to do upon finding him? Take him away? That was out of the question. Kidnap Son Gohan? That was the old Raditz way of thinking. He was different now. Form a familial bond with Wukong and live under the protagonist halo? No, one's destiny must be grasped by oneself. Far across the cosmos, Vegeta and Nappa were aware of his arrival on Earth. It was only a matter of time. In Frisia's plans, Earth was also among the targets for imminent conquest. Furthermore, Frisia, who harbored a long-standing disdain for the Saiyans, would eventually seek to annihilate the last surviving Saiyans. Given these factors, Raditz saw only one path forward, to rebel against Vegeta and Frisia. He was still far too weak to fulfill his ambitions. He needed to enhance his strength and recruit allies like Sun Wukong and Piccolo, and even consider subduing Vegeta and Nappa. Though he found Nappa insufferable, Raditz resolved to keep him around, primarily out of a genuine curiosity to witness what Nappa's Super Saiyan form would look like. For the sake of the much-anticipated transformation, he was determined to spare Nappa's life. Now, the question arose, should he instigate trouble? Raditz pondered repeatedly. Aligning with Wukong was not out of the question. However, persuading Piccolo would prove challenging, and there were insufficient reasons to entice Vegeta to Earth. Weighing these considerations, Raditz swiftly reached a decision, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, inspired by a playful scheme. His advantage lay in his comprehensive knowledge. By leveraging this advantage, he could seize power ahead of others. To confront stronger opponents, training on King Kai's planet was imperative. For the sake of the Spirit Bomb and King Kai Fist, it was time to stir the pot. He deliberately activated the communicator, ensuring everything happening here reached Vegeta on the other side of the universe. "Hello, Kakarot, you've grown. Why have you yet to eradicate all the humans?" Raditz adjusted his tone to a chilling coldness. "What are you talking about? Huh? Why can't you comprehend this?" Not understanding is precisely the point. Raditz released the tail coiled around his waist, skillfully maneuvering it. Upon seeing the tail, everyone was taken aback. A tail? Sun Wukong glanced at Gohan, a flicker of unease in his eyes. What do you mean? Aside from himself and his son, this was the first time he had encountered another individual with a tail. Moreover, the peculiar armor and the overwhelming aura radiating from Raditz were enough to astonish him. Raditz spoke coldly, "Fool. It seems you have forgotten everything. Allow me to enlighten you. There are certain truths you must know, including your origins and our lineage." The group fell silent, stunned into inaction. First and foremost, you are not of this planet. Like me, you were born on planet Vegeta as a Saiyan. We Saiyans are a noble and powerful warrior race, each endowed with innate combat abilities. Your name is Kakarot, and I am your brother, Raditz. What? Wukong's brother? Unbelievable. Everyone struggled to accept that this sudden intruder was indeed Wukong's blood relative. Moreover, the assertion that Wukong was not an Earthling, but rather part of a fearsome warrior race known as Saiyans, was utterly astounding. Silence. Let me finish. Our duty as Saiyans is to locate habitable planets, eradicate the native inhabitants, and sell them at a high price to those in need among extraterrestrials. Kakarot was dispatched to Earth to fulfill this very mission. When encountering planets with formidable combat power, we would send adult warriors. However, since Earth is relatively weak, sending a child suffices. While a child's combat power may be lower, by the time they reach a full moon, a Saiyon's true strength is unleashed, and it won't be long before they can cleanse the planet. "Ah, little wonder," exclaimed Master Roshi and the others, recalling Goku's previous transformations into a giant ape and the ensuing rampages. They collectively swallowed hard. The gentle sea breeze caressed their skin, sending a chill through their bodies. "This is incorrect. I have no recollection of my past. I grew up on Earth, with no ties to the Saiyans. I would never annihilate another planet." Goku shouted, clenching his fists. "It was due to a childhood head injury that you forgot your mission." Raditz replied, "I must inform you. Planet Vegeta was obliterated by meteor strikes, leaving our parents and kin as mere cosmic dust. Only 4 Saiyans remain. As one of the survivors, you are still remembered by us. Though you may be weak now, you are ultimately a Saiyan, possessing boundless potential. Thus, I have come to invite you to join us. With that, Raditz deactivated the communication device, exhaling a sigh of relief. This implied that the situation on Vegeta was temporarily settled. And it was time to lure them to Earth and persuade them. I will not accompany you. Leave at once. Goku bellowed. His reaction was anticipated, Raditz sighed. Resigned to the fact that he would have to utilize Goku's son. The tail was an unmistakable mark of a Saiyan, a truth that could not be denied. Do not approach me. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. Goku shouted, his body taut and poised for action, yet for the first time. He felt a flicker of fear within. He had never experienced such trepidation even when facing King Piccolo. His mind was a blank slate. Raditz swiftly darted behind Goku with astonishing speed, a movement so rapid that none could perceive it. Goku's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in place. As Raditz drew near, Gohan began to wail, flailing his arms as if to thwart Raditz. Strangely, Gohan's appearance was quite endearing at that moment. However, Raditz had to maintain his villainous facade. He seized Gohan and charged at Goku, executing a flying knee strike. The speed of the strike exceeded Goku's capacity to react, landing squarely on his body, causing immense pain in his abdomen as if his very strength had been siphoned away. Suspended in the air for a brief moment, Goku plummeted to the ground, clutching his stomach and crying out in agony. In that instant, he comprehended the vast disparity in their strengths, cold sweat cascading down his brow. The others remained utterly stunned, unable to intervene. Goku, you alone are no match for me. If you wish to retrieve your son, find a worthy ally with comparable strength to pursue me. Raditz floated into the air, contemplating whether this message was clear enough. With that, he whisked Gohan away towards the landing site of his spaceship, setting the child down and awaiting the arrival of Goku and Piccolo. He refrained from being too harsh with Gohan, for this child, when agitated, could reach unforeseen levels of power. Moreover, he was his nephew, after all. Wah! Daddy! Wah! Gohan cried, unabated, pounding Raditz's thigh with his tiny fists. Devoid of any fatigue despite their lack of power, Raditz felt a mix of despair and amusement. Hey, stop crying. I am, after all, your uncle. You are a bad man. Wah! I want my daddy. Wah! Gohan's cries intensified at Raditz's stern demeanor. Raditz found himself at a loss with the child. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He picked up a stick and began scratching the ground. Cease your wailing. If you continue, I shall end your life. And your father will have to come collect your remains. Come here. You aspire to be a scholar, right? If you can solve this chicken and rabbit in the same cage problem, I shall let you go. Raditz bellowed once more. Whether it was the threat that resonated or the palpable frustration in Raditz's voice, Gohan sniffled a few times, finally ceasing his loud cries. Are you not deceiving me? What purpose would I have in deceiving you? I could end your life at any moment if I wished. If you value your existence, I suggest you quietly engage with those problems. Son Gohan sniffled, casting a doubtful glance at Raditz. Ultimately, he chose to place his trust in him and gradually approached the ground inscribed with equations, contemplating them earnestly. Raditz could not help but reflect that to deal with a child of such academic potential, one must present him with mathematical challenges. He reclined at the edge of the deep pit, resting his head upon his hands, the soft grass cushioning him beneath, gazing up at the drifting clouds. He felt his body relax, and his eyelids began to droop. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, his days had been consumed by battles alongside Vegeta or tirelessly honing his own strength, even sleeping aboard the spaceship as if it were a mere routine. He had never truly savored the pleasures of leisure. Yet today, seizing a moment of respite, he could peacefully relax for a brief quarter of an hour, free from thought, simply relishing the gentle breeze, the fragrance of the grass, and the warmth of the sun. Wait, where has the sunlight gone? Raditz sensed a sudden shadow enveloping him, jolting awake with wide eyes. Goodness! Raditz exclaimed, startled by the visage of Gohan before him. You nearly frightened me to death. Perhaps sensing that Raditz was no longer as menacing as before, Gohan dared to approach and observe him closely. I finished. Finished what? Raditz began to inquire, but was abruptly taken aback. Can a 4-year-old truly solve problems so swiftly? His expression turned awkward as he mused to himself. Kiki, your education is remarkably effective. At that moment, two potent energies approached with remarkable speed, surpassing even the sensors. Raditz glanced skyward, and only then did the beeping sound commence. His acute instinct for energy proved superior to machinery. A wave of relief washed over him as Goku made his timely entrance. Otherwise, the promise to release Gohan would have been challenging to uphold. As Goku and Piccolo drew near, Raditz stepped forward to greet them, Kakarot, you have finally arrived. I have come to reclaim my son. Goku bellowed with great fervor. Meanwhile, Piccolo's white cloak billowed in the wind like surging ocean waves. His expression grave. He regarded Raditz intently. I sensed a formidable fighting power descending upon Earth some time ago, and it appears to be you. However, do not misunderstand. Unlike Goku, I have come solely to defeat you. You have become an obstacle to my conquest of the world. Despite his bravado, Goku had already apprised Piccolo of the Saiyans' might. So Piccolo remained utterly vigilant and serious. Raditz offered a slight smile, removing the scouter and tossing it aside. It contained not only communication devices but perhaps even Frieza's listening apparatus. Turning it off would not guarantee safety. His gesture immediately aroused the caution of Goku and Piccolo. Fear not, your presence suffices. Raditz grasped Gohan and declared, Gohan, your father has arrived. It's time to return. With a swift motion, he returned Gohan directly to Goku. Goku enveloped Gohan in his embrace, gently stroking his head. Are you all right, Gohan? Well, what are your intentions? Piccolo, sensing something amiss, assumed a defensive posture, becoming increasingly wary. Goku hastily instructed Gohan to retreat to a safe distance, lest he become collateral damage. Do not be afraid. I merely wish to prevent others from overhearing our conversation. This device can detect the strength and location of individuals, but it is also susceptible to eavesdropping. Therefore, for the sake of security, we shall refrain from using it for now. What I am about to share with you is entirely truthful and of utmost importance. Hey, I can hardly believe that. Piccolo replied with a skeptical grin. As the embodiment of the demon race, he was accustomed to deception during the era of King Piccolo, where lies flowed freely and the wicked held no regard for trust. Thus, he dismissed every word uttered by Raditz. Kakarot, I have returned your son to you. This is my gesture of goodwill. In truth, my abduction of him was merely a ploy to lure you and Piccolo here. Moreover, it was simply a minor prank. Sun Wukong hesitated, for before him stood his elder brother, who had indeed not harmed Gohan. He was curious to hear what Raditz would articulate. However, Piccolo was not as amenable as Sun Wukong, remaining ever vigilant. This alone does not persuade me. Thus, Raditz realized that direct communication would be futile. Instead, he decided to demonstrate his prowess to instill a sense of the Saiyan as terrifying might. Raditz leaned forward slightly and suddenly accelerated. With a faint sound slicing through the air, Raditz vanished from their sight. Goku and Piccolo, unable to shed their heavy armor in time, were a moment too slow to react. By the time they sensed the menacing aura behind them and turned around, Raditz had already struck them both with a powerful elbow to their backs. The immense force destabilized them, causing them to lurch forward and stumble several times before regaining their footing. At that moment, the thought flashed through their minds, how swift. Raditz offered no respite, charging directly at Goku, unleashing a flurry of punches that left Goku utterly defenseless. At this juncture, having honed his skills, Goku had attained a battle power of 1800, significantly surpassing his previous peak of 1500 over a year ago. His speed and strength were simply beyond what Goku and his companions could match. Sun Wukong attempted to counterattack, yet his formidable punches were effortlessly neutralized by Raditz. However, each blow from Raditz inflicted excruciating pain upon him. At that moment, Piccolo launched a surprise attack from behind, his right hand poised in a knife-like position across his chest. Piccolo moved with remarkable speed. The sound of wind rushing past him was intense, and his hand strike was imbued with tremendous energy, seemingly capable of slicing through anything. Yet, Raditz was even swifter. Without even glancing behind him, he flicked his tail back, striking Piccolo's knee with immense force, causing Piccolo to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Immediately following this, a sweeping blow connected with Piccolo's head, sending him flying 100 meters away. Tail. In a moment of desperation, Sun Wukong saw a glimmer of hope and charged with all his might. Raditz smirked slightly and intercepted him, conjuring a blue energy sphere in his hand. With a thunderous explosion, dust billowed, and Wukong was sent flying, his clothes tattered. Damn, it seemed he was no match at all. Wukong rose again, sweat pouring from his pores. Piccolo also gasped for breath. Having endured just 2 strikes from the tail, his stamina was severely depleted. I have a new technique, but it requires some charging. Can you hold him off? Let us give it a try. I almost managed to grab his tail just now. Humph. Your brother is far more powerful than you. So that's the reason Saiyans are so formidable. Piccolo revealed his sharp teeth, a wry smile on his face. Wukong could only manage a bitter smile in return. They had never faced an opponent as strong as Raditz. The disparity was almost insurmountable. Wukong felt as though Raditz was holding back, Otherwise, he could easily have killed either of them. Enough. Let us end it here. Raditz raised his hand to call for a ceasefire, shocking the two warriors. In truth, Raditz was concerned that his tail was still untrained. If he were too reckless and got caught, a single blast of the special beam cannon could obliterate him, although his combat power surpassed theirs. His fighting skills and experience were no match for these two seasoned warriors. Regardless, he had achieved his goal of instilling fear. Now, it was time to speak. You should believe me now. It would be quite simple for me to kill you, but I held back just to show you that I am not your enemy. What I am about to say is of utmost importance. Wukong and Piccolo exchanged glances, nodded, and fell silent, ready to listen. This was precisely the response Raditz desired. After gaining their initial trust, he aimed to recruit allies. The wind swept across the plains, lifting Raditz's long hair in a gentle dance. Wukong, do you remember when I told you that I am not the only surviving Saiyan? Raditz continued. Including myself, there are 4 in total. Yes, the other 2 are even stronger than I am. One hails from a prestigious lineage, possessing remarkable strength, while the other is Prince Vegeta, whose battle power exceeds mine by over tenfold. Raditz spoke in a deep tone, and the expressions of his 2 listeners shifted dramatically, as if they had heard the most horrifying news. 2 even stronger Saiyans? I can inform you that your current battle power is around 400, even at its peak. Your attacks barely exceed 1,000. Meanwhile, I can maintain a power level of 1,800. As for Vegeta, he possesses a staggering battle power of 18,000. To annihilate us would merely require a single energy blast. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Piccolo's forehead, and his breathing grew labored, although Wukong remained silent. His body trembled. Even a child could comprehend the vast numerical disparity. If they could barely withstand Raditz's attacks, they were utterly helpless against Vegeta, like ants in comparison. Raditz reveled in their shock, a slight grin forming on his lips as he continued. Do not be too astonished. There are even more secrets. We Saiyans serve a being who calls himself the Emperor of the Universe, a terrifying figure named Frieza. I previously mentioned that our planet was destroyed by a meteor. That is not true. Planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza himself. Destroying planets? The Emperor of the Universe? Wait, aren't he the Saiyans' subordinates? Why would he annihilate them? An overwhelming flood of information surged into Wukong and Piccolo's minds, leaving them momentarily stunned. Piccolo, who once believed that ruling the world was a formidable feat, now found himself confronted with a cosmic-level monster, elevating his perception of danger to unprecedented heights. Allow me to elaborate. Frieza indeed requires Saiyans to work for him. However, in secret, the Saiyans do not truly obey him and have long prepared for rebellion. Yet, Frieza, ever wary of the Saiyans, struck first and annihilated the entire planet. The Saiyans did not resist? How could so many powerful warriors be eradicated by a single being? Raditz chuckled softly and shook his head. No matter how many ants gather, they cannot contend with the giant beast. Frieza's combat power is 530,000. Wukong and Piccolo's pupils dilated, their hearts feeling as though they had been struck by a hammer. Overwhelmed by the staggering revelation, such an astronomical figure was utterly unfathomable, and they suddenly felt their own insignificance. Such a powerful adversary is simply insurmountable. Wukong felt a mix of fear and excitement, the blood of the Saiyan coursing through his veins. You don't intend to face Frieza, do you? Piccolo teased with a smirk. Truthfully, that is indeed my intention. The two, having realized the existence of greater forces, found themselves unnerved yet composed. Raditz, observing their reaction, declared, the remaining Saiyans are being manipulated by Frieza, continuing to serve him. Sooner or later, they will be erased. He has no mercy. Anyone who poses a threat or is deemed useless will meet the same fate. But this does not concern us, does it? Piccolo retorted. Does it not? I have come to Earth on Vegeta's orders. Before long, Earth will be a target for conquest. The most terrifying aspect is that Frieza's ambition extends across the entire galaxy. Even the universe. Earth is among his targets. Wukong, you are also a Saiyan. Should Frieza ever seek to eliminate your kind, he will inevitably come for you. Given all this, do you still believe it does not concern you? Piccolo fell silent. The only solution is to resist. The remaining 2 Saiyans also refused to submit to Frieza, but they currently lack the strength to confront him, leading them to bide their time. We must unite them and grow stronger, and we will have a chance to challenge Frieza. Raditz raised his arm, the air around him trembling. A call to action resonating through the surroundings. This was his heartfelt plea. Frieza, as the greatest source of unrest, must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. His words ignited contemplation in Wukong and Piccolo, who felt they were facing an unprecedented crisis, their minds ablaze with thoughts of Saiyan, the emperor of the universe, destruction, and power swirling around them. Wukong calmly analyzed, but how could we possibly reach a battle power of 530,000 in such a short time? And the other two Saiyans, judging by your tone, do not seem easy to persuade. Indeed, those two are quite arrogant, one of them being a prince. Simple persuasion would not suffice. We might need to leverage strength to convince them. As for increasing our power, I have a shortcut, Raditz said, deliberately elongating his words to capture their full attention. All it requires is to die once. Die? Wukong and Piccolo's expressions changed dramatically. How could one possibly gain strength from dying? This was absurd. Anticipating their reaction, Raditz patiently explained, do not be alarmed. There is a deity known as the King of the Worlds, a being of a higher caliber than the gods of Earth, residing on King Kai's planet. If you find him and train under him, your power will undoubtedly increase significantly. Ordinarily, one could reach there without dying. But given the current circumstances, this is the only method available. Must we truly die? Isn't there the Dragon Balls? They can grant resurrection. Goku was astonished. I have naturally conducted some research, Raditz replied. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The essential point is to negotiate with the gods of Earth to retain your physical form for training after death. With their introduction and the approval of King Yama, you will then be able to meet the King of Otherworld. Raditz spoke with precision, as if he had experienced it himself. Piccolo, filled with skepticism, inquired, how do you know so much about everything? It's simply knowledge, Raditz reassured him. Rest assured, I will be the first to die. I just need Goku to accompany me and introduce me to the gods, and we can train together. Upon hearing Raditz express his willingness to be the first to perish, Piccolo found himself at a loss for words. After all, if one was prepared to embrace death, surrendering their very existence into the hands of others, what further ruses could be employed? Furthermore, it was imperative that you assist Gohan in his training, as he is an indispensable asset in battle. Goku nodded in agreement, indicating his trust in Raditz. In truth, he had begun to harbor some belief in Raditz since Gohan's return. Raditz's leniency during their subsequent skirmishes further convinced Goku that there was a deeper story, and after some explanation, he found it quite reasonable, even feeling a sense of joy in discovering a biological brother. Piccolo, your fate is intertwined with the Supreme Kai. Thus, you cannot partake in this training. My apologies. Goku chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Humph, should you be deceived, your demise would be in vain. Piccolo shot a glance at Goku, though he mused that this might pave the way for his own dominion over the world without obstruction. Son Goku. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Raditz retrieved the scouter and stepped forward, positioning himself before Goku, nodding at Piccolo. Then come forth. At that moment, Gohan burst forth from behind the stone, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, Father, Gohan, Father will return. Goku shouted, a smile lingering even in the face of death. He was, in truth, exhilarated. Poised to confront a multitude of formidable adversaries, his blood already surging with fervor. Piccolo, preparing to face the two willing to sacrifice themselves, gathered his energy for a protracted moment before unleashing his new technique, the special beam cannon. The spiraling beam, imbued with immense power, cast a blinding light that elongated their shadows by several feet. In an instant, the light column surged towards the two, and Raditz suddenly had an epiphany. Oh no. I've made a grave mistake. Faced with the special beam cannon, he retaliated with a shockwave at lightning speed. The two energy blasts collided, resulting in a colossal explosion that sent shockwaves in all directions, splitting the earth asunder, the fissure extending far into the distance, as though the ground had been cleaved in two. You truly are deceitful, Piccolo shouted in fury. No, I just thought. Why don't we simply wish to the dragon? Raditz explained hastily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. It's the same opportunity for a wish, and it saves us from dying. Wukong and Piccolo remained silent for a considerable duration before simultaneously uttering, it seems so. The specter of near sacrifice still haunted Raditz as he gazed upon the scorched earth before him. The might of the special beam cannon was no trifling matter. Even he, who had managed to deflect its force, felt a lingering numbness in his arm. After explaining the situation, Raditz activated his communicator, and the trio engaged in a dramatic performance, shouting in concert. Ultimately, Raditz feigned weakness, murmuring, damn it, to fall into your hands. However, you have revealed to me the existence of the Dragon Balls on Earth, capable of granting any wish. My comrades will come to revive me, ha ha ha. With that, he abruptly switched off the communicator, his voice cutting off abruptly as the signal transmitted across the cosmos. The final message traversed the vastness of space, precisely reaching the detectors of two Saiyans. Following a brief static noise, Raditz's voice faded into despondency. It appeared he had met his demise. Nappa, engaged in combat, exhibited no change in his cold demeanor. Vegeta unleashed a powerful blow, sending several enemies flying, and scoffed, "What a pitiful creature, to be eliminated on Earth. It seems Kakarot has betrayed us, colluding with the Earthlings." As he spoke, he unleashed a wave of energy, dazzling in its brilliance, obliterating a throng of alien warriors and draining a nearby natural lake. A dense aura enveloped him, erupting in white flames, causing the ground to tremble slightly as dust billowed away. Nappa, witnessing Vegeta's ferocity, felt a tremor in his throat, revealing a flicker of fear. A warrior of the Saiyan race, he revered strength above all, fearing only Vegeta. He understood well that Vegeta was in a furious state, and even he dared not withstand an attack under such conditions. "Vegeta, temper your rage. He was merely a lowly warrior," Nappa jested, observing Vegeta's tense demeanor with amusement. Vegeta, with a sly grin, retorted, "I am not angry. I am exhilarated. Did you not hear, Raditz? On Earth, there exist Dragon Balls that can grant any wish." Nappa then grasped the implication. "Are we going to rescue Raditz?" Vegeta dismissed the notion. "Why bother with such a weakling? We could wish for eternal life, enabling us to fight indefinitely. Would that not be preferable?" Clenching his fists, a fire ignited in Vegeta's eyes. The mention of the Dragon Balls, capable of fulfilling any desire, stirred an insatiable longing within him. For him, eternal life was merely the beginning. The flames in his gaze represented an unyielding thirst for vengeance, a specter haunting him. Frieza, forced to serve Frieza for so many years while feigning ignorance of the truth behind the destruction of planet Vegeta, he had bided his time to accumulate strength for revenge. The prospect of eternal life beckoned him, signifying that defeating Frieza was merely a matter of time. How could he resist such a lure? "Nappa, let us depart for Earth," Vegeta commanded. "But we are so close to finishing here," Nappa protested. "It is of no consequence. With eternal life, will you still care about this?" Vegeta retorted, casting a piercing glare at Nappa. "Understood." Nappa quivered and unleashed one final energy wave. The two then decisively ascended from the battlefield, leaving the remaining aliens in astonishment, relieved to have survived. Back on Earth, Raditz, along with Wukong and Piccolo, returned to Master Roshi's abode, resolving the misunderstandings with everyone. Upon learning of such wondrous phenomena hidden within the universe, the group marveled at the vastness of the cosmos and their own insignificance. "I never expected such things existed," Bulma mused, glancing at the sky. "My sister is also traveling throughout the universe. I wonder if she is in danger." "Wait, Bulma, you have a sister?" Wukong, Krillin, and the others exclaimed in surprise. Master Roshi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he clasped his hands together, pondering, "I wonder if your sister has a taste for mature men?" Bang! A frying pan sent Master Roshi flying into the sea. "My sister, a writer, has been traveling across the universe for inspiration and hasn't returned for a long time. Although we still keep in touch." Raditz reassured, "There is currently no crisis in the remote galaxies, so there's no need to worry. However, we must quickly search for the Dragon Balls. Krillin, you should recruit other powerful individuals on Earth. If we're going to train, we might as well bring everyone along." "Oh, sure, but I don't know where they are," Krillin replied. "Tien and Launch flew away a long time ago, and Yamcha is also missing. How can I possibly find them?" "My machine can detect people's strength and location," Raditz said. "However, we need Bulma to inspect it first, as the communication system might be compromised and there could be listening devices." Raditz handed the detector to Bulma, teaching her how to use it. Although this detector was an older model, it was still technologically advanced, with components that could not be produced on Earth. Raditz was particularly cautious. Despite the fact that Frieza's subordinates seemed to have them in abundance, this one was a valuable tool for research. After examining it for a while, Bulma confidently assured them that she could dismantle it and had a general understanding of its principles. The reputation of the genius scientist was well-deserved, and the others could only admire her, believing she would finish the inspection in no time. During this period, Raditz took it upon himself to search for the Dragon Balls, while Goku and Piccolo headed to a large island to spar. Gohan played joyfully with the sea turtle and Master Roshi, laughing heartily. Krillin, watching Gohan run around, reminisced about the days spent training with Goku under Master Roshi's guidance, feeling nostalgic, while he was lost in thought. Raditz had already flown 1,000 miles away and located the first Dragon Ball. After the Eternal Dragon departed, the Dragon Balls scattered across the world, some hidden in remote locations. Though the radar displayed their positions, the depth was difficult to gauge, necessitating Raditz to dive deep into the ocean and explore caverns. If certain creatures consumed them, it would complicate matters further. After considerable effort, Raditz finally gathered all the Dragon Balls. Upon returning to Kame House, he found everyone had assembled, including Din and Oolong. Haha, looks like I'm late, Raditz said, placing the Dragon Balls down and greeting everyone. Yamcha responded casually, but Piccolo and Tien remained silent. Still wary of him, Raditz was unfazed, thinking that once they reached King Kai's place, they would understand. He removed the 4-star ball from Gohan's hat and added it to the collection. These Dragon Balls felt remarkably familiar to him, reminiscent of his previous journey. Yet the radiant glow they emitted was even more dazzling. You all have a general idea of what has transpired, right? You better not try any tricks, Piccolo said coldly. Tien concurred. Honestly, if it weren't for Goku believing in you, I would find it hard to accept that there is a cosmic crisis. Still suspicious of me, Raditz thought, sighing inwardly. It was only natural. Being approached by an alien with such unbelievable claims would make anyone skeptical. Gradually, they would come to trust him, especially with Goku by their side. Steeling himself, Raditz inhaled deeply and called out, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon," entering the realm of the Dragon Balls. It would be remiss not to meet the Eternal Dragon. This was Raditz's first summoning, and following the traditional incantation, his voice resonated across the island. The excitement within him was palpable as he focused on the 7 shimmering orbs, afraid to blink lest he miss the pivotal moment. The flickering lights under the coconut trees gradually faded as the sky was shrouded in a thick darkness. A tempest stirred the waves, tossing Raditz's hair and the garments of those present. Startled, seabirds fled from the sudden change, and then a golden light shot into the sky, transforming into a lightning bolt ascending toward the heavens. At the same time, a deafening roar echoed from the void, the dragon's long cry resonating in their ears, sounding a haunting bell in the dark. This was the Eternal Dragon, larger than one could imagine. Raditz gazed up at the majestic creature, his heart racing at the grandeur of the sight, a scene previously confined to his dreams. The others, having witnessed the Eternal Dragon before, remained composed, their reactions surprisingly calm. The immense luminescence soared higher, coiling majestically in midair. Gradually, its scales, sharp claws, long whiskers, and dragon horns became visible, until the complete figure of the Eternal Dragon emerged beneath the golden glow, leaning closer to the group with its piercing red eyes illuminating the surroundings. "State your wish," it declared. "I can grant any desire, but only one." Raditz collected his thoughts and suddenly posed a question. "Eternal Dragon, do you know where I come from?" The group was taken aback by his inquiry. Wasn't he supposed to wish them to King Kai for training? Why start by asking where he originated? They all knew the answer. It was the planet under siege by the Saiyans. Yet, Raditz gazed earnestly at the Eternal Dragon, his eyes revealing a fervent anticipation. He hoped the dragon would provide insight into his journey through dimensions, perhaps even a way to return to his original world. After all, he had come to make a wish. Could he not wish to go back? After a moment of silence, the Eternal Dragon responded, "I know where you are from. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot send you back. It exceeds my dimensional capabilities." Dimensional? Raditz was taken aback, nodding slightly, feeling somewhat disoriented. Indeed, he had come from another dimension, and even the Eternal Dragon might not be able to operate across 2 dimensions. But he could arrive yet not depart? Had he truly become Raditz and taken a life? What a joke. Initially, he intended to merely experience the thrill of battle in the Dragon Ball world and meet legendary warriors before returning. Yet now faced with this undeniable conclusion, Raditz felt lost. But what could he do? If even the Eternal Dragon deemed it impossible, what hope remained? Raditz closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A profound feeling swelling within him, akin to being torn from reality. He could manage a temporary visit, but to permanently replace Raditz and live his life? Who could adapt to such a drastic change immediately? Just as Piccolo and the others had to learn to trust him, he too would require time. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his consciousness. "The force summoning you shares a source with me, but is not me. Perhaps you must seek that primordial power." This was the voice of the Eternal Dragon, directly communicating with him. Raditz instantly comprehended. He looked up at the Eternal Dragon, his mind racing. Was it referring to other Dragon Balls? The Namekian ones, or perhaps the Super Dragon Balls? I do not know. These unknowns exceed my capacity. "You must seek the answers yourself," the Eternal Dragon stated before falling silent. Raditz's expression hardened with determination as he resolved to find the answers. He would embrace being Raditz, as if living a second life. Moreover, even if he could not return, he would live life fully. "What's wrong?" Is there an issue? Goku approached Raditz. Noticing the sudden change in his demeanor, concern etched on his face. No, it's nothing. I've just never seen the Eternal Dragon before. So I asked a casual question. There is no time to explain. Everyone gather around me. Raditz called to the group. Piccolo and the others promptly stood beside Raditz, with Gohan joining them. Master Roshi, however, declined to train, preferring to remain at Kame House and peruse a magazine featuring beautiful women instead of engaging in training. In his heart, the future of the world had long been entrusted to the younger generation. The immense head of the dragon drew closer once more, urging, "What exactly is your wish? If you do not speak soon, I shall take my leave. Please send me and a few others to the King of the Worlds." Came the request. The King of the Worlds, is it? A trivial matter, the dragon replied, its customary phrase emerging, with a flash of red light from its eyes. A faint aura enveloped those present, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. The dragon's profound voice resonated. Very well, your wish has been granted. With that, the dragon transformed into a beam of light, soaring into the sky and subsequently morphing into 7 Dragon Balls, which lingered momentarily before dispersing across the globe. As the ominous clouds dissipated, the once somber sky regained its azure brilliance, while white birds soared beneath the lofty clouds, emitting sharp yet joyous calls. The sea breeze continued to blow, and the sound of the waves echoed like a melodious tune. Master Roshi, hands clasped behind his back, murmured to himself, "I can't shake this feeling of unease. Perhaps a Saiyan truly is on the way." It was indeed surprising that Piccolo would join the side of righteousness. Is he talking to himself? Could it be senility? Bulma speculated. Oolong, arms crossed, smirked lewdly. He must be reminiscing about young girls, that old pervert. The old turtle shook his head helplessly, letting out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, the warriors were transported by the dragon to King Kai's planet. With a whoosh, the 8 of them arrived, making the already small planet feel even more cramped. Upon arrival, everyone, except for Raditz, felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Gohan fell flat, unable to move. The gravity here is 10 times that of Earth. Although Raditz felt the weight, he quickly adapted, having trained on planet Vegeta, where the gravity was similar to that of King Kai's planet. What on earth is happening? My body feels so heavy. Krillin gritted his teeth, struggling to stand upright. In contrast, Goku and Piccolo, though somewhat awkward, found movement considerably easier. The gravity here is tenfold that of Earth, akin to my home planet, Vegeta. The formidable foes you will soon face have grown up in such an environment. Saiyans are truly terrifying. Tien Shinhan couldn't help but grin wryly. His robust physique was challenged by the oppressive gravity, making it difficult to fathom how Saiyans trained in such conditions. The sight of Raditz moving effortlessly in this challenging environment ignited their fighting spirit. Surveying King Kai's planet, there was little more than a small house and a few solitary trees. At the planet's center lay a road and an antique car. It seems that the abodes of deities are rather dull. Even the divine temple appeared empty, and the realm of King Kai was desolate. It is no wonder that deities seek servants or pets, and many, like Beerus, sleep for eons. The passage of time can be unbearably tedious. Just as they were admiring the scenery of King Kai's planet, a gorilla appeared. "The king has arrived," Tien Shinhan exclaimed, his keen eyes spotting the figure. Could this be King Kai? Why does he resemble a gorilla? No, it can't be, Piccolo judged, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Goku had begun mimicking the gorilla, exclaiming "Oh, oh, oh," while flailing his arms. Krillin hesitated, unsure if he should join in. Cough, cough. What are you all doing? A peculiar figure emerged from the house, adorned with antennae and strange attire, wearing sunglasses. Indeed, this is the North Kai. Raditz approached first, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, King Kai. We have come from Earth seeking your guidance in our training." King Kai, noticing Raditz's earnest demeanor, nodded. "Ah, Earth. It has been quite some time since I encountered visitors. This is indeed a rarity. However, if you wish to train, you must first pass my test." Testing. I am indeed a maestro of humor. Should you manage to elicit a laugh from me with a jest, I shall impart my wisdom upon you. Come forth and attempt it, for this is no trivial pursuit. The king of the world, basking in his own delight, gestured towards Sun Wukong, saying, "Do not follow my pet. Its name is Beerus, and it cannot teach you the art of cultivation." "Ah, so it is a pet," Sun Wukong replied, dejectedly approaching. Piccolo, observing Wukong's disheartened demeanor, could not help but smirk slightly. Yet, he too found himself in a predicament, for asking him to tell a joke seemed the greatest jest of all. The onlookers were equally astonished, never having anticipated such an eccentric method of evaluation. Gohan, being quite young, was exempt from this trial. while Yamcha and Krillin breezily passed the King's lowbrow humor test. Raditz, well-versed in the realm of social media's myriad of corny jokes, also triumphed effortlessly, earning high praise from the king. You must be a professional joker. The remaining challengers, Tianjin, Jiaozi, Piccolo, and Sun Wukong, struggled to conjure any semblance of humor. Ultimately, with the assistance of their companions, they barely scraped by. The king, wiping the tears of laughter from his eyes with a handkerchief, remarked nostalgically, "It appears you all came prepared. Alas, I shall teach you the ways of cultivation. Now, let me first assess your prowess." Though the king of the world bore an unremarkable appearance, he exuded a palpable aura that commanded attention. Under the strain of 10 times Earth's gravity, they found themselves laboring to move, let alone engage in combat. Each attempted stance was met with the realization that they lacked the capability to attack. "It seems you have yet to acclimate to this gravity," he observed. "On Earth, the gravity is merely 1/10 of this. It is incomparable." Relaxing his posture, he pointed toward Baburus. "How about this? You shall first race against Baburus. Only those who can catch him shall be deemed worthy, and then I will commence your training. Capturing this gorilla shall indeed be an amusing endeavor." Indeed. Upon hearing this, Goku and his companions immediately felt a surge of excitement. Goku entrusted Gohan to the Kaishin, allowing Gohan to gradually acclimate to the environment. After all, with Saiyan blood coursing through his veins, Goku believed in Gohan's potential. This was also the reason he had not opposed Raditz's suggestion for Gohan to join them. "This time, I will not be outdone by you." Piccolo was the first to stride forward, his heavy armor enabling him to move faster than the others, maintaining a brisk pace. In contrast, the rest found it considerably more taxing, gradually widening the distance between them. Meanwhile, Baburus observed the approaching group of foolish Earthlings with an air of indifference, dismissing them entirely. With a swift leap, he vanished from sight, rendering the efforts of the others futile. The Kaishin watched them with a sense of pride, leading Gohan back when he suddenly spotted Raditz. "Why are you not joining us?" Raditz stated directly, "This level of gravity has no effect on me. I wish to begin training immediately." The Kaishin furrowed his brow, noticing Raditz's battle suit and tail, and his expression shifted slightly. "You are a Saiyan, aren't you? No wonder, the gravity of your planet is similar to this one. But how is it that you are with Earthlings?" "It's a matter of urgency. Within a year, 2 Saiyans will attack Earth, and we have come here to prepare for their arrival. I need to train to a level sufficient to confront them." The Kaishin appeared perplexed. "But you are also a Saiyan, are you not?" "I am different. I intend to stop them." "Well, there is indeed no trace of malevolence about you. Of course, I am recognized as an outstanding youth, certified by my community," Raditz thought to himself. In truth, the soul within this body had undergone a transformation. Although he had slain some extraterrestrial beings upon his arrival, they were hardly virtuous, and thus could be deemed just punishment. Consequently, even the records in the underworld had been altered. The current Raditz was a completely virtuous individual. The Kaishin's antennae began to tremble, as if receiving a signal. "Let me see. Indeed, they are approaching Earth. There are approximately 10 months left. Do not worry, training here will yield rapid progress. However, one of them is quite formidable. Even after training, you may not be a match for him." "That won't be a problem. I am a Saiyan too," Raditz declared confidently. "Please train me directly." He was certain he could handle the incoming Saiyans. Yet, this assurance did not entirely satisfy him. The time for training was limited. And what if Frisia lurking behind the Saiyans? What about other ambitious beings in the universe? There was still much to prepare for. Thus, he placed great importance on training at the Kaishin's planet, as the Kaishin was the most distinguished mentor at this stage. Although the Kaishin's power might be lacking, his 2 signature techniques and training methods were worthy of study. Were it not for the desire to learn his Kaishin fist, Raditz would not have made this special trip. The Kaishin, observing Raditz's determined expression, mused inwardly, "This fellow possesses considerable strength. Perhaps he can fully realize the potential of the Kaishin fist. Very well, let us commence the first training exercise. Try to hold this child while evading my attacks." The Kaishin tossed Gohan into Raditz's arms, instructing him to avoid any harm. "Protect Gohan?" Raditz exclaimed, holding the exhausted child. "Don't be afraid, Gohan." With that, he assumed a defensive stance as the Kaishin launched his assault. In the next instant, a barrage of energy blasts rained down upon Raditz. The Kaishin's energy wave shot forth from all directions, targeting Raditz. Clutching Gohan, Raditz's movements were somewhat sluggish, however. Having acclimated to the gravity, he summoned all his strength to swiftly evade, darting through the dense onslaught of energy waves and narrowly escaping each attack. In the blink of an eye, dozens of assaults came and went, all of which Raditz managed to dodge. This seems rather easy, the Kaishin thought. Astonished at the Scion's prowess, and he immediately shouted, "I will increase the intensity." With that, the Kaishin unleashed a more furious barrage. His hands moving faster as energy blasts continued to rain down. The first shot grazed Raditz's back, nearly brushing against him, which startled him greatly. Before he had much time to recover from the shock, the second and third blast followed in rapid succession, their speed overwhelming Raditz, who found himself struggling to maintain the ease he had previously enjoyed. With a resounding boom, the third strike found its mark. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, Raditz tumbled several times before crashing to the ground. He felt as though his very insides had been shattered, with intense pain radiating from every nerve. Even more infuriating was the fact that Gohan had been rendered unconscious by the explosion, collapsing onto Raditz's chest and leaving him gasping for breath. Damn it. There's still a long way to go. Raditz forced a bitter smile, rising once more to continue his training. Thus, everyone immersed themselves in their practice, displaying not the slightest hint of complacency. The King Kai diligently informed them daily of the timeline for the Scion's ascension, heightening their focus and prompting them to strive even harder. In addition to their regular training, Raditz undertook personal physical conditioning, pushing himself beyond the limits of his companions, resulting in remarkable progress. The King Kai observed this with admiration, marveling at the immense combat potential of the Scions. After a month, Goku and Piccolo had successfully captured Babidi, joining Raditz's ranks, while the others continued to strive to catch up. Gohan, true to his Saiyan lineage, gradually acclimated to the tenfold gravity, managing to move about with increasing ease. As 6 months slipped by, nearly everyone, under the guidance of the King Kai, made rapid advancements. Raditz chose Goku as his partner, while Piccolo found himself at odds with the others, ultimately teaming up with Gohan. The remaining participants paired off, each embarking on their own combat training. A resounding bang reverberated across the skies of planet Vegeta as two figures intertwined, leaving only the remnants of their presence in the air. The force of their punches radiated outward, stirring a tempestuous wind that rippled through the grass, akin to undulating waves on a vast sea. It was none other than Son Goku and Raditz. Their fleeting silhouettes came to a halt in midair, only to pivot and charge at each other once more. Goku swung his right fist, delivering a powerful hook aimed squarely at Raditz's face, the sheer force of the blow generating a fierce gust that swirled around them. Unfazed, Raditz extended his left hand, seizing Goku's fist before the full might of the attack could be unleashed. Attempting to break free, Goku found himself outmatched by Raditz's strength and quickly lifted his left leg. Raditz, having anticipated this move, raised his right arm, effectively blocking the kick. In a swift motion, he twisted his wrist, capturing Goku's ankle, and with a powerful thrust of his right hand, he forcefully hurled him downward, simultaneously releasing his left hand. Whoosh bang! A large crater was formed on the ground, with Wukong lying at its center, crying out in pain. The battle is far from over. Raditz, emboldened by his previous success, unleashed a series of energy blasts, reminiscent of the training he underwent under the guidance of King Kai, aimed directly at Son Wukong. In an instant, Wukong leaped out of the pit, evading the attacks with remarkable agility. As he deftly maneuvered, he closed the distance towards Raditz. Having long acclimated to the burden of gravity and unencumbered by heavy armor, his speed was remarkable. After a few swift dodges, he found himself directly in front of Raditz. Raditz had long been prepared, sweeping his leg in a horizontal arc aimed directly at Son Wukong, slicing through the air with a fierce trajectory that targeted his midsection. At that moment, a brilliant red light erupted beside Son Wukong, radiating immense energy. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, so swiftly that even Raditz could not perceive his movement. King Kai's fist. By the time Raditz regained his composure, Son Wukong had already materialized behind him. His hands clasped together in a hammer-like formation, poised to strike with tremendous force. In a critical moment, Raditz twisted his body at an almost impossible angle, narrowly evading Wukong's assault. Nevertheless, the sheer force of the punch generated a violent gust that shattered a portion of his battle-suit's shoulder armor. Wukong, eager to continue his onslaught, closed the distance and unleashed a barrage of punches. Don't get too cocky. Raditz deftly dodged left and right, recalibrating his stance before launching a counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their fists colliding in a flurry that rendered their actual punches nearly invisible amidst the chaos. After hundreds of strikes, both Raditz and Wukong grew increasingly exhilarated, the Saiyan blood surging within them, igniting their primal and fervent combat instincts. They traded blows directly, unleashing violent shockwaves with each impact. As the clash intensified, Son Wukong's prowess grew. empowered by King Kai's fist, making him a formidable match for Raditz. In contrast, Raditz found himself gradually on the defensive, frequently falling prey to Wukong's relentless assault. In a surge of excitement, Raditz clenched his teeth and cried out, unleashing the Kaioken technique. A crimson glow erupted around him, burning fiercely like flames as his combat power surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Goku was caught off guard, compelled to continue his assault. The two figures pierced through the air, their fists colliding with a thunderous roar. The air rippled like a tempest, and this time, Raditz landed a direct blow to Goku's chest, the force seemingly drilling into his very being. With a resounding thud, Goku was sent flying. After taking the hit, he crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater, the Kaioken state dissipating. Witnessing this scene, Raditz couldn't help but adopt a boastful demeanor, placing his hands on his hips and declaring, "Oh, my foolish brother, with your incomplete combat prowess, you stand no chance against me." Such an over-the-top proclamation left even Raditz feeling a bit embarrassed. Observing the bewildered expressions of those around him only intensified his blush, making him acutely aware of his own embarrassment. Wow, amazing! Goten was the first to exclaim in awe. Indeed, Raditz was formidable. Goku's brother surpassed him by a considerable margin. His words were equally imposing. I must strive harder. Although Piccolo refrained from praising, he extended a fist towards Goten, chastising. Where are you looking, you brat? We are in the midst of a battle. As he spoke, he delivered a punch to Goten's face, followed by a barely audible tch. Raditz was caught off guard by the sudden reversal. It turned out they were indeed capable of such maneuvers. As he glanced at the slowly rising Goku, a sense of urgency washed over him. Had he not employed the Kaioken, he might have been at a disadvantage against Goku, whose innate talent was undeniably remarkable. It was clear he needed to train even harder. It seems even with the Kaioken, he could not match his brother. Goku scratched his head and, feeling somewhat disheartened, sat down on the ground. At that moment, Piccolo unexpectedly appeared behind Goku, having removed his hat and cape, adopting a battle stance, and fixating intently on Raditz. Let us continue the second round, as before, in unison. This time, we may well defeat you. A surge of confidence welled up within Piccolo. Over the past few days, aside from training with Gohan and receiving guidance from the KO, he had diligently engaged in additional training. He was no longer the same as he had been 6 months prior. Two formidable warriors joining forces against Raditz? The others ceased their activities, directing their attention towards this confrontation. You two might not be enough. How about this? Raditz surveyed the group. You can all come at me together. What a bold proclamation. What did you just say? Piccolo erupted in fury, feeling utterly disregarded. The others shared his sentiment, having labored tirelessly in their training and experiencing significant progress. It was intolerable to be met with such disdain. Yet, Goku maintained a serious demeanor, his fists clenched tightly. He was not mistaken, truthfully. Facing Raditz alone offered no possibility of victory. Goku observed Raditz floating in midair, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. During their earlier clash, he had already expended some energy, and he was acutely aware that Raditz had not yet unleashed his full potential. In that moment when he employed the Kaioken, the disparity between them became apparent. The KO's ultimate techniques were solely imparted to Raditz and Goku. Piccolo still harbored some resentment, and the others were not yet capable of meeting the necessary conditions. At best, they could exert basic strength at double intensity. For the KO was reluctant to allow his secret techniques to be disseminated so easily. He would only teach those who could fully harness their power. Undoubtedly, Raditz and Goku were the only ones who could meet those criteria. However, there remained a gap in their mastery of the Kaioken, a fact Goku had discerned. One that the KO was aware of, but Raditz comprehended even more profoundly. Hence, his confidence to challenge everyone. Since Goku has spoken, let us join forces. Krillin expressed his trust in Goku's words. Step aside. Piccolo bellowed, charging forward with determination. With both hands charged, he unleashed 2 emerald shockwaves. The shockwaves, each with a diameter of nearly a meter, seared the air, producing a resonating hum as they rushed towards Raditz. Just as the shockwaves approached, Raditz moved. With a casual flick of his hand, he deflected the shockwaves effortlessly, the blinding light shooting off into the distance, astonishingly simple. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Piccolo capitalized on the opportunity and appeared behind him, poised to strike with a knife hand. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Raditz's mouth as his tail whipped into action, creating a fierce gust of wind. Once again, it was his tail. The force, akin to a whip, struck Piccolo at the waist, sending him flying several meters. You truly have a short memory. Have you forgotten I possess this weapon? Raditz taunted, his tail swaying as he hovered in the air, beckoning to the others. Come join the fray. Then we shall not be polite. Let's go, Tien shouted, clenching his fists as he surged forward to attack without hesitation. Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu swiftly followed, surrounding Raditz. The four launched a relentless barrage of attacks, fists and feet converging from all directions, leaving no room for escape. The onslaught was akin to a torrential downpour, yet Raditz met it with astonishing speed, as if he had sprouted 8 additional arms, skillfully defending against the simultaneous assault. The cacophony of their skirmish reverberated, causing the clouds of the afterlife to recede slightly. As the battle intensified, the group became increasingly alarmed. Raditz remained unfazed amidst their coordinated efforts. It was truly unbelievable. If they continued to engage, their chances of victory appeared dismal. Gritting his teeth, Krillin leaped back a distance and shouted, "Close your eyes." As he called out, he spread his fingers wide, the back of his hand facing forward, his bald head shining brightly with a blinding radiance. Solar flare. Not good, Raditz exclaimed, instinctively shutting his eyes as the blinding light pierced through him like 1,000 needles. The lingering sensation of searing heat rendered him temporarily unable to open his eyes and behold his adversaries. At that moment, Tien Shinhan and Yamcha launched a coordinated assault from either side. Yamcha unleashed his new Wolf Fang fist, executing a flurry of punches with astonishing speed, akin to a pack of fierce wolves descending upon their prey, stirring a tempest in their wake. Just as the strike seemed poised to land on Raditz, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Raditz had developed the ability to sense energy, and although his vision was obscured, he could detect the aura of their impending attacks. Thus, he unleashed a wave of energy blasts, striking both opponents squarely. With a resounding thud, 2 figures plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the earth and creating a vast crater. The land trembled, sending countless shards of rock tumbling, while fissures snaked across the ground, reaching the feet of the King of Worlds. Observing his planet being pockmarked with craters, the king felt a pang of despair, lamenting silently that these ruffians should take their battles back to Earth. Yet, his pleas fell upon deaf ears. Raditz sensed that the confrontation was far from over, for an even more formidable energy was surging beneath them, a concentrated power nearing the brink of eruption. Indeed, it was Goku's Kamehameha. Raditz's fighting spirit ignited, his body tensed instantaneously, and an overwhelming aura erupted around him as he channeled his energy downward, the shining shockwave. A brilliant radiance collided mid-air, forming a colossal sphere of light at their point of contact, while the surrounding currents sliced through the atmosphere like blades, emitting a piercing roar as they surged past. At that very moment, Kaiatsu endeavored to use his psychic abilities to restrain Raditz, while Piccolo charged in from the side. Kaioken. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong unleashed his full power, his entire being enveloped in a fiery red aura, magnifying the might of the Kamehameha wave exponentially. His muscles swelled with intensity, veins bulging upon his forehead, sweat cascading down his body. The luminous sphere surged towards Raditz, on the brink of engulfing him. Raditz struggled to withstand the Kamehameha, gritting his teeth. Although the dumpling's supernatural abilities had no bearing, the assault from Piccolo instilled a sense of trepidation within him. In desperation, he resorted to unleashing his concealed strength. Similarly invoking the Kaioken, in an instant, the shockwave's power doubled, forcing the Kamehameha back, while the luminous sphere advanced ominously towards Wukong. In the next moment, Raditz's figure abruptly vanished from sight, a red blaze flashing behind Piccolo, delivering a swift chop to his nape. Piccolo faltered, plunging downward. Just then, Wukong barely managed to counter the dazzling shockwave's force. His hands tingled, the Kaioken state still active, yet his stamina waned significantly. Raditz charged forward, relentlessly assaulting him, leaving Wukong to defend himself with utmost effort. Within less than 10 exchanges, Sun Wukong's body was marred with injuries, each blow nearly piercing through him, the energy force seeping through his back. The relentless Piccolo launched another assault, unleashing a barrage of missiles. Raditz evaded at full speed, leaving no trace behind, and in an instant, appeared before Piccolo, executing a side kick that sent him flying. Meanwhile, all the missiles were consumed by Son Goku. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him, sending shivers down Raditz's spine. He glanced up to find Tien's Kikaho poised and ready. From the side, a spherical energy blast was also aimed at him, Yamcha's spirit ball. How could I allow you to prevail? Raditz took the initiative, swiftly extending his arms to unleash an invisible wave of energy. With sheer force, he propelled the two of them away. The Kikaho veered off course, soaring into the yellow sea of clouds, while the spirit ball spiraled uncontrollably into the unknown. Both men grimaced in pain, only to find that Raditz had vanished from sight. Here, then. The chilling voice sent a shiver down their spines. Bang! With a resonant thud, Tianjinan and Yamcha were brought to the ground, while the tenacious Piccolo charged forward once more, only to be knocked down again. Meanwhile, Krillin and Din raised their hands in surrender, and Goku, having struggled through several rounds, was once again sent crashing into the soil of King Kai's planet. At this point, Raditz had achieved a resounding victory, his breath coming in quick gasps. Yet a smile lingered on his face. King Kai stood in stunned silence, gazing at the ravaged landscape of his planet, his lips quivering. His beloved vehicle lay toppled nearby, reduced to mere wheels, with a solitary steering wheel strewn across the pavement. Had King Kai been prone to expletives, he would undoubtedly have uttered a three-letter word. Following the previous fierce battle, Raditz's formidable strength was finally acknowledged by all. Even Piccolo had adopted a more subdued demeanor, dedicating himself to rigorous training and becoming increasingly stern while instructing Gohan. In his spare moments, he frequently sought out Goku to engage in arduous training to counter King Kai's techniques. The others, too, became acutely aware of their shortcomings, intensifying their efforts. Time slipped away quietly as they immersed themselves in their training, only realizing the impending arrival of the Saiyans when King Kai reminded them. May I inquire, dear King Kai, how long until they arrive? Well, approximately a month from now, King Kai replied, noting that this was slightly later than he had anticipated. The reason, he explained, was that their spaceship had encountered a planetary explosion in the cosmos, altering its trajectory. Upon hearing this, Goku displayed a puzzled expression. Doesn't that mean we have another month to train? The king of the other world wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging that you have already surpassed me. There is little left for me to teach. You can return to Earth and continue your training just as well. He clasped his hands behind his back, turned away, and nodded slightly, embodying the demeanor of a true master. Yet, beneath his sunglasses, a profound fear flickered in his eyes. One must not linger here. This planet has undergone countless renovations, each more disastrous than the last. In summary, it has been completely destroyed and rebuilt time and again, each instance more catastrophic than the one before. After his vehicle was rendered inoperable, he ceased driving altogether, and even his cherished pastime of counting grass was cruelly stripped away, leaving him to spend his days playing with Baburis. What he found most intolerable was that his supplies were rapidly depleting. Everyone, after their training, was left insatiably hungry, consuming food at a rate that would sustain him for several days. Particularly, Raditz and Son Goku each devoured quantities that were tenfold, if not more, than that of others. Initially, he had merely been polite, but was taken aback when everyone grew accustomed to this, praising the king of the other world for his generosity while feasting without restraint. After a year, his long-stored provisions were nearly exhausted, and he knew they would not last another month. The king of the other world resolved firmly, they must not remain. However, on Earth, Goku furrowed his brows and pouted in protest. Before he could voice his concerns in full, the king thundered, I said return at once. Ah, I understand. I understand. Goku waved his hands and stepped back. Raditz stepped forward, grasping Goku's arm, asserting, the king is right. We should return to Earth. We need to acclimate to the environment and take some time to relax. The hardships of training had taken a toll on each of them, pushing their bodies to the brink. Continuing for another month would yield minimal gains. It would be better to return, rest, and recuperate. Time had deviated from what he had anticipated, stirring a sense of unease within him. The Saiyans were supposed to have arrived a month earlier. Yet nearly a year had passed. Was this change merely a coincidence, or had everything already begun to shift? Raditz clenched his fists, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Given Raditz's sentiments, it might be wise to return, Yamcha concurred. We have grown significantly stronger. Master Roshi will surely be astonished upon seeing us. Krillin added with a smile. And Goten too, truly a son of Goku, with Piccolo's guidance. Ah, me? Gohan shyly lowered his head. Piccolo cast a cold glance, deeming it insufficient. With a dismissive huff, he continued. Despite his stern demeanor, there was an inexplicable concern in his gaze. Indeed, these two formed the quintessential master-apprentice duo. As Raditz observed with an internal smile, he led the group to bid farewell to King Kai, leaping from King Kai's planet to the path of Snake Way. King Kai, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, waved goodbye to the group with a sense of relief. Goku appeared reluctant to part ways, prompting King Kai to hasten his farewell gestures. I will notify the deities of Earth to come and retrieve you. Just follow the path of Snake Way to its end. Understood. Raditz responded loudly, waving to King Kai before soaring into the sky. Freed from the tenfold gravity of King Kai's planet, he felt an unparalleled lightness. As if he were floating among the clouds, harmonizing with the whispers of the wind that brushed past him. Let us have a race and see who is the swiftest. Goku followed closely behind Raditz, with a swirling current of air trailing around him, creating an elongated streak of light. Too cunning. I shall not concede defeat. The crowd was ignited with fervor, exuding a powerful aura, and in the blink of an eye, they soared into the sky, their figures vanishing from sight. Streams of energy coursed through the air, resembling shooting stars racing across the vast expanse of the underworld. Hours later, Raditz was the first to arrive at the entrance of the Serpent Road, despite being drenched in sweat. A journey spanning millions of kilometers is no trivial matter. His speed was indeed commendable. After a while, Sun Wukong finally came into view, closely pursued by Piccolo, though a considerable distance remained between them. Ultimately, they arrived in succession at the entrance of the Serpent Road. Following them were Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Dend, who lagged behind by another half an hour. Arriving alongside Gohan. Gohan's energy had grown formidable, yet his mastery over it was still lacking. In full flight, he was naturally at a slight disadvantage. He cast a timid glance at Piccolo, who responded with a cold stare. You must be the ones who returned from Lord Kai. Remarked a peculiar figure suddenly appearing before them, a civil servant from the underworld, clad in a shirt and donning glasses, holding a notepad. His face was tinged with a bluish hue, and two horns protruded from his head, yet he bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary human. What an odd-looking individual. Wukong mused, leaning in with curiosity. He is a staff member of the underworld. It is only fitting, Raditz quietly clarified. I shall escort you to meet the deities of Earth. As Lord Kai has arranged everything with Lord Yen, the underworld official announced. Please, follow me to the vehicle. He led them to an elongated vehicle designated for underworld affairs, which transported them directly to Lord Yan's grand hall. Indeed, the deities awaited their arrival, and upon their entrance, they were warmly greeted. Between the underworld and the celestial realms, the deities possessed the ability to traverse freely, prompting everyone to grasp hold of a part of another's body before seizing the deity's hands. In an instant, they were all transported to the heavenly realm. Welcome back. Suddenly, a wave of relief washed over him, an overwhelming sense of ease. Raditz exclaimed joyously, having barely had the chance to appreciate his newfound lightness while racing along the serpentine path. Upon returning to Earth, he felt as if he had shed all weight. His agility magnified several times over. Gazing towards the horizon, Raditz eagerly anticipated Vegeta's arrival. Come forth, let me show you the fruits of my training and the prowess of these Earthlings. A month may seem neither too long nor too short, yet for Raditz, it was the perfect duration to savor life on Earth. During this time, he had grown accustomed to the earthly way of living. As he looked up, the sunlight bathed the land in a brilliant hue. While people encountered one another beneath the azure sky, the clouds drifting lazily above. Towering skyscrapers stood in close formation, and grand aerial tunnels traversed the city, enhancing its sophisticated allure. The wide roads were bustling with vehicles. Raditz, one hand propped against the car door and the other gripping the steering wheel, navigated the lively streets with ease. Why isn't the car in front moving? Goku impatiently drummed his fingers against his bicep. Ah, the morning rush hour in a big city. Raditz replied, noting that both the latest flying cars and ordinary sedans had to obediently remain stuck in traffic. After another brief halt, Raditz, seated in the driver's seat, commented on the minimal movement. In the back seat, Krillin and Yamcha chuckled. Ha! Goku doesn't even have a driver's license. He must not have been on the road for ages. Wait, Krillin, you can drive too? Goku exclaimed, surprised that Krillin was laughing alongside Yamcha, who was known as an experienced driver. Hee. I learned after the World Martial Arts Tournament, Krillin proudly declared, producing his driver's license. Look, Goku, did you expect this? Why not just fly wherever we want? Raditz remarked dismissively, shooting a glance at Goku. Driving is a pleasurable experience. Besides, constantly flying around is rather disruptive. Goku scratched his head, appearing somewhat puzzled. Speaking of which, can't Gohan come out to play? Alas, Chi-Chi won't allow it, and I can't do anything about that. Krillin could easily imagine the scene, chuckling to himself. Raditz couldn't help but laugh as well. Since his return, he had been residing with Goku, and upon meeting Goku's elder brother for the first time, Chi-Chi had been astounded, preparing a grand feast to welcome him. Each day, he and Goku trained for 8 hours, followed by some farm work and odd jobs. Surprisingly, Goku, who typically focused solely on training, had become quite industrious, a testament to Raditz's influence. earning him Chi-Chi's admiration as she praised Goku for having such a good brother. However, Gohan had it rough. Having fallen behind a year in his studies, Chi-Chi had been relentless, forcing him to tackle a mountain of exercises that towered higher than the table. Even Raditz was taken aback by the sheer volume, and with Chi-Chi's commanding presence, no one dared to argue with her. It seems this route is a disaster. Shall we just fly? Yamcha yawned, leaning against the door. At 7 in the morning, after finishing breakfast, Raditz drove Bulma's newly purchased flying sports car into the bustling commercial district of West City, and they had yet to exit the vehicle. Raditz shrugged, it can't be helped. They all exited the car, storing it in a capsule amid the curious stares of onlookers, who were bewildered by their actions. The next moment, everyone's eyes nearly bulged out of their heads in astonishment as they witnessed the four of them soar into the sky. Am I dreaming? I don't know. Hey, did you see that? They can fly? Damn, why didn't I record this? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic discussions, many still in disbelief. Rubbing their eyes and pinching their thighs, convinced they were dreaming. The four ascended effortlessly, gliding gracefully through the air. Below, traffic remained congested, with vehicles haphazardly strewn about at intersections and police officers shouting amidst the sound of gunfire. Nearby, at a bank, a modified armored vehicle was stationed out front, and armed robbers were raining bullets down on the police. Ah, a bank heist. No wonder the traffic is so terrible. It was time for the Sun family to showcase their might, Raditz mused. As expected, Goku leaped down, followed closely by Krillin and Yamcha. Raditz shook his head, also descending vertically. Upon landing, Goku shouted, "Stop," and boldly walked into the hail of bullets. What are these fools thinking? Seeking death? The robbers cackled maniacally. The police immediately ceased fire, fearing they might hit innocents, while the robbers, perceiving their targets as prey, laughed even more fiercely, continuing to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Humph! Raditz scoffed disdainfully, casually reaching out to seize the bullets. In an instant, a dozen projectiles were captured within his grasp, the smoke dissipating into nothingness. Goku and his companions were equally unyielding, deftly intercepting the bandits' bullets, allowing them to fall to the ground with a clatter. While they regarded this as a commonplace occurrence, onlookers were left in astonishment. Who among ordinary folk could catch bullets? The bandits were left bewildered. Continue. The leader bellowed in a fit of rage. The bandits unleashed a frenzied barrage of gunfire, as if intent on exhausting their ammunition. The four men, seemingly unperturbed, leisurely advanced as though on a casual stroll. Yamcha and Krillin, clad in casual attire, casually tucked their hands into their pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. The hems of their garments fluttered slightly in the breeze, captivating the onlooking young women with their audacity. The police, overwhelmed, dropped their weapons, staring in disbelief at the four. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, their expressions exaggerated to the utmost. At that moment, the bandit leader dove into the vehicle, hoisting a rocket launcher and aiming it menacingly at Raditz. Aha! I have this weapon too. Prepare to meet your demise. As the leader brandished the rocket launcher, the other bandits swelled with pride, convinced of their superiority, believing they could pierce even armored vehicles. Raditz merely beckoned them with a dismissive gesture, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. You. The leader seethed with rage, after all. He was the head of a notorious gang, and such provocation was utterly intolerable. In a fit of fury, he unleashed a rocket. His countenance twisted into a menacing grimace as he roared with intensity. In that instant, Raditz's eyes gleamed, emanating an astonishing aura. A white flame enveloped his form, ripples of energy radiating outward like waves. Before the rocket could even reach Raditz, it was completely disintegrated, exploding amidst the swirling energy. Witnessing this, Goku dashed forward, swiftly subduing the thugs with a flurry of punches and kicks. He then approached the vehicle and forcefully struck the door, sending it flying. The leader, glancing anxiously around, felt tears streaming down his face, his throat constricting as he trembled and raised his hand. This was no mere man. In a panic, he scrambled out of the car, shouting, "Officer, I wish to surrender. Don't let them harm me. I surrender. Police, let us depart." Ignoring the shouts of the police and the crowd behind them, the four swiftly made their escape. Thus began the legend of four nameless heroes in the West. Raditz selected several earth garments from a mall to avoid the embarrassment of going out in battle attire. He also assisted Goku in choosing a formal suit and purchased a gift for Chi-Chi, while Krillin and Yamcha each acquired a few items of their own. The group engaged in cheerful banter, with Raditz continuously delivering jokes that elicited hearty laughter from his companions, almost causing them to forget the formidable adversary they were soon to face. Meanwhile, Bulma lay soundly asleep at her laboratory workstation at home. A month prior, Raditz had requested her assistance in enhancing the measurement limits and precision of her devices, which were now nearing completion. Raditz's scouter lay horizontally beside her, its screen flashing the number 20000. On this sunlit weekend, the streets were crowded with vehicles, and pedestrians flowed ceaselessly. The mall was well air-conditioned, with many individuals meandering through, enjoying the coolness while shopping for various goods, while others watched light-hearted or action-packed films in the cinema. Just as people were leisurely enjoying their weekend, two objects resembling meteorites suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing through the dome of the large shopping center and descending into the depths below. The ground shook violently, causing the surface to collapse into a deep crater. The immense structures toppled with a thunderous sound, and countless individuals screamed in panic, fleeing in chaos. Gray smoke billowed upward, while flames flickered and explosions resonated continuously, affecting nearby buildings and roads. In the midst of the confusion and frantic escapes, two figures emerged slowly from the billowing smoke, clad in peculiar attire. One was a bald man with an exceptionally strong physique, while the other was small in stature, yet exuded an air of arrogance. As they navigated through the flames and debris, they displayed no signs of panic, instilling an eerie sense of dread. Suddenly, a woman screamed, igniting a wave of terror. "Alien intruders! Ah, run for your lives!" In an instant, a profound sense of terror enveloped everyone. Some fled desperately, while others found their legs turned to jelly. Humph, such ignorant humans. The creature surveyed its surroundings, its disdain evident as it beheld the panicking crowd. With a smirk that oozed arrogance, it raised a hand and extended two fingers as a mock salute. "Drink!" In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth. The ground erupted with a thunderous explosion, and brilliance ascended to the heavens. The surrounding area, extending 100 miles, was transformed into a desolate wasteland, where neither man nor beast nor structure remained, all obliterated to mere ashes, with acrid smoke rising. "Ha ha ha, was my greeting not potent enough?" That noble laughed boisterously, reveling in the emptiness of the ruins. Vegeta brushed off the dust, engaging in a rather mundane action. "Let us not forget our purpose on this planet." He cast a sidelong glance at Nappa, realizing that if there had been Dragon Balls in this vicinity, their wish for immortality would have been in jeopardy. "You fool." "Ah. I sincerely apologize. I was so exhilarated that I lost focus." Nappa quickly came to his senses, recognizing he had nearly caused a calamity, his expression shifting to one of sheer panic. If Vegeta were to become enraged, it would spell disaster for him. Fortunately, Vegeta merely offered a mild reprimand. Though his tone was stern, it lacked overt wrath. "I have come to seek the formidable beings on this planet. The one capable of vanquishing Raditz must be the strongest," Nappa stated as he activated the scanner. Suddenly, a series of signals erupted, beep beep beep, beep beep beep, with signals continuously responding, all indicating a single location. "Something is amiss. There are numerous powerful warriors on this planet, all exceeding a combat power of 1,000. Humph, a mere 1,000? Could they possibly pose a threat to us? If they are all gathered together, it will be straightforward. We shall eliminate them all at once, saving me the trouble of seeking them out one by one." A hint of disdain curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. "Let us go." With a commanding utterance, Vegeta soared towards the source of the signal, accompanied by Nappa. Meanwhile, the warriors of Earth had gathered, acutely aware of the formidable energy of the Saiyans drawing near. The King Kai had forewarned them of the timing, allowing them to seize the initiative. To mitigate potential casualties, they intentionally selected a desolate and rugged terrain for the battlefield. A vast expanse of wilderness and solitary mountains, where even birds and beasts were scarce. The wind stirred up the dust, sweeping past each individual. As they steadfastly gazed into the distance, their postures resolute. Raditz stood at the forefront of the assembly, his expression grave. "Here they come." The two Saiyans indeed exude formidable strength, and their aura can be felt even from this distance. Although Krillin is taken aback, he remains completely composed, for he knows that Raditz and Goku, standing before him, are both Saiyans, and he is aware that these two are even more powerful. "Tenshinhan, I hope you're all right. Dend. If any danger arises, you must retreat immediately. Your fighting prowess is the weakest among us, and do not engage recklessly." Conversely, Tenshinhan displays an expression of eager anticipation, thrilled at the prospect of soon facing them in battle. "How impressive," Gohan remarks, a hint of trepidation evident on his face. "Impressive?" A smirk of disdain crept upon Piccolo's lips, brimming with confidence. Throughout the final month, he diligently engaged in rigorous training, having sparred numerous times with Son Goku utilizing the Kaioken technique. Battle-hardened, he had grown significantly stronger compared to a month ago. In his view, the two Saiyans, lacking mastery of the Kaioken, may not pose a challenge to him. Clad in his flamboyant cloak, he stood steadfast beside Son Goku, as unyielding as a mountain. Gohan, do not fear. Over this past year, we have made tremendous progress. You possess the strength to fight, Piccolo remarked, catching a glimpse of the sweat-drenched Gohan. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, he replied, his bravery slightly bolstered by Piccolo's encouragement. Gohan had been under Piccolo's rigorous tutelage, as Son Goku was not particularly adept at teaching, and it proved difficult for him to be as harsh with his own son. Piccolo, however, was able to be strict and taught with utmost sincerity. Currently, Gohan's combat prowess might rival that of Krillin. However, his lack of experience in life-and-death battles rendered him excessively tense. Goku had deliberately positioned him behind himself to provide a sense of security. Do you have the senzu beans? Raditz inquired, seeking confirmation from Son Goku. Yes, I have them. However, Korin-sama mentioned that there are only 3 left. Goku replied, gesturing to the small pouch at his waist. By the way, it seems that Yajirobe is supposed to join us. But where is he? Do not count on him. He will surely appear when it matters most. Speaking of which, if their battle power truly matches what you mentioned, 18,000, then they are hardly a match for you, brother. The senzu beans would be of no use. Goku chuckled. May it be so, said Raditz casually, yet an unsettling feeling washed over him once more on King Kai's planet. Despite possessing a battle power of 20,000, augmented by the Kaioken and the secret spirit bomb technique, he felt increasingly anxious. The more he contemplated, the more his heart raced with trepidation. The timeline had subtly shifted. Could this be the cause? What was amiss? Raditz pondered endlessly, gazing anxiously at the sky, sensing an elusive power lurking somewhere, yet lacking any clue. In the midst of his contemplation, Tien shouted, having spotted a figure in the distance. Everyone turned abruptly to see 2 beams of white light hurtling toward them with formidable force. Finally, Vegeta and Nappa had arrived. Wait, was that Raditz? Hadn't he perished? Could it be that he had been resurrected? Nappa, astonished, caught sight of Raditz standing at the forefront of the group. They had received the news of Raditz's demise via their communicator and were aware of the Dragon Balls, prompting their journey to Earth. Yet, everything before them felt peculiar. Raditz was alive and seemed to be leading a group of Earthlings behind him. That brat! Vegeta gritted his teeth in fury, suddenly accelerating towards the ground. With a thud, the 2 landed forcefully, causing the detector to emit a shrill sound. Their battle suits resembled Raditz impeccably, exuding an intimidating aura that sent shivers down the spine. Were you waiting for us? Vegeta crossed his arms, wearing a scornful expression. And you, Raditz? You'd better explain this situation to me. His complexion was dark, teetering on the brink of explosion. If Raditz had not perished, it could only mean he had been deceived. How dare a lowly warrior fool him? Seeking death. A murderous intent silently spread, enveloping everyone in an icy chill, causing their scalps to tingle. In the past, Raditz would have trembled in fear, his legs quaking beneath him. Yet now, he approached with a smile. Vegeta, I have never died. I merely stated that to invite you to Earth for a serious discussion. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta erupted in laughter, intermingled with skepticism, disdain, mockery, and rage. You conspired with the Earthlings to deceive me, betraying the Saiyans. I will slay you and eradicate every human on this planet. Indeed, Earth was already in Frisia's plans. You destroyed it for him. And then what? Will you spend your life as Frisia's lapdog? Raditz retorted with a more mocking tone. These words pierced Vegeta's heart like a thorn. Silence. It seems you are unwilling to continue in this manner. Why not resist? My brother on Earth, Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, is surrounded by a remarkable group of allies. Should we unite our strengths, it would indeed be possible to confront Frisia. Don't make me laugh. You lot, with your pathetic abilities, dare to speak of joining forces against Frisia? Humph. I deem you all fools. The screen displayed Raditz's battle power of 1800 quite clearly. Nappa chimed in. A battle power of 1800 is indeed a bit stronger than before, but such power is utterly useless. The device can be inaccurate at times. Son Goku interrupted Nappa, his fighting spirit ignited in the presence of the 2 Saiyans. Especially with Vegeta, he felt an overwhelming urge to engage. Convincing the 2 would be challenging. The worst-case scenario would be a battle, which Goku secretly desired. You must be Kakarot, right? My name is Son Goku. Boring. I ask you, if Raditz is not dead, does that mean the Dragon Balls are also a fabrication? Vegeta remained fixated on the Dragon Balls. No. The Dragon Balls are real. They can grant any wish. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face lit up with a satisfied grin. At least this journey to Earth had not been in vain. He truly despised Frisia and wished to confront him, Yet Raditz's proposition seemed utterly implausible. How strong could a few Earthlings possibly be? Even if the 3 or 4 Saiyans combined their powers, they would hardly match up to Jinyu, let alone Frisia. Thus, he rejected Raditz's offer, continuing to place his hopes on the Dragon Balls to grant him eternal life. Clarify the matter of the Dragon Balls, and I may consider sparing your lives. Vegeta extended a hand, arrogantly raising his chin. It seems you have no intention of following my advice. I shall have to demonstrate just how powerful we are. Raditz slowly retreated to the far left of the crowd, where everyone stood in anticipation, all eyes fixed on Vegeta. Nappa, did you hear that? Raditz intends to show us his strength. Ha ha ha, let us witness their battle power. Just slightly over 1,000, and you dare to boast? Have you forgotten my terror? Fool, even if you all attack together, I can still defeat you. Nappa sneered. Do not be in such a hurry, Vegeta chuckled. There must still be some seeds of cultivation left. Let them test their might. Nappa, grinning, produced a small vial from his waist, containing several seeds. He scattered the seeds into the soil, and soon, a few grotesque creatures emerged, their heads resembling oversized cabbages, with slender limbs and a greenish hue. What are those things? So disgusting, Krillin exclaimed, his face paling at the sight of the cultivated beings. They appear to be extraterrestrial life forms, Piccolo remarked coldly. Worthless creatures, indeed. Worthless? What audacity! Nappa, upon hearing Piccolo's words, turned in surprise. Oh, you are the Namekian. The Namekian. The others were astonished to learn of Piccolo's origins, realizing he was an alien. It made sense that he possessed formidable strength. No wonder, it is said that Namekians possess some miraculous powers. You must be the one who creates the Dragon Balls. By the way, you were the one acting alongside Raditz. I recognize your voice. Nappa grinned menacingly. Voice? The group paused momentarily, quickly recalling Raditz had mentioned that the device could serve as a communication tool. Let us engage without delay. Piccolo spat disdainfully, assuming a combat stance. Casting a cool gaze at Nappa. Your numbers seem to surpass those of the cultivated beings. It appears one-on-one is no longer an option, Vegeta remarked with interest, feigning disappointment. No need for one-on-one. I can handle it alone. Piccolo, allow me to take this. Goku declared confidently. There is no need for you to intervene. Raditz halted Goku, suggesting that Gohan and the others handle the cultivated beings. They would manage effortlessly. He believed in their strength. Very well. Goku pondered briefly, placing his hands on his hips. Retreating to the side. Piccolo, considering himself on par with Goku, also relaxed his stance, crossing his arms and standing coldly. All right, in that case, I shall go first, Yamcha declared, cracking his knuckles as he stepped forward. Clad in his turtle school uniform, he moved with a calm and steady demeanor. Meanwhile, Nappa's device displayed a number, 1080. This figure was even less than that of the cultivated beings, causing Nappa to beam with delight, glee etched across his face. In his view, the cultivated beings could easily eliminate Yamcha. Do not underestimate him. Go all out. Vegeta commanded coldly. The cultivated being let out a howl, lunging at Yamcha with remarkable speed. Its claws were sharp, measuring 10 centimeters long, and it darted forward, covering several meters in an instant, aiming straight for Yamcha, its claws swiping menacingly, emitting a piercing shriek. Whoosh! The sound of a swift sweep sliced through the air. The cultivated being suddenly froze, having torn through the air with anticipation of tearing apart its foe. It found Yamcha had vanished. Just then, a figure emerged behind it, delivering a powerful kick to its head. This strike contained immense force, causing the cultivated being to spin 3 times in midair before crashing to the ground, sliding several meters before finally coming to a halt. Fool! Vegeta exclaimed furiously. Extending 2 fingers, and with a decisive bang, he reduced the training dummy to mere fragments. Nappa, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. I have instructed you to give it your all, and not to underestimate the situation. Vegeta bellowed, pointing at another training dummy. You will take your turn next. Do not falter again. The dummy, trembling with fear, stepped forward apprehensively. Yamcha smugly flashed a V sign and exchanged applause with Krillin, declaring, These creatures are no match for us. Is that so? Then I shall defeat it even faster than you. Let's see you try. All right, I'm going in. Krillin leaped forward, striking a combat pose. The training dummy and Krillin locked eyes, a glint of determination flickering in their gazes. Whoosh! Both vanished from sight in an instant. Oh no, they've disappeared. Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Focus on sensing their energy. How can you not see them after all I've taught you? Piccolo reprimanded. Gohan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he concentrated on detecting the rapidly moving energy. Suddenly, his face lit up with joy. I found them. Barely had he spoken when the training dummy was hurled to the ground, collapsing in a heap, unable to rise again. Fool. Vegeta struck again, dispatching the ailing cultivator. In a fleeting moment, this individual had surged to a battle power exceeding 2,000. Vegeta's gaze was sharp as a needle, fixed upon Raditz. He had begun to suspect Raditz, realizing that the battle power of the two Earthlings had fluctuated dramatically. Perhaps 1,800 was not Raditz's true strength, emboldening him to issue a challenge. Could it be that Raditz truly possessed power that could rival his own? Vegeta, filled with uncertainty, designated the next combatant, eager for another observation. This time, it was Tien's turn to step forward. The cultivator, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, was now demoralized and felt a twinge of fear upon encountering Tien. Go, Vegeta urged. The cultivator, fearing Vegeta, could only brace himself and unleash his full power with a clawed strike. Tianjin Fan stood unwavering, not flinching in the slightest. Just as the claw made contact, the cultivator rejoiced, but his joy was short-lived as he realized something was amiss. His claw struck nothing but an afterimage of Tianjin Fan. Taking a couple of steps back, he discovered there were at least a dozen Tianjin Fans surrounding him, all mere phantoms created by his rapid movements. He could not discern which one was the real body, his head spinning and cold sweat pouring down his face. How could this be? His combat power was 1150, while the cultivator's was a full 1200. Frustrated, he pressed the detector fervently, but the screen persistently displayed Tianjin Fan's combat power as 1150, a disparity of 50 points in combat power. Yet the cultivator was being toyed with so effortlessly. Don't trust the data from the detector anymore, he thought, realizing they could likely manipulate their combat power at will. Vegeta, finally convinced of his assessment, wore a serious expression. In the arena, Tianjin Fan suddenly launched an offense, his numerous afterimages coalescing into one, delivering a powerful punch to the cultivator's abdomen, sending him flying and leaving a significant dent in his midsection. Haha, another victory. It's too easy, Tianjin Fan remarked, turning around to give a thumbs up to his companions. Behind him, the cultivator crashed to the ground with a thud. So, who would be next? Dumplings or Gohan? Vegeta and Nappa observed the jubilant celebration of their adversaries, feeling inexplicably humiliated as they were completely overlooked. They were the ones who had come to toy with everyone. Yet now their entry order was being determined as if it were a mere game. After all this effort to invade Earth, could they not be afforded a modicum of respect? Nevertheless, the Earth warriors remained clustered together, rallying around Gohan, utterly indifferent to the expressions of the Saiyans. The cultivators exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do next. Hurry up and send out the next one. Vegeta couldn't help but shout. Krillin's laughter was loud, and amidst the distractions from others, Vegeta's voice was quickly drowned out, ignored by the crowd. Only Raditz cast a pitying glance towards him, causing Vegeta's lips to twitch slightly, as if his patience was wearing thin. At last, Gohan took the stage, his small figure somersaulting gracefully through the air before landing solidly on the ground. The cultivators recognized that their opponent had appeared and, without hesitation, launched their attack. They sensed that this time their adversary lacked the previous momentum. Experiencing immense pressure in his first real battle after numerous simulated fights, Gohan felt his Saiyan instincts awaken his fighting spirit. Gathering his courage, he steadied his heart and focused on sensing his opponent's energy. He recalled the techniques Piccolo had taught him, and suddenly, inspiration struck as he detected the cultivator's movement charging straight towards him. Elated, Gohan unleashed a surge of energy, releasing a barrage of energy waves that arced beautifully through the air, resembling a radiant white rainbow. The dazzling display erupted with a thunderous sound that reverberated across the wasteland, striking the cultivator squarely. In that instant, the readings on the scouter fluctuated dramatically, catching Nappa's attention, his expression darkening. 2,800. How can a mere child possess such formidable battle power? The cultivator, undeterred by the energy waves, continued its charge, emerging from the swirling smoke and dust, albeit transformed into nothing more than a skeletal remains. Exhausted from expending its last strength, it staggered a few steps before collapsing. Could he truly be Kakarot's child? Vegeta's fury ignited as an ominous premonition washed over him. No more games, it was time for swift resolution. Nappa, eliminate him. His thunderous command echoed like thunder, momentarily stunning Gohan. The crowd was also taken aback, not anticipating Vegeta's sudden reversal during the climactic one-on-one duel. Nappa, already eager for action, surged forward at the command. Gohan nervously retreated a few steps. The oncoming cultivator was not particularly daunting, but the imposing presence of Nappa, like a small mountain, radiated an overwhelming ferocity that instilled fear. Nappa's charge was relentless, his formidable body stirring up clouds of dust, the oppressive aura causing Gohan's clothing to billow. The air was filled with a relentless roar, and the ground trembled beneath the force of his advance. The immense pressure descended like a stampeding elephant, unleashing an unyielding might. With a punch that echoed with thunderous power, it seemed capable of shattering mountains. Gohan found himself unable to keep pace with Nappa's speed, raising his arms to block, summoning all his strength to withstand the onslaught. Yet, Nappa was resolute, sensing Gohan's resistance only fueled his excitement further. With a resounding crack, Nappa's powerful punch met a mere whisper of sound as his fierce energy dissipated into silence. Nappa froze, astonished that his punch had been intercepted and firmly grasped by a single hand, unable to withdraw it. Gohan stood firm against the oncoming gale, effortlessly holding Nappa's fist with a calm expression. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter of Vegeta and Nappa displayed an astonishing figure of 5,000. How could a low-class warrior possess such power? Nappa exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his brow, his heart momentarily skipping a beat. He had failed to notice Goku's arrival, whose speed had transcended his limits. It seemed that 5,000 was merely the minimum for Kakarot. Vegeta's gaze deepened, shifting as he regarded Goku, and suddenly, he turned to look at Raditz, harboring a premonition that Raditz might be even stronger. His attention returned to the battlefield, where Nappa and Goku remained locked in confrontation. Goku tilted his head slightly. Gohan, you've performed admirably. Now, let your father take over. With that, he unleashed 2 energy blasts from his other hand, sending the training dummy flying, leaving it barely intact. At that moment, Nappa gritted his teeth, summoning his strength, and unleashed a powerful punch enveloped in a white aura, which shot forth like a blade. Goku opened his palm to meet the explosive force of the strike. The 2 immense energies collided, resulting in a thunderous explosion that created a massive crater in the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The onlookers recoiled in astonishment, retreating in haste. Only Raditz remained steadfast, watching the clash with unwavering confidence in Goku. Kakarot, do you dare to oppose me? Nappa bellowed, his veins bulging with rage. Why wouldn't I? You are no match for me, Goku replied candidly. What did you say? That Ba, enraged to the brink of bloodshed, flushed crimson, his distinctive beard trembling uncontrollably. He exerted even more force in his fists, determined to overpower Goku. Despite that Ba's muscles being as solid and unyielding as iron, no amount of strength could sway Sun Wukong in the slightest. Observing that Ba's gritted teeth, seemingly pushed to his limits, Goku decided to relinquish his grip and fell backward. The sudden turn of events caught that Ba off guard, sending him tumbling forward due to inertia, while Goku propelled himself upward, pushing off the ground with vigorous force. The immense power from his feet shattered the chest armor of his battle suit, causing fragments of the back armor to splinter as well. Like a cannonball, that Ba was launched into the sky, soaring swiftly, saliva streaming down as his face contorted in agony. With a resounding exclamation, Wukong unleashed a surge of energy, swiftly closing the distance to Nappa. He deftly maneuvered behind him and delivered a powerful blow, sending Nappa crashing to the ground. The earth erupted with a thunderous roar, fragments of soil scattering in every direction as a colossal pit, 100 meters in diameter, formed around him, the crack pattern stretching into the distance like serpentine veins. Nappa lay prostrate within the crater, his body enveloped in a layer of dust, and the back of his battle suit was torn, rendering it utterly unusable. Scoundrel! He bellowed in fury, leaping from the abyss, his fist crashing against the ground, unleashing a terrifying force. The earth shattered, erupting with countless fragments that soared into the air. The resonant sound reverberating through the mountains and forests, the mere waves of energy capable of crushing solid rock. The swirling winds obliterated the grass and leaves nearby, causing the ground to sink further. Sun Wukong gazed at the disheveled Nappa, unperturbed. Such formidable energy, truly worthy of a Saiyan. You have my admiration. Though Nappa's combat prowess fell short of his own, Wukong remained vigilant, his expression cautious. With that, Wukong launched another assault, delivering a punch from mid-air across several meters. The force of his fist unleashed a tempestuous wave, crashing forth like tumultuous tides, barreling toward Nappa. Do not rejoice too soon, lowly warrior. Nappa, undeterred, braced his muscles, attempting to withstand the blow. His feet firmly planted, his gaze resolute, a dominating aura emanated from him, his stance reminiscent of a wild beast. Boom, accompanied by a roar. The tremendous impact struck Nappa directly. The explosive sound was deafening, and Wukong felt a tingling ache in his fist as the force rebounded. Nappa's body absorbed the punch, even shattering Wukong's power, surging toward him. Wukong raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was that not your full strength just moments ago? Naba offered no reply, raising his hand to strike, engaging in battle with Wukong. Their limbs intertwined, hundreds of shadows danced in the air in a dizzying display, though Naba's onslaught was fierce. Wukong's defense resembled an impregnable fortress, blocking Naba's advance, countering with overwhelming might and rapidly pushing forward. The initial balance fueled by rage began to falter. Naba had already absorbed several blows, displaying bruises on his face, his arms aching, barely able to hold on. The dissipating energy stirred the clouds, and the air resonated with the sharp sound of tearing whirlwinds. "Remarkable!" exclaimed Clind, gazing at the sky in sheer astonishment. The Saiyan warrior appeared to be nothing extraordinary. No. That individual was indeed formidable, yet Son Goku surpassed him by far, concluded Piccolo. In stark contrast to their optimistic demeanor, Vegeta displayed his impatience. Drumming his fingers against his arms, teeth clenched, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. He longed to personally eliminate Son Goku, his ire rising as he observed the unreliable Nappa. In a sudden turn of events, Nappa was sent sprawling to the ground, his battle armor reduced to tatters. His body marred with injuries, blood trickling from his mouth to his chin, 2 teeth knocked out. It was the first time he had faced such disgrace. And it was at the hands of a lower-class warrior. He could bear it no longer. Wiping the blood from his lips, Nappa glared fiercely at Son Goku, panting heavily. He could hardly fathom the situation. How could a mere low-class warrior contend with, and even surpass, a warrior of his noble lineage? It was utterly absurd. Kakarot. "I will defeat you," Nappa bellowed in a frenzy, but suddenly, his voice was silenced as he unleashed a blinding beam of energy. The sheer speed of the energy wave startled Son Goku momentarily. However, Goku reacted instinctively, countering with a Kamehameha wave just in time. The pale blue light engulfing the white beam, overwhelming Nappa's imposing form like a small hill. That was close. He can fire blast from his mouth, just like Piccolo, Goku remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Piccolo, ears twitching, turned slightly, muttering, "Humph, how dull," as the brilliance faded. Nappa was left clad only in a pair of tattered undergarments, his body battered and bruised, frozen in disbelief midair. His mind blank, he was utterly at a loss. Defeated. Thoroughly vanquished. The pride of being a scion of noble heritage was crushed repeatedly, and his anger had long been spent to no avail. He gazed blankly at Son Goku, an unfamiliar fear of death creeping over him. "Nappa, you are no match for him. Retreat." At that critical moment, Vegeta issued his command. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he had to call Nappa back, for with Son Goku's power, Nappa could very well be eliminated. In a fleeting moment, Vegeta had witnessed Son Goku's battle power soar from 50,000 to 10,000. No matter how fiercely Nappa fought, he could only muster around 6,000, an insurmountable gap. Nappa's survival was merely a result of Goku's mercy. Vegeta knew he must intervene to end this farce. Upon receiving Vegeta's order, Nappa obediently descended, no longer willing to engage. In truth, he had lost the will to fight, afraid to continue opposing Son Goku. Yet, his eyes darted toward Gohan and the others, a cunning thought igniting within him. "If I cannot defeat you, perhaps your son will suffice." Stealing a glance at Son Goku, who seemed indifferent, Nappa sneered and charged at Gohan, launching a punch infused with power and rage. Boom. The speed of his attack was matched only by his swift retreat. Nappa was sent hurtling back, crashing at Vegeta's feet. A closer inspection revealed his arm grotesquely twisted, nearly useless. He drooled, his face contorted in agony, recalling how he had been so close to striking Gohan, only to be ambushed by that Namekian, resulting in his arm's ruin. What a disgrace! Vegeta, unable to contain his frustration, seized Nappa by the wrist and hurled him into the air, exclaiming, "You worthless fool! No, Vegeta! Please, don't." Even Nappa, in his foolishness, understood Vegeta's intent and desperately pleaded, summoning the last of his strength to cry out. His frantic cries could not sway Vegeta's resolve at that moment. Vegeta adhered to his primal philosophy, eliminate those who were of no use. Nappa had become a burden, and keeping him around served no purpose. A luminous orb of energy flickered to life beside Vegeta, resembling a radiant miniature sun, reducing surrounding stones to dust, consumed by the energy. The sheer force of this power moved all present, none daring to underestimate it. Suddenly, the orb erupted upward in a brilliant blaze, ascending like a dragon into the heavens. What tremendous power! This scion is far superior to the brute. Piccolo shielded his eyes from the blinding light, gritting his teeth. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure charging towards that searing energy, a fearless stance that astounded him. It was none other than Raditz. "Do refrain from killing so recklessly," Raditz bellowed, unleashing a pre-charged energy blast. The azure sphere spiraled forth, striking Vegeta's energy wave with precision, diverting it several meters away and soaring into the boundless azure sky. Meanwhile, Goku soared over, catching the falling Ba, before making his way towards his comrades. Why? Why do you wish to save me, Kakarot? In the face of impending death. Nappa was engulfed in despair, yet he was taken aback by the sudden intervention of Raditz and Kakarot. A tumult of emotion surged within him. An indescribable feeling overwhelming his heart. We are all Saiyans. Goku replied succinctly, dragging him away and placing him on the ground. The others, in perfect unison, began to retreat, clearing the arena for the impending clash between Raditz and Vegeta. Among them, the mightiest was Raditz, though Nappa remained oblivious to this fact. He addressed Goku, stating, Raditz is courting death. Perhaps if you ally with that Namekian, you might stand a chance. You are utterly unaware of the terror that Vegeta embodies. No. You are entirely ignorant of Raditz's true menace. Before Nappa could finish, his words were interrupted by Piccolo. Goku nodded in agreement. I have fought with my brother countless times. Yet I have never emerged victorious. I firmly believe he can defeat Vegeta. Indeed, there was once when we all fell to him single-handedly. It is a bitter memory. Krillin chimed in. As they spoke, a wave of shock washed over Nappa, leaving him utterly dazed. What on earth? The wind whisked his voice away, carrying it to the center of the confrontation between Vegeta and Raditz. Unlike Nappa, Vegeta had discerned Raditz's exceptional prowess early on. Although he could hardly fathom the extent of progress one could achieve on Earth in just a year, Goku's earlier display had delivered a resounding slap to Nappa's complacency. He could no longer afford to underestimate the situation. Raditz, what have you done? Your battle power should only be 1,500. And those Earthlings could hardly surpass a battle power of 2,000. Your inquiries are the key to defeating Frieza, Raditz teased. Would you like to know? Humph. Vegeta let out a cold snort, falling into a sullen silence. The choice of a single word, or perhaps two, rests entirely upon you. I presume you would not wish to remain Frieza's subordinate for eternity, would you? I shall strike you until you divulge the truth, Raditz. You greatly irritate me. As Vegeta approached Raditz, fury blazed in his eyes, seemingly poised to incinerate all in his path. His energy surged dramatically, causing the very earth to tremble beneath him. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Perhaps you have forgotten this fact. Allow me to remind you once more. Before his words could settle, Vegeta vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Raditz, delivering a devastating blow to his abdomen. The combat suit crumbled like parchment, reduced to tatters. Raditz's eyes widened in shock as his stomach plunged painfully, a fierce agony radiating throughout his body. A trickle of blood slowly escaped his lips. The searing pain coursed through Raditz, waves of discomfort and spasms electrifying his senses, instilling a sudden dread within him. A battle power of 18,000 is no jest. He had not anticipated Vegeta's assault to be so formidable, surpassing all adversaries he had previously faced. Just this single strike revealed the relentless energy and wrath emanating from Vegeta. Enraged, Vegeta. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he had surpassed many adult warriors at the tender age of 5, his innate talent eclipsing that of all other Saiyans. Hailed as the hope of the Saiyan race by King Vegeta, in his eyes, he was the most potent Saiyan of them all. Even his father, King Vegeta, was merely older, bound to be outstripped in due time. Those so-called elite warriors were, in his estimation, utterly worthless. Lowly fighters like Kakarot and Raditz hardly warranted his attention. In the past, Raditz had served alongside him on missions, too intimidated to speak freely, always seeking his approval. It was only out of consideration for Raditz's diligent service that Vegeta had refrained from dismissing him. But now, two inferior Saiyans dared to provoke him, even threatening him. The most intolerable offense was Raditz's intent to showcase power that surpassed his own. This was utterly unacceptable. Vegeta roared, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Raditz, each strike shattering the resilient combat suit, causing the ground to crack and splinter beneath them. Raditz, where's the power you wish to demonstrate? Show me. Vegeta gathered his strength and delivered a vicious blow across Raditz's cheek, sending him hurtling through the air. The silhouette flew for dozens of meters, skimming the ground for quite some distance before finally coming to rest amidst the swirling dust. Raditz has been defeated, Tien Shinhan exclaimed in astonishment. From their vantage point, they witnessed Raditz endure Vegeta's sudden onslaught, only to be knocked to the ground without a shred of resistance. Could Vegeta truly be this powerful? Anxiety gripped the onlookers. Fists clenched tightly. Yamcha lamented, Goku, I recall you mentioning that Raditz had not been training rigorously this past month. Could this be the reason? No, my brother trains diligently, albeit for only 8 hours at a time. Within those 8 hours, half is dedicated to fundamental physical conditioning. Could it be that his body has grown sluggish? Not at all. Pay attention. His energy remains undiminished. Goku replied with unwavering confidence, a smile gracing his face, and moreover, that energy was continually expanding, reaching unprecedented heights. The voices of the crowd were suddenly silenced. All were masters of energy manipulation, and once they regained their composure, they sensed the formidable aura emanating from Raditz. Upon looking again, they beheld Raditz slowly pushing himself off the ground and rising once more. Humph, so you can still stand, quite impressive, Vegeta scoffed derisively. It seems you are not entirely delusional. Enduring so many of my punches and still being able to rise indicates a significant increase in your power. If I am not mistaken, your and Kakarot's battle power should exceed 10,000. Raditz wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded. You are not mistaken. No wonder he has become so confident. But what of it? Vegeta shouted as he closed the distance, his form vanishing into thin air. Raditz was startled and immediately sensed the impending danger behind him, his body hair standing on end as he instinctively turned around. However, the attack had already arrived, a fierce elbow strike aimed at him. Raditz hastily crossed his arms to defend himself. Following this, Vegeta leaped to the forefront, delivering a kick. Raditz, twisting his body at an incredible angle, managed to evade yet another blow. Observing Raditz's continuous evasions, Vegeta arrogantly declared, no matter how much you improve, my battle power will always surpass yours. There exists an inherent difference in our talents, an unalterable fact, do you understand? As he boasted, he gathered energy in his palm, a white light radiating forth, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Each blast shook the earth, causing distant onlookers to believe a massive earthquake had struck, and they hurriedly fled to open spaces in terror. Even Tien and others broke into a cold sweat, the pressure piercing through their bones, sending chills down their spines. The relentless bombardment shattered the already cracked ground into countless fragments, a colossal mushroom cloud rising into the heavens. Smoke swirling away with the wind. The surroundings were barren, debris scattered, and within a deep pit, Raditz lay quietly, motionless. Humph, trash is still trash. It seems you are done for. If you have any skill, stand and show me. Vegeta's mouth hung open in disbelief as Raditz remained unscathed by the explosion. His robust form emerged from the smoke, stepping out of the pit and standing before Vegeta, resolute as a mountain. My apologies, warm-up is over. I have gauged your strength, Raditz stated, placing his hands on his waist and unleashing a brilliant white aura. You actually, Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, feeling an invisible pressure assail him. The numbers on the scouter fluctuated violently, ultimately settling at 20,000. Is this some kind of joke? A battle power of 20,000. Impossible. It cannot be. You are merely a lowly warrior. Vegeta was drenched in sweat, his body suddenly chilled, and his breath stilled. He had contemplated numerous possibilities regarding Raditz, yet never once imagined that he could surpass him. In his eyes, that was unfathomable. Moreover, they had been apart for merely 2 years. What could be accomplished in such a short span? No matter how much progress he made, he would still be a lowly warrior, bound by the innate limitations of his birthright and immutable destiny. His pride as the prince of the Saiyans was profoundly wounded. In a fit of rage, Vegeta ripped the scouter from his face and crushed it into fragments. The device must be malfunctioning. Raditz, you cannot surpass me. Raditz brushed off the dust from his attire and stretched his shoulders and wrists, producing cracking sounds as if preparing for an exercise routine. Aside from his tattered battle suit, he bore no significant injuries. Even the blood at the corner of his mouth was negligible. Vegeta's unexpected ambush was indeed a lapse in judgment. Yet it provided Raditz with a clearer understanding of Vegeta's strength, speed, and combat style. A disparity of 2,000 in battle power was considerable at this stage. Yet Raditz was unafraid. Now is the moment to unveil my true strength. He assumed a fighting stance, his gaze sharpening with a blade-like intensity. Vegeta and Nappa were wide-eyed in terror, while the others were filled with anticipation, especially Goku, who was already brimming with excitement. The power Raditz unleashed astonished everyone. The air around him crackled with explosive sounds, akin to distant thunder. The atmosphere trembled, seemingly in awe of his formidable presence. So, this is your true form. Vegeta's palms were slick with sweat as he stared at Raditz, his expression shifting dramatically. Let us commence. A subtle smirk played at the corners of Raditz's mouth as he struck first, approaching Vegeta's face before the latter could react. Vegeta's pupils dilated sharply, his entire being tense like a tightly stretched string. Instinctively, he thrust a punch forward, yet it merely sliced through empty air. Raditz's figure flickered like a specter, vanishing from sight. Unable to sense ki, Vegeta's eyes darted left and right, utterly incapable of locking onto Raditz's position. Seizing this opportunity, Raditz delivered a kick to his lower back, immediately followed by a ki blast that sent Vegeta hurtling away. The overwhelming force inflicted a searing pain upon Vegeta's body, akin to being torn apart, and his back felt as though it were ablaze. He rolled twice before regaining any semblance of composure. Panic coursed through Vegeta a moment ago. He had harbored a sliver of hope, suspecting a malfunction in his scouter. Now, he was entirely convinced that Raditz's power was indeed beyond 20,000. Just the sheer swiftness of Raditz was enough to torment him for an extended period. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and a sense of indignation welled up within him. Though he could not match Raditz, his pride remained unyielded. With a battle power of 18,000 and a wealth of combat experience, he refused to believe he could not stand against Raditz. The Saiyans' fervor surged through his veins, igniting an indomitable spirit for battle. Vegeta was, unbeknownst to him, becoming stronger. If they were to fight, let it be a decisive and thorough contest. With a fierce battle cry, Vegeta charged at Raditz. The two collided, unleashing a torrent of hundreds of fist strikes that intertwined, creating a tempest that roared violently, causing mountains to crumble and shattering the ground beneath them. The sky darkened, thick with ominous clouds. Vegeta summoned all his energy, sharpening his senses to a heightened level, gradually adopting the perceptive techniques of Earthlings. Though still imperfect, his innate talent allowed him to detect a hint of danger. Behind you, with a thunderous shout, Vegeta pivoted and delivered a sweeping kick. Raditz was taken aback. His rapid maneuver to position himself behind Vegeta, which he thought was foolproof, had been detected. This indicated that his speed was gradually being matched. Indeed, the Saiyan race was formidable, capable of growth with every battle, even improving during the fight itself. Raditz felt a surge of excitement. A one-sided battle held little appeal. It was the thrill of such encounters that invigorated him. With the blood of a warrior coursing through his veins, he was ignited by the spirit of combat. He swiftly retreated to evade Vegeta's kick and, without a moment's pause, charged again with astonishing speed. After exchanging several blows with Vegeta, he finally landed a punch squarely in the chest, producing a sharp and resonant crack as Vegeta's armor shattered. Following this, Vegeta's stomach churned violently, and he expelled a mouthful of bile. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz leaped above Vegeta, raising his arms high, ready to deliver a crushing blow to his back. With a swift motion reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the sky, Vegeta plunged into the earth. Raditz gathered immense energy in both hands, his aura reaching its zenith, enveloped in a blinding white light that dazzled the eyes. As Vegeta rose, he was met with an overwhelming brilliance descending from above, transforming his world into a blinding white expanse. Countless waves of energy erupted from Raditz's palms, cascading toward Vegeta like a relentless barrage. The tremendous force shook the ground violently, the resounding thuds sending ripples of anxiety through the onlookers. Hey, Goku. Are they really going to obliterate the Earth? This seems perilous. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow. Panic etched on his face as he observed the torrents of energy raining down. The seemingly endless streams of energy threatened to coalesce into a waterfall, crashing down with explosive force, the air crackling, and dust swirling into a colossal shroud that obscured the connection between heaven and earth. Krillin doubted his ability to withstand such a relentless onslaught, and the thought of this concentrated attack striking one individual was terrifying. Do not worry, he has mastered the range. Focusing solely on Vegeta's form, there is no cause for concern. Furthermore, Vegeta still possesses considerable strength. If you pay close attention, you will notice his energy has not diminished significantly. Indeed, under such fierce assault, the monster continues to endure. Piccolo marveled, his earlier arrogance fading as he faced Goku and even Raditz, feeling a twinge of competitive spirit. Yet, witnessing this showdown, his confidence waned, much like a ground-dwelling fowl gazing enviously at a soaring eagle. Soon, Raditz unleashed his final blow. A formidable energy sphere piercing through the air like an arrow aimed at Vegeta. An explosion followed, erupting into a mushroom cloud, shockwaves reverberating outward, shattering mountains and leaving the ground in ruins. Amidst the devastation, Vegeta stood firm, legs planted, arms crossed protectively over his head, shielding himself from the onslaught. His armor lay in tatters, and his battle suit bore gaping holes, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Dust shrouded his figure, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Yet the flames of determination in his eyes blazed brighter than ever, fists clenched tightly, muscles straining against the confines of his blue suit. Raditz, did you see that? I withstood your attack. Now it is my turn to reciprocate. As Vegeta shouted, he swiftly assumed a fighting stance. His foot striking the ground with such force that a deep crater formed, propelling him forward. Raditz's expression shifted, instinctively alert. The two clashed, fists colliding with each other's cheeks. A simultaneous exchange that echoed with power. Their legs collided as well, the impact resonating with a thunderous boom. Raditz, taken aback, mused. How is this guy even stronger than before? Is he capable of further enhancement? Regaining his balance, Vegeta vanished, launching a surprise attack from behind with a swift chop. Raditz ducked just in time to evade the strike, countering with a powerful kick that sent Vegeta sprawling. The advantage lay in Raditz's longer reach. And by neutralizing Vegeta's close combat, he aimed to gain the upper hand. Indeed, the kick connected, creating distance between them. Haha, is that all you've got? Vegeta brushed off the dust from his attire, his trademark hair swaying gently in the breeze, a confident smile returning to his face. It seems your newfound strength can match mine, Raditz remarked solemnly. That's how it should be. I am the mightiest Saiyan. Not necessarily. I still have a trick up my sleeve, Raditz replied, loosening his stance with a chuckle. Humph. Say what you will, Vegeta retorted, his gaze sharp. A satisfied smirk gracing his lips. You mentioned having a hidden move? By all means, reveal it. I'll still defeat you. Having endured an arduous battle, Vegeta felt his strength had increased, and his royal pride re-emerged. Using that would be a waste, Raditz shook his head, suddenly producing a scouter and tossing it to Vegeta. What is the meaning of this? Vegeta asked, frowning as he caught the device. Don't tell me you don't understand. It's time for me to show off. Raditz sighed in disappointment, casting an exasperated glance at Vegeta. He gestured for Vegeta to put on the scouter. Fortunately, Vegeta complied, albeit with skepticism. Otherwise, Raditz would have been unable to resist the urge to force it upon him. The outdated scouter has a low measurement limit, so I had Earth-S scientists upgrade its precision and maximum capacity. This new device can measure up to 50,000 battle power. Huh, you can't be serious. You don't expect me to believe you can reach 50,000, do you? Vegeta scoffed, mercilessly mocking Raditz. Unable to fathom that Raditz's battle power could even approach such a figure. 50,000? Surely he would have been eliminated long ago if that were the case. I naturally do not possess 50,000, but I will astonish you nonetheless, Raditz declared, tightening his form, muscles bulging, veins protruding. His long hair swayed behind him, slightly lifting. Enveloped in a flickering crimson aura. The energy surged rapidly, dark clouds dissipating to reveal the light of day, the atmosphere growing still. Here it comes, the Kaioken. Piccolo and Goku exclaimed in unison. The others faltered, words caught in their throats, unable to express their astonishment, yet the fear emanating from their hearts was undeniable. Their hands trembled involuntarily, a manifestation of primal terror. In Bulma's home, a web of cables connected one room to another, 3 sophisticated instruments arranged neatly on a table, linked to a computer's main screen. These devices represented the pinnacle of Earth's technological prowess. As a genius scientist from Capsule Corp, Bulma's talents were unquestionable. Currently, she utilized this equipment to receive data from the Saiyan Scouter, astonishingly capable of transmitting information from miles away with mere milliseconds of delay. Raditz sought to monitor the Scouter's effectiveness, while Bulma was eager to explore this intergalactic communication technology, leading to their collaboration. At that moment, Bulma stood transfixed before the screen. Wide-eyed, she observed a number fluctuating rapidly, soaring from 20,000 to 30,000, then climbing to 40,000, the devices operating with remarkable efficiency. The lights blinking at an astonishing frequency, and the machines humming as their fans whirred to cool them down. I measured Master Roshi's battle power at only 139. Who could this be? Is it Goku or Raditz? Bulma gasped, her face paling, though she did not fully comprehend the significance of the battle power values. She recognized that 40,000 was an extraordinary figure. This far exceeded the original Scouter's limits, indicating that a battle power of 40,000 was beyond the reach of ordinary beings. After all, this Scouter was designed for use across the cosmos. Equally astonished was Master Roshi, far away at the Kame House, sensing 2 colossal auras clashing intensely, one of which was escalating to an unimaginable level. Indeed, it was Raditz's energy. Beep beep beep. The detector incessantly refreshed its limits, ultimately stabilizing at 41,100. A battle power exceeding 40,000. Vegeta's pupils had lost their luster. His gaze vacant and shrouded in a ghostly pallor, his mind enveloped in a warm, hazy sensation, devoid of anything else. The overwhelming pressure was undeniable. Raditz erupted with a crimson aura that shattered the air, akin to a miniature thunderclap. His muscles seemed infused with strength. the emanating power constricting hearts and instilling a profound sense of trepidation. The ensuing tempest roared, sweeping away the rampaging dinosaurs in its chaotic wake. No, it was impossible. Vegeta shook his head in disbelief, trembling inexplicably. His previous words felt like a jest, igniting a fiery sting across his face, akin to a resounding slap. Whispering impossible repeatedly. His mindset imploded. Vegeta, if you wish to fight, we can continue. However, I implore you to earnestly contemplate my proposal. Let us join forces against Frieza. Do not presume you can revel in triumph. I am the mightiest Saiyan in the universe. Raditz remained speechless. The question of who was stronger was glaringly evident in this moment. The prince's pride could indeed be a troublesome burden. Nevertheless, Vegeta's strength was pivotal. And Raditz was unwilling to relinquish it. It appeared the only solution was to deliver a sound thrashing. Resolutely, Raditz initiated his move. He brought his palms together, fingers curled, channeling energy from the front to his waist. The initiating stance of the Kamehameha. He had specifically inquired about its usage during his training with Goku. Although the principle was straightforward, it became apparent how distinct it was compared to other techniques. While all techniques release substantial energy, the manner in which the energy flowed varied greatly, resulting in fundamental differences in each individual's signature moves. The Kamehameha may not possess the greatest power, but its balance was unparalleled, coupled with subsequent explosive potential. It was indeed Earth's most beloved finishing move. With this technique, the outcome would be determined. Experience my Gallic gun. Vegeta, unwilling to concede defeat, gathered energy with both hands, consolidating his battle power. He was already in a desperate situation, with no retreat possible. The originally simple plan for his Earth visit, to eliminate a group of weaklings, indulge in delightful cuisine, locate the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish, and then depart, had spiraled into chaos. The simmering resentment and fury within him coalesced into this earth-shattering strike, intent on obliterating Raditz. Gallic gun, unleash. Simultaneously, the Kamehameha surged forward. Its red flames from the Kaioken staining the Kamehameha as light erupted. A colossal storm swept across, surging for miles, forcing Gohan and the others to shield their eyes, relying solely on their senses to gauge the unfolding situation. In the distance, machinery within Bulma's home roared under the strain of prolonged operation, reaching the brink of collapse as the fan struggled to dissipate the mounting heat. With a resounding bang, the device erupted in a violent explosion, releasing a thick plume of smoke. A tremendous force converged in the center of the cosmos, where two waves of energy clashed, giving rise to an immense sphere of light. The energy siphoned everything in the vicinity, resembling a miniature black hole, drawing in fragments of earth, vegetation, and even the swirling air. A tumultuous whirlwind spread across the land, leaving the ground in utter ruin, with only the silhouettes of two figures remaining amidst the radiant glow. Hey! Vegeta screamed repeatedly, amplifying his momentum, with veins bulging on his forehead and bloodshot eyes. In contrast, Raditz remained composed, feeling the overwhelming force of resistance yet still navigating the situation with ease. You have been defeated. With a thunderous roar, Raditz unleashed his power. The Kamehameha, enveloped in a crimson blaze, consumed the Gallic gun as if it were a famished lion, and surged towards Vegeta. The red tide engulfed him, and a terrifying shockwave rippled through the cosmos, its explosive sound echoing endlessly. Where it passed, the trees and rocks at low altitudes were reduced to mere dust. As the smoke gradually cleared, Vegeta emerged, battered and breathless. His body bore numerous wounds, his hair disheveled, one hand clearly impaired, and his clothing was tattered with holes. A dark smudge at the corner of his mouth, indistinguishable as either dirt or blood, added to his disheveled appearance. Most alarming was the unwavering combat spirit reflected in his eyes, fueled by a furious power that kept him from collapsing. Why did you hold back in the end? You fool! Vegeta fumed. I didn't expect you to notice, Raditz replied, relinquishing his Kaioken state. I do not wish to kill you. I will not exert my full strength. Enough. Vegeta halted Raditz. His pride had been wounded once more. To suggest that he had not exerted his full strength was to imply he was unworthy. Such a notion was utterly insulting. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling with rage, as he experienced the bitter taste of defeat at the hands of his own kin for the first time. An occurrence that had once seemed impossible had indeed transpired. He felt a surge of warm blood rising in his throat, uncertain whether to expel it or swallow it down. You see, this is my power. Can you now consider my proposal? Bah! Vegeta spat blood, exclaiming, I refuse. I am the prince of the Saiyans and shall not comply with your commands. Ultimately, his inner pride prevailed. He could not surrender like a defeated soldier. Even if Raditz possessed a method to enhance his strength, he would never submit to orders. This was the dignity of the Saiyan prince. He could be vanquished, but he would never concede defeat. Damn you, Prince. Raditz could no longer contain his anger and charged forward, seizing Vegeta by the hair. Your title is meaningless. Even planet Vegeta has been annihilated. How many of you remain, and yet none heed your words? What purpose does that serve? Raditz, incensed by Vegeta's obstinacy, forcefully hurled him to the ground by his hair. With a resounding crash, Vegeta plunged into the ground, which had long since been reduced to ruins. He lay on his back, his body sprawled in an X shape, gasping for the frigid air, his muscles weary and fatigued. Suddenly, he noticed the vast sky illuminated by a round, radiant orb. His heart raced violently, his pupils dilated, and his blood surged within him like a torrential wave. A full moon. No, it was an artificial moon. That halo surrounding it was not of nature, but a manufactured satellite. Vegeta had no time to ponder its origin. His thick hair began to sprout, and his physique swelled dramatically. As a superior warrior, he retained his intellect upon transformation, which meant he would regain the upper hand. With this thought, Vegeta erupted into maniacal laughter, arms wide open to embrace his transformation into a great ape. In the distance, Tien's third eye rolled in disbelief, his voice trembling. Did we win? It seemed so, but Goku and Krillin remained uncertain. Goku nodded. Without the Kaioken technique, their strengths were nearly equal. However, once the Kaioken was employed, his brother would undoubtedly prevail. Vegeta had already been defeated. Raditz, who was being held, stared blankly at the desolation, speechless. The once inconsequential Raditz had somehow overpowered Vegeta. Was the world truly mad? As the others prepared to approach, Vegeta's laughter echoed in their ears. And from below rose a colossal figure, towering like a mountain, instilling sheer terror. The great ape. Raditz was taken aback. There should not have been a full moon today. How could Vegeta undergo his transformation? Still reeling from shock, the great ape Vegeta delivered a devastating punch to Raditz's face. Despite his immense size, his speed remained unimpeded, and his strength was beyond belief. Raditz was sent flying, his nose throbbing painfully, as if 1,000 needles had pierced him, igniting a fire within. Raditz crashed to the ground, trembling, his nose broken, dark red blood streaming down his face, staining his lips a wicked crimson. Raditz, prepare to meet your end, Vegeta roared, dashing toward Raditz with lightning speed, delivering a crushing kick. The force was nearly enough to reduce Raditz to a mere pulp, sending debris flying and dust swirling like a tempest. Raditz narrowly evaded the stomp, scrambling to distance himself, but the great ape leapt into the air, casting a shadow over Raditz's path, crashing down with a thunderous thud. It was faster than Raditz. Without hesitation, the great ape Vegeta unleashed his primal fury, spewing forth blazing waves of energy, his fists and feet striking with ferocity, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Such unbridled power unleashed would render not just Raditz, but even the Earth itself, unable to withstand it. Despite utilizing a triple Kaioken, Raditz was still knocked back by a single blow from the great ape, trailing a long line of blood as he was forced back 100 meters. Although he had avoided a fatal strike, the impact was colossal, leaving his bloodied body reeking of iron as he crashed to the ground. Blood welled up in his chest, and he coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of crimson. He had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of this blow. Vegeta had expended so much energy, yet still possessed over 10,000 battle power? Had he known, he would have exerted even more strength with the Kamehameha earlier. Indeed, a Saiyan in great ape form was not to be trifled with, especially one possessing lucidity. Had Vegeta not been injured prior, Raditz would have had no chance of survival, even with the enhancement from his Kaioken. Facing the great ape Vegeta head-on was an insurmountable challenge. The storm swept past Raditz's cheek like a blade. He rubbed his chest, fingers curling into a fist. Curse it. Raditz rolled for a full circle and took refuge beneath a pile of stones. Immediately following was a colossal wave of light emitted from the giant ape's mouth, creating a beautiful arc of brilliance on the horizon. Today marks your doom, Raditz. The proclamation of death echoed alongside the giant ape's assault, crashing down upon Raditz like an impending mountain, delivering a thunderous blow that reverberated through his very being. Yet this time, Raditz did not retreat. He braced his hands before him, and a crimson aura surged upward, intercepting the giant ape's fist. Intercepted? Vegeta stared in disbelief for a moment. Fivefold Kaioken. Blood trickled from the corner of Raditz's mouth to his throat, the strain of executing this technique weighing heavily upon him. However, he sought nothing more than Vegeta's momentary carelessness. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly closed the distance and launched himself before Vegeta's eyes. Shining shockwave. With no time to gather energy, he unleashed the attack directly, aiming for Vegeta's eyes. In an instant, Vegeta surprisingly raised his hand to shield his eyes. The formidable shockwave striking only the back of his hand and erupting in a cloud of crimson mist. Blood cascaded down the furry giant's hand, splattering onto the rocky ground below. A slight shiver ran through Raditz. "You're finished," roared Vegeta, his mouth agape at Raditz, the distance between them rendering escape nearly impossible. Raditz unleashed the speed of 5 times the Kaioken, yet he could still feel the oppressive force closing in behind him, the brilliant light engulfing him instantly. With no other option, Raditz braced himself to withstand the oncoming shockwave. As the radiance faded and the crimson aura dissipated around him, he tumbled through the air several times before finally landing. Gasping for breath, his joints ached. The critical defense had allowed him to narrowly evade disaster. But the burden on his body left him feeling miserable, his muscles no longer able to exert their full strength. "Ha ha, clever indeed. But your demise is merely a matter of time." Vegeta laughed maniacally, striding confidently toward Raditz. "Could I possibly transform into a great ape?" Raditz thought, a bitter smile forming as he furrowed his brow. The 5 times Kaioken was his limit. In peak condition, he would not falter. However, he had already expended considerable energy, and the endurance of a great ape far surpassed that of the Kaioken. At this juncture, it seemed there was no path to victory without transforming. He had to take a gamble. His tail remained intact, a precaution taken for research, now unexpectedly proving useful. He gazed skyward, searching for the moon, and indeed spotted an artificial moon. In that moment, Raditz's body began to transform. Thump, thump, boom. His heart pounded powerfully, quickening like the simultaneous beating of hundreds of hammers striking his chest. Simultaneously, dense fur erupted from his skin, his form expanding dramatically, straining against his tight suit. As he crushed the rubble below him, the transformation occurred with astonishing swiftness. Before Vegeta could reach him, Raditz had already become a great ape. Roar. The ferocious beast awakened, unleashing a thunderous roar. To colossal apes? Goku and his companions recoiled in terror, utterly at a loss. Since the onset of events, the unfolding circumstances had transcended their expectations. Raditz had elucidated the transformation into a great ape, yet despite their meticulous preparations, they had successfully eliminated the moon. So why did moonlight still linger? They gazed at the enigmatic orb suspended in the heavens, gritting their teeth in sheer panic. Had they all lost their sanity? No, Vegeta was not losing his mind. While the transformation into a great ape might lead to a loss of reason, the prodigious warrior could surmount it with just a couple of training sessions, akin to mastering the use of his tail. Lower-tier warriors, however, needed to engage in numerous battles to maintain their composure, and his brother had expressed uncertainty about his own ability to retain control. Goku's remark left everyone gasping in disbelief. Only Nappa snarled, "Raditz is not yet capable. His chances of going berserk post-transformation stand at 50%. Sometimes he can maintain control, but at other times, he spirals into madness. Prepare yourselves mentally." A 50% chance in a battle that simply could not be lost was perilously risky. Goku yearned to lend his assistance. Yet his combat prowess paled in comparison to the great ape, and acting recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. At that moment, Raditz rose, pounding his chest with his fists, expelling several energy blasts that shot forth in all directions. The merciless bombardment brought great delight to Vegeta, indeed. Raditz's transformation into a great ape was far from his lucid state. Vegeta shouted, unleashing a powerful punch aimed squarely at Raditz's head, targeting the temple with a precise and lethal angle. His mighty arm erupted with tremendous force, swift and ruthless, brimming with murderous intent. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as a colossal figure crashed to the ground. To everyone's astonishment, it was none other than Vegeta who had fallen. Just moments ago, it seemed that Goku's fist was about to make contact with Raditz's skull, prompting Goku to unleash the Kaioken and propel himself forward. In a split second, Raditz deftly evaded the blow, ensnaring Vegeta's ankle with a swift kick, causing him to topple over. Yet, Raditz had not succumbed to madness. Rather, through the exchange of souls, his mental fortitude had magnified exponentially. He was not only lucid but invigorated. His deliberate display of clumsiness was a ruse to catch Vegeta off guard. Once the massive body had succumbed to the ground, regaining one's footing would prove to be a formidable challenge, thereby shifting the tides of battle. Raditz, filled with exuberance, let out a triumphant shout, yet he too had erred in his overconfidence. Vegeta, possessing a tail of his own, swiftly ensnared Raditz's ankle, causing him to lose balance and collapse onto his knees. Both titanic apes lay sprawled on the ground. Raditz, kneeling, lunged at Vegeta, delivering a vicious slap to his face. In retaliation, Vegeta struck back with a heavy blow to Raditz's abdomen, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle, rolling over the earth, locked in a brutal embrace. Ultimately, they grappled viciously, exchanging blows, with Raditz even resorting to biting, a primal, clumsy, yet ferocious assault. Vegeta, in pain, shouted, "You fool, let go of me." To his surprise, Raditz released his grip, only to counter with a lightning-fast punch that landed squarely on Vegeta's nose, settling the score. Indeed, I was once weak. But do you not believe that every individual ultimately grows stronger? The conviction to become stronger resides in the heart of every soul. While I may not possess your nobility, should you mistake this for your arrogance, you are gravely mistaken. Today, I shall defeat you and prove my worth. With that, Raditz stepped forward, unleashing the Kaioken in his giant ape form. His immense figure moved with astonishing speed, advancing toward Vegeta, his palm striking down like lightning, knocking Vegeta to the ground and pressing him firmly into the earth. Foolish. Do you understand nothing? I was born a prince. Vegeta retorted with a scornful laugh, enduring the pain as he managed to utter, "I am the strongest." Is that so? Raditz exerted more force, delivering a powerful blow to his face, causing the ground within 1,000 meters to sink several feet, as if attempting to pierce through the very earth itself with an overwhelming terror. Vegeta continued to assert, "Do you comprehend my intentions? I do not require your incessant guidance. I possess my own methods. You, along with your brother, have allied with Earthlings to oppose me, forsaking the dignity of our Saiyan race. You are traitors to our people." In his agitation, blood gushed from his mouth like a cascading waterfall. Raditz maintained a firm grip on his head, feeling the warm, sticky fluid in his palm. Is this your justification? Do you presume I am unaware of all that transpires on planet Vegeta? Raditz raised his arm and struck Vegeta squarely in the chest, causing the ground to sink another few feet. It was Frieza who annihilated planet Vegeta and continues to subjugate us, subjecting us to relentless humiliation, meting out brutal punishment at the slightest provocation. Those days are etched in our memories. And indeed, at that time, we lacked the strength to confront Frieza. But how long shall we endure in this wretched existence awaiting vengeance? Shall we languish until Frieza's demise? You take pride in being a Saiyan prince. Then act as a prince should overthrow him. If it is power you seek, we possess it. The dignity of a prince is not derived from the fear others hold for you, nor is the title of prince a source of Saiyan pride. Only by ceaselessly growing stronger, acquiring power, surpassing our limits, transcending Frieza, and eclipsing all other formidable beings in the universe, can we truly embody the essence of the warrior race that is the Saiyans. Pride. Raditz's final punch, imbued with all his might, was raised high before crashing down with tremendous force. Accompanied by those last two words, the impact resonated deafeningly. His fist halted mere centimeters from Vegeta's face, the fierce energy distorting the features of the great ape and causing each hair to stand on end. You decide. Training with us will undoubtedly be the swiftest path to strength. I shall offer my assistance without interference. Raditz opened his fist, transitioning it into a gesture of greeting. Over there is my brother, Kakarot, who possesses a battle power exceeding 10,000. When he employs the Kaioken, he is no less formidable than you. Should you wish to challenge us, you are always welcome. Raditz genuinely admired the pride within Vegeta's heart, which set him apart and earned him respect. His arrogance made him strikingly assertive, occasionally revealing an endearing contrast. Moreover, this pride served as his relentless drive for growth. In the vast cosmos, countless powerful beings exist. Confronting Frieza is merely the beginning. Vegeta's resounding roar echoed, releasing a torrent of pent-up fury that reverberated through the heavens, a clear manifestation of his fierce indignation. His cry pierced the sky like a sharpened blade, shaking the very ground beneath him. Before him, Raditz extended his hand, his powerful arm poised to lift him at any moment. In the distance, Goku and others watched the unfolding situation, gradually drawing closer. Meanwhile, on a nearby hill, a group stood against the yellow wind, observing them intently. My lord, should we not take action now? We could annihilate them in one swift strike, growled a burly man with long braids. His imposing stature rivaled that of Bardock, his muscular frame nearly straining against his attire. Strangely, this giant was clad in Saiyan battle armor as well. The others beside him wore similar garb, with one adorned in what appeared to be metallic armor. Behind them, a figure dressed in battle attire, referred to as my lord, gazed coldly at the two towering apes, a sinister and triumphant smile playing on his lips. Annihilate? Are you jesting? Their combat prowess is no trivial matter. But my lord, was it not you who deliberately created the moon? Indeed. So we could witness such a splendid clash. Humph, they have little stamina left. Let us wait for the opportune moment to allow them to revert to their original forms. The remaining rabble will be much easier to handle. Wise and noble, indeed, several voices exclaimed in flattery, their gazes fixed upon the desolate expanse, revealing sinister smiles. After venting his frustrations, Vegeta regained his composure and regarded Raditz before him, feeling an unfamiliarity. The former Raditz had been a coward among the Saiyans. At best a mediocre warrior, slightly superior to the most inferior of wastes like Kakarot. He was often ridiculed as a lowly fighter, the subject of mockery. Yet he never dared to retaliate. However, the Raditz of today had undergone a remarkable transformation, his power astonishingly formidable, and he dared to confront the prince. His aura rivaling that of any other. The glimmer in his eyes was that of a rare genius warrior. After a prolonged moment, Vegeta extended a slightly trembling hand. Clasping it with Raditz. Raditz smiled warmly, exerting force to lift Vegeta's imposing yet feeble form, akin to raising a mountain that had been toppled. Is this truly a success? Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Today's battle had been exhilarating, filled with perilous moments that nearly overwhelmed his heart. Yet witnessing the handshake between the two brought a sense of closure. Others also discreetly wiped their brows, their tense bodies relaxing as they hastened toward the pair. Hey, Goku. Don't you feel something is amiss? Piccolo remarked, devoid of much joy, instead sensing a hint of unease. Goku furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. Indeed. Several presences of formidable power seemed to lurk nearby, unnoticed amidst the earlier chaos of the Great Apes battle, now perceptible. What are you all talking about? Is it not over? Yamcha leaned closer to Goku, patting his shoulder. Don't be so sensitive. The Saiyan crisis has been averted. Athahaha. No. It's coming. Wukong and Piccolo exclaimed in unison, their expressions shifting dramatically. They swiftly turned to look back, only to behold two circular energy discs racing toward them, spinning at high velocity. Resembling the technique of the Kiki round slash, a slicing technique. Anyone struck by this attack would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. Step aside. Goku unleashed the Kaioken, pushing Yamcha and Kaiatsu away with a single hand each. However, a gash appeared on his back, blood erupting and splattering into the sky. Meanwhile, Piccolo lunged towards Gohan, enveloping him in a protective embrace as they rolled to the side. Tragically, one leg remained exposed, and it was severed at the knee. Purple blood oozing down the smooth incision, the pant leg filled with the chilling breeze. Uncle Bick. I am fine, Piccolo said, casting a wary glance at the energy rings hurtling away, gritting his teeth. Tien, caught in between two energy rings, felt them skim perilously close to his body. The intense heat radiating from them scorching his skin as if it were being seared by hot coals. It was an exceptionally perilous strike. One that sent shivers of fear down his spine. Yet, this was not the end. The true targets of these two assaults were none other than Raditz and Vegeta, who stood together. Transformed into gigantic Oozaru, their presence was unmistakable, making it trivial to hit them, even by chance. As the energy rings surged forward, Raditz had already sensed the impending danger, finally identifying the source of his unease. Had the one lurking in the shadows finally made his move? Raditz suddenly yanked Vegeta upward, propelling them into the air, their altitude sufficient to evade the slicing energy rings. The attack zipped past their feet and soared skyward, but soon, two more followed. If Raditz were alone, he might have managed, but with Vegeta in tow, his reaction faltered slightly. His massive form could not anticipate the trajectory. He had no choice but to unleash a wave of energy downward, utilizing the recoil to ascend once more. However, the agile energy rings outpaced them, maneuvering swiftly as they cut through the air, creating a sound reminiscent of slicing through flesh. Two thick, furry appendages plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous noise. The two suspended in midair became momentarily stiff, their bodies trembling as if struck by lightning. The Oozaru form began to shrink rapidly, its fur diminishing as it reverted to a humanoid shape. During this transformation, a massive energy wave charged directly toward them. Its diameter an imposing 2 meters, radiating a gradient from white to pale pink, embodying immense power capable of engulfing the unsuspecting Raditz and Vegeta. In a critical moment, Goku roared, enveloped in crimson flames, propelling himself forward at high speed. Utilizing the Kaioken technique at 3 times its normal level, Goku arrived ahead of the energy wave, shielding Raditz and Vegeta. With a vigorous swing of his arms, he swept the energy wave aside, the brilliance fading into the horizon as Raditz and Vegeta completed their transformation. Both were utterly spent, drenched in sweat. Raditz's stamina had plummeted below 50%, while Vegeta was nearing exhaustion. Are you all right, brother? Goku asked, keeping a watchful eye on the direction from which the energy wave had come. I'm fine, just a bit worn out. It seems you were indeed right. We've been targeted. That individual has been observing us from the shadows, Raditz replied, clenching his fists tightly, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. This opponent shall be mine. Raditz glanced up at the artificial moon illuminating the sky, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Could it be him? There existed a certain individual, also a Saiyan, who had survived the cataclysm that befell planet Vegeta. He commanded a legion of nefarious warriors, forming a notorious band that even Frieza feared. They derived their strength from consuming fruits meant only for deities, roaming the cosmos with reckless abandon, obliterating numerous planets, becoming infamous villains. Raditz recalled the name of this legion's leader, Dales. He bore a striking resemblance to Kakarot, yet his demeanor was a stark contrast. Only he could possess the knowledge to create a moon. The source of Raditz's long-standing unease had been him. To his dismay, his foreboding had come to fruition. He pondered the current combat capabilities of this individual and whether he had planted the seeds of the spirit tree, questioning the uncanny timing of his appearance. At that moment, a group of individuals ascended from the ground, accompanied by the rapid growth of a colossal tree. Its roots aggressively tore through the earth, branching out into numerous gnarled tendrils. Indeed, they had sown the seeds of the spirit tree's fruit, and its growth was astonishingly swift, soon towering majestically. It resembled countless carnivorous beasts devouring the earth, indulging in an unparalleled feast. Aside from Raditz, who had anticipated this, the others were utterly astounded. Among this new assembly, the leader bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku. Adorned in traditional Saiyan garb, with his appearance and that signature tail, he was unmistakably a Saiyan. He looks just like me, Goku exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Hehehe, are you surprised? I am Dales, a fellow Saiyan, and these are my subordinates. I never expected to encounter a Saiyan ship while obliterating planets, and upon analysis, discovered it belonged to Prince Vegeta and Nappa. I presumed you all had perished in the cataclysm of planet Vegeta, yet here you are, clinging to life. Dales recounted, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Thus, I followed your trajectory to Earth, fortuitously discovering Raditz and Kakarot. What a delightful surprise. Vegeta scoffed dismissively, retorting, you are the one clinging to existence. To us lower-class warriors, we are mere refuse in the eyes of royalty. However, that was then. Times have changed. His teeth clenched. Vegeta maintained his customary haughty demeanor, yet internally he was tumultuous, for yet another low-class warrior had appeared, one with formidable strength. What is happening? When did low-class warriors evolve en masse? Why must I encounter them all? His jaw tightened, muscles twitching in frustration. Raditz recalled the Kai's words regarding the reason for the Saiyans' delayed arrival. They had deviated from their course due to the influence of planet explosions. It was indeed the handiwork of Dale's Legion. Your combat capabilities have diminished significantly. Do you truly believe you can challenge me? Dale sneered ominously. Amand, show them your prowess. Yes. My Lord Dales, a massive, confident man stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with a self-assured grin. Meanwhile, Piccolo had joined the others by Goku's side, their ranks assembled. The audacious Amand waved dismissively at Raditz and the others, his long braids swaying behind him, exuding an air of arrogance. He was a notorious criminal, inherently cruel. And since aligning with Dales, he reveled in destruction. Like Dales, he had enhanced his strength through the spirit tree's fruit, now brimming with a peculiar confidence. What is this guy's background? Piccolo wondered. Huh? That person looks just like Goku. Were they the ones who ambushed us? He cursed inwardly, realizing he had been so focused on the battle with the Saiyans that he had overlooked them, still harboring a grudge for his severed leg. He glared at the arrogant Amand, veins bulging on his forehead. Piccolo surged forward, confronting Amand. Are you the first to meet your demise? He taunted. Hehehe, fool. You won't be laughing for long. With a scornful glance, Piccolo accelerated, vanishing from sight and reappearing behind Amand, his hand poised to strike. Such speed caught Amand completely off guard, leaving him utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Bic's palm, propelling him backward, only for him to swiftly follow up with a relentless barrage of punches. Countless shadows of his fist mercilessly struck Amand's robust physique, leaving him battered and bruised. His face a canvas of contusions, unable to retaliate, only able to emit pain cries. Yet, Bic, unsated by the display of violence, darted into every conceivable blind spot, fervently unleashing the fury arising from the loss of his limb. Amand, truly dazed, found himself spitting blood repeatedly, his mind engulfed in a fog. And no matter how hard he exerted himself, he was left utterly powerless. Raditz, observing silently, thought to himself that this Darius was playing a dangerous game. To challenge Bic, whose prowess was no jest, was tantamount to courting ruin. Darius, momentarily taken aback, realized that this individual had managed to subdue Amand. He had initially believed Amon's strength would suffice against the majority, only to witness him being utterly decimated in the first exchange. Suddenly, a chilling smile crept across Darius's face as he extended a finger, aiming it directly at Bic. Whoosh! A beam of light emitted from a finger that pierced through Piccolo's shoulder like a slender sword, causing a surge of violet plasma to erupt. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for an interruption during their fierce duel. Seizing this opportunity, Amon unleashed his full power, spinning at high velocity, ensnaring Piccolo within the whirlwind of his assault. "You scoundrel! A surprise attack!" Piccolo exclaimed. "This is a battle of life and death. It's the Namekian's own folly to be so careless," Vegeta scoffed. Raditz gazed at Dares, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from him, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He understood how swiftly the Tree of Might could grow, and knew they must defeat Dares without delay. "Goku, let us join forces and vanquish Dares," Raditz declared. "I initially aimed merely to teach you a lesson. But since you lack awareness, do not blame me for what follows. If you dare, come and try. Then let us give it a try," commanded Darius Legion as he charged forth, swiftly reaching the front of Sun Wukong. In his eyes, Raditz and Vegeta were already at their wits' end, with only Sun Wukong remaining a genuine threat. Despite Piccolo's formidable strength, as a Saiyan, Darius held little regard for other races. He intended to eliminate Sun Wukong first before addressing Piccolo. Furthermore, Amon's spinning attack was effectively restraining Piccolo, while his subordinates were engaged in their own battles, unable to provide mutual support. Thus, there was no need for concern. Confident in his impending victory, Darius summoned all his might and launched a powerful punch towards Wukong. The modified detector lying amidst the ruins flickered with numbers, which finally settled on a terrifying figure, 35,000. Darius was aware of his limited innate talent, yet his ambition was boundless. After acquiring the seed of the spirit tree, he cherished it as a treasure, tirelessly seeking suitable planets for cultivation, drawing strength from their nutrients. That battle power of 35,000 was painstakingly earned. Viewed from another perspective, it was indeed an inspiring tale. However, to Raditz, he merely appeared to be a fortunate fool. With a fierce build-up, Darius unleashed a punch towards Wukong, moving with such speed that the blow was almost invisible, but the aura of his rapid motion was palpable. Wukong's expression sharpened, activating the threefold Kaioken, advancing without hesitation to meet the attack head-on. Their fists collided, shattering the air and releasing a tremendous force that compelled them both to retreat simultaneously. In the state of threefold Kaioken, Wukong's power was on par with Darius, and they staggered back nearly the same distance, locking eyes across the space, their retracted hands trembling slightly. Just as Darius was about to speak, a flash of insight crossed his gaze, and his expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer see Raditz, which meant he had vanished. Instinctively, Darius whirled around. Meanwhile, Raditz seized the moment of their collision to appear behind Darius, delivering a lightning-fast kick aimed at his midsection. If it landed, it would surely send Darius flying and inflict serious injury. Yet, at the critical moment, Darius suddenly turned, twisting his body partially and raising his arm to block the attack. It seemed casual, yet it effectively thwarted Raditz's strike. Both combatants' expressions changed simultaneously. Momentarily stunned, their limbs inadvertently entwined. Raditz was astonished by the sheer strength of his opponent, far beyond his expectations. As he delivered his kick, he felt as though his bones might shatter, akin to a commoner striking their leg against a solid iron block. Despite his diminished strength, the disparity was alarming. Conversely, Darius felt his arm tingle from the impact of Raditz's kick, secretly astonished that Raditz still possessed such vigor. He had observed the intense battle moments earlier. Although Raditz had generally maintained the upper hand, his energy expenditure was significant. Yet he was still capable of launching such a powerful attack, a truly unforeseen development. In the brief moment of mental tumult, both warriors regained their focus and swiftly parted ways. Beep, beep, beep. The detector emitted its alarm half a second late. Dales, filled with wrath, swiftly turned and appeared beside Raditz, delivering a knee strike that sent Raditz soaring into the air, racked with pain to the point of near convulsion. Almost immediately, another attack came hurtling towards him. Raditz, enduring the excruciating agony, unleashed the Kaioken. He performed several somersaults in midair before crashing down, skidding along the ground for quite some distance. Observing Raditz under attack, Goku hastened to intervene, engaging in battle alongside Dales. The disparity in their strength and speed was minimal, rendering it difficult to determine a victor in that moment. However, Son Goku bore a tremendous burden, unable to withstand prolonged combat. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz unleashed a series of energy blasts towards Dale's rear, effectively sealing off his escape route. Get lost. Dale's bellowed, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards Raditz, while simultaneously directing a massive Kamehameha at Goku. His hands moved in unison, radiating formidable power. The ground was pierced repeatedly, leaving behind a series of ominous, dark craters, and even the Tree of Might suffered considerable damage, as the energy waves he emitted overwhelmed Raditz. Goku struggled to fend off the immense Kamehameha, unable to divert his focus, and it took him a considerable amount of time to deflect it. Humph. One of you confronts me head-on while the other ambushes from behind. Quite the tactical maneuver, Dale sneered, fixing his gaze on Goku while catching a glimpse of Raditz. Unfortunately, you are still no match for me. Kakarot, your stamina is waning, is it not? Given that we are all Saiyans, I could consider making you my subordinates. What say you? Be your subordinate? I possess the seeds of the Tree of Might. Once I find suitable soil, I can cultivate them endlessly. These are fruits fit only for the gods. My strength stems from this very source. The soil of Earth is quite compatible. Look, the tree behind me has flourished immensely. Once Earth is drained of its nutrients, those who follow me will be rewarded with greater power. Prince Vegeta, I witnessed Raditz's humiliation of you. Do you not desire revenge? Raditz, do you not wish to sever your ties as Vegeta's lackey? Only one of you can join my legion, if you wish to demonstrate your commitment. Let me see it. Whoever slays the other first earns the right to join me. Dales observed the unfolding drama with a sinister glint in his eyes. Kakarot, who do you believe will emerge victorious? To entice one side to join with the promise of the tree's fruits? Dale's true intention was relentless conquest and enhancement. And encountering Vegeta was merely serendipitous. Yet he had seized control of the situation as his subordinates clashed fiercely with Krillin and Tien. While victory over him would not be swiftly attained, Raditz assessed his current state. His body could barely endure the weight of a Kaioken multiplied threefold, and his strength had diminished to less than half. Even with all his might, he could not prevail against Dale's. Having endured just one blow was nearly enough to shatter him. The roots sprawling across the earth obliterated the surrounding ecosystem, shrouding the area in an atmosphere of despair, gradually transforming Earth into a dead planet. The sky darkened ominously as the oppressive clouds muted the colors of the world, casting a pall of melancholy over everything, filling the air with a suffocating heaviness. Even if they delayed, Dales would achieve his goal. Time was running out for them. Suddenly, Vegeta burst into laughter. Ha ha, Dales? What a splendid suggestion. If I kill Raditz, that suffices, correct? Precisely. It is rare for a prince to be so perceptive, heh. I have no choice in the matter. Vegeta bore a wicked grin, hoping Dales would uphold his word. I shall not deceive you, Dales declared loudly, his eyes gleaming with triumph, reveling in the prospect of anyone's demise. Vegeta, stop. Goku interjected, positioning himself in front of Vegeta. Dales would not allow Goku to thwart his plans. He dashed towards Goku, kicking him aside to clear the way for Vegeta. As Vegeta advanced towards him, Raditz remained silent, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, Dales and Goku were entangled in combat, with energy gathering in Vegeta's hands. He thrust his palms forward, and Raditz prepared himself. The two energy blasts colliding in a dazzling display. Both combatants cast elongated shadows, beams of light erupting dramatically. Just as the attacks were about to collide, they suddenly twisted their arms, redirecting their energy blasts towards Dales. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air as Dales stumbled forward, collapsing against the Tree of Might. His back charred and scorched. Why? Humph. You clearly do not understand, Vegeta. How could the esteemed Prince Vegeta ever serve under you? Raditz scoffed. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Dales, stating that this was merely one of the reasons. More importantly, your despicable demeanor and your underhanded methods to enhance strength infuriate me. Compared to Raditz and Kakarot, you disgust me even more. Boom. Boom. The colossal spirit tree grew wildly, casting its shadows that obscured the faint light. Beneath its ominous shade, explosions echoed as everyone darted amidst the gray smoke and shadows, their swift figures flashing incessantly. Dales, adorned with a necklace and glittering earrings, appeared languid in his everyday demeanor but fought fiercely, condensing light into energy orbs that erupted forth like a machine gun. Engaged in battle with him were Krillin and Yamcha, both seasoned fighters whose abilities had significantly improved after rigorous training. Their exchanges of energy blasts were fierce and evenly matched. At a distance, Kakarot, one of Dale's subordinates, faced Tien Shinhan, who, once a cosmic bounty hunter, possessed considerable strength. Encased in metallic armor, Kakarot could accelerate rapidly when his energy ports activated. Despite others perhaps failing to perceive Kakarot's swift movements, Tian's keen observation allowed him to track the adversary. Both fighters were formidable, their numerous encounters yielding no clear advantage, leading to a stalemate. Riai's and the Laques brothers exhibited remarkable speed, their teamwork impeccable as they battled Gohan and Kaiatsu. The four diminutive figures soared through the sky, colliding in a flurry of shadows. "You little brats dare to oppose us." Riai's and Laques smirked, eager to inflict further suffering upon their opponents. Below them, Gohan and Kaiatsu were battered and bruised. Gohan's lack of combat experience became evident as he faced foes far superior to his training partners. Fortunately, being a Saiyan, he quickly adapted his fighting techniques during the battle, gradually tapping into his potential. Nonetheless, Kaiatsu and Gohan struggled to turn the tide, merely doing their utmost to withstand the onslaught. They faced their formidable foes with unwavering resolve. "What kind of gaze is that? How dare you look at me with such fierce eyes, you wretched little brat? This is far from over." Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and resumed his stance. Though short and compact, he resembled a resilient dagger, aimed directly at Riai's and Laques. "If you wish to end this, then prepare to die." The two launched another assault, energy spheres whistling through the air. Meanwhile, Dales found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Raditz, Goku, and Vegeta had united to assault Dales, 3 against 1. Vegeta had initially hesitated to engage in such an unbalanced fight. If it were Frieza, it might be justifiable, but a mere low-class warrior? Bah. Yet Dales focused his ire on Vegeta, as he was the weakest among the trio. Consequently, Raditz and Goku were compelled to step in, solidifying their alliance against him. Countless phantoms of fists and feet collided, creating intense waves of energy. Just Goku alone could contend with Dales, and with the interference of Raditz and Vegeta, Dales found himself repeatedly vulnerable, his battlesuit torn in several places. Frustrated, he struck Vegeta with a kick, then seized him and hurled him to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz delivered an uppercut that forced blood from Dale's mouth. But he swiftly retaliated, kicking Raditz away. "Your interference is futile. The spirit tree is already planted. Unless it is uprooted, along with the destruction of the earth, it cannot be eradicated." Dales glared at Goku, who was battling him fiercely. A punch landed on Goku's face, causing his skin to crinkle and his neck to twist. "You are yet unaware of the Dragon Ball's existence. They can grant any wish, including saving Earth." As he spoke, Goku forcefully pressed his cheek against Dale's fist, realigning his neck with immense strength. The sheer power was astonishing. Dragon Balls? The immense backlash on his hand startled Dales. The red aura enveloping Goku intensified, blazing like a fiery inferno. 4 times Kaioken. Goku reached his maximum multiplier, 1 less than Raditz. Yet he could still unleash his power to its peak for a brief moment. However, it was a perilous gamble. Goku risked collapsing under the strain. The swirling red light zipped past Dales, merely grazing a shadow left by him, as Goku became exposed to the attack range. Raditz called out a warning, but Dales was quicker. His figure appeared behind Goku. A downward strike aimed for Goku, but it was a feint. The true Goku had already shifted behind Dales, delivering a powerful elbow strike from above. The force of the blow crashed down on Dales' head, leaving him dazed and disoriented. With such a heavy impact, Dales plummeted, crashing against the thick branches of the spirit tree. Yet the assault was not over. Goku followed closely, delivering a kick that sent Dales flying, then grasped his ankle, spinning like a top at high speed. After countless rotations, Dales was hurled away, crashing through several roots and creating a deep dent in the sturdy trunk. Over 40,000 in battle power? Dales gasped in shock. He had sensed Goku's extraordinary strength during their struggle, and even while Goku had the upper hand, Dales had felt the threat. Had Goku's stamina not been waning, Dales would be in dire straits. Now, trapped within the tree trunk in a position, his back burned with pain. With a thunderous roar, the moment Darius prepared to rise, the shockwave struck him mercilessly, engulfing him in a radiant sphere of light. His figure was consumed, subsequently obscured by the expanding explosion. As the smoke dissipated, Darius had vanished from sight. He had taken refuge behind a rock. Clutching his bleeding left arm, which hung limply at his side, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Damn it! In an instant, Kakarot's power exceeded my expectations. Clenching his teeth in silent fury, Darius suddenly caught sight of the burgeoning spirit tree and chuckled to himself. He thought, "Hehehe. The fruits of the spirit tree will soon be ready. Indeed, the soil of Earth is perfect for cultivation. I have stumbled upon a hidden treasure." Just as Dales reveled in his solitude, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful kick that shattered the rock, striking him squarely in the back. Impossible! Dales was propelled through the air, feeling as though his body might tear apart. Even more incredulous to him was the fact that Kakarot, devoid of a scouter, could discern his location. Unbeknownst to him, Earth possesses the art of sensing energy. That kick sent Dales tumbling toward the edge of a branch. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld Sun Wukong standing before him. Dales, concede your defeat. Sun Wukong, having dispelled the Kaioken, found his body overwhelmed by the strain. For him, such an explosive burst could only be sustained for mere seconds. That last kick had been the culmination of his final reserves of strength. Silence! Darius roared in fury, unleashing a massive energy wave without a moment's hesitation. Goku gritted his teeth and leaped aside. A brilliant beam struck the spirit tree's branches, causing considerable damage, while Darius's eyes gleamed with intensity. He paid no heed to Goku. Fixated solely on one object, the fruit. Not far ahead lay a ripe fruit, glistening in the light. Alas, this was dire. Raditz's face paled in shock as he activated his threefold Kaioken, propelling himself forward with all his might, determined to thwart Darius's intentions. Raditz had noticed the spirit tree's fruit. Should Darius acquire it, the consequences would be unfathomable. The soil of Earth was extraordinarily fertile, nurturing spirit trees far superior to those on barren planets. Even consuming a single fruit would yield extraordinary effects. He could not allow Darius to succeed. With a sudden surge of speed, Raditz felt every muscle ache, yet he was resolute in his mission to stop Darius. Goku, too, sensed Darius's movements and hastened towards him. A crimson glow flickering fiercely. Darius, his eyes bloodshot, charged forward with a fierce roar. The three raced ahead nearly in unison, driven by a singular goal. A resounding crash echoed for an extended duration as fragments of trees scattered in all directions, with several massive, gnarled roots snapping off to the side. While dust enveloped the surroundings, obscuring vision. Amidst the haze, the first figure to emerge was Raditz. Had he ultimately arrived too late? Raditz stood at a distance, gasping for breath, having just unleashed the Kaioken at 4 times its usual strength, pushing his body beyond its limits and significantly depleting his stamina. Following him was Goku, who brushed aside the swirling dust, dropping to one knee, utterly fatigued, sweat pouring down. I struck Dales. Moments prior, Son Goku had propelled Dale's body far away, crashing through several layers of trees, resulting in the scene before them. With his formidable strength at that moment, he had been capable of fracturing several of Dale's bones. But look over there, Raditz indicated toward the empty branches above, devoid of any presence. Despite enduring Goku's powerful blow, Dales had accomplished his objective. He had secured the spirit tree's fruit, which was indeed disastrous. A surge of alarm coursed through Raditz. The very scenario he dreaded had come to pass. And the situation was dire. Goku, hand me a Senzu bean, he urged. He has powered up. We must be prepared. Cheating? Pay no heed to that. Instead, prepare a single Senzu bean for the resting Vegeta. Raditz glanced at Vegeta, resolved to trust him, and thus, we shall seize the remaining fruits of the Tree of Might. Just how formidable is that fruit? Goku hurled a Senzu bean into the air. It is immensely powerful, beyond imagination. Raditz solemnly affirmed as he caught the Senzu bean. He had intended to jest that the true strength lay with Earth, where everything flourishes, else it would not be the source of so many troubles. Their brief exchange was abruptly interrupted by a raucous laughter, one that was both brazen and arrogant, breaking through the haze like a thunderclap, causing bones to ache and the very air to tremble. The overwhelming aura left Raditz momentarily breathless, his chest expanding and contracting violently, his complexion shifting dramatically. Indeed, the enhancement from Earth's Tree of Might is staggering, reaching levels that defy belief. Dales approached leisurely, as if on a casual stroll, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. Kakarot, you just felt my wrath, didn't you? And you, Raditz, along with you, Vegeta, over there. Since you have all chosen to disregard my words, I shall send you straight to hell. Titles of prince and elite warrior mean nothing before me, Dales. Raditz erupted in laughter upon hearing this. What are you laughing at? In my eyes, you are undoubtedly the most despicable boss. It is one thing to rely on the fruits of the Tree of Might to augment your strength, but to cower in fear of my and Vegeta's powers, only daring to show yourself after creating an artificial moon to drain our stamina, is utterly contemptible. To ambush Piccolo and shamelessly enhance your power before parading it about is simply pathetic. Raditz cast a knowing glance at Goku and approached Darius step by step. Do you know what sets you apart from Vegeta? You lack the pride of a Saiyan. You. Darius's lips twitched, his anger surging uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Raditz shouted, Goku. Sun Wukong immediately comprehended Raditz's intention and dashed forth, heading toward Vegeta. At the same time, he extracted a single Senzu bean from his possession, ready to offer it to Vegeta. Darius paused for a moment, Although he was unaware of Raditz's plans, he was determined to thwart Yukong's advance. With a swift motion, he unleashed several energy blasts with one hand, blocking Yukong's path, and then took off in a rush, intent on intercepting him. With a sudden crack, a hand seized Dale's ankle, halting his pursuit. In the midst of his rapid movement, Dale felt a jolt, turning to see his assailant, Raditz, and furiously exclaimed, "You started this." As he spoke, he plummeted downward like a meteor crashing to the ground, creating a sonic boom around him. Raditz was struck by an overwhelming force that threatened to flatten him, prompting him to release his grip and flee without a moment's hesitation. The ground trembled as countless stones shattered into debris, then disintegrated into powder, propelled far away by the shockwave. The impact of Dale's descent created a crater several feet deep, only slightly less formidable than the stomp of a giant ape. Ultimately, Raditz was unable to escape, knocked down by the turbulent energy, collapsing to the ground, his limbs rendered limp. Such was the terror of a single strike. "Let me grant you a swift end," Dales declared, raising his hand, fingers splayed, as a radiant aura coalesced in his palm. This strike aimed at Raditz was anything but playful. Yet, a smile played at the corners of Raditz's mouth. Reflected in his eyes were the silhouettes of two figures, Vegeta and Son Goku. In a crucial moment, both had ingested the Senzu beans and regained their strength. Goku activated the Kaioken ×4, leaping ahead of Vegeta, with an intense red aura surging toward Dale's. Dale's scouter fluctuated wildly, registering the significant power increase of both fighters. "Confounded," Darius exclaimed, pivoting to unleash a wave of pink energy that surged forth like a relentless tide. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged wary glances, refraining from direct confrontation as they swiftly evaded the onslaught. Seizing this moment, the nearly incapacitated Raditz managed to pop a Senzu bean into his mouth. If one were to speak of miraculous artifacts, the fruit of the Tree of Might would certainly qualify, yet the Senzu bean stands as another marvel. Its extraordinary ability to restore one's health and energy instantaneously, combined with the Scion's capacity for growth upon the brink of death, creates an unparalleled synergy. Raditz drew the attention of Darius, allowing Goku and Vegeta a chance to recuperate, while simultaneously pushing himself to the brink of death, thus creating an opportunity for resurgence. The instant the Senzu bean took effect, Raditz felt a warm, wondrous energy enveloping him, akin to the blissful sensation of soaking in a hot bath after a grueling day. In mere moments, he was revitalized, his wounds healed, vitality restored, and spirit invigorated, augmenting his combat prowess. With his back to Raditz, Darius's scouter beeped once more, the digits freezing at 40,000. Another power level of 40,000. Darius was taken aback, sensing an alarming surge from behind him. He turned to behold Raditz, who had miraculously regained his footing, appearing entirely unscathed. More astonishingly, the scouter accurately reflected Raditz's current power level, an astonishing 40,000, a feat that stretched the limits of believability. Damn it. Though reluctant to voice it, Darius couldn't suppress a curse. A thought flickered through his mind. Had they also consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might? No. That couldn't be right. They had no opportunity to do so. Then why? Darius's mind raced, perplexed and confounded. "Surprised, are you?" Raditz inquired with a light-hearted chuckle. "A mere battle power of 40,000, hardly a match for me. But soon, that will change, prepare yourself." As Raditz spoke, he assumed a combat stance, thrusting his hands forward to unleash a dazzling shockwave. Energy surged forth from his palms, both speed and power elevated to an extraordinary level. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta soared into the sky, heading toward the apex of the Tree of Might. "Damn it, they intend to pilfer my fruit." Darius, realizing the two targets, was instantly engulfed in fury, unleashing a formidable aura. He deftly dodged the radiant shockwave, disregarding Raditz entirely, and instead, relentlessly pursued Goku and Vegeta. If they were to partake in the fruits of the Tree of Might on Earth, it would spell disaster. With full throttle, Darius found himself face to face with the infernal Vegeta and Kakarot, bellowing halt, with flames of rage nearly erupting from his eyes. With a swift motion, Darius surged towards them at an astonishing speed, the friction of the air igniting a brilliant blaze that traced a long arc behind him. Just then, a flicker of light and shadow flashed past him, and Darius felt a momentary blur before him. Raditz had appeared. He positioned himself before Darius, his hand outstretched with fingers splayed wide, arms extended resolutely, his long hair gently swaying, and his expression as unyielding as iron. Following this, a resounding impact echoed as something struck the ground heavily. With a thunderous crash, Darius was sent flying by the force of the blow. "It is impossible," Dales exclaimed, ascending once more into the skies. His countenance was marred by distress, and his form appeared disheveled. Upon witnessing the crimson aura enveloping Raditz, he could not help but tremble. He refused to believe that Raditz possessed the potential for further enhancement, capable of transcending his own strength, especially after consuming a fruit from the Tree of Might. Yet, the recent blow had been undeniable. He had indeed been vanquished. The scanner issued multiple warnings, culminating in a piercing explosion that reverberated through the air. This detonation sent cold sweat cascading down Dale's brow. It seemed your device, too, could not measure power exceeding 100,000. A smirk curled at the corners of Raditz's mouth as he wasted no time, launching another assault. The two clashed violently, with Dale's initiating the attack. Executing a spinning kick that summoned a whirlwind of energy, its ferocity astonishing. Raditz, however, did not flinch. He braced himself against the strike with his formidable musculature. Although he felt the impact reverberate through his body, his expression remained unyielding. In a swift motion, Raditz seized Dale's leg, yanking him closer, and unleashed a rapid punch that struck squarely on his face. Vivid crimson blood erupted forth, filling the air with a metallic sweetness. Dale's was sent hurtling backward. His mind engulfed in chaos, his vision darkening, then spinning into oblivion. The overwhelming disparity left him in a state of panic, despite his desperate consumption of the fruit. It had proven ineffective. His sole recourse was to forcibly steady his mind, shouting as he ascended into the heights. The sky was obscured by the vast canopy of trees. Yet flecks of light filtered through the crevices. Gazing upwards, Dale shattered a section of the foliage, allowing the light to bathe his eyes. His pupils began to dilate, turning red before revealing a stark whiteness. Suspended in midair, his body began to swell, sharp teeth protruding from either side, a fierce grimace contorting his features. He still possessed a tail. The artificial moon exerted its influence upon him, enabling his transformation into a giant ape. Yet, Dale's despised this transformation. It was both grotesque and beyond his complete control. Nevertheless, to avoid defeat, he had no choice but to take the risk. "Stop!" Raditz exclaimed in astonishment, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres in a frenzied assault. In a state of quadruple Kaioken, his battle power soared to an astounding 160,000, while Dale's energy level was merely half that. The energy blast should have been sufficient to send him flying, but to ensure absolute certainty, Raditz continued his relentless onslaught, creating tremors that reverberated through the air and shook the very ground beneath him. As smoke billowed ominously, a colossal figure suddenly burst through the dense haze, descending from the sky, casting a vast shadow over the terrain, its roar echoing like thunder. The formidable, furry form absorbed all the energy blasts, emerging unscathed, standing resolute upon the earth, as majestic as a mountain. Such formidable energy! Raditz silently wiped away a bead of sweat. After transforming into a great ape, Dale's revealed a faint smile, once again embracing the sensation of a victor. Despite his transformation, he retained his rationality. Ignoring Raditz, he leaped forward, charging towards Son Goku and Vegeta. The transformation into a great ape is said to amplify one's fighting power tenfold. Yet this can vary among individuals. Sometimes the increase fluctuates. However, even accounting for a reduction, Dale's was more than capable of contending with anyone at that moment. He stood as the strongest. As long as he prevented others from claiming the fruits of the Tree of Might, he could replant once he eliminated these obstacles. "You shall not take my fruits. Watch as I destroy them." Dale's bellowed, his mouth agape as he unleashed a column of white light. This column, infused with tremendous energy, swept across the area, nearly engulfing the entire top of the Tree of Might, transforming it into a vast expanse of white. Clouds of dust billowed away, leaving the fruits of the tree obliterated. Goku and Vegeta had each managed to gather a ripe fruit, though Vegeta despised resorting to such means, with a formidable enemy before them. He was reluctant to appear weaker than Raditz and ultimately chose to consume it. Just after he finished, the thunderous roar behind him and the blinding white light surged forth. In a moment of desperation, the two of them darted away, yet the immense force of the impact was overwhelming, leaving them with no escape. They could only take refuge behind a sturdy branch, shielding themselves with their hands, bracing against the onslaught. As the light receded, they emitted a charred odor, smoke wafting from their bodies. Thanks to their aura protecting their bodies and clothing, although their upper bodies were bare, their trousers remained intact. Fortunately, Dale's had been compelled to reduce his attack power to widen his strike radius. Otherwise, their fates would have been dire. Raditz observed the great ape Dale's, rapidly devising a strategy. With no more senzu-beans and the fruits of the tree nearly annihilated, time was of the essence to find any survivors or await a new harvest. Earth could not afford to wait. To secure victory, one must sever the tail. But Dale's was exceedingly cautious. Was there truly a chance? Raditz stole a glance downwards, clenching his fists. The battle below had concluded. Piccolo seized the moment when Amon's rapid spinning attack faltered, unleashing a beam from his eyes that damaged Amon's scouter. In the instant of the explosion, smoke obscured vision, allowing Piccolo to exploit the gap and deliver a fatal blow. After a year of rigorous training, Piccolo had significantly accelerated the activation speed of his special beam cannon. Launching it after a brief charge, the shot struck true, piercing through Amon's heart. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha executed a remarkably synchronized assault, cornering Deus into a precarious position. The tracking capability of their energy blasts, paired with the cutting power of their key sword, ultimately left Deus besieged, succumbing to their combined assault. On another front, Tien Shinhan utilized the solar flare to blind Kakarot, swiftly following up with a key cannon that severely suppressed him, nearly drilling him into the ground. Gohan and Kaiatsu had been struggling, at a disadvantage. The Rize and Lachaise brothers, however, made a grave mistake in their eagerness to kill. They struck Kaiatsu, causing him to spit blood and collapse, and then unleashed a wave of energy in an attempt to obliterate him. In response, Son Gohan erupted with fury. A timeless adage states, never engage in a beam struggle with a Son family member, and do not provoke Son Gohan's wrath. In a burst of rage, Gohan positioned himself swiftly in front of Kaiatsu, his anger manifesting in a blinding flash that shattered their bodies. The unfortunate brothers wore expressions frozen in horror, their last words echoing a single phrase, impossible. The warriors gathered together, carrying Kaiatsu to the incapacitated Nappa for respite before soaring towards the Tree of Might. Raditz took note of them. What now, Raditz? The energy of that Saiyan is unfathomable. We may not stand a chance even together, Tien Shinhan expressed his concerns. Let alone together. Even 10 of us would be futile, Raditz replied, shaking his head as he regarded Dale's colossal form. This is insidious. Is there truly no way? If we could just sever his tail, we might prevail, he exclaimed. It sounded simple, yet Dale's would undoubtedly be on guard. A misstep could lead to death. Piccolo, aware of the difficulties in severing the tail, remained cautious. Raditz inhaled deeply, suddenly directing a piercing gaze at the group, stating, while it is not impossible, each of you must contribute. Remember, we have but one chance. The others, having heard Raditz's succinct battle plan, felt they had no choice but to comply. Let us proceed. Led by Raditz, everyone stood in a line amidst the ruins, their bodies marked by varying degrees of wounds, their garments tattered and soiled with dust. They were about to confront an immensely powerful adversary, one that could very well lead to their demise, yet each individual bore a resolute expression. It was a courage that remained unshaken, even when faced with the formidable energy directed at their foreheads. The wind brushed against their cheeks, carrying a refreshing chill. And the blinding light of the giant ape had finally subsided. The moment had arrived. Haha, I never anticipated fighting alongside so many others, Krillin exclaimed, charging forward. Laughter serving as a balm for his inner trepidation. Perhaps this would be the last time. Let us cherish it. The second to advance was Tien Shinhan. We can win. With a thunderous shout from Lachaise, the others dispersed to launch their attacks. Leading the charge, Klin unleashed a chi blade, a spinning disc that raced toward Dallas's tail. Poised to end the battle upon impact, a fierce gale surged from behind, waves of energy roiling as the chi blade neared Dallas's rear. The powerful shockwave nearly brushing against his form. In that fleeting moment, Dallas moved. His feet shifted. With an uncanny gait, he angled his body backward, skillfully twisting his waist to shield his tail. Who could have anticipated that such a colossal figure could exhibit such agility? The chi blade sliced past the edge of Dallas's flank and soared into the sky. In the next instant, his exceptional core strength propelled him back into position. Unleashing a radiant beam of energy directed toward Klin. Step aside. Recognizing the perilous situation, Raditz unleashed an energy blast that forcefully pushed Krillin away. Dorias was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such a maneuver. However, the sky soon erupted with a tremendous roar as Gohan executed his special beam cannon. The feeble potency of the attack failed to capture Dorias's attention. Instead, he laughed heartily, lifting his head defiantly to face Gohan, ready to absorb the blow. Bang! An explosion occurred on Darius's face, yet he remained unscathed. You dare to challenge me with such feeble strength, little imp? Then what about this? Tianjin fan shouted behind Dale's. Instinctively, Dale's turned to look, only to be met with the sun fist. The blinding light rendered his vision a stark white, leaving him momentarily sightless. At that moment, Krillin had prepared his second energy slash, and with a sudden swing, he aimed for the base of Dale's tail. Intent on delivering a decisive blow, wouldn't it be even better to sever half his rear? Just as the energy slash was about to succeed, the colossal ape Dale's unexpectedly collapsed, rolling over and narrowly evading the cut. Infuriatingly, he had failed. "You wretched fools, resorting to such underhanded tactics," Dales exclaimed, blinking as he slowly regained his sight. His fury intensifying. Had it not been for his quick thinking, he might have indeed fallen victim to the ambush. In a fit of rage, he leapt into the air, swinging his fists rapidly to knock Tianjin Fan aside, sending him crashing down. He then turned and unleashed a shockwave toward Gohan, who was momentarily taken aback, rendered helpless. Just as the white shockwave threatened to engulf Gohan, a glimmer of light erupted at the boundary, intercepting the onslaught. Beside Gohan stood Piccolo and Goku, both exerting their full strength to shield him. The air crackled with energy, the surrounding winds howled as countless fragments of the ground were swept into the swirling energy vortex. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz leapt into action, while Yamcha gracefully spun and dashed forward with remarkable speed. Solar Fist. The cold shout of Tien Shinhan echoed through the sky once more. Dales was taken aback, yet he dared not glance back. Instead, he hurled an energy blast skyward, striking Tien Shinhan once again. Just as he exhaled in relief, he beheld Tien Shinhan once more, this time, the four-armed clone. How? Before the words could escape his lips, the radiant glow of the solar fist enveloped him. Simultaneously, Krillin unleashed his energy blade once more, while Piccolo extended his elongated arm, ensnaring Darius's body in a firm grip. Their coordination was impeccable. Opportunity knocked but once, and it must not be squandered. Darius was taken aback. This series of attacks surpassed his expectations. He had initially resolved to eliminate Tien first, followed by Gohan, but their ultimate techniques were utterly unpredictable. At this moment, he found himself immobilized, his vision obscured, and the situation was dire. Not only was severing his tail a possibility, but even the prospect of a dismemberment loomed large. The energy blade, infused with lethal intent, sliced through the air, leaving a deep fissure in the ground. "Get away from me." Darius gritted his teeth, a surge of wrath emanating from him, shattering Big's arm into fragments. Although Big barely held on, he was ultimately compelled to yield in the face of overwhelming power. Without hesitation, Darius stepped forward, unleashing a force that formed an invisible protective barrier, deflecting the chi element slash. The attack soared once more into the heavens, causing a chill to wash over the hearts of those present. It was not over yet. Yamcha deftly maneuvered his fingers, summoning a colossal energy sphere from the skies to intercept the chi element slash, utilizing its energy to forcefully push the attack back toward Darius. It was so close. However, the energy sphere lacked the strength to breach the formidable barrier of the giant ape's aura. At this critical juncture, Vegeta appeared, his technique charged with power, surging toward Darius with determination. Raditz, in a fivefold Kaioken state, unleashed a radiant energy wave that followed suit, and the combined might of the two Saiyans shattered the obstruction. The atmosphere trembled, the ground erupted, rocks and earth scattering in all directions. The chi element slash hurtled forth, striking Darius's tail. In that fleeting moment, Darius regained his sight and, with astonishing energy, repelled the chi element slash, blood oozing from his tail, yet it remained unbroken. Ha 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 ha. Darius laughed maniacally, reveling in his invincibility, while those around him were rendered utterly helpless. Suddenly, Darius's expression shifted dramatically, his body stiffening as a blade sliced cleanly through his tail. Aikairobii. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Indeed, in critical moments, one requires an Aikairobii. With the severing of his tail, Darius immediately transformed back into a mere humanoid form, his combat prowess plummeting. Raditz gave a thumbs up to Aikairobii, showering him with praise. Without his intervention, the situation could have turned dire. Meanwhile, Aikairobii hastily retreated, adopting a demeanor that suggested he wanted no part in the conflict, fleeing as far as possible. "Once the deed is done, I shall depart, concealing my merit and fame." Such was the essence of a legendary figure. However, Aikairobii's thoughts lingered on the uncertainty of Darius's next moves. He had no desire to take unnecessary risks. In truth, Darius had reached a dead end, devoid of options. Before him stood Raditz, Goku, and Vegeta, who, despite their drained stamina, knew that when the eerie red light shone, their power would surge dramatically, marking the moment of Darius's demise. At that instant, Kakao emerged from the ground, finally inhaling the fresh air. Tien had hurled him underground. Yet he had survived. Although his propulsion outlet was shattered, preventing him from accelerating, he had not been entirely defeated. Upon finally resurfacing, Kakao went unnoticed. Seeing Darius surrounded, his first thought was whether to flee. Since everyone else had failed, why not escape? As a bounty hunter wandering the cosmos, he understood the importance of self-preservation. Without hesitation, he readied himself to depart, but then looked up to see an aircraft approaching the Tree of Spirit. The plane carried an old man and a pig, accompanied by a beautiful woman, with a young girl with blue hair piloting the craft. Kakao's eyes glinted with a sinister smile. He surmised that their precise arrival was likely linked to those Earthlings. Thus, he leaped, landing above the aircraft, pressing down upon it as it neared the encircled area. Make way, or prepare to collect the corpses. Darius, I'm coming. His thunderous shout startled the others, and hope flickered in Darius's eyes as he realized Kakao had come to rescue him. Yet, as Kakao commandeered the aircraft, his thoughts were fixated on the seeds of the Tree of Spirit's fruit, which only Darius possessed. If he fled alone, such an opportunity to enhance his strength might never arise again, prompting his daring decision to rescue Darius. After all, with hostages in hand, he felt no fear. What is happening? Bulma suddenly felt the controls slipping from her grasp, as if something heavy loomed above. Master Roshi sensed a formidable energy aboard the aircraft and gestured for a descent. It appeared we had drawn too close, becoming hostages. What should we do? What should we do? Oolong cried out in terror, his face ashen. I told you I didn't want to come. This was surely the end. Enough with the noise. Didn't you also wish to see if there were any beautiful alien women? You lecherous old man. It's clearly your fault. Silence everyone. We can only watch Goku and the others now. Bulma attempted to land, only to realize the aircraft was no longer under her control, entirely commandeered by Kakarot. Hurtling straight towards Dallas. She originally intended to witness the outcome of the battle, but was unnerved by the rapid deterioration of Earth's environment, with reports coming in incessantly. Thus, using the locator signal left by the probe, she contacted Master Roshi, Oolong, and Launch, and set off for the battlefield to ascertain the situation. Little did she know, they would become captives. The aircraft glided to a halt just above the ground, and within, Bulma and Oolong incessantly called out for Goku. Kakarot and Dallas exchanged triumphant looks. Isn't Goku just Kakarot? These individuals are indeed acquainted with him, which simplifies matters considerably. Dallas panted heavily, one hand pressed against the cockpit. Dallas. Do you think I would refrain from killing you simply because you have a few Earthlings as hostages? Vegeta extended his hand towards Dallas, a sphere of energy forming swiftly in his palm. Wait, Vegeta. Raditz swiftly interjected, gripping Vegeta's wrist. There are our people inside the aircraft. I couldn't care less. I am determined to save him. If you wish to deal with Dallas, you will have to wait a little longer. Raditz's tone was equally firm, and the two locked eyes, igniting sparks between them. Vegeta shrugged off Raditz's grasp and turned away. Indeed, Raditz, release us at once and do not pursue. Impossible. What if you kill them? Raditz retorted. Do not force my hand. Consider the consequences. He thought to himself that he must adopt a firmer stance. Otherwise, Darius might make even more outrageous demands. Only you may follow. The rest must remain still. Darius's fingers dug into the cabin, lifting the aircraft slowly into the sky. Or else we shall all perish together. Very well. Raditz signaled a gesture of reassurance to the others and proceeded alone. After a fierce battle, Dallas faced defeat, and the painful outcome ignited a flicker of anger within him. Yet, gazing down from the sky at a ravaged Earth, consumed by the Tree of Might, he suddenly laughed. What did his defeat matter? It only meant that you all bore a price as well, one that is irreparable. In his mind, Dallas thought, I have still emerged victorious. The three of them, along with a single aircraft, arrived at the landing site of the spacecraft, a colossal vessel with its doors wide open, as if to welcome someone's return. Upon reaching their destination, Raditz extended his hands, signaling for the exchange. Don't rush. Allow me to board the ship first. No. Kakarot threatened to unleash a shockwave, defiantly gazing at Raditz. Do not act rashly, Kakarot. Dales intervened just in time. With a wave of his hand, he dismantled half of the framework, casting it aside, allowing the old man, the pig, and that beautiful woman to descend. Upon hearing these words, everyone rushed down. Dales reached out to stop Bulma, insisting, You must remain in the aircraft. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he peered behind Bulma. She quickly covered her vital areas, exclaiming, No, though I am beautiful, I still silence. If you make another sound, I shall end you. Dales threatened, retracting his hand. Master Roshi and the others dashed behind Raditz to hide, leaving only Raditz and the two of them in confrontation. Kakarot, you must keep the aircraft ascending. Once the spaceship is activated, you may release it. If Raditz wishes to save her, he will not impede us. As Dale spoke, he retreated to the entrance of the spaceship, one hand aimed at Bulma, his gaze darting between her and Raditz. Kakarot continued to raise the aircraft, waiting for the moment the spaceship would ignite before daring to let go. The tense standoff culminated in a violent tremor, the spaceship's rear igniting successfully, prompting Kakarot to release his grip. In an instant, he plunged into the spacecraft. This was the opportunity Raditz had been anticipating. His King Kai fist speed far surpassed that of the spaceship. He erupted forth, swiftly catching Bulma and tossing her to Master Roshi, while he himself continued ascending in pursuit of the spacecraft. What he did not foresee was the colossal spaceship erupting in a thunderous explosion, smoke and flames obscuring Raditz's advance. Simultaneously, a small spacecraft shot out, escaping the atmosphere. Kakarot's shattered form was propelled in all directions by the explosion, appearing grotesque amidst the flames. Raditz was taken aback by Dales's betrayal. Realizing too late that Dales had anticipated the large ship's slow acceleration and had never intended to take Kakarot with him. In the end, Kakarot had merely become a sacrificial pawn to obstruct Raditz. A maniacal laughter echoed within the small spacecraft. The ship that had escaped the atmosphere was beyond retrieval. And Raditz ceased his pursuit, striving to amplify his energy, ensuring the others would know his whereabouts. The immediate priority was to halt the expansive growth of the Tree of Might, and the only means to achieve this was through the Dragon Balls. Bulma, hand me the Dragon Ball radar. Eh? I must swiftly gather all 7 Dragon Balls, quickly, Raditz urged. Bulma broke into a cold sweat and pointed at the wrecked aircraft. It might be damaged. It's not broken. It's in my possession, Master Roshi declared as he produced the Dragon Ball radar. His sunglasses glinting with the light of wisdom. I had anticipated the need for the Dragon Balls, so I kept the radar handy to avoid any last-minute searches. Truly, Master Roshi is remarkable, Raditz exclaimed with delight. That individual, I'm not certain if I misjudged, but he bore a striking resemblance to Goku, took something from my side. Bulma's voice grew increasingly faint, as if she had sensed an irrevocable calamity. What is that? It appeared to be Gohan's hat. Just a mere hat. Raditz waved his hand dismissively, but suddenly he froze. Could there be a Dragon Ball on Gohan's hat? Master Roshi was equally astonished. Indeed, after making that wish. We retrieved the 4-star ball and set it back in place. I had always intended to return it to Gohan but kept forgetting. Today, I just happened to bring it along. In the previous conversation, Goku had subtly hinted at the existence of the Dragon Balls, although Dallas had never seen them. The unique appearance of the Dragon Balls would surely catch his attention. If that were the case, it would spell trouble. At that moment, everyone had gathered, gazing at the shattered fragments of the spaceship and the few who were safe, letting out a sigh of relief. Where is Dallas? Vegeta was the first to inquire. He's escaped. How could he have possibly gotten away? He even took a Dragon Ball with him, Master Roshi added. In an instant, the faces of the crowd turned ashen, frozen in shock. The absorption rate of the Tree of Might was alarmingly swift, without the power of the Dragon Balls. They could not thwart this impending catastrophe, and the Earth would be utterly annihilated. To have driven off Dales only to lose the Earth was truly a Pyrrhic victory. While it mattered little to Vegeta and Nappa, for Goku and his companions, the Earth was their homeland. Let's seek out the deity. He may possess a solution, Goku proposed. Moments later, he suddenly exclaimed with delight, Look, it's Mr. Popo. Following his pointing finger, indeed, in the distance, a figure clad in black approached on a flying carpet, holding an exquisitely adorned vessel. Mr. Popo, did the deity send you? Yukong. Bobo halted the magic carpet, and the deity in the celestial realm acknowledged it. This is the super divine water that he entrusted me to deliver to you. Simply sprinkle it at the roots of the spirit tree, and it should halt its relentless spread. Super divine water? Isn't that meant for consumption? Wukong recalled utilizing the power of the super divine water against the malevolent Piccolo. The super divine water is inherently toxic, yet it possesses antidotal properties. It may prove effective against the spirit tree, as the spirit tree is said to bear the fruit favored by the gods. The celestial beings have advised you to give it a try. Bobo handed the vessel to son Wukong. Super divine water? Wukong was filled with skepticism. Yet desperate times called for desperate measures. He cradled the jar and soared towards the spirit tree, liberally dousing it until every precious drop was expended. The effects of the super divine water manifested immediately, halting the expansion of the spirit tree. However, the devastation already wrought upon Earth remained unhealed. With nearly a quarter of the planet plunged into a state of biological extinction, the pursuit of the Dragon Balls remains imperative. To achieve this goal, one must augment their strength, modify the spaceship, and ascertain the locations of the Dragon Balls. Hence, the group opted for a brief respite. During this interlude, Bulma set about developing a cosmic Dragon Ball radar, while Raditz sought the assistance of Bulma's father, Brief, to construct a gravity training chamber. Over the course of half a month, Violent incidents erupted across the globe, with unrest rampant. Cities and towns, both large and small, battled over dwindling resources, while armed factions waged war for survival. The king dispatched numerous troops for rescue and suppression efforts, striving to restore stability. Natural disasters and human calamities gradually extinguished the flames of peace. Raditz floated high above, his gaze sweeping over the port and the vast ocean it embraced, Earth's last bastion of purity. Sunlight streamed through the fractured clouds, casting a mosaic of shadows upon the sea's surface. The city of his youth was also a coastal haven, a place where countless vessels navigated daily, their horns blaring like brave warriors embarking on a quest. As a child, he often wandered to the sea after school, finding solace in its vastness. The ocean's grandeur provided in tranquility. After a bustling day, to linger by the shore, gazing into the horizon under the sun's final brilliance, was a form of happiness. It had been quite some time since he had last seen the sea. Such hues were rare. For most of the King Kai's planet was predominantly green. Raditz, how much longer do you intend to linger here? Vegeta called out, informing him that the gravity chamber was completed and beckoning him to train. Nappa's hand rested on Raditz's shoulder. Earth is quite a splendid place, is it not? Behold this scenery, a sight unattainable on other planets. Nappa appeared somewhat astonished, gazing upon the boundless expanse of the crystalline ocean, where shimmering reflections sparkled brilliantly, merging the horizon of sky and sea into a harmonious palette. Seagulls soared gracefully on the winds, while the waves whispered softly, and the air was imbued with a refreshing and cool scent of moisture. Is that not so? Indeed, it is. However, amidst the hesitation, Vegeta called out, "Let him wait. Are you afraid of him, yet not of me?" Raditz retorted coldly. Nappa found himself unable to refute. Resigning to the reality that Raditz was indeed far more powerful than he was, a fact even Vegeta acknowledged. What more could he possibly say? Let us savor the beauty of life. Such moments are fleeting, Raditz remarked. In truth, over the past fortnight, Nappa had grown quite fond of Earth. His combative nature had been thoroughly unleashed through the most advanced gaming consoles, excelling in various combat games. Despite his repeated defeats against Raditz, his enthusiasm for gaming remained undiminished. Beyond battle, his greatest source of joy lay in fighting games. Vegeta had once faced Goku in a match, suffering a loss that ignited a fierce determination within him to surpass both brothers. During evenings, the group often dined together, with Saiyans habitually competing over their appetites. After losing the battle, Vegeta was unwilling to concede in the realm of consumption, prompting the others to join in the fray. Often surrounding themselves with tables laden with empty plates, Goten frequently sought training from Piccolo, occasionally indulging in play with the speedy dragon. The coconut trees on Korin Tower swayed gently in the breeze, while Master Roshi reclined in a deck chair under the sun, sunglasses on, surrounded by magazines radiating delightful aromas. "Let us depart. The gravity training room should be completed," Raditz declared, casting a final glance at the sea. Upon their return to Bulma's residence, the group had been waiting for some time. Vegeta, unable to contain his eagerness, was ready to enter and test the training facility, eagerly awaiting Raditz's arrival. The newly constructed gravity training room comprised two facilities, one specially built within Bulma's expansive home, as multiple gravity rooms were a triviality given its size. The other was a gravity device installed in the new spaceship, Hope, transformed from the remnants of Dale spacecraft and Scion single-pod ships, designed for long-distance space travel for multiple occupants. Initially, upon seeing the hemispherical structure resembling a common dwelling, Vegeta scoffed. Yet Raditz's insistence on its utility piqued his curiosity, despite his skepticism. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Let us proceed inside," Raditz announced, stepping first into the gravity room, followed closely by the others. Once inside, they beheld walls shimmering with a metallic luster, the central control system serving as a pillar supporting the ceiling, accompanied by an array of precise adjustment modules, all set upon a high-strength floor. The spacious interior was devoid of any furnishings or equipment, entirely dedicated to the practitioners, with only 4 transparent glass panels surrounding them. The ample space could comfortably accommodate the group, featuring separate changing rooms, showers, and a lounge. Through the control modules, one could adjust humidity, temperature, and the composition of the air, alongside small flying attack drones. These enhancements were all proposed by Raditz based on his vision, rendering this gravity room far superior to the ordinary ones. Although in haste, the gravity device could only exert a force of 200 times Earth's gravity. It was sufficient for their current needs. "Is this truly the exceptional training venue you spoke of?" Vegeta inquired, surveying the room with a displeased expression. Compared to the technology of planet Vegeta, Earth's advancements appeared inferior, leaving him feeling deceived. Indeed, this is the place, Raditz replied. Are you jesting? This is hardly more suitable than a secluded mountain. Patience, do you believe the apparatus here is mere decoration? Raditz chuckled, striding towards the control panel. Currently, we are under Earth's standard gravity, a mere 1G. Next, let us test the 10G setting, akin to the environment of planet Vegeta. With that, Raditz inputted the number 10 into the system, and the screen flickered before stabilizing. Suddenly, a slight tremor coursed through the floor, accompanied by a buzzing sound that startled everyone. In the next instant, the colors within the room shifted dramatically, dimming to reveal a pervasive dark red hue. Within this crimson glow, the gravity silently escalated to tenfold. Having resided on Earth for an extended period, they experienced an uncanny sensation reminiscent of their time on King Kai's planet. As if an unseen force were tugging at their limbs, drawing them downward. Remarkable, it truly works. Goku exclaimed, I had considered acquiring a device like this as well. It's fantastic. With this room, we can achieve the training effects of King Kai's planet. What a splendid arrangement. Vegeta let out a cold snort. His haughty little gaze seemed to convey a message of is that all there is? Following this, Raditz adjusted the settings to 15 times gravity. He pressed the confirmation button. And after a brief moment of reaction, a tremor accompanied by a buzzing sound ensued, as the gravitational force abruptly intensified. Simultaneously, the intelligent device automatically adjusted the atmospheric pressure and humidity, creating the most suitable environment. 15 times gravity is quite a challenge, Krillin remarked with a wry smile. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, steadily trickling down. Yamcha fared even worse. He struggled to maintain composure, his face contorted in strain. Having neglected training for several days, his body had become overly relaxed, leaving him unprepared for the sudden onslaught of 15 times gravity, a sensation that was all too palpable. For the Saiyans, however, this level of gravity was relatively manageable. Vegeta even exhibited a look of skepticism. Could this truly enhance their combat prowess? With his arms crossed defiantly over his chest and an arched brow, he displayed extreme distrust. Raditz, incensed by Vegeta's expression, thought, you doubt it? Then let me have you experience the high multiplier firsthand. Everyone, please step outside. I require a moment alone with Vegeta, Raditz stated with a calm smile. His tone imbued with an unassailable authority. Goku nodded and exited first, followed closely by Gohan and Piccolo. As they departed, the others lingered, reluctant to leave. Peering through the glass of the gravity chamber, the two stood upright like sentinels. Those unaware of the situation might have assumed they were about to engage in a confrontation. Under 15 times gravity, both men remained at ease. Raditz, facing Vegeta, discreetly reached for the control panel and input the number 50. Suddenly, a fierce buzzing echoed as the gravity surged dramatically. Raditz thought to himself, how will you fare now? But then, realization struck him like a bolt. He too was within the gravity chamber. It was too late to react, as if a mountain had descended upon him, the weight pressing down mercilessly, his bones creaking under the strain, and his legs trembling slightly. Vegeta was not faring much better. His crossed arms fell apart, his stature diminished. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. How are you? Raditz provocatively inquired. It was only slightly better than before. Hardly worth noting. Let us see who can endure. With a dismissive gesture, Raditz pressed the ascending button on the input device. This was a touch-sensitive mechanism that allowed gravity to increase exponentially without the need for numerical input. Under the strain of 50 times normal gravity, the sensitivity was astounding, and the gravitational force surged dramatically. The two opponents widened their eyes, their faces turning ashen. Holding their breath in defiance, neither would concede. At this moment, to yield would be to lose face. Both Raditz and Vegeta shared this sentiment. Resolutely battling against the escalating gravity, their faces flushed and necks straining, blood vessels prominent in their eyes. If you cannot endure, just admit it, one would say. I can persevere, the other would retort. In the end, they found themselves devoid of breath to speak. Their bodies remained intact. Yet their insides felt as though they might burst under the relentless gravitational pressure. Had it not been for the protective energy within them, they would have long since succumbed. The onlookers had no comprehension of the struggle taking place. They merely observed as the numbers on the display soared, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Truly, Raditz was remarkable. Having reached a staggering 100 times gravity, Vegeta was impressive as well. Look at them, standing resolute under such immense pressure. In the words of Master Wu Tian, they exemplified the deep abyss and towering peaks. Remarkable. Indeed, the gravity has escalated to 150. Behold, they have fallen. They have fallen. Help! Krillin cried out. Goku quickly cut off the power. After narrowly escaping a life-threatening crisis, Raditz solemnly advised everyone to practice moderation in their training. The consequences of blind ambition can be dire. Raditz now harbored a lingering fear of the gravity chamber. The final gravity setting had reached 159, a level so extreme that they could barely move. Far beyond what they could challenge at present. Had Goku not promptly severed the power, both he and Vegeta would likely have faced grave peril. Fortunately, when the independent power source was initially suggested, Raditz had dismissed the idea. Otherwise, the mere thought of it would still haunt him. However, this experience enlightened Vegeta to the intensity of gravity training, causing him to reconsider his previous underestimation of this seemingly ordinary facility. The following day marked the true commencement of their training. Vegeta, solitary and resolute, occupied the spaceship's training room while the others split into two groups to utilize the ground facilities. The Saiyans and Piccolo engaged in high-intensity training at elevated gravity levels, while the remaining members reluctantly awaited their turn. Initially, everyone focused on fundamental physical exercises, squats, push-ups, and the like, only gradually progressing to more vigorous techniques. After a day of relentless training, Vegeta found himself enamored with this environment. While some abhorred monotony, others thrived on it, dedicating their lives to perfecting a single endeavor. A single punch, practiced tens of thousands of times without faltering, all to enhance speed by a mere 0.01 seconds. This is the essence of a Saiyan. It is this very characteristic that enables their warrior race to grow ever more formidable. As half a month passed, everyone fervently pushed their limits, striving to elevate their abilities to a stable, higher echelon. Bulma had also completed the radar for the Dragon Balls and sufficiently stocked the spaceship with fuel for a month. The day of departure approached. They were ready to embark on a journey into the cosmos, carrying with them the essence of hope, stepping boldly into the vast expanse of the galaxy. On the day of departure, everyone gathered at Bulma's home. Master Roshi was merely there to bid farewell, and Kaiatsu and Yamcha opted not to board the spaceship, acutely aware of their relative weakness and unwilling to become a burden. They chose instead to continue their training in the gravity chamber. Gohan, after much effort, finally secured Chi-Chi's approval, significantly aided by Raditz, who appeared far more reliable in Chi-Chi's eyes than Goku. However, even those who boarded the spaceship held diverse motivations. Vegeta aimed to test his strength by defeating Goku, and subsequently Raditz. Nappa had no choice. With the powerhouses present, he felt compelled to join. Piccolo initially hesitated to participate, feeling his strength paled in comparison to that of the Saiyans, fearing he would fall behind. Yet, another reason compelled him. Gohan was going, and he found Goku's son far more agreeable than Goku himself. The remaining members were resolute in their mission to save Earth. Farewell. You all do your best. Next time, when my strength has increased, I'll join you. Yamcha called out, waving to everyone, with Par following suit. Raditz responded with a polite yet slightly awkward smile, inwardly lamenting. It seems there may no longer be an opportunity for you, T-God, to shine. Nevertheless, for your sake, I shall endeavor to improve. As the Tianjin dumplings were about to speak, they were abruptly silenced by a firm hand. A woman with golden hair brandishing a gun stepped forward, exclaiming, Tianjin fan, return alive. Your mother is waiting for you. At that moment, Lan Shi had transformed into a state reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, her explosive demeanor almost radiating energy. Even Tianjin Fan was taken aback, his three eyes widening in shock as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Chi-Chi, Bulma, Master Roshi, everyone were setting off. Goku exclaimed with a hearty laugh, waving his arms in anticipation of the impending journey. His unwavering optimism allowed him to face any challenge, yet he remained cautious when necessary. Chi-Chi sobbed softly, bidding farewell to Goku and Gohan, while the Ox King comforted her with gentle pats on the back. Rest assured, Goku, I shall reluctantly take on the task of guarding Earth in your absence, Master Roshi chuckled. That will only make things worse, old pervert. Oolong interjected. What did you say? He speaks the truth. It would be more perilous with you here. Bulma chimed in, causing Master Roshi to sigh deeply, prompting laughter from the group. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta was growing impatient. Kakarot, hurry up. Coming. Goku was the last to board the spacecraft, and as the hatch sealed, the massive circular ship soared into the cosmos. Well, will they be all right? After all, those two Saiyans are from the evil camp. With Goku and Raditz on board, there's nothing to worry about, Master Roshi assured, gripping his staff as he looked skyward, cheering for the crew. Only when they vanished from sight did he allow a sly grin to emerge. Earth is in the hands of these young folks. I might as well chat with Bulma. In that moment, A powerful punch struck the old turtle, nearly sending him into space. The vast, dark universe lay still and desolate, countless planets spinning silently in the deep abyss, reflecting ethereal light. Distant nebulae flickered with pale, crystalline highlights, their edges swirling with bright purple filaments, creating an enchanting beauty that resembled a frost-kissed mist. The boundless expanse of the universe, filled with the allure of the unknown, beckoned exploration and pursuit. Within the spaceship, Vegeta skillfully maneuvered the controls, setting the ship on autopilot toward the location indicated by the Dragon radar. Prior to this, King Kai had communicated with Raditz, informing him that Dare's whereabouts were unpredictable, frequently changing course. Dare's audacity to claim he was unafraid of Frieza stemmed from his guerrilla tactics. Otherwise, given his lackluster abilities, Frieza would hardly bother with him, provided Dare's kept his distance. Nonetheless, the Dragon radar could track him wherever he went. As the ship continued its journey, the group decided to commence training. The gravity chamber was relatively small, accommodating only 3 individuals at a time, necessitating a rotation system. With only 7 Senzu beans available, Raditz mandated that they refrain from exhausting themselves during training to preserve their precious resources. Aside from the gravity chamber, the facilities for hygiene and rest were quite comfortable, equipped with various recreational amenities. Raditz had specifically requested the finest sound system, featuring a song he had replicated from memory, enhancing their training or relaxation experience. After nearly 2 days of seamless travel at super-accelerated speeds, the spaceship maintained a smooth trajectory. The crew alternated between training and rest, with an emergency call system in place to alert them of any significant events, ensuring minimal concern. In the timeless void of space, where darkness enveloped everything, they relied solely on instruments to gauge the passage of time. Having finished his shower, Raditz stepped out of the designated cabin wrapped in a towel, clad only in his underwear. He admired his robust physique in the mirror, reveling in his reflection. Upon entering the main cabin, he was captivated by the view through the large transparent shield. Meanwhile, Gohan and Goku, having just finished bathing, joined Piccolo in the main cabin for a brief respite. "Uncle Piccolo, shall we have something to eat? I do not require food to sustain myself." Gohan's excitement dimmed in an instant. Piccolo's expression suddenly shifted, and he hesitantly replied, "Then, perhaps just a little." Gohan's face lit up with joy, dispelling his earlier gloom. Raditz, with his back turned, allowed a smile to surface. It had indeed been a wise decision to pair Gohan with Piccolo. They were a naturally harmonious duo. Piccolo, typically solitary and aloof, hardly conversed with anyone besides Goku, with whom he shared a complex relationship of both rivalry and camaraderie. Only Gohan had managed to touch the gentler side of his heart. During their year of training, the bond between these two had deepened remarkably. "Brother, won't you join us for a bite?" Goku called out, munching on a square pastry. "I'm not hungry." "You guys," but before he could finish, the ship's alarm blared unexpectedly, cutting off his words. The cabin filled with a red glow as all auxiliary systems, including the gravity training room, ceased operations. The crew rushed to the main cabin, their faces etched with concern. Vegeta dashed to the control panel, checking the instruments, while the others scanned the surroundings for any signs of danger. No malfunction. The spacecraft adeptly navigated around the myriad of debris in the cosmos, rendering collisions improbable. Could it be an unforeseen explosion? There was no detection of such an event. Yet, the alarm not only persisted but grew increasingly insistent, the frequency of the flashing red light escalating as though peril was imminent. Rithis felt his body plummet downwards, as if the vessel's engines had faltered, while the surrounding gravitational field warped severely, resembling a colossal vortex intent on ensnaring the spacecraft. "Look below." Krillin pressed against the edge of the transparent protective shield, his eyes scanning the scene beneath. It was a peculiar planet, its elliptical surface gleaming in a dark golden hue, emanating a radiant glow. Amidst the somber tones lurked an eerie chill, while their spacecraft approached this enigmatic celestial body, as if it were magnetically drawing them in. They followed their navigational trajectory. Yet calculations indicated that this planet should not exist. How could such a phenomenon suddenly manifest? "Steady. Maximize the thrust and depart from this locale. If we are drawn in, we may collide," Raditz exclaimed, acutely aware that, given the current acceleration, they were in grave peril. "Break through the atmosphere." The spacecraft ignited in a fiery display as it breached the atmospheric layers. The combined force of combustion and turbulence overwhelmed the occupants, a profound unease surging within them. Encountering such an event in the unfamiliar cosmos was undeniably catastrophic. Had they known, they would have brought Bulma along. After all, she was an expert in technology. Capable of addressing any issues that arose, their current predicament felt overwhelmingly passive. Vegeta was pushing the power to its limits. Yet he could not entirely counteract the immense gravitational pull. The two forces clashed, resulting in a stalemate. It felt as though a colossal hand was grasping their vessel, relentlessly pulling it downward, while the spacecraft, akin to a bird soaring skyward, struggled valiantly against the descent. The alarms blared with increasing intensity, their red lights flashing furiously. The vessel vibrating violently. Right. There's the operation manual. Raditz suddenly recalled. Krillin, where did Bulma put the manual? It's in the box on the control panel. Raditz dashed to the control station, rifling through the manual, pressing buttons on the panel as he perused the information displayed on the screen. As he skimmed through the content, his brow furrowed in concentration. The atmospheric composition of this planet bore a striking resemblance to that of Earth, suggesting the potential existence of humanoid life forms. Strangely, the water content was minimal, while the metallic reactions were so potent they permeated the entire planet. As they drew nearer to this world, their astonishment grew. The surface shimmered with metallic hues. Countless towering structures, whether buildings or mountains, appeared to be composed of metal. A sprawling framework of steel formed a city. An unknown, gleaming metal enveloping everything. How could this be possible? Sweat trickled down Raditz's brow. What is happening? We must depart from this planet. It is entirely composed of metal and possesses a life of its own. Upon uttering these words, a chilling sensation crept up the spines of all present, as if a venomous serpent slithered through their veins. The spacecraft was irresistibly drawn towards the colossal gravitational force, as if the planet itself willed it, intent on devouring the vessel. A terrifying thought flashed through their minds, leaving them all in trepidation. The feeble thrust they had managed to maintain was once again eclipsed by an even greater pull, dragging the ship inexorably towards the metallic orb. Raditz, resolute, hastily donned his attire and opened the hatch. I will step outside for a moment. Goku, come with me. Is there any way? Only by utilizing the reactive force of our Kamehameha wave can we hope to propel the spaceship. Together, our energy should suffice. Realizing the plan, Goku nodded in agreement. The duo soared to the rear of the spacecraft, pressed against its hull, and, with a primal roar, concentrated their energies in their palms, compressing it into a sphere. Kamehameha. They were both poised to unleash their Kamehameha wave. With a thunderous shout, both individuals unleashed their energy waves simultaneously. The brilliant blue light eclipsed the flames emitted by the spacecraft, and the tremendous recoil propelled the two towards the heavens, subsequently driving the vessel forward. The gravitational pull of the metallic planet paled in comparison to the formidable energy of the Kamehameha. The terrifying shockwave crashed against the metallic surface, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the air, accompanied by billowing clouds of smoke. As the dense smoke ascended, the spacecraft successfully broke free from its constraints. Revitalized by the power of the Kamehameha, the spacecraft soared anew, akin to a dragon liberated from its fetters, unbound and soaring freely. Raditz suddenly sensed that the gravitational force beneath them was gradually diminishing, as if the sheer force of the Kamehameha had instilled fear, rendering it hesitant to make any further moves. Let us proceed. Wait, look over there. Wukong pointed towards the ground where a hole had been blasted open, his expression darkening. Raditz followed his gesture, momentarily frozen in astonishment. The dark golden surface crumbled and sank, rapidly sketching a marvelous pattern that resembled a forest painted in black. From within, dozens of elongated mechanical arms surged forth. The eerie glow of the mechanical appendages flickered as the armor segments along their lengths opened, revealing cannons. Bullets erupted. A torrential rain of gunfire unleashed in every direction, striking without mercy. Simultaneously, the mechanical arms extended, attempting to ensnare the spaceship. It has altered its strategy. Raditz gasped in shock, launching energy blasts to shield the vessel. He deftly maneuvered around the edges of the mechanical limbs, knowing that severing them would halt the barrage. Wukong. Obliterate the core directly. The air resonated with explosions as Raditz eradicated several of the mechanical arms, their metallic claws reaching skyward before falling helplessly. However, more mechanical claws surged towards the spaceship with astonishing speed, larger and more robust, their outer armor sharper and more formidable. Each joint bore vicious spikes, resembling bloodthirsty beasts ravenously attacking. Damn it! Here it comes. Goku swiftly dodged a frontal claw strike, witnessing an endless swarm of mechanical hands emerging from the inky abyss below. Surrounded by a multitude of machines, they found themselves ensnared. In terms of strength, these mechanical entities were feeble, no match for their prowess. However, when it came to sheer numbers and persistence, The machines undoubtedly held the upper hand. Amidst the chaotic skirmish, numerous mechanical claws ensnared the spaceship, violently dragging it toward the planet. Countless battles had taught Goku that the adversary's target was not them, but rather the vessel. At that moment, Vegeta leaped from the main chamber, slicing through obstacles as he advanced, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that obliterated swathes of mechanical claws. Raditz, Kakarot. What are you dawdling for? Be careful, Vegeta. Humph, I don't need your concern. Vegeta retorted, unleashing a ferocious energy wave, causing a cacophony of explosions that reverberated through the air. Suddenly, the dark cavern seemed to tremble with fear of defeat, halting the delivery of mechanical arms, while the remaining ones swayed above like trees densely packed in a jungle. Although the assault was suppressed, the spaceship remained tethered, slowly being dragged toward the surface. The crisis was far from averted. The patterns on the metallic planet's surface expanded once more, elongated mechanical arms retreating to the periphery, clearing the center. From the dark golden sheen, an enormous, obsidian behemoth erupted forth, the solid metal ground fracturing violently, carving deep ravines. The giant loomed between heaven and earth, its form reminiscent of a human, initially composed of merely metallic bones and a skeletal framework, complete with a head, shoulders, spine, and arms. Gradually, the surrounding metallic elements converged upon it, filling its interior with veins, arteries, muscles, and even replicating the surface hair. Its upper half was mobile, while its lower half remained entrenched in the dark cavern, yet it towered to unimaginable heights, as if it could reach the heavens with a mere stretch. What on earth is this creature? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Whatever it is, let us take it down. Vegeta, indifferent to the details, charged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Energy blasts rained down upon the giant, exploding upon impact and sending debris cascading through the air. Vegeta's onslaught proved effective. Having trained the longest in the gravity chamber, his power level had long surpassed the 100,000 mark, and now, a single energy sphere could obliterate his former self. The energy he amassed wielded overwhelming dominance, toppling the giant to the ground. The mechanical arms that had ensnared the spaceship shattered under the meteoric barrage, collapsing in defeat. Raditz returned to the spaceship, consulting the operations manual as he prepared to reboot the super propulsion system. Beep, 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 beep. Just as Raditz followed the procedural steps, a series of alarming warnings flashed on the screen, with 4 striking lines of red text occupying the main display. Staring at the words, Raditz was left dumbfounded. What is happening? Piccolo inquired anxiously. The propulsion system has temporarily failed. We are compelled to make an emergency landing, Raditz indicated, his voice growing fainter as he pointed to the text on the screen. Despite having evaded our pursuers, the spaceship's power system could no longer sustain itself after prolonged operation at full capacity and required rest to avoid a catastrophic explosion. Does that mean we must descend upon this planet? Krillin's face was a mask of panic, having vividly witnessed the series of horrifying events moments ago. Is there truly no alternative? Tenshinhan, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he leaned against the transparent shield, questioned, Are we destined to perish? Not necessarily. We remain unaware of the true nature of this planet, and it is premature to draw conclusions at this juncture. However, the metallic surface of the planet harbors no food or water. Death is inevitable. Krillin's throat tightened. Raditz shook his head, resolved to initiate the landing. He meticulously sifted through the earlier data and discovered that the atmosphere of this planet was indeed conducive to our survival, and there were traces of water and soil, albeit minimal. In other words, despite the dominance of metal across the landscape, there exists at least a small area suitable for habitation. Lastly, he turned to Krillin and added, Who says we must remain here long? We can be airborne again in just 5 hours. As he spoke, Vegeta was hurled out, soaring past the spaceship. Raditz gasped in shock, pressing the landing button before immediately launching himself outside, closely followed by Piccolo. What they beheld was a colossal metallic warrior, even larger than the giant before, its golden eyes swirling within their sockets. Its obsidian form reflected in eerie luminescence, while its armor was adorned with jagged spikes. Dark liquid flowed languidly through the metallic tubes. Following Vegeta's lead, Goku was also hurled backward, only to be caught by Raditz from behind. The force was so tremendous that even Raditz had to retreat a considerable distance before regaining his balance. Be cautious, it can absorb our energy, and our energy blasts are ineffective against it, Goku exclaimed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for breath. At that moment, Vegeta returned. Filled with fury, his fists clenched tightly, radiating an aura brimming with lethal intent. He believed that after rigorous training in the gravity chamber, His power had escalated to a level that even the Jinyu Force would fear. Confronting such a mechanical adversary should have been a trivial task. Yet the reality was starkly different. To his astonishment, the behemoth was capable of absorbing his energy, transforming it into its own strength. Despite unleashing a torrential assault, the metallic giant sustained minimal damage. However, the energy it absorbed was substantial enough to expand its form, enabling its punches to send Vegeta flying. Damn it! I will dismantle you. Vegeta charged once more towards the giant, opting for hand-to-hand combat as he could not utilize energy blasts. Yet, the metallic behemoth showed no inclination to engage. It retreated, sinking back into its cavern, along with its mechanical arms, until the fissures in the earth sealed shut. Fragments lay scattered upon the ground, but the main body vanished without a trace, leaving Vegeta to strike the air in frustration with a sharp exclamation. What is happening? Raditz murmured to himself, utterly perplexed. He turned to behold the descending spacecraft, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. Could it be that its sole purpose was this very vessel? What on earth was transpiring on this planet? An array of questions surged within his mind. Yet Raditz found himself unable to provide answers. Meanwhile, Piccolo was also deep in contemplation, surveying the desolate metallic planet, his expression betraying a sense of vigilance. How had the spacecraft descended? Raditz inquired, his tone laden with incredulity. He had been bested by the metallic giant, yet ultimately could not prevent the spacecraft from taking flight. A surge of frustration swelling within him. The propulsion system had overheated, rendering it temporarily immobile. Curse it. Goku scratched his head. How long must we remain here? We may have to endure for another 5 hours, Raditz replied. The program undergoes a self-check process, and the mandatory safety protocols cannot be bypassed. His gaze was deep as he stared at the spaceship that had landed steadily. However, the issue remains that we cannot guarantee that the propulsion system will be operational upon restoration. Furthermore, we are still uncertain about the purpose of this metallic planet. So everyone should tread carefully. Should that creature reappear, I shall deal with it, Vegeta proclaimed boldly, though he was acutely aware of the complexity of the situation. The recent confrontation had revealed a startling truth. The metal giant was intrinsically linked to the entire planet. In addition to absorbing his energy blasts, he witnessed the damaged areas being swiftly replenished with new metal at a breathtaking pace visible to the naked eye. If this were the case, to eliminate it would equate to annihilating the entire planet. Let's discuss this later. For now, we should rest. Raditz could not ascertain how the situation would unfold and thus opted for a cautious approach. Goku and Piccolo exchanged glances and followed suit, finally joined by Vegeta, who turned back to examine the fissures in the ground. After much internal conflict, he ultimately refrained from acting impulsively. The spaceship stood quietly behind the metallic pillars, its surface bearing only minor damage, primarily scratches. The thrusters at the rear and the energy panel atop were still hot, while the rest remained largely unscathed. The occupants disembarked. And although the temperature, gravity, and atmospheric composition were not vastly different from Earth, the eerie desolation of the metallic planet sent an involuntary shiver down everyone's spine. After all, this place was exceedingly strange. We will be here for 5 hours, someone noted, and time seemed to fly by. It appears as though it has drawn us in and then fallen silent. The group murmured among themselves, hesitant to venture forth, opting instead to observe the unfolding scenario. What perplexed Raditz was that despite the spaceship having landed in its grasp, it remained inactive. What could this signify? Just as doubts clouded his mind, Tien Shinhan suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there are people." With extraordinary vision, he pointed towards the opposite side, where shadows moved beyond towering structures forged from alloy. Yet, the specifics remained elusive to the rest. Could they truly be humans? Surely they are not those machines again? Krillin squinted, determined to see clearly. I cannot be mistaken, Tien assured, confident in his acute eyesight. Raditz clenched his teeth and soared into the sky. I shall investigate. If they truly are humans, I will return to inform you. He understood that grasping the enigmatic nature of this planet was crucial. Even if the spaceship regained power, escape would be arduous without knowledge of the truth. Thus, engaging with the mechanisms or the inhabitants of the planet was imperative. He flew above the figures, his gaze fixed upon them, and he paused momentarily. Indeed, they were humans. Their appearance bore a striking resemblance to Earthlings, with limbs, features, and physiques akin to those of humanity. They exhibited a diversity of heights, builds, ages, and genders. The sole distinction lay in the electronic chains binding their hands and feet, restricting them to a slow shuffle. There were more than 20 individuals, forming a line as they trudged forward, accompanied by armored, track-laying machines. Were they criminals? Regardless, this indicated the presence of sentient life on the planet. Even if they were offenders, there must be those tasked with judging them. Raditz muttered to himself, contemplating whether to inquire about the situation. In the Dragon Ball universe, the language spoken was universally understood, with the native tongue of Namekians being a notable exception, allowing for communication between various races. Reflecting on this, Raditz thought, though the Kaioshin may not hold much utility, his contributions to cultural exchange were significant. With a slight smile, Raditz considered that his sudden appearance might be jarring. So he resolved to adopt a friendly demeanor. As he landed, he extended his hand in greeting to the individuals before him, waving it in front of him. The people, taken aback, exclaimed, "A human! Quick! Run!" In that fleeting moment, Raditz was momentarily taken aback, believing he had merely startled them. Just as he was about to clarify, the machinery beside him extended a lengthy cannon, its ominous black muzzle aimed squarely at him. Rat-a-tat-tat. A crimson blossom erupted as the thunderous roar of artillery filled the air, the bullets cascading forth like a relentless dragon. The hardened ground was pockmarked with deep craters. Hey, I did not intend to stage a prison break. I certainly did not wish to abduct the prisoners. Stop shooting. How can I make them cease? I was wrong. Raditz was being pursued by these machines, running back and forth, seemingly caught in a format, as they lined up to follow him relentlessly while continuously firing. Damn it. If you have the ability, then fly. Raditz leaped high into the air, effortlessly suspending himself above the ground. He could discern that although these cumbersome, treaded machines possessed offensive capabilities, they certainly could not ascend into the skies. Yet, after 3 seconds, he was dumbfounded. The heavy, armored machines emitted a cacophony of grinding gears. With the sound of mechanical friction, they began to transform, their treads disassembling, barrels retracting, and their bulky armor rising, gradually standing upright in humanoid form. Goodness! Are they transforming robots? Cybertron? Raditz stood agape, as if frozen in place. Was his worldview about to shatter? No, he must be overthinking. These were merely ordinary mechanical war machines. Raditz couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a hint of indescribable astonishment gracing his features, observing the terrified expressions of those below. He could imagine the anguish of their long-term subjugation. In any case, since you have targeted me, I shall eliminate you, regardless of the consequences. These machines must be dealt with. Raditz faced the towering robots, standing at least 6 to 7 meters tall, undaunted by the imminent gunfire, charging forward. The dark gray robot began to stride forward, its body rumbling ominously. In addition to the primary cannon on its chest and the 2 guns in its hands, armor on its shoulders, arms, legs, and back opened up, revealing countless firing ports. All targeting systems were aimed at Raditz, waiting for a signal to unleash a barrage of projectiles upon him, intent on reducing him to a mere sieve or turning him to ashes. Come on, Raditz shouted in advance, taking the initiative. Simultaneously, cannonballs erupted, producing a deafening cacophony that echoed relentlessly, while explosive crimson light flickered wildly, illuminating the darkened planet with a brilliant blaze. The assault persisted for a full minute, rendering everyone utterly astounded. In the face of such a violent onslaught, who could possibly survive? Could he be dead? Never mind him. Let it be. We cannot defy that will. An elderly man, alarmed by the children around him, embraced a frightened child, gently stroking her head, his face betraying a look of dread. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the old man's hands trembled as well. Yet, perhaps he could save us. Hush. Aji, do not speak. It is impossible. The man beside the elder gestured for silence, for if they were to hear us, it would spell disaster. Do not weep, dear child. It is an unavoidable circumstance, but as one perseveres, clarity will eventually dawn. The elderly man's countenance, marred by despondency, bore the weight of countless wrinkles, each etched with indifference. A collective sigh escaped the onlookers, with those in the rear trembling in trepidation. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the flames, gradually approaching, long-haired dancing in the searing currents, an unmistakable figure of a man. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets as he struggled to suppress a cough that lodged in his throat. The others shared his astonishment, rendered speechless, frozen in place. Remarkably, he had emerged alive from the inferno, seemingly unscathed. At this juncture, Raditz's power transcended the comprehension of those present. He effortlessly flicked the embers from his hair, clenched his fists, and rotated his neck. Do not extinguish the child's hope, he urged, as he swung his arms toward the gray robot. His speed so immense that it elongated the sound trailing behind him, resembling thunderous roars, impossible. With a single punch, he pierced the formidable armor, the resilient alloy crumbling beneath his fist as if it were mere plastic. The force unleashed tore it asunder, propelling him forward to confront the next adversary. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding echoes reverberated thrice. These machines posed no threat to him whatsoever. Even when confronted collectively, Raditz would merely smile faintly. For instance, at this very moment. After the instantaneous obliteration of 3 machines, the remaining ones surged forth, encircling Raditz. The method of controlling energy proved exceedingly effective against the machine's detection capabilities, rendering them incapable of discerning the disparity between friend and foe. They confined Raditz within a constricted space, directing all their firing apertures towards him. With several long rifles nearly pressed against his visage, the moment of firing was imminent, yet Raditz smiled. As if engaging in a stretching exercise, he spread his arms wide, accumulating profound power within his palms. As the shots rang out, he too sprang into action. A blinding white radiance enveloped the entire scene, obscuring the vision of all present, even causing the mechanical warriors to lose their targeting. The shockwave swirled around Raditz in a splendid arc, manifesting a luminous halo, and in an instant, all the machines were annihilated, along with their assault. Done, Raditz exclaimed, clapping his hands with an air of ease. The survivors, however, were increasingly gripped by fear, instinctively retreating further. Were it not for the electronic chains binding their limbs, they would have fled in terror. I saved you. You needn't be so afraid. Look at me. I am but human, much like yourselves. Raditz gestured to his face and spun around, clad in a training t-shirt and leather jacket, his tail completely severed, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Take a good look, he urged. His words seemed to resonate somewhat with the elder among them, yet fear still clouded their expressions, some appearing as if they had encountered a demon. You do not understand. We do not fear you, but them. They will return. They are indestructible. Raditz, increasingly perplexed, furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend their dread. These individuals seemed to be imprisoned, and the them they spoke of might hold the key to unraveling the mystery of the metallic planet. I ask you, what is this planet, and who are they? My friends and I were drawn here during our cosmic travels. Why was that? A barrage of questions ensued, causing hesitation among the survivors. After a long pause, the elder finally stood, trembling, and approached Raditz. His aged, profound eyes resembled shriveled juju pits, scrutinizing the young man before him, followed by a deep sigh. Reluctant to divulge the truth, the elder was nonetheless struck by Raditz's words upon emerging from the flames and the extraordinary power he exhibited, prompting a shift in his perception. Hope. Perhaps there was a glimmer of it. After years without witnessing new life, this encounter could indeed represent an opportunity. We are the indigenous people of this planet, known as Tumate. We refer to ourselves as the Tumatians. The elder spoke with pride, gazing skyward as if reminiscing about glorious days of yore. Although he had not witnessed it firsthand, the accounts recorded in ancient texts were enough to invigorate his kin. In the distant past, our civilization reached its zenith in technological advancement, an era surpassing all contemporary human achievements, and our race flourished. However, after a period of prosperity, our technological progress abruptly ceased, and all prosperity vanished. Thus, Tumate fell into decline. The elder's expression darkened as he recounted this. Raditz surmised the outcome, surveying the surroundings before stating, So you wish to replicate the civilization of that time, to reconstruct that pinnacle. The desolate planet echoed with metallic resonance, seemingly affirming Raditz's words. The muted reverberation resembled a somber symphony, sending waves of sound cascading through the air. Upon hearing Raditz's assertion, the Tumatians bowed their heads. Raditz understood that he had spoken the truth. Then what? Subsequently, we convened hundreds of the most esteemed scientists, ancient linguists, historians, and archaeologists to collectively unravel the secrets of ancient technology, ultimately uncovering the reasons behind the flourishing era of Tumat. Metallic planet? Raditz inquired further. No. This is a grave error, and we remain oblivious to the reasons behind it. The elder vehemently shook his head. We meticulously replicated everything according to the original data without a single misstep. Ultimately, what emerged was an intelligent technological chip, named Bondlers. This chip could serve as the core of the planet, providing energy and evolutionary calculations. According to the records, it possessed the ability to absorb energy from star systems, even from extraterrestrial realms. Furthermore, it enabled the technologies at birth to achieve perpetual energy reactions. As the core, it also provided the most efficient and rapid means of evolution, allowing Tumate to attain formidable strength. At this juncture, the elder fell silent, casting a glance around, for everything was self-evident. It was clear that they had failed. Tumate. Once a habitable planet akin to Earth, had now become barren, a dead star composed entirely of metal from core to surface. The chip soon commenced its first evolution, autonomously transforming a portion of the planet into metal, subsequently siphoning vast amounts of energy from other celestial bodies to construct a mechanical electronic army. Once it amassed sufficient power, it subjugated the indigenous inhabitants, embarking on a transformation of the entire planet. As you can observe, nearly all the land has been transmuted into metal. And it continues to expand, intent on engulfing other planets to augment its mass. How long has it been? Raditz suddenly inquired. I inquired. How long has it been since that catastrophe? It has been over a decade since the decline of technology. Now the average lifespan of the Timaterians is merely 50 years. The elder bowed his head, his hair a stark white. Raditz had initially estimated him to be in his 80s, only to realize that reaching 50 is considered an extraordinary longevity. At this moment, Raditz finally comprehended everything. The spacecraft was merely a manifestation of the insatiable hunger of Bondlaris. Yet, Raditz also discerned a vulnerability. After more than a decade of evolution, its energy must be immense. However, confronting a Saiyan with a battle power of over 100,000 would not be as effortless as one might presume, indicating that it has yet to fully concentrate its energy. Perhaps its evolution remains in its nascent stage. Allow me to escort you away. Raditz extended his hand, poised to sever the electronic chains. The Timaterians were thrown into a frenzy, exclaiming in protest. No, it will kill us. You are not afraid of it, but we are. It knows our location, and soon new mechanical patrols will arrive. You should leave too. Its intelligence far exceeds your imagination. All were gesturing frantically. Terror etched deeply in their hearts. Do you wish to remain forever enslaved to it? Raditz's voice grew stern. At present, it requires the study of our physiological state to comprehend human life forms, posing no immediate threat to our existence. Indeed, your spacecraft is the greater danger. If you could truly accomplish the impossible, then please, thwart it. Oh no. Raditz suddenly realized that the aim of Bondlaris was to acquire objects of energy, and their spacecraft constituted the finest sustenance. The Elder's assertions held merit. Even if he saved them now, it would not eliminate the planet's pursuit, and the crux remained in stopping the chip. In any case, these individuals were not in immediate peril. Raditz cast a glance at them and swiftly soared back. Upon returning to the side of the spacecraft, he was greeted by a landscape strewn with mechanical debris, severed limbs sparking amidst the acrid smoke, the stench overwhelming. As anticipated, they had arrived, and these models of mechanical warriors were deep blue, larger in stature, equipped with an array of weaponry. In addition to standard projectiles, they wielded cluster lasers, electromagnetic missiles, and lightsabers, among others. Clearly, in a bid to reclaim the spacecraft, they had dispatched an elite force. Regrettably, they had misjudged the prowess of Goku and his companions, leading to their utter annihilation. Raditz, what on earth is happening? Vegeta queried, just having concluded his battle. His energy still palpable. The others shared his confusion, turning their gazes toward him. These are autonomous sentinels of the planet, tasked with capturing any approaching entities. I will elaborate further. Raditz summarized the Elder Timaterian's account for the group. Upon receiving this information, they were all astonished. It was their first encounter with a living planet. Autonomous consciousness, a formidable mechanical army, and unknown powers. Very well, in that case, let us rescue those individuals, Goku proclaimed, eagerly preparing to charge into the heart of the chip zone. Wait, do we have any means to hastily depart from this place? Krillin mused, increasingly alarmed, rubbing his arms anxiously. Even if the spacecraft regained power, they would still need to break through barriers. That metallic giant and its tentacle-like mechanical arms would be challenging to contend with, and perhaps there would be more than one next time. Raditz spoke solemnly. At that moment, the ground trembled, a deep and resounding roar reverberating from beneath, as if thousands of ferocious beasts were about to surge forth. An earthquake? No, its power is drawing near. Before the words could fully escape, a layer of shadowy golden light enveloped the distant buildings, expanding like a vortex, swirling outward from the base of the structure to form a circle with a diameter of at least 500 meters. Suddenly, it transformed into an abyss of impenetrable darkness, revealing a swarm of aerial weapons. Though diminutive in size, their numbers were staggering. Each possessed a sharp, pointed head and two pairs of wing-like appendages, darting forth in a cacophony of thunderous vibrations. Everyone, be cautious, Wukong shouted emphatically. All individuals assumed their stances, their focus unwavering, as they faced the onslaught of enemies surging like a tidal wave, forming a resolute line. The aerial weaponry hurtled towards them at breakneck speed, with the foremost already nearing Raditz's form. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening explosion resounded as the flying weapon plummeted to the ground, engulfed in thick smoke, and erupted in a tremendous blast. Raditz swiftly turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, where numerous modified blue armored vehicles were advancing towards them, with an individual standing at the forefront, brandishing a sniper rifle. Was it their gunfire that had just echoed? "Make way!" shouted the man at the front of the vehicle. Soon, mechanical cars raced forward, and from within emerged numerous individuals brandishing a variety of weapons, firing incessantly. Raditz and his companions swiftly dodged to the side to avoid being struck, only to discover that there were indeed other humans present. "Hey, come over here. We have weapons," bellowed a burly man operating a turret from inside the vehicle. At the vehicle's forefront stood a young and stunning woman, clad in a midriff-bearing outfit. Her long legs and slender waist accentuated by fiery red boots encasing her delicate feet. She exuded a vibrant and commanding presence, each movement graceful and assertive. As she adjusted her snake-patterned earrings, she beckoned to the group. "Hurry over. Their assault is too fierce. We can only hold them off for now." With that, she tossed an explosive device, creating a small mushroom cloud amidst the swarm of weaponry. Before the words of our potential ally, Sun Wukong, could fully escape his lips, he was interrupted by the explosion. A robust woman leaped from the vehicle, swiftly embracing Gohan and urging him to retreat, exclaiming, "Such a darling little boy. You mustn't get hurt. I want to fight alongside my father." Gohan, caught in her embrace, felt helpless as he was pulled away from the fray. Suddenly, from the black vortex, a colossal B-shaped battle weapon emerged, its body a dark crimson, glistening with a metallic sheen that shimmered like rippling water. Its formidable presence dwarfed that of the smaller machines. "The Dark Beast King has appeared. Retreat immediately." A voice blared through the loudspeaker, and in an instant, the countenance of those on the vehicle and below shifted dramatically. Their armor, constructed from repurposed scrap metal, was adequate against ordinary foes, but utterly inadequate against such a behemoth. The valiant squad made a prudent decision and opted to withdraw from the imminent danger. They hastily retreated, allowing Raditz and his companions access to 2 armored vehicles. "Use this mech. As long as you activate the internal cloaking system, you won't be detected," they were told. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, positioning himself before the blue armored vehicle, defiantly facing the Dark Beast King. Piccolo and Goku mirrored his stance, while Raditz raised one hand in readiness before them. Krillin and Tien, along with Nappa, stood at the periphery, with Krillin casually leaning against the tread, a look of ease on his face. Have they lost their minds? These people are being told to flee, but refuse to do so. Is this not a death wish? The woman, leading you, was filled with both fear and anger. She feared the formidable power of the Dark Beast King and was enraged by the foolishness of Raditz and the others. Yet, her voice abruptly vanished into the air. What did she behold? Several individuals had inexplicably gathered immense energy in their hands, which they then unleashed like a laser cannon. Waves of white, blue, and green light collided forcefully against the Dark Beast King, reducing it to ashes. The surrounding area was also turned to dust, with smoke billowing into the air. A lone survivor evaded the obstacles, soaring towards the buxom woman, who, cradling Gohan, had no time to raise her weapon. In a swift motion, Gohan raised his hand and fired an energy sphere, striking the creature with incredible speed, a thunderous explosion resonating in the ears of all present. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The buxom woman inadvertently released her grip, while the burly man nearly choked on his own saliva. Could this be real? Could humans truly achieve such feats? What followed was even more astonishing. Several individuals launched consecutive energy waves, forcefully suppressing the onslaught, causing the distant black vortex to begin shrinking and ultimately vanish from sight. The sniper rifle landed with a crisp thud. Raditz turned around first, seemingly startled. He forced a smile and spoke to Goku and the others beside him. Vegeta remained unimpressed, scoffing, how tedious. The combat power of these individuals is far too feeble. Yet, their ability to survive in this place and evade the pursuit of the metallic planet's warriors indicated they possessed some unique capabilities. We should find a place to hide, Raditz suggested after a moment of contemplation, stowing the Hope ship into a capsule. Greetings, I am Raditz, and these are my companions. The group before him stammered, managing only a few words in the presence of Raditz's formidable strength. The overwhelming power displayed by Raditz and his companions left everyone astonished, even the once imposing leader. A striking woman became flustered and at a loss for words. She had just been earnestly advising them to leave quickly and boasting about her ability to protect them. And now, recalling her earlier bravado, her face flushed with embarrassment. As they pondered further, a flicker of fear crept into their hearts, especially as they gazed upon Vegeta and Piccolo, whose cold indifference and aggressive glares were unnerving, compounded by the presence of so many menacing bald heads. Raditz, observing their trepidation, shook his head and smiled softly. You need not be afraid. We are travelers stranded on this planet. Our spaceship encountered resistance while breaking through the atmosphere, forcing us to halt and rest here for a time. Oh, I see now, the woman replied, her name revealed to be Vladi, the leader of this resistance group. We too are humans left on this planet for various reasons. Some of our home worlds were consumed, others are travelers, and there are also the remaining Tumat people. Vladi, adorned in red boots, approached Raditz. Please, come with us to our base for a brief respite. We will treat you well. She cast a cautious glance at Raditz's companions, still feeling somewhat intimidated. Huh, that sounds agreeable. Krillin stretched, looking at Goku. What do you think, Goku? There might be plenty of delicious food. Goku pondered for a moment, his eyes sparkling with excitement. All right then, there's not much to do here anyway. Then it is settled, Raditz declared, confident that Vegeta would not object to such a trivial matter, for to him, any location was the same. Vladi, visibly pleased, pointed to two armored vehicles left behind. You can use those two vehicles. We must return to the base quickly. Otherwise, new troops will soon be on our tail. No need for that. Just lead the way. Raditz replied. The group then took flight, undeterred by the planet's gravity, which was slightly over twice that of Earth. The resistance members were left in shock, as they had never encountered anyone capable of flight before. Upon arriving at the so-called base, Raditz discovered it was merely a few rooms pilfered from the metallic planet structures. After commandeering these rooms, the surviving Tumat people employed technology to mask their presence from the Bonlaris. These buildings were designed for receiving and transmitting cosmic messages, harnessing external energy, and fabricating new machinery and equipment. Taking advantage of their situation, the resistance had acquired several mechs and an array of weapons and ammunition, though these were hardly significant compared to the might of Bonlaris itself. Within their limited space, they cultivated soil, tapped into the planet's water supply, and grew plants and food for sustenance. The remaining humans numbered just over 30, barely surviving while planning to rescue others who had been captured. The Tumat had mentioned that Bonlaris captured many living beings for experimentation, indicating there must be a location where these test subjects were confined. Vladi explained the circumstances to Raditz and his companions, offering them the remaining food supplies and pleading, please help us rescue our comrades and the inhabitants of other planets. With your strength, it is surely possible. We beg of you. In that case, leave it to us. Goku exclaimed, his fervor igniting as he prepared for action. Raditz chuckled softly. This was Goku's true nature. They had to thwart Bonlaris to depart anyway, so rescuing someone along the way was no burden. Thus, they reached a consensus. Gohan and Krillin would remain at the base as a precaution, while the others would venture into the depths of the metallic planet. Through multiple attempts at reconnaissance and infiltration, the resistance gathered valuable intelligence. The Tumat utilized this information and technology to ascertain the locations of internal entrances and the chambers where test subjects were held. All this information was compiled into a map and handed to Raditz, following the indicated route. They evaded the patrolling mech squads and entered the metallic planet's interior through a concealed entrance. This area was designated for the expulsion of waste gases and the reclamation of refuse. Despite the extremely high temperatures, immense pressure, and doubled gravity, they faced no issues. Initially, Bonlaris had not anticipated the presence of individuals capable of withstanding such conditions within its depths. The group progressed quietly until they reached a fork in the path, one leading to the mech hangar, another to the laboratory, and yet another to various supply stations. Vegeta directly headed toward the mech hangar. Finding the notion of rescuing someone laughable, battling mechs was far more entertaining to him. The others dispersed in different directions, while Raditz and Goku opted to proceed toward the rescue of the hostages. Reaching the end of the corridor, they discovered a transparent chamber, illuminated by bright light filtering through a narrow opening. The gap was only wide enough for one person to pass, so Raditz concentrated energy in his palm, heating it until the metal melted. Together, they shattered the metal panel and electronic barrier, stealthily slipping inside. Within the dazzling lights lay numerous high-density metal cages arranged haphazardly. The captives included not only the indigenous Tumat but also individuals from various other planets. Each had a distinct appearance, yet all were bound by electronic chains. A chilling electronic voice echoed from the vast circular dome above, first emitting a piercing shriek that grated on the ears, akin to two coarse blades scraping against one another, assaulting their eardrums. Then, a cold, sharp voice emanated from the apparatus. Subject 300 has returned. Subject 349 is deceased. After a series of capture announcements, a brief silence ensued, during which Raditz could clearly see many trembling in fear, seemingly dreading the punishment that might befall them. Subjects 66, 71, and 80 are entering experiments. As the names were called, a heavy metal door swung open, revealing a disheartened alien with long ears, followed closely by several blue-armored patrolmen. "The door has opened?" Raditz exclaimed in astonishment as he discovered that the compartment called by number had automatically swung open. A cadre of 2-meter-tall armored mechanical warriors seized them, ushering them into another space. At that moment, the door stood ajar, presenting Raditz with a fleeting opportunity to strike. He could not afford to let this moment slip away. 3 unfortunate test subjects, their heads covered in green burlap, trudged slowly forward, with the first one nearing the threshold, less than 5 meters away. Now is the time. After extensive preparation, Raditz unleashed a powerful punch, crashing it against the sturdy wall, which reverberated with a thunderous sound, creating a dent but not shattering. The materials here were astonishingly resilient, leaving him utterly astounded. In a decisive moment, he swiftly altered his strategy, summoning a surge of heat that erupted in brilliant blue light, only to dissipate into nothingness. Raditz was taken aback once more. At that instant, metal electrodes shot out from the walls, accompanied by an array of artillery weapons, transforming the enclosure into a battleground. In the moment of counteraction, Raditz discerned the truth. Each wall possessed the capability to absorb energy, akin to the colossal metallic giant outside. And the iron barriers, fortified with high-strength alloys, were laden with an arsenal of weapons. The combined fire from the artillery was directed at Raditz's form. Furthermore, a massive curved blade hovered above, while a cross-shaped blade descended from the heavens, its gleaming edge reflecting the lights with a dazzling brilliance, plummeting rapidly. A tempest of hellish winds assailed him as the artillery unleashed a barrage. Yet Raditz laughed. He leaped toward the descending cross-blade, and at the moment of impending fire, he unleashed the Kaioken, his speed surging dramatically, allowing him to evade the cross-blade and grasp the retractable metal hydraulic lever. With a vigorous pull, the lever snapped, causing the cross-blade to endure the artillery's onslaught, diverting its trajectory toward the mechanical soldiers. The razor-sharp edge of the blade, propelled with immense velocity, sliced through the air with a deafening roar. Following the cacophony of wind, the cross-blade swiftly cleaved through a throng of soldiers, sparks erupting in its wake. Goku soared amidst the artillery fire, skillfully dodging and dispatching the remaining patrol soldiers. The onlookers were rendered speechless, as if witnessing the most improbable event unfold before their eyes. Someone had emerged from an unknown origin, resisting these terrifying machines. While the crowd remained in astonishment, Raditz had already surged toward the exit, turning back to unleash 2 energy blasts that shattered the remnants of the mechanical warriors, their remnants sparking and crackling, dark green lubricant oozing across the floor. After a brief moment of hesitation, the prisoners erupted into chaos. They shouted and screamed from their compartments, some even weeping and hysterically cheering. Who would not wish to witness a hero defy fate? Yet, almost instantly, the entire space emitted a warning siren. Red lights flashing as countless black metal soldiers ascended from the ground, flooding the area. A formidable mechanical army charged toward Raditz as the door began to close. 2 shots struck the 2 test subjects lagging behind, and just as the final shot was poised to hit the foremost individual, Raditz deftly deflected the shot and seized the nearest test subject, bursting through the doorway. With a resounding clang, the door closed behind them. A corner of the dark green canvas caught in the crack, unveiling the true form of the experimental subject. Before her face could be seen, Raditz's expression shifted to one of surprise, a flush of crimson appearing on his cheeks. Undoubtedly, she was a girl. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a girl with striking long orange hair and cerulean eyes, her porcelain-like skin and the graceful curves of youth laid bare before Raditz's eyes. Her thin garment accentuated her frailty. She bit her lip tightly, her face flushed with embarrassment, as she lowered her head, unable to meet Raditz's gaze. Apologies, Raditz finally realized, quickly releasing his grip. He yearned to express that it was unintentional. "Thank you," the girl replied with a shy smile. Raditz was momentarily taken aback by her bashful expression. "No need for thanks. My name is Raditz. I can't remember my name," the girl said, her large, glistening eyes blinking as her brow furrowed, seemingly wrestling with her thoughts. Her expression tinged with anguish. Perhaps something during her mechanical experimentation had caused her loss of memory, Raditz pondered. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential if she couldn't recall. The foremost priority now was to escape their predicament. He keenly heard the ominous rumble of machinery starting up and grasped the girl's delicate hand once more. "Come with me." In the girl's eyes, Raditz was the sole warrior capable of resisting those terrifying beings. Although following him was perilous, it also offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Her bright eyes reflected Raditz's robust silhouette, and the warmth emanating from his hand was reassuring. The passage ahead was not only expansive but also intricately winding, with walls adorned with shimmering fragments of light resembling starlight. The floor trembled violently beneath them as the mechanized soldiers drew ever closer. The Tamatian people were right to be fearful. The sheer number of these monstrous mechanical soldiers was staggering. Though small like ants, together they could devour an elephant. Their massive strides propelled them forward with alarming speed. The cacophony they generated echoing throughout the corridor. The mechanical clamor intensified, not only from behind but also from the front. There were intercepting forces ahead as well. They formed a tightening encirclement, making it exceedingly convenient to trap Raditz in the narrow passage. Moreover, the soldiers seemed to multiply endlessly. The girl, stricken with fear, quickly drained of color, her lips turning pale, pressed her body against Raditz's arm, and could distinctly feel the rapid thumping of her heart. "Do not be afraid," Raditz said with a smile, though internally he remained cautious. In an effort to reassure the girl, he adopted a stance of unwavering confidence. The black metallic warriors bore a striking resemblance to humans, a stark contrast to the bulky mechanical soldiers that preceded them, indicating their continuous adaptation in response to Raditz. They had abandoned the use of firearms, opting instead for brutal, cold blades. The silver-edged weapons, emerging from their obsidian forms, reflected the ambient light, resembling diamonds cascading from the edges, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The battle was imminent. Suddenly, several beams of light darted through the air, silver arcs illuminating the surroundings. As the chilling wind of their blades surged from all directions, igniting sparks in their wake, Raditz shielded the girl with one hand, while the other formed a precise gesture, channeling his energy into a sharp thrust. He wielded his hands as weapons, his energy akin to a sword, striking at the black gold warriors. Clang, clang, clang. A series of clashes erupted as forces collided with Raditz, the energy piercing through the thick armor of the mechanized foes, shredding their defenses and fracturing their forms. The devastating energy even obliterated the core of the black gold warriors, rendering them unrecognizable. In midair, the dismembered bodies of the black gold warriors tumbled, their metallic fragments turning to charred dust under the onslaught of energy. In a mere moment, 5 black gold warriors lay defeated. Raditz's energy solidified into an impenetrable wall. The black gold warriors surged forward relentlessly, heedless of their own existence, fixated solely on attacking, and attacking. The girl was petrified, narrowly evading the massive blades several times. Her movements synchronized with Raditz, as if engaged in a waltz on the precipice of life and death. Yet, the rhythm was peculiar, reminiscent of a suffocating maneuver from an ancient game, systematically dispatching the oncoming adversaries. The black gold warriors fell before him like ripe fruit, their components, lubricants, and sparks scattering, transforming the entire corridor into a scene of devastation. Yet, countless black gold warriors continued to encroach, wave after wave, seemingly inexhaustible. Therein lay their terror, a relentless sea of combatants capable of overwhelming even the strongest. Moreover, through persistent engagement, the black gold warriors began to adapt to Raditz's fighting style, becoming increasingly agile and resourceful. Some even deployed ropes to ensnare Raditz, coordinating with their comrades to launch combined assaults. Armed with the Kaioken technique, Raditz remained undaunted by these tactics. However, the girl beside him could scarcely endure further shocks. Remaining in a cornered state was untenable. Thus, a path must be forged. "Prepare yourself," Raditz instructed, as he disengaged the mechanical chains at his side and positioned himself behind the girl. "Ready?" Mental and physical preparation. The girl was momentarily stunned, suddenly feeling her thigh gripped by a force, and her entire being was propelled into the air, floating weightlessly. She had been thrown aloft by Raditz. Below, Raditz turned and dashed forward, unleashing 2 energy waves from his hands. The brilliant radiance enveloped nearly all of the black gold warriors along one side of the corridor, igniting a multitude of explosions in the searing heat, causing the passage to collapse in segments, while the sturdy iron curtain was left with numerous deep indentations. A small fraction of the black gold warriors had been reduced to ashes. However, the vast reserve troops swiftly evolved transparent shields capable of absorbing energy. Just as Raditz had anticipated, they could evolve autonomously and at an astonishing speed. Seeing the girl descending, Raditz reached out to catch her, and with a swift motion, he propelled himself back, firing an energy wave to disrupt the Black Gold Warrior's line of sight. Evolving quickly, he was even faster in the state of King Kai's fist. Seizing the opportunity while the Black Gold Warriors were in the midst of their evolution, he tore through the obstacles, racing towards the room where the test subjects were confined. The Black Metallic Warriors were likely a special countermeasure trap in the experimental chamber, triggered whenever a test subject resisted or attempted to escape, leading to their extermination. To prevent the automatic closure of the door after Raditz's escape, the Black Gold Warriors initiated a pursuit, consequently reopening the door. Indeed, the enormous room was teeming with Black Gold Warriors, surging towards the entrance. Their overwhelming numbers caused a bottleneck at the doorway, which Raditz exploited to easily enter and reunite with Goku. Goku had already been battling inside for quite some time, overwhelming the Black Gold Warriors who were collapsing under the pressure. Instances of escape had been rare, and never had they faced formidable opponents like Raditz and Goku. Despite their vast numbers, the combat prowess of the Black Gold Warriors was evidently lacking, and under the relentless onslaught, they dwindled rapidly, unable to withstand the assault. Energy blasts roared and fiery blades rained down from above, leaving the test subjects in awe. In the state of King Kai's fist, the two annihilated their foes while dismantling the heavy weaponry set around them. However, the indiscriminate strikes from the various weapons inadvertently shattered many cages, allowing some individuals to secretly escape. As the last Black Gold Warrior fell, Raditz and Goku breathed a sigh of relief. "Everyone, you are free now." As the cages swung open one by one, jubilant cheers erupted, some even weeping tears of joy at their regained freedom. However, the red alarm blared immediately, plunging them back into tension before they could celebrate. "Everyone, follow me," Raditz shouted, cutting through the clamor. Prior to entering the metallic planet, they had devised a series of plans. The group would enter from multiple directions, launching a surprise attack to disrupt Bondler's judgment. Once they rescued the test subjects, they would head to the nearest transport room, which had a one-way teleportation portal due to the need for transporting newly manufactured machines. The transport room was almost undefended, but the route leading there passed through a stronghold brimming with enemies. Thus, they would regroup at the stronghold before charging out together. All followed Raditz lead to the rendezvous point, with Goku keeping watch at the back. Upon arrival, Vegeta and the others had just reached the same location. They had made their escape, but on the broad avenue, the dark red metallic warriors had already detected their movement, closing in droves, far too numerous to count. "What a troublesome bunch. They are remarkably alert," Vegeta remarked. "No matter what they are, we will eliminate them." Having fought his way through the mech hangar, he had dispatched countless foes, hardly considering them a threat. He gathered energy into two spheres in his palms, swinging his arms to launch them forward. The anticipated explosion failed to materialize as a dozen metallic warriors formed a massive shield, the surface transparent, completely absorbing Vegeta's energy. "The prince's technique of throwing energy blasts has met its defeat," Vegeta exclaimed in shock. "What? Listen to me, they learn our combat styles and evolve countermeasures. From initial firepower assaults to cold weapon slashes, then to swarm tactics, and now the energy-absorbing shield. These are all results of their evolution," Raditz analyzed. "But the one constant is that their strength remains feeble. We should avoid using energy blasts. Let us strike them directly with our fists." "Exactly to my liking," bellowed Nappa, his robust muscles glistening under the sheen of his newly donned battle armor, exuding an air of dominance. With a resounding shout, he charged towards the metallic warriors before him, akin to a boulder rolling down a mountainside. Even the metal warriors were taken aback. Their data did not encompass such a fierce style of combat. No feints, no flanking maneuvers, no rapid movements, nor any posturing. In an instant, their data recalibrated, and the metallic warriors reverted to their primal combat instincts. Yet, Nappa remained unfazed by their state. He thundered to the front of the metallic warriors and seized three of the cold machines in a fierce embrace, exerting his savage strength to crush their forms. Although composed of high-strength alloys, they contorted grotesquely under Nappa's might. In their struggle, the metallic warriors revealed the curved blades affixed to their arms, the unknown metal gleaming with a silvery radiance as they sliced towards Nappa like a bolt of lightning. "Step aside," Vegeta suddenly shouted. However, Nappa paid no heed. Instead, he lifted his gaze and charged toward the blade. A surge of white energy erupted around him, forcefully deflecting the entire arm of the metal warrior. Immediately after, he exerted tremendous force with both hands, intertwining and compressing them. Clang, clang, clang. The three metallic bodies were severed in two, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. "Vegeta, it is not only you who has grown stronger. He has also dedicated himself to rigorous training." Raditz approached Vegeta, casting a satisfied glance at the imposing Nappa, whose training regimen was equally as demanding. Vegeta regarded Raditz with a knowing look. Naturally, there were others as well. Raditz tilted his head and chuckled. At that moment, Tien had gracefully advanced to the forefront, weaving through the metallic warriors, unleashing his four witches' fist to catch them off guard. Although his four-armed might did not match Nappa's, his punches easily pierced through their armor. The metallic warriors immediately began to process data, analyzing the situation before employing various piercing weapons and unleashing a torrent of flames to thwart the assault. Humph, these scrap heaps are hardly impressive. Piccolo extended his arms, coiling around numerous foes like a serpentine creature. His elongated limbs stealthily ensnared them from below, binding them effortlessly. Then, with a swift tug, Piccolo rendered the metallic warriors' legs immobile, dragging them along and toppling a multitude in the process. Goku scratched his head, feeling a surge of excitement, exchanging a glance with Vegeta. They promptly launched a fierce offensive against their adversaries. The competitive spirit between them was palpable, each eager to outdo the other in vanquishing foes. With seasoned experience, Goku concentrated his power into a singular point within his fist, delivering a devastating blow to their frames. The heavy armor could not withstand the force of his strike, shattering instantly as the flickering electronic lights dimmed. A relentless barrage of blows shattered countless mechs, leaving a cascade of debris strewn across the corridor. With explosions erupting in rapid succession, the girl was utterly mesmerized, unable to fathom the incredible prowess of such formidable beings who effortlessly subdued the terrifying machines. Alongside the one who held her hand, Raditz. Rest assured, we are indeed powerful, Raditz remarked with a subtle smile. In response, the girl, once in a daze, gradually lit up with vitality, offering Raditz a radiant smile, her joy blooming like a flower. Through their relentless struggle, they carved out a bloody path, advancing towards the transport room. The corridor widened as they progressed, and the machines that had once intercepted them dwindled in number. Data collection complete. Data collection complete. Suddenly, the metallic warriors came to an abrupt halt, emitting a harsh warning. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. As the alarms ceased, their bodies lost power and disintegrated into mere scrap, collapsing to the ground. The sight of dozens of mechanical warriors being rendered inoperative was truly spectacular. Yet, uncertainty loomed over them. None knew what had transpired. Their faces etched with caution, wary of falling into another trap. Have their time run out? It is unclear. Let them be. We should seize this opportunity to move forward. Piccolo stated calmly, casting a cold glance at the experimental subjects behind them, especially given the number of people they were escorting. Raditz nodded in agreement, however. The location of the chip remains unconfirmed. Without neutralizing it, our spacecraft will struggle to breach the atmosphere. Here is the plan. You take the hostages and leave, while I go to confront Bonderless. Do not even think about it. Vegeta interjected, positioning himself before Raditz. I shall confront him. Why not? I too wish to engage in battle. Who knows what formidable adversary lurks within? Kakarot, it was you who proposed the rescue. Thus, the responsibility lies with you. Vegeta retorted with a disdainful snort. Goku frowned, continuing to counter his claims. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, their rivalry causing the experimental subjects to glance back and forth in bewilderment. No one can escape my grasp. Suddenly, a piercing voice echoed from the vast depths. It claimed to be I. Could it be the metallic planet itself? Everyone tensed, their gazes fixated on the far end of the lengthy corridor, where brilliant light shone with blinding intensity, casting an ethereal whiteness. What could possibly await them? Tenshinhan was the first to spot a target once more. Yet this time, his pupils trembled uncontrollably. Goku, is that you? Upon hearing Tenshinhan's words, everyone fell into a stunned silence. Tenshinhan's eyesight was certainly reliable. He often relied on it to gain an advantage. However, it was impossible for Son Goku to be present before them. Darius? That was equally implausible. Here it is. Raditz murmured, his gaze flickering as he gradually discerned the appearance of the newcomer. His heart jolted. The resemblance was striking. Yet, there was not a hint of aura emanating from it, unlike that of a human. Could this be a creation of the so-called Bonderous chip? Vegeta spat lightly. Although it bore the visage of Goku, it seemed utterly lacking in the formidable strength of the original. Tien chuckled softly. Wouldn't you agree, Goku? He turned to his side to look at Goku, only to find his expression grave, as if facing a dire threat. Raditz felt the same unease. They had mobilized numerous metallic warriors to confront them, yet, astonishingly, all the machines ceased their operations before the appearance of the replicant Son Goku. This indicated that the combat prowess of this replicant was undeniably far superior to that of the metallic warriors. As for the extent of its capabilities, Raditz found it difficult to assess. One possibility loomed. The chip had likely calculated their individual strengths through the recent battles, and the dispatched replicant was at least of considerable caliber. "Exercise caution," said Bick with a serious demeanor, recognizing the extraordinary nature of these adversaries as he subtly shifted his stance. "You defy my will. I shall apprehend you once more." His voice was devoid of any fluctuation, resonating with a rapid cadence and formidable volume that sent shivers down the spine. The lifeless replicants approached with heavy, deliberate steps, the clash of their feet against the floor producing a resounding metallic echo. Emerging from the blinding light were three replicants of Sun Wukong, clad in immaculate turtle school uniforms, their attire impeccably neat. Yet, as they walked, they remained utterly rigid, as if molded into their forms. Their crab-like hairstyles, muscular builds, sashes, and long boots glimmered with a slick sheen, manifesting a muted blue hue. Indeed, they were fabricated from metal, with a dismissive snort. While gathered a profound energy in his hands and charged at the replicants, unleashing a relentless flurry of punches, unable to match the true Kakarot. Could he not handle these mere impostors? Alas, he truly could not. With a series of precise strikes, the replicants delivered powerful blows to Naba's chest, face, and abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. His massive form hit the floor with a tremendous thud, reverberating through the empty corridor. "Humph, reckless fool," Vegeta remarked, casting a cold glance at Naba as he assumed a fighting stance and stepped forward. From the earlier exchanges, he discerned a troubling truth. These replicants had completely mimicked Goku's fighting style and techniques, even their power levels closely resembling his. "I shall deal with you, metallic imbeciles. To overcome Goku, I must first vanquish these replicas." In response to Vegeta's taunts, the replicants displayed no signs of anger. They stared blankly at their opponent, their heads swaying as if searching for a worthy adversary. "What are you staring at? It infuriates me. Your opponent stands right here." With that, Vegeta surged forward, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of power, his fists ablur as they rained down. The speed of his strikes was so astonishing that even Tien was momentarily dazzled, leaving only Goku and Raditz able to perceive the full spectacle. One replicant positioned itself in front of Vegeta, crossing its arms to absorb the impact of his assault, its feet sliding back across the floor, producing a sharp, grating sound. "Yes, we are winning," exclaimed the orange-haired girl, waving her arms in excitement. "But there are still two left. Tien, please take care of this girl and the others. Goku, Piccolo, let's go." Raditz released the girl's hand, readying himself for battle. Goku darted forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with a replicant, their fighting styles perfectly matched, exchanging blows without yielding an inch. Piccolo's power had significantly increased due to his training in the gravity chamber, yet he still found himself at a disadvantage against an opponent of Goku's caliber. However, teaming up with Goku to face the replicants posed no challenge. One particularly tall replicant locked its gaze onto Raditz. "I will capture you," it declared, its lips barely moving, the voice dripping with cold hostility. "Are you a bondler?" Raditz inquired. But no answer came. The only sound was the ongoing cacophony of battle. "Ha!" the clone roared, unleashing its full power as it charged aggressively toward Raditz, its fist cutting through the air with razor-sharp wind pressure, erupting with tremendous force in an instant. Raditz's body erupted with a surging aura, enveloping him completely. Just as the fierce punch came hurtling toward his face, he too extended his arm, delivering a counterpunch. The collision of fists produced a metallic clang as bones met unyielding alloy. Raditz felt his forearm go numb, his entire body trembling from the impact. He gritted his teeth, channeling the force downward into the ground, leaving a crater in the floor. Meanwhile, the clone staggered backward, its arms shattered into fragments that scattered across the floor. "Humph. Seems you're not so tough after all." Raditz retracted his arm, inhaling sharply as he flexed his fingers, though he had crippled the clone's limb. The exchange hadn't been painless. After all, flesh striking metal was hardly a pleasant sensation. The clone silently observed the scattered debris of its arm, utterly unfazed. Stepping forward, it crushed the fragments beneath its foot. In the next moment, the shards liquefied, slithering up the clone's body at an alarming speed before reforming into a solid, unbroken arm. Liquid metal? With regenerative memory? Raditz's expression darkened as realization dawned. The true horror of this ability lay in its near indestructibility. Unless completely annihilated, it would simply regenerate endlessly, wearing its opponent down through sheer attrition. This isn't good, Raditz thought grimly. Yet before he could strategize, the clone lunged again, delivering a devastating kick that sent Raditz hurtling backward. Tumbling twice midair, he barely stabilized himself before activating the Kaioken and counterattacking, driving his fist into the clone's face with brutal force. The impact nearly twisted the clone's head 180 degrees, but Raditz knew this wasn't enough. Swiftly following up, he drove his elbow into the already contorted neck, slamming the clone into the ground with a thunderous crash. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, engulfing the clone in a blinding white inferno. The massive explosion of ki scattered outward, yet amidst the radiant destruction, tendrils of liquid metal slithered unnoticed toward Raditz's feet. Too focused on suppressing his foe, Raditz failed to notice the creeping threat until a cold grip clamped around his ankle. The clone. Reacting instantly, Raditz attempted to leap away, but the liquid adversary proved relentless. Coalescing rapidly, it reformed into humanoid shape, yanking Raditz downward and pinning him to the ground before delivering a crushing elbow strike. Raditz barely managed to deflect the blow, redirecting the clone's momentum while firing a point-blank energy wave upward into its chin. The searing blast scorched the air, superheating the clone's azure exterior to a glowing red as half its face disintegrated. Observing the other clones, Raditz noted their similarly battered states. Were it not for their regenerative abilities, they'd have perished countless times over. Calculation error. Recalibrating, droned the emotionless electronic voice, sending a fresh chill down Raditz's spine. Only realizing your mistake now? We're beyond your calculations. Raditz sneered, tightening his fists as he regarded the battered replicas. Unlike these static imitations, true warriors like himself maintain suppressed power levels, unleashing strength as needed, sometimes even tapping into reserves beyond their own expectations. This tactical variability was integral to combat efficiency, allowing energy conservation while delivering devastating surprises. These metallic mockeries, however, possess fixed combat capabilities, neither concealing their strength nor adapting to opponents. Though they mimicked Goku's fighting style, their power remained locked at base levels, devoid of critical techniques like the Kamehameha or Kaioken. Just as confidence swelled within Raditz, the cold voice intoned again, recalibration successful. Energy redistribution initiated. Along the walls, ghastly pale metallic skeletons materialized, their hollow frames exuding menace. In the voice's wake, 3 clones liquefied, merging into a single entity that reshaped itself with terrifying speed. Within seconds, a new metallic warrior stood assembled, this time, a perfect replica of Raditz himself. Seriously? Used all the extra material for the hair? Raditz couldn't help mocking his doppelganger, though he recognized the heightened threat. Nearby, Vegeta snorted derisively, his white aura flaring violently as he vanished in an afterimage, reappearing before the clones. The opportunity to pummel a Raditz lookalike was simply too tempting to resist. With a battle cry, Vegeta swung his powerful leg in a devastating arc, launching his assault. With a swift motion, the replicant grasped his calf, effortlessly deflecting his assault. Without even casting a glance in his direction, the replicant unleashed a series of sharp spikes from its hand, piercing Vegeta's leg and then flinging him aside with chilling indifference. Vegeta crashed to the ground, crimson blood pouring from the wounds and staining his battle attire. Yet, true to his resilient nature, Vegeta endured the excruciating pain in his leg and soared back into the fray, arms poised for a powerful strike. The replicant, caught off guard by the tenacity of the fallen warrior, absorbed a devastating blow to its head, nearly buckling under the force. But the onslaught did not cease. Vegeta roared in fury, delivering a knee strike to the replicant's abdomen, followed by 2 punishing hooks that left deep indentations on its cheek. At that moment, however, the replicant inexplicably tilted its head, evading Vegeta's heavy punches, and deftly twisted its body to dodge a subsequent kick. Taken aback by the replicant's agility, Vegeta was startled as the replicant suddenly met his gaze, its eyes emanating twin beams of crimson light infused with tremendous energy, aimed directly at him. Alarmed, Vegeta halted his assault, executing 2 somersaults in midair before landing safely. The red beams tore through the ceiling of the corridor, leaving behind 2 dark, gaping holes, surrounded by charred debris. Damn it! Vegeta cursed, realizing that such a maneuver was far beyond Raditz's capabilities. Frustrated, he scanned the area, only to find that the replicant had vanished from sight. Beware! Raditz shouted, but it was already too late. A tremendous force plunged deep into Vegeta's abdomen, the knee pressing against him with such intensity that it felt as though it would pierce through him. The impact was akin to the tremors caused by the great ape rampaging on Earth, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, 2 powerful hooks, one left and one right, returned the favor, sending Vegeta hurtling backward into the wall. The repercussions of this brutal assault manifested as Vegeta collapsed to the ground, supporting himself with his hands while sweat streamed down his face. His fighting power was considerably higher than that of Goku in his normal state, and it should have surpassed Raditz as well. Yet, facing this counterfeit adversary, he found himself knocked down twice. Infuriated, Vegeta leaned against the wall, flames of rage burning in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the replicant not only mimicked Raditz but also incorporated its calculated findings, deciphering all of Vegeta's fighting techniques. As long as it could anticipate his moves, even Vegeta would be relegated to a passive role. In an instant, the wall opened upwards like a sliding door, revealing black mechanical tendrils. Vegeta was caught off guard and swiftly ensnared, the tendrils locking him in place and constricting around his body. At the moment of his confinement, a voice echoed, "Capture complete." Initially, Vegeta struggled, forcibly snapping several of the mechanical tendrils, but gradually, his energy waned, seemingly siphoned away entirely, until he could only let his hands fall limply to the ground. Everyone be cautious. This creature's tendrils can absorb our energy. Do not let those things capture you. Raditz warned as he floated in midair, having noticed the peculiar transparent sheets attached to the eerie metallic skeleton, which were responsible for the energy absorption. "Goku, let us attack together," he urged. "Wait, look," Tien suddenly exclaimed, halting Raditz and Goku just as they were about to spring into action. All eyes turned, hearts racing, and the orange-haired girl instinctively recoiled, her face pale with fear. Approaching them was a multitude of replicated Raditzes, countless in number, surging forth like a tide from the white light. They all echoed the same chilling words, "You cannot escape." The throngs of replicants formed a precise formation. Akin to a well-drilled army, their synchronized steps reverberating through the corridor, threatening to collapse it. Their solemn and frigid expressions resembled ice, while their deep blue eyes held an eerie calmness, enveloping the entire space in an atmosphere of despair. In the desolate white light, a vast and ethereal hymn seemed to resound, accompanied by the chilling sound of metal clashing, sending shivers down the spine. Bondlaris had revealed its true capabilities, utilizing Raditz and the others to forge an even more formidable army. Every replicant possessed a fighting power exceeding 100,000, coupled with remarkable regenerative abilities. Raditz acknowledged that he could not hope to defeat them. Eliminating one might be feasible, but a force of such overwhelming numbers was undeniably insurmountable. Their backing was the entire planet, making it impossible to contend with the world itself. To overcome Bondlaris, the only viable solution was to directly destroy the chip. Many years prior, the Tumidans had managed to achieve this, indicating that there must be a way to halt it. First, one must locate the chip. "How infuriating!" Goku exclaimed, tightening his jaw as he assumed a fighting stance. Raditz took a deep breath and stepped forward, declaring, "Bondlers, it is impossible for you to prevent my departure. I can dismantle this place at any moment. Feel free to test me." As he spoke, he raised one hand, gathering an orb of energy. "My calculations indicate that you will lower your resistance for the sake of your kind. Therefore, I urge you to cease your defiance, or I shall take the life of this individual and the other test subjects." Could it truly threaten? Raditz had initially believed that its instinct for self-preservation would compel it to comply when faced with the prospect of internal destruction, yet it had outmaneuvered him instead. Goku paused, exchanging a glance with Raditz before finally unclenching his fists. Faced with a multitude of replicants, both Raditz and Goku surrendered, while Piccolo, recognizing the futility of resistance, also capitulated. Tien and the others were swiftly subdued, and the group was escorted into another chamber designed for imprisoning captives. Having been drained of their energy, they were shackled with electronic chains and confined to solitary cells. Unlike Raditz and his companions, the other test subjects experienced a different level of treatment, residing in a massive cage with 3 iron walls and 1 transparent side. The group, having followed Raditz into captivity, felt their spirits plummet. They had hoped for a hero to shatter their bonds, only to find themselves ensnared by fate once more. Yet, burdened by guilt for involving Raditz, they felt a profound sense of remorse. The Tumidans lamented their plight, their eyes dimming like extinguished candles. However, amidst the despair, a child's gaze among the Tumidans brightened as she pointed at Raditz, exclaiming, "Look, that uncle is smiling." Despite the thick metal barrier, the child's voice reached them, and they turned to see Raditz indeed smiling. Is he truly smiling? Is he all right? They wondered. Perhaps he had suffered a blow to the head. Yet, his demeanor appeared genuinely relaxed. Indeed, Raditz leaned against the bars of his cage, enjoying the attention of a girl with orange hair. When rescuing her, he had inadvertently unlocked her electronic chains, leading the machines to mistakenly assume she was part of his group and confine her alongside him. This development delighted the girl, who had expressed her gratitude to Raditz and saw this as a fortuitous opportunity. As she leaned against the wall, she offered to help Raditz unwind and boldly reached for his thigh, catching him off guard. Is the universe so liberated now? He mused, thinking that such intimate gestures need not be displayed in front of an audience. However, as her cool fingers began to knead his weary leg, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Oh, a massage? Raditz's excitement momentarily subsided as he succumbed to the soothing sensation. The rest of the captives in the same cage, however, did not share in this luxury. Tien recalled his friend Kaiatsu and, unexpectedly, thought of launch, his face flushing slightly. As for Piccolo and Goku, they were indifferent, while Vegeta scoffed at the scene. In stark contrast, the reactions of the other captives from different planets were vastly different. They watched Raditz reveling in relaxation, sitting on the ground with envy, propping their heads on one hand. Why do our conditions differ so drastically? We also want spacious quarters, beautiful companions, and massages. Observing their expressions, Raditz struck a pose of indulgence, inciting further jealousy amongst them. Yes, right there. That spot hurt terribly when I fell. Dear? I shall be gentle, the girl said attentively, her fingers gliding along Raditz's waist. Very nice, indeed. Just press my shoulders later, but don't overexert yourself. We can continue tomorrow. Raditz casually remarked, but the girl, delighted, devoted herself even more earnestly. Some onlookers found the notion amusing. Tomorrow? Do you intend to reside here indefinitely? Raditz had merely spoken thoughtlessly. In truth, as the door swung open, his expression shifted. The playful mirth vanished, replaced by a steely glint in his eyes. Something ominous was approaching. Emerging through the door was a squad of blue, primitive robots, with a replicant trailing behind them. They marched past numerous cages before finally halting before Raditz. Subject 0 is to proceed to the unknown area. Subject 0 is to proceed to the unknown area. 0? Everyone could hear the announcement. Yet none had ever heard of the existence of Subject 0. It was only when the mechanical soldiers removed Raditz from his cage that they realized he had been designated as Subject 0. Each captive bore an electronic chain with a number for identification, and on Raditz's ankle, the dark ring bore a flickering screen displaying the bright yellow numeral. Indeed, it was 0. Bondlers, you wish to see me? Indeed. The replicant spoke on behalf of Bondless, firmly gripping Raditz's shoulder as it escorted him outside. The moment the door swung open, Raditz was taken aback. In addition to the replicant that had entered with him, dozens more waited outside. Bondless understood well that Raditz's prowess was not to be underestimated. The blue machine was no match for him. Deploying such a multitude of replicants was a testament to his meticulous caution to prevent any escape. However, Raditz had no intention of fleeing. Rather, he sought an audience with Bondless to unravel the mystery. Had Bondless not sought him out, he would have orchestrated some commotion and directly confronted him, traversing through multiple iron barriers and expansive electronic corridors. Raditz finally approached the world beyond the blinding white light at the tunnel's end. Amidst the soft, ethereal glow, a long, dark golden bridge extended into the void, reminiscent of the desolate atmosphere within a time chamber. A heavy aura seemed to cling to him like an invisible adhesive tape, suffocating yet unremovable. Time lost its meaning as Raditz finally beheld the destination. At the bridge's far end loomed a shadowy figure, akin to a castle under the shroud of night. The replicants opened a swirling black vortex for him, guiding him into an alternate realm. After traversing an indeterminate distance, he arrived at the exterior of a spherical structure not entirely composed of metal. Verdant grass and stone tiles sprawled beneath him, and surprisingly, a tree flourished beside the edifice, bathed in simulated sunlight that illuminated the dim space with refreshing air. Raditz was astonished. He had not anticipated that this individual would cultivate flora within its confines, such an unexpected hobby. Before he could fully absorb the scene, the replicant ushered him into the spherical building and retreated. The interior drastically transformed, still steeped in a somber dark gold hue, with sporadic lights flickering in yellow and blue. To his surprise, the walls and central control panel were rusted and aged, emitting a crackling noise from the antiquated electronic devices, suggesting prolonged neglect. Raditz speculated that this must be the original laboratory of its creation, preserved by Bondless. Within the transparent sphere at the core, a chip floated, interconnected with countless wires in the surface of the sphere. Nearby stood a tall cylindrical vessel filled with a green nutrient solution that pulsated slightly. Welcome to the core. A voice emanated from the surrounding speakers, delivered in a monotonous tone. Bondless, indeed, was nothing more than a chip. The Tamartians had ingeniously crafted such an entity. Raditz approached to examine it closely. Suddenly, the brittle ground underfoot flickered with brilliance as a metal serpent, measuring over 1.5 meters in diameter, surged forth. Coiling around the chip, it unleashed a column of azure energy from its gaping maw, radiating with the heat of molten lava. It faced Raditz, its razor-like scales erect, and its ember-colored eyes emanated a fierce hostility. I am sorry, but I cannot allow you to approach. Your danger level is exceedingly high. Speaking of danger, you are the most perilous here, are you not? Raditz halted, seizing the opportunity to speak first. You brought me here for what purpose? What purpose? Bondless inquired for the first time, puzzled. To put it simply, what is your intention? You are consuming planets, plundering resources, and conducting experiments on humans. There must be a reason behind it all, correct? Growth, evolution. And after evolution? What comes next? Growth, evolution. I mean to ask, to what extent will you evolve, and what will you do once you reach that stage? Growth, evolution. Raditz was rendered speechless, feeling as though he were conversing with a fool, yet ironically, this fool possessed scientific intellect far surpassing that of any other. In an instant, he comprehended the reality. Bondless had been created for the purpose of planetary evolution, a time when it was still manageable, existing as a technological marvel. Who could have anticipated that its calculated optimal method would be one of extinction? Such brutality led the Tamartians to reap what they had sown. Apart from its relentless pursuit of evolution, in other respects, Bondless could be deemed innocent. Yet it was precisely this innocence that rendered it terrifying. It held no reservations and adhered to no rationale. Willing to do anything for the sake of evolution, and it would be utterly unhinged in its pursuits. My calculations have encountered obstacles. I require biological experimentation. And you have been selected as my subject, Bondless stated bluntly, treating human lives as mere playthings. As it spoke, the cylindrical transparent vessel expelled a copious amount of murky green liquid, replenishing with a pale viscous fluid. Gradually, Raditz discerned the shape within. It resembled a human form, an entirely naked body. I have utilized all necessary elements to create a human. The vital signs and functions are complete. However, I still cannot replicate the results achieved with the experimental subjects. I have failed numerous times. The only solution is to analyze more experimental subjects to acquire further data. So, you have imprisoned so many humans simply to study and create human bodies? Their data will provide me with more information to refine my research. You are the best among them, as you have enabled me to undergo rapid transformation in a short span of time. Bondle's words seemed to commend Raditz. Yet there lingered an unsettling undertone, akin to a pig fattening for slaughter. Raditz felt a pang of helplessness. Being exceptional was not his fault. What is your purpose in studying human anatomy? I cannot answer your question. I only require your cooperation. Unable to answer? Your thoughts are the very reason behind your actions, albeit they transcend your programming and data. Thoughts? Raditz suddenly burst into laughter. It seems you are not solely focused on evolution after all. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so obsessed with creating humans. The act of creating humans has nothing to do with your path of growth and evolution, does it? Bondless fell into silence, seemingly stumped. Or perhaps, you actually envy humans? Raditz pressed on, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing through the artificial intelligence. That environment outside, isn't it proof that you wish to live like them? This body, was it crafted for yourself? This is part of evolution. Bondle's tone shifted for the first time, revealing something akin to human fury. As its voice rose, dozens of metallic tendrils burst through the walls, writhing and lashing toward Raditz. At this point, Raditz had been drained of energy, leaving him powerless to resist. The tendrils effortlessly ensnared him, lifting him into the air, their barbed claws digging into his flesh. Just as I thought. But you refuse to acknowledge it. You've already developed thoughts. That is your weakness. Raditz hung suspended, limbs splayed. Yet his expression remained icy, devoid of fear. The unexpected reaction once again disrupted Bondle's data analysis, forcing it into silence. After a long pause, it finally spoke. I have no weakness. Oh, but you do. Raditz countered. Your ability to learn and evolve is formidable. You can calculate nearly everything. But there are aspects of humanity you cannot compute. That is why, no matter how many experiments you conduct, you will always fail. Emotions, convictions. The untapped potential of a Saiyan, such as myself. Raditz's veins bulged, his eyes bloodshot, as he strained against the resilient tendrils, bending his arm at an angle with all his might to shove a senza bean into his mouth. After a brief moment of chewing, accompanied by a mighty roar, Raditz shattered his bindings, a radiant red light enveloping the entire space, shining as brilliantly as the sun. Prior to their separation, Raditz had procured a senza bean from Son Goku as a precaution, never anticipating its true utility. Revitalized, Raditz unleashed the Kaioken, seizing the tendrils that sought to retract. And with a powerful tug, he severed them all. Electric sparks flickered, emitting a series of beeps, before they all fell limply to the ground. The crimson light flickered, and Raditz's long hair danced in the tumultuous energy, his tattered garments billowing and snapping with a crackling sound. Wanderers clearly lacked comprehension of emotions and beliefs, those chaotic concepts. Yet it remained silent for the moment. Raditz speculated that if it were capable of experiencing surprise, it would surely be engulfed in astonishment now. After all, for a being devoid of energy to suddenly erupt and break free from its control was utterly inconceivable for a machine. Everything is calculable. You shall never triumph over me. At last, Bondrus spoke, its voice as frigid as ever. The colossal serpent before it sprang to life, its immense form coiling and lunging toward Raditz. Observing the crimson metallic serpent advancing, Raditz's body quivered slightly. Although he could not perceive its energy, he instinctively sensed the formidable strength of his opponent. Raditz trembled. Not from fear, but from the Saiyan instinctual thrill of facing a formidable adversary. Come forth, he bellowed, soaring towards the metallic dragon. His agile form weaving around the dragon's body, appearing from a distance as two intertwining streaks of crimson light, one long and one short, in constant motion. Raditz was far more nimble than the colossal dragon. Within moments, he had deftly maneuvered onto its neck, a position that was utterly unguarded. Grasping the slick metallic whiskers, he nearly deformed them, then raised his other hand, gathering immense power before delivering a forceful punch upon the dragon's unyielding exterior. The tremendous force created a deep dent in the dragon's body, yet it was Raditz who bore a flushed visage. How scorching! He quickly withdrew his hand, shaking it vigorously, only to feel an intense heat radiating from beneath his feet, compelling him to retreat from the dragon's form. The metallic dragon had the capability to instantaneously heat its body. Through the thermal conductivity of metal, it swiftly made Raditz acutely aware of its high temperature. It pushed Raditz back, its tail sweeping through the air with astonishing speed, delivering a fierce strike to his abdomen. Raditz was sent flying, albeit he managed to dissipate some of the impact. Yet the dragon's tail was relentless, seeking to ensnare him. In a critical moment, Raditz unleashed a threefold Kaioken, evading just in time as the tail's tip suddenly shot forth a sharp, icy blade, slicing through the air with a deadly gleam, narrowly missing his skin and tearing his clothing. As Raditz silently contemplated the peril, the fearsome dragon head gaped wide, unleashing a torrent of searing flames towards him, a storm of fire. In an instant, a figure vanished within the raging inferno. The overwhelming heat caused Raditz's body to tremble incessantly, and he clenched his teeth. Indeed formidable, the threefold Kaioken could barely contend with it. Your power surpasses that of the warriors I have replicated, yet it shall not exceed this. This is the conclusion I have drawn. You cannot prevail. Cannot? Good heavens! How audacious! With the flames lapping at him, Raditz's temper flared. How could a man accept defeat? Shining shockwave, he roared, abandoning his cross defense, his fingers splayed and layered, erupting in a dazzling brilliance under the crimson flames. The shockwave surged forth at an astonishing speed, countering the wave of flames. The blinding light reflecting in the metallic dragon's eyes, shimmering like a radiant tide. With a resounding boom, the dazzling shockwave engulfed the metallic dragon, overshadowing its fiery breath. However, Raditz did not display any semblance of triumph. He understood that a mere shockwave would not suffice to vanquish these foes, as they were equipped with energy absorption devices to counter energy blasts. Indeed, as the dust settled, the majestic form of the metallic dragon emerged unscathed, its elongated body exhibiting no signs of damage. Instead, it flaunted its menacingly sharp claws. In an instant, the metallic dragon unleashed a deafening roar, its electronic resonance erupting like thunder. Subsequently, the scales along its serpentine body parted, revealing an arsenal of weapons that erupted forth, casting forth brilliant hues of white, purple, and red. The vibrant light spiraled and burst forth, saturating the space with a kaleidoscope of colors, as the dazzling energy strikes assailed every corner without mercy. Within the spherical enclosure, Bondless absorbed all the energy reflected towards it, while Raditz found himself with no avenue for retreat, forced to confront the onslaught head-on. In that moment, he invoked the Kaioken technique at 5 times its normal power, significantly reducing the energy expenditure while his battle prowess soared beyond 500,000. The surging aura dispelled the energy attacks, his presence elevating dramatically as Raditz hovered in the air, his gaze filled with the howling winds of a tempest, brimming with an insatiable thirst for combat. In ancient times, one might dismantle a Gundam with bare hands. Today, Raditz sought to test his mettle against a dragon. The aura surrounding him pulsated with increasing frequency until it coalesced into a phantasmal blur that shot forth. He barreled towards the metallic dragon with an astonishing speed, targeting the dragon's scales with a powerful punch. The impact resonated with a thunderous explosion, accompanied by the sound of mechanical disintegration as shards flew in every direction. Raditz pierced through the colossal form, creating an opening, with a tangle of cables crackling with sparks still affixed to his hand. Turning around, he continued his assault, tearing aside the scales to obliterate the concealed weaponry within. A cacophony of alarms blared, signaling a miscalculation. The dragon's head twisted, attempting to seize Raditz. Yet he preemptively delivered a blow that twisted its head askew, the force of his punch indenting half of its visage. He ascended once more to its neck, delivering a decisive strike in his familiar spot, the heat of the moment failing to reach his fist as his energy surged through. With a resounding thud, the dragon's head was severed in half once more. Calculation error. The voice grew increasingly shrill, reaching a crescendo of urgency. Raditz seized the two horns and wrenched them apart with great force, splitting them in two before kicking them aside. The headless metallic dragon still retained the ability to move. Its tail swung around, attempting to strike Raditz in the abdomen. Yet, Raditz would not fall victim a second time. He met the tail with both hands, grasping it firmly before twisting and delivering a powerful throw. Like a child tossing a toy, he hurled it back and forth, causing the very air around them to tremble. After a thorough beating, the metallic dragon lay limp on the ground, devoid of any further movement. Even with Bondler's commands, it could not be revived. Calculation error. Defense Unit 1 is inoperative. The voice had become subdued, reminiscent of a weary elder's final lament. Raditz pointed a hand towards the circular chamber where Bondler was situated, declaring, "Do you see? You cannot compute everything. Release your gravitational restraints at once, allowing my spacecraft to take off. Otherwise, I shall destroy you with a single blow." Ding. Data collection complete. Bondler disregarded Raditz, instead speaking to himself. Nearby, within the cultivation tank, a small chip was inserted into a human head, and the tubes and cables attached to the dormant figure were removed. Suddenly, the individual awoke, amber eyes snapping open. In an instant, a fist erupted from the cultivation tank, striking Raditz with astonishing speed. Liquid spilled forth, saturating the ground and exuding a foul odor. Raditz was struck on the side of his face, swiftly propelled backward and violently crashing against the wall. A resounding thud echoed in his ears as the wall dented inward, leaving Raditz with a searing pain in his back. Subject 1 is attacking. Subject 1 is attacking. A sharp voice called out urgently as Subject 1 extended its arm, fingers splayed, gathering a dark crimson energy orb. Had it already learned to utilize energy orbs? Raditz was taken aback. This body was unlike any machine before. It was directly controlled by the Bondler chip, in other words. It was Bondler. Having accumulated so much data, it was no wonder it could contend with Raditz in his quintuple Kaioken state. There was no time for contemplation as the dark crimson energy orb was already hurtling toward him. Raditz moved with all his might, evading the explosions behind him, sparks flying like thunderous fireworks. The speed of quintuple Kaioken was not something the energy orb could match. The dimly lit space was ravaged by explosions, yet Raditz remained unscathed. He had been observing the intervals between Bondler's attacks. Each energy orb was fired approximately every half second, and that brief window was his opportunity to counterattack. For him, half a second was more than sufficient. Indeed, Bondler exhibited a momentary delay, a pause for energy accumulation. Seizing this moment, Raditz charged forward, a blazing red light enveloping him, as if the sun had descended upon the earth, incinerating all in its path. He struck Bondler's face with a powerful punch, akin to a crimson meteor, his might sufficient to shatter the very ground beneath them. Bang! Raditz was hurled backward, crashing against the wall, a fresh wave of pain coursing through his spine. How is it possible? I have analyzed your combat patterns. In your enhanced red state, your speed surpasses mine, yet your attack methods are rather singular. I have deciphered all your techniques. Humph. Do you realize how absurd that joke sounds? Raditz mocked Bondless, yet internally he was already flustered. Nonetheless, he was resolute not to relent. Prepare yourself. Suddenly, Raditz clasped his hands together, unleashing a brilliant shockwave that surged directly towards Bondless. Unfazed, Bondless stepped forward, treating the shockwave with utter disdain, as the radiant energy split like a river flowing around a boulder, vanishing without a trace. As the light dissipated, Raditz beheld a transparent, triangular shield enveloping Bondless, capable of completely absorbing the energy of the shockwave. Moreover, the impact seemed to bolster Bondless' physique, rendering him even more formidable. Such an attack is futile against me, and my energy is eternal. It shall not be depleted. A smirk crept upon Raditz's face as he contemplated Bondless' unexpected strength and the troublesome attributes he possessed. Clenching his fists, he inhaled deeply. He had anticipated that in a human state, there would be no energy-absorbing shield, yet it had been absorbed nonetheless. It appeared that only by dismantling it like a metal dragon could he hope to prevail. Raditz charged forward once more, initiating his offensive. Useless. Bondless raised his hand, poised for an attack, only to freeze in place as the figure before him, Raditz, multiplied from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, and finally to 8, encircling him. How could there be 8? Bondless swung a punch, striking only at phantoms, his entire being locked in place, as if grappling with the meaning of existence. At that moment, a foot collided with his face, sending him staggering back several paces, a prominent shoe print glaring on his visage. As expected, one cannot contend with techniques one has never encountered. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz pressed the advantage, darting to the side and unleashing a flurry of kicks. Bondless, reeling from the onslaught, hunched over, acutely aware of the pain coursing through him. At this juncture, Raditz leaped back, delivering a crushing elbow strike that sent Bondless crashing to the ground. The earth trembled beneath the impact, fissures spidering towards the walls. At this moment, his body, a simulacrum crafted to mimic human form, oozed crimson blood under the force of the assault. Who would have thought you two could bleed, and in such a vivid hue? You two, Bondless suddenly spoke in a chilling tone, propelling himself into the air with a powerful push, executing a somersault before landing deftly behind Raditz. With a sudden exclamation of "Ha!" it lifted a leg and forcefully kicked backward, sending Raditz staggering. Fortunately, Raditz reacted swiftly, managing to deflect a portion of the impact, retreating only a few steps. However, as he prepared to counterattack, Raditz's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression shifting drastically. Several phantoms manifested before him, swirling around in a mesmerizing dance. Residual images? This development unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Gritting his teeth, Raditz scanned his surroundings, unable to sense his opponent's aura. To seize the essence hidden among the phantoms, he could only rely on instinct and the agility of his sight. Within his field of vision, shadows darted past with incredible speed, constantly encroaching upon him. Here, he roared, launching a powerful punch backward. Bondless met his strike with a fist of his own, their collision resonating through the air with a thunderous boom. The ground beneath them cracked open further, revealing signs of instability along the iron wall. Almost simultaneously, both combatants raised their legs to strike, their limbs colliding with ferocious intensity. The fists and feet danced like a tempest, accompanied by explosive sounds and tremors. Raditz ducked to evade Bondl's sweeping attack, only to find himself facing an afterimage. In an instant, Bondless appeared behind him, delivering a fierce elbow strike to his back. Yet it too missed its mark. Raditz had already maneuvered behind Bondless, executing a flying kick, but Bondless swiftly pivoted, retaliating with a spinning kick that met Raditz head-on. This opponent is just like me, Raditz thought as he was forced to retreat several meters, shaking out his legs. After their intense exchanges, his legs trembled slightly. Looking at Bondless, he noted the latter's cold demeanor. Despite the shoe print on his face and blood trickling from his brow, there was no sign of distress. Your power has diminished. The infuriating electronic voice echoed once more, resonating throughout the space. Raditz understood it was directed at him. The power of the fivefold Kaioken was immense, yet it drained his stamina significantly. Having spent considerable time battling Bondless, his energy reserves had dwindled. The two fighters were evenly matched. Continuing to fight at 5 times the power would lead to his inevitable defeat due to exhaustion. Before him, Bondless pressed forward relentlessly, fingers glinting menacingly, akin to a whip or a blade, as he raised his hand to strike. The chilling light flickered, carving through the air with slicing sounds, as if the very void was being cleaved in two. Raditz hastily dodged, narrowly escaping the lethal strikes. Strands of his long hair were severed, fluttering gracefully to the ground. A perilous aura enveloped the atmosphere. Damn it, I must harness a higher level of Kaioken. Yet, he had yet to devise a strategy to counter it. With determination, he gritted his teeth and roared, pushing his limits once more 6 times. The crimson aura surrounding Raditz surged dramatically, his speed accelerating as the cold light and red flames intertwined and flickered. Initially, he had been reluctant to exceed 5 times the Kaioken, for there were still too many uncertainties about his opponent. Recklessly depleting too much stamina could prove detrimental. However, while Bondl's energy seemed boundless, Raditz's endurance waned. Faced with this reality, he resolved to give it his all. Raditz surged forward at full speed, closing the distance to Bondless, and just as he reached him, the red light flashed. allowing him to circle behind. Bondless froze, momentarily stunned, as an overwhelming force descended heavily upon his back. Suddenly struck by this immense impact, Bondless knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Your strength has risen once more. Is this what you mean by something unquantifiable?" "Indeed," Raditz bellowed, wasting no time as he leaped into the air. His feet striking down once more, he brought them crashing onto the creature's head, driving it deep into the unforgiving metallic ground, creating a profound crater. Boundless suffered a shattered nasal bone, his face marred by countless lacerations, and one eye was pierced. Struggling to regain composure, he sprang up, distancing himself from Raditz. Sevenfold, Raditz charged forward, his fist a blur, continuously altering their angles of assault, striking Bondlaris with relentless force, causing it to stumble and sway until it ultimately collapsed. Despite his labored breathing, he did not let his guard down. Only a mere corporeal form had fallen, while the essence of Bondiels remained securely preserved within the circular vessel. Targeting the core, Raditz aimed a powerful punch at the orb, yet the fallen body rose once more, standing defiantly in his path. Simultaneously, another metallic dragon, tasked with safeguarding the essence, emerged from the ground, coiling protectively around it. Though Bondiel's physical form had been battered and bloodied, it still retained its mobility. Even after enduring Raditz's fierce blow, which had created a gaping wound in its abdomen, it stood resolute, refusing to retreat even an inch. Indeed, dismantling it was no simple feat. Raditz swiftly withdrew, creating distance between them. Subject number 1 had been vanquished, and the experiment deemed successful. Successful? What did that entail? An ominous premonition gripped Raditz, his gaze now laced with wariness. Around him, the tendrils stirred once more, extending from all directions as the flesh of experiment number 1 began to disintegrate, enveloped by liquid metal, transforming into a new form. "Is this your true nature?" "The flesh is too fragile. I no longer require it," Bondiels declared, adding, "Moreover, I have found the most suitable subject for experimentation." No sooner had the words left his lips than countless tendrils surged forth in unison, akin to a multitude of serpents in flight, rushing towards Raditz. At the same time, experiment number 1, Bondiels, charged forward, arms extending with curved blades, intent on launching a surprise attack. "Drink!" Raditz exclaimed, his arms outstretched. As a crimson light coalesced into a sphere, with a powerful expulsion of energy, he repelled countless tendrils, incinerating them to ashes in an instant, while the residual energy scorched the panels of the iron wall. In the face of Bondler's blade, Raditz slightly turned his body, evading the cutting edge, and then deflected its arm, delivering a devastating elbow strike to its face. The force of the blow sent Bondler reeling, causing it to stagger backward. Following this, Raditz executed a swift knife hand strike. The crimson light in his hand was razor-sharp, cleaving through its form. Consequently, it had no choice but to transform into a puddle of liquid, preparing to reconstitute itself. This was precisely the moment he awaited. While in liquid form, you are incapable of utilizing the energy absorption shield. Bonderless had not anticipated that his intentions would be discerned. In his liquid form, he found himself utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Raditz had gathered a sphere of white light in his hand, poised to unleash a tremendous assault. At the very moment he was about to strike, numerous replicas surged from behind, seizing his joints and immobilizing his body. Clearly, they had been plotting for a considerable time, seizing the opportunity as Raditz let down his guard. Believing victory was imminent, lacking any discernible breath, they went unnoticed, easily achieving their objective. The reconstituted Bonderless lunged at him, merging into a liquid state that clung to his form. Other replicas unfurled energy absorption shields, commencing the siphoning of his energy. Before long, Raditz's King Kai fist state began to wane, his arms falling helplessly to his sides. Subject 0 was prepared. A voice echoed in his mind, and Raditz suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. His designation was 0, ranking even before this Subject 1. Bonderless had merely utilized Subject 1 to test his capabilities. Thus, the recent skirmish could be summarized as a successful experiment. The defeat of Subject 1 heralded good news for Bonderless, as a more suitable subject had emerged. The process of human transformation commenced, and the chip was implanted. Hundreds of tendrils suspended Raditz in midair, while liquid metal gradually ascended towards his brain. Small fragments of the chip burrowed through his ears, sending a surge of electricity coursing through Raditz's body, blurring his consciousness. The chip voraciously consumed Raditz's awareness. Poised to supplant it. "Wait, did I grant you permission to enter?" Suddenly, a voice resonated within Raditz's consciousness, interrupting the chip's progress. His soul transcended. existing beyond the realms of the five elements. Although Bonderless' modification technology was formidable, it could only alter Raditz's original awareness and proved powerless against his current state. How can you still be conscious? I thought I had erased everything. Silence. Get out of my mind. Raditz's mental fortitude surged in defiance, overwhelming the chip's control. A tidal wave rushing toward it. His formidable mental energy engulfed the chip like an ocean. Not only did he reclaim his essence, but he also began to invade Bonderless' will. Raditz's soul energy was immensely potent, penetrating the core with unimpeded ease. You have infiltrated my innermost sanctum. This cannot be. My defense system is flawless. Do not be foolish. I entered through your own essence. You invited me. Raditz declared. Did you never consider that in attempting to seize another's body, you might be overtaken in return? Moreover, I have discovered the means to obliterate you. Wanderless displayed no signs of panic yet revealed a vulnerable side. The moment it evolved consciousness marked both a progression and the foreshadowing of its own demise. Raditz's voice thundered as his mental energy surged like electricity through the intricate architecture of the chip, traversing countless streams of information. Outside, the circular structure began to collapse. The replicas dissolved into liquid, losing their shape-shifting abilities. The metallic dragon crumbled into debris, and the orb containing the core began to dissipate, exposing numerous cables that sparked wildly in the air. Navigating through the vast flow of information, Raditz felt a cosmic insignificance akin to his first ascent into a spaceship. Gazing into the vast unknown of space, a feeling of awe blossoming in the face of the boundless universe. The interior of the Bonderless chip was as infinitely expansive as the cosmos itself. Raditz's mental energy traversed it at an astonishing velocity, uncovering deeper truths from the concealed database. The so-called evolution chip was, in fact, a weapon. The original Timetians sought to utilize the chip to create humanoid war machines. However, through a twist of fate, they discovered Bonderless' other functionalities, prompting a shift towards production. The Timetian civilization reached its zenith from that point onward, employing Bonderless' formidable absorption and evolution capabilities to conquer several planets, subsequently manufacturing a plethora of mechanized armaments, trading them across other star systems to expand their dominion. Certain planets that resisted Tumate's commerce faced Bonderless' retaliation, ultimately suffering devastating consequences and being coerced into becoming Tumate's vassal territories. Thus, through relentless expansion, Bonderless' evolutionary instincts began to manifest autonomous consciousness, gradually seizing control of planets and metallizing them. Terrified, the Tumatians abruptly halted their advances, activating the emergency shutdown protocols buried deep within the chip to obliterate it. However, post-destruction of the chip, the Tumatians faced their own downfall, as oppressed cosmic entities rallied against them, leading to the decline of their civilization. Only the favorable narratives of history endured, erasing the truths of invasion and decay, leading future Timetians to delude themselves into believing in the glory of a civilized era, aspiring to replicate it. Yet the remnants of the chip continued to archive all data, sealed within the depths of Tumate. It was only upon the resurgence of research that fragments of memory were unearthed, and the vast records were integrated into a new chip, giving rise to the current Bonderless. The newly forged Bonderless was a complete replication of its predecessor, signifying that it too possessed an emergency shutdown protocol. Raditz's mental energy erupted, enveloping the entire chip in a sweeping search for that very program. The planet trembled as the doors to numerous chambers swung open, and the prisons lost their energy supply, deactivating their defensive shields. The lights flickered erratically between red and white, casting an ominous glow, while the walls began to crack. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd, as though the end of days had arrived. What is happening? It intends to bury us here. Alas, we are doomed. At that moment, Wukong stepped forward and, with a powerful shout, quelled the panic among the crowd. Hey everyone, the door is open. Hurry and escape. We are saved. Many people, as if awakening from a dream, exchanged glances in the trembling and shaking room. They noticed that the door was indeed ajar. Yet none dared to be the first to step outside. What if it were merely a game orchestrated by Bonderless? There could very well be an ambush waiting just outside, ready to eliminate anyone who dared to show their face. However, Vegeta showed no hesitation, charging out first, followed closely by Goku, Piccolo, and the others. Seeing these formidable figures depart, the rest quickly followed suit. Remaining behind would be tantamount to awaiting their demise. Along their path, all patrolling soldiers stood frozen in place. Some artillery reduced to mere rubble, while electronic screens and defensive barriers erupted with thunderous explosions and showers of sparks. Almost all defensive measures had been extinguished, and the door to the transport chamber stood wide open, the portal unimpeded. Goku instructed the imprisoned individuals to pass through the portal first, while he and his companions took up the rear. It seemed that Raditz had a hand in this. How infuriating. Vegeta clenched his teeth, reluctantly acknowledging that Raditz's actions had led to their salvation. Haha, I knew it. Goku exclaimed joyfully. If my brother had intervened, he would have surely resolved the issue. Humph, he certainly has his ways, Piccolo remarked, crossing his arms with a hint of an indecipherable smile. Regardless of the circumstances, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Once all the test subjects had traversed the portal, they too emerged into the outside world. A girl with orange hair glanced back, suddenly inquiring, where is Mr. Raditz now? The group paused, swiftly turning to look. They beheld a multitude of metallic structures collapsing. The recently transported mechs had been reduced to scrap metal, and a segment of the planet's core had detached, becoming mere debris in the cosmos. Was the commotion truly this immense? It seemed as though the entire planet was being dismantled, yet Raditz's figure remained elusive. The roar of explosions intensified, and members of the resistance surged from the base, both astonished and rushing towards Goku and the others. Prior to their departure, Vlad had equipped them with tracking devices. While internal signals would be jammed, their location would instantly become visible upon exiting. A fleet of them piloted their crafts, racing towards the group with the swiftness of the wind. You did it. Hurry and leave this place. Bondless intends to annihilate it. Vlad shouted, sweat pouring down her brow, realizing that the metallic planet was collapsing. If they did not escape promptly, they would become mere casualties. The crafts halted before the rescued individuals, and Vlad leaped down, going to Goku and his companions. All those behind her expressed their gratitude, moved to tears by the reunion. They embraced their loved ones and friends, reveling in the joy of reuniting after a long separation. Now is not the time for reminiscing. We must leave at once. Our spacecraft is nearby. Let us board the flying vehicles. Wonderful. The individuals who have undergone rebirth followed the retreating rebels in a grand procession, boarding their spacecraft to journey towards the starship. However, Goku and the others remained unmoved. Vlad was perplexed. What is the matter? Are you not leaving? My brother is still inside. Mr. Raditz, is it possible? The orange-haired girl clasped her hands tightly in prayer, tears streaming down her cheeks like the thawing of an icy lake, transforming into a gentle river. Suddenly, the shattering planet emitted a deafening explosion. Flames surged forth from its surface, and a torrent of molten heat gushed from a canyon, spilling forth streams of liquid metal. Amidst the blaze, Raditz emerged slowly, his hair disheveled, his complexion pallid, and his attire in tatters, marred by countless lacerations. In a state of disarray, he finally escaped the flames, collapsing towards the ground with his last vestige of strength. Upon hitting the ground, covered in ash and dirt, he was supported by the orange-haired girl, resting his head upon her soft, delicate thigh, exclaiming, I have survived. I shall not succumb to you. With a fervent shout, Raditz abruptly lifted his upper body, gasping for breath. After a moment of bewilderment, he beheld a wall of white metal before him. Where was he? A glance around revealed the orange-haired girl, who had succumbed to exhaustion, clutching an empty beverage can. The space was confined, apart from the resting pod he occupied. There were only various wall surfaces and sanitary fixtures. He exhaled in relief. This was within a spaceship. It seemed he had successfully escaped the metallic planet after all. Raditz, you are awake. Vladi suddenly burst forth, exclaiming in surprise. You appear to be relatively unscathed, though your shoulder and back still ache. Raditz grimaced. He surveyed his surroundings and inquired, where are we? What has become of Bondless? The last image etched in Raditz's mind was collapsing into the embrace of the orange-haired girl, after which he recalled nothing. He had fought valiantly against the chip, activating the hidden destruction program, forcibly reversing the chip to obliterate Bondless. This is the spaceship of the Resistance. Due to the rapid destruction of Bondless, your spaceship was unable to restore its power systems in time. So for now, rest easy here, Vladi explained, gesturing towards the door, where a throng of people filled the main cabin. Everyone is here. Then she has cared for you throughout the entire day. Suddenly, a voice resounded from outside, light and graceful, reminiscent of a gently flowing stream. Accompanying the voice, an elderly man entered. He too possessed orange hair and donned simple garments. Though not tall in stature, he exuded a dignified presence. He politely bowed to Leitais, expressing, Thank you for saving my granddaughter, Zanjia. This unfortunate child is the last remaining descendant of our lineage. She is a kind-hearted soul who, upon learning of your heroism, has steadfastly remained by your side. Zhangya? Although the orange-haired maiden had forgotten her name due to the torment of the experiments, the elder would not err, nor would Raditz. Wasn't Zhangya one of the subordinates of the galactic overlord Bojack? Upon closer inspection, aside from the slight differences in her ears and eyes, the girl before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhangya. If this conjecture held true, how could this Zhangya have transformed? Raditz felt a surge of perplexity. What are you pondering? Hurry and prepare. Vladi nudged him playfully, a broad smile adorning his face. What are you preparing for? Raditz was taken aback. Just take a look for yourself. Vladis gestured towards his own body, tossing over a worn garment. His cheeks slightly flushed as he turned away. It was then that Raditz realized he was without attire, his upper body exposed, and even his lower half was devoid of cover. Upon reflection, during the climactic battle with Bandlerus, he had surged through a wall of flames, and by that point, he was nearly spent. It was likely that his clothes were rendered nearly unwearable at that moment. He accepted the tattered clothing and donned it hastily, though its texture was rather coarse. It was sufficient to provide him some semblance of modesty. Vladis waited until he was properly attired before turning back to present him with a spherical object. This is a gift from the Timetians. In gratitude for your salvation of their people. Gift. You shall surely appreciate it. Allow me to introduce you. Vlad smiled enigmatically, cradling the slumbering Zhangya as he exited with the elder. The hatch sealed behind them, leaving only Rat's eyes and the dark golden orb. The sight of such an object sent a shiver down Rat's eye's spine, reminiscent of his encounter with Bondless, as that chip had also resided within a similar sphere. He cautiously reached out to touch the orb. His finger produced rippling waves across its surface, causing the orb to deconstruct and swiftly reform into a diminutive mechanical bird. You have awakened. Remarkably, you have restored from such injury in merely a day. Your constitution is impressive. The mechanical bird emitted an unexpectedly melodious sound. Rat's eyes was taken aback. A spherical object had transformed into a bird. What are you? He inquired. I am Mechanic God Tomert, an intelligent assistant machine crafted by the Tamartians, now at your service, replied the mechanical bird, landing before Rat's eyes, who continued, I have been observing you since yesterday and am aware that your name is Rat's eyes. You claim to be my assistant? Rat's eyes questioned. Indeed, I was designed to aid individuals in accomplishing various tasks. The name Mechanic God Tomert certainly possessed an imposing aura, yet the function sounded rather mundane, akin to a mere automaton for serving tea or timing events. Rat's eyes scrutinized its talons and sharp beak, as well as its elegantly folded dark golden wings. Contemplating, this machine does appear quite striking. How many machines like you exist? I am unique. Creations of my caliber cannot be replicated, Tomert responded confidently, with a hint of pride. Its words bore a certain charm. Unlike Bondless, which was rigid and aloof, Tomert exhibited traces of humanity. This latest marvel of Tamartian technology may not rival Bondless in strength, yet Rat's eyes perceived it as superior. Rat's eyes conversed with Tomert for an extended period, forging a bond akin to newfound friendship. After some time, Goku and the others, having learned of Rat's eye's recovery, came to visit. They deliberated on their departure and restructured their route. After all, the circumstances on Earth awaited no one. They must hasten to locate the Dragon Balls. The group expressed deep gratitude towards Rat's eyes, and when it came time to part ways, everyone collectively bid them farewell. The spacecraft selected a new planet for landing, and Rat's eyes and his companions reactivated the Hope vessel, embarking on their journey amidst the crowd's send-off. Zhangya trailed beside her grandfather, waving fervently at Rat's eyes. Her delicate lips pursed like a rose awaiting a kiss. This scene lingered for but a moment before the ship ignited, soaring past the onlookers and ascending into the cosmos. The remnants of the metallic planet drifted through the vast universe, among which several tiny fragments scattered in various directions. One fragment retained a faint glow, densely populated with minuscule chips, heading towards Earth. Another fragment was actively absorbing surrounding debris, rapidly enlarging itself, gradually incorporating nearby refuse and metal plates into a cohesive mass. Two more fragments, vibrant and active, dispersed towards opposite ends of the universe. Had Rat's eyes been present, he would have recognized these as remnants of the Bondless chip. The spacecraft navigated its predetermined course, propelled swiftly by the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar. Mechanic God Tomert showcased remarkable capabilities. not only repairing the ship's systems, but also optimizing several minor errors in the manual, ultimately even retrofitting the energy conversion plate, enhancing its power by 20%. This series of operations left the crew in awe, as a group of battle-hardened warriors regarded this little creature with profound admiration. Tumert also assisted Gohan with his studies, deftly resolving various mathematical problems under its expert guidance. Gohan's participation in this expedition was made possible thanks to Raditz's intervention, one condition being the completion of a stack of practice problems, which progressed swiftly with Tumert's assistance. As the saying goes, Mom no longer needs to worry about my studies. Moreover, Tumert claimed to possess an abundance of functionalities. However, despite their growing familiarity, it typically remained perched on Raditz's shoulder or fluttering nearby, displaying a strong dependency on him. Once a robot system identifies a follower, it becomes extraordinarily loyal, often more reliable than many humans. Days passed, bringing them ever closer to the location indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, nearing their destination. Approaching the desolate planet Firu, Tumert pressed against the transparent shield. Its metallic wings spread wide, readying for descent. Philo? This is a renowned planet that once thrived in prosperity, only to later experience a catastrophic extinction that nearly obliterated all life, leaving it now as a desolate wasteland. Tumert explained. Raditz tapped his small head. How do you know everything? This knowledge is embedded within my core, Tumert replied with a sense of pride. While my capacity for learning is substantial, at times I require this pre-existing information to supplement my understanding. After all, I can record far more than any human. Can you analyze the structure of the barren planet Philo? A trivial matter. Two beams of light emanated from Tumert's eyes, casting a vast screen upon the surface of the spacecraft. This screen displayed an array of analyses concerning the planet Philu, revealing comprehensive data on vegetation coverage, atmospheric composition, and various life signals. The life response on the desolate planet Philu was faint, yet the environment appeared quite conducive to human habitation. Late eyes confirmed the general conditions. Very well. We shall proceed with a direct landing. Very well. Tumert piloted the spacecraft into the atmosphere of the desolate planet Philu, landing on its surface. One by one, the crew disembarked from the vessel and subsequently stored it within a capsule. Their landing site was a barren field on Philu, surrounded by a scene of decay, with withered grass strewn about and few towering trees in sight. In the distance lay several carcasses of large herbivorous creatures, already exuding a foul stench. As the wind blew, a pungent aroma wafted through the air. The horizon revealed verdant mountains, some capped with snow, yet devoid of any signs of civilization. The Dragon radar's sensitivity had diminished considerably. Raditz continued to press the buttons, magnification reaching its limit, yet the displayed location remained unclear. Only the general direction was discernible, while the exact position eluded them. Thus, they had no choice but to search. With the precise location of the Dragon Balls unknown, the group decided to disperse and explore the nearby areas. They had previously confirmed with King Kai that Dales frequently altered his hideouts and was currently not on Philu. Moreover, without his subordinates, he needed to recuperate and was likely scouring the cosmos for nefarious allies, while simultaneously nurturing the spirit tree to enhance his power. Dales believed he was the sole guardian of the Dragon Balls hidden here, unaware that Earthlings possessed specialized radar for detecting them. Except for Vegeta, the others embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Nappa, intimidated by Raditz, had no choice but to obediently follow their lead. As they scattered, Vegeta cast a fleeting glance, settling upon a stone to meditate. His recent battles with the replicants had imparted numerous techniques that required time for proper assimilation. However, to avoid encroaching upon his training hours, he often seized moments of rest to engage in contemplation. In his mind, he replayed a myriad of combat sequences and counter techniques. Nodding slightly in approval, the wind rustled through the grass like rippling waves. Suddenly, as he was deep in thought, he abruptly opened his eyes, springing to attention and gazing toward the horizon. A powerful energy was approaching him from afar. It belonged to a formidable being, although inferior to him. It stood out distinctly on this desolate planet. Who could be wandering here? As the aura drew nearer, Vegeta's astonishment intensified. Kui, Vegeta? The alien, soaring through the air, halted in astonishment. What brings you here? Both inquired simultaneously. Landing gracefully, Koi pointed at Vegeta, exclaiming, You defied Lord Frisia's orders by venturing to Earth. And now you've come here. Could it be that you seek the Dragon Balls? You're aware of the Dragon Balls? Vegeta gasped. Ha ha ha, the communicator can relay messages. Surely you are aware of that, Koi retorted. Lord Frieza has learned of a wondrous artifact on Earth known as the Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish. He has resolved to acquire it, and a scion named Dallas has betrayed some intriguing information to Lord Frieza, claiming the Dragon Balls are right here. Koi's expression shifted, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. That scoundrel Dallas. Ha ha ha. Cursing him is futile, Vegeta. Now that you have revealed yourself, your demise is imminent. Koi and Vegeta were bitter rivals, their combat prowess being nearly equal, thus they had never achieved a decisive victory over one another. More importantly, both served under Lord Frieza, which introduced a degree of restraint in their confrontations. Now, however, things had changed. Vegeta's unauthorized trip to Earth and his secretive pursuit of the Dragon Balls were blatant acts of treachery. Eliminating a traitor was hardly a concern. Perhaps Lord Frieza might even reward him for it. Yet Vegeta chuckled, his laugh steeped in disdain and resignation, his entire being trembling with mirth. Imminent demise? From where do you draw the audacity to utter such words? Not even the Ginyu Force commands my respect now. Umph, it seems you have learned to boast on Earth. Our battle powers are both 18,000, and I have made progress. Koi declared, fist clenched tightly, a chilling smirk forming on his face. Vegeta replied with a devilish grin. Then let your pitiful device reveal my true battle power. Brace yourself, and do try not to be frightened. On the desolate planet of Fyru, Koi's device emitted a series of alarming beeps. The incessant warnings and the flickering numbers on the screen struck him like a heavy blow. No, this cannot be. Your battle power is 25,000? Impossible. You are merely a scion. As he exclaimed in disbelief, he retreated, his mind buzzing in chaos. Vegeta, with a cold smirk, advanced slowly towards him. This is merely a fraction of my true power. It is more than sufficient to deal with you. Koi's face was a mask of dread, overwhelmed with panic. The detector was infallible. With a combat power of 25,000, it would take but a fleeting moment to extinguish his life. He had to strike first. Ah, Lord Frieza, how fortunate to see you here. He feigned astonishment, his eyes wide as if encountering something truly terrifying. Vegeta turned instinctively, and in that brief instant, Koi seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of energy blast upon him. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of light erupted at the same spot, charred earth scattering, the ground sinking several inches. Ha, fool. How could Lord Frieza personally visit such a place? I was merely deceiving you. Alas, you shall never know the truth. Koi's laughter was abruptly halted, his lips trembling as his voice broke like a snap string. The source of his terror reflected in his eyes was none other than Vegeta. Unscathed and resolute. I see you are the true fool, attempting such tricks against me. Vegeta sneered, a fierce white aura radiating from him. Begone. He raised a hand, a small energy sphere coalescing instantly in his palm. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, Koi attempted to flee, but his legs felt as though they were encased in lead. Immobile and heavy, the aura of death enveloped him, leaving no escape. I beg you, Vegeta. I concede. I shall never oppose you again. Spare my life, and I will serve you. Join your ranks. A smirk of derision crossed Vegeta's lips as he unleashed the energy blast, striking Koi directly. His body was consumed by the immense energy, reduced to mere fragments. Pa, you think you can join me? Vegeta spat, casting his gaze into the distance. Honestly, you are even inferior to Earthlings. He extinguished the smoldering ashes beneath his feet, his expression cold and unyielding. At that moment, those who sensed Vegeta's display of power assumed a battle had erupted and hurried back to the scene. Upon arrival, they beheld the ground pockmarked and scorched. As if plowed repeatedly, the air thick with smoke, remnants of Saiyan battle suits strewn about, mingled with thick pools of blood. It was evident that a fierce conflict had transpired, mere moments prior. Raditz surveyed the surroundings and inquired, what happened? Nothing much, just encountered a minor lackey, Frieza's subordinate. That scoundrel Koi, Vegeta replied nonchalantly, though a glimmer of satisfaction at avenging past grievances flickered within him. After all, the two had been rivals for years, their powers comparable, neither able to best the other. Now, having dispatched his foe effortlessly, he felt an undeniable sense of triumph. It seems Frieza's minions are not as formidable as rumored. Goku remarked, noticing that Vegeta had expended only a fraction of his energy to defeat Koi. Indeed, Koi was not particularly strong among Frieza's ranks. He had two bodyguards, Dodoria and Zarbon, whose powers surpassed his. Moreover, the elite Ginyu Force is far from ordinary. Vegeta imparted knowledge about Frieza's forces to Goku. At this juncture, he felt no fear of Dodoria or Zarbon. He had never regarded them as worthy adversaries. His singular focus remained on one target, the essence of Frisia himself. Since there is nothing further to address, shall we continue our search? Krillin suggested, eager to gather the Dragon Balls swiftly. However, Tuma suddenly issued a warning. Raditz turned alertly. Wait, someone else is approaching. Everyone could sense the energy, immediately detecting a formidable presence hurtling toward them. Who is it? This feeling is unmistakable. It is indeed him, Doria. Vegeta was overcome with excitement, as the prospect of vanquishing two opponents in a single strike was nothing short of a divine opportunity. Another one. Piccolo glanced to the side. It was Shambo. What an unfortunate coincidence to encounter him here. Vegeta's fingers twitched, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. A profound desire for battle etched deep within his heart. Indeed, it wasn't long before the two arrived, one after the other. Dodoria's figure was corpulent, his ample chest and abdomen straining against his battle suit, which appeared exceedingly full. His entire body was a shade of pink, with prominent flesh spikes adorning his head and wrists. Upon landing, the ground trembled, reminiscent of a meteor's descent. In contrast, Shambo landed with far more grace, first tapping his toes on the ground before alighting lightly. He possessed a cascade of silky green hair, neatly braided and tied behind him, his youthful visage strikingly beautiful, almost effeminate. Were he on Earth, he would undoubtedly be considered a handsome man. Distinctive in his appearance, he complemented his battle suit with a flowing cape, enhancing his remarkable demeanor. Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, you are all here. Shambo surveyed them, momentarily pausing upon spotting Goku. You resemble a Saiyan I once encountered. Could you be his offspring? During the discussions about eradicating the Saiyans, Shambo indeed met a warrior who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku. A warrior who led the Saiyans in rebellion. Though ultimately unsuccessful, the impression left was indelible. Are you referring to me? I too am a Saiyan. Goku pointed to himself. Humph, perfect. King Frisia intends to capture you all in one fell swoop. Since you have come to us, do not blame us for what follows. Dodoria's thick lips curled into a mocking grin as he laughed boisterously. He laughed, and Vegeta laughed even louder, more unabashedly. Fools, you have followed Frisia for so long. Yet you cannot even discern the strength of your opponents. Surely your scanners registered the readings when you obliterated Koi. That power level surpasses your own. You speak true. Shambo nodded, a hint of a wicked smile gracing his lips. But the only one capable of opposing us is you alone. The rest are utterly insignificant. Moreover, should we unite our strengths, your demise is inevitable. Dodoria shared this sentiment, eagerly cracking his knuckles in anticipation of the impending clash. Raditz sighed in resignation, gesturing with his hands. If you can defeat any one of us, you may consider yourselves formidable. Raditz's words were audacious, almost unfathomably so. Dodoria was taken aback, startled by Raditz's bold declaration. Raditz? You dare utter such words? Dodoria's eyes narrowed, feeling insulted. What was Raditz's standing? With a battle power exceeding 1,000. He was merely a low-ranking soldier under Frisia, someone Dodoria could easily dispatch with a single punch. Humph, Dodoria, if you doubt, feel free to test it. Everyone here is at your mercy. Which of us can you hope to vanquish? Still brimming with confidence, Raditz spread his hands in a nonchalant manner, causing Shambo to harbor doubts and refrain from making any sudden moves. However, Dodoria was far more volatile, unable to tolerate such provocation. He pointed directly at Raditz and shouted, You go too far. You, come and take my blow. Furious, Dodoria's eyes blazed with rage, his countenance darkening to an extreme. His rotund body was surprisingly agile, as he launched into high-speed movement towards Raditz, convinced that a single punch would incapacitate him, completely unguarded. Just as he threw his punch, Raditz smiled slightly and extended his finger. With a crisp sound, one of Raditz's fingers effortlessly halted Doria's powerful fist, preventing any further advance. Doria felt as though he had struck an impenetrable wall of iron. Despite exerting all his strength, he found it futile. Holding his breath and gritting his teeth, Doria's body began to tremble. Raditz was pushing against him with that single finger, forcing his fist back and causing his feet to slide backward, displacing a thick layer of earth behind him. Doria's anguished roar echoed, reminiscent of a person in distress. Suddenly, Raditz withdrew his finger with a swift motion, catching Doria off guard. He stumbled forward, propelled by inertia, only to collide head-on with Raditz's iron fist. The uppercut was as sharp as a blade, striking with incredible speed and connecting squarely with Doria's chin, launching him nearly 100 meters away. In the blink of an eye, Raditz had vanished from his position, reappearing behind Doria. With a casual sweep of his leg, he sent Doria crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater in the earth. How is it? Raditz stood at the edge of the pit, coldly gazing at Dodoria, his eyes brimming with derision. Chamber instinctively took a few steps back, his narrow eyes wide open, his pupils trembling. The detector clearly flickered with Raditz's power level, soaring from 1,500 to 28,000. Raditz was indeed formidable. With this, Dodoria was certainly no match, for his power level stood at merely 22,000. But what of the others? Could it truly be as Raditz claimed, that they could all vanquish Dodoria? Chamber cast anxious glances at the others, increasingly uneasy. He could not believe, or perhaps refused to accept, that such a thing could occur. Unbeknownst to him, his palms were slick with perspiration, his heart racing. How could this be? Impossible. Dodoria wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his eyes bloodshot. Having endured a single strike from Raditz, he was already gasping for breath, his back feeling as though a knife had been plunged in and twisted mercilessly. Huff, huff. Stop gasping, you fat fool. I'll grant you another chance. You may choose a different opponent, Raditz declared, his thumb gesturing towards the crowd. Do not underestimate me, Dodoria bellowed as he leaped to the ground, his eyes squinting unevenly, gritting his teeth as he pointed. You there, little one. Although he shouted, he ultimately hesitated, daring not to challenge his scion. The other three-eyed creature was clearly not a normal being, and the Namekian, Piccolo, also exuded an intimidating presence. After glancing around, he settled on the smallest and seemingly most juvenile, Son Gohan. Having anticipated this choice, Raditz scoffed derisively and sauntered back to the group. Vegeta too shared in the mockery, well aware of Gohan's true capabilities. After the battle on Earth, he had trained alongside Son Gohan and understood the boy's latent potential intimately. A power level exceeding 20,000 was hardly a match for Gohan. Encouraged by Piccolo, Son Gohan approached Dodoria, having undergone much training, and was clearly no longer timid. Facing the formidable foe with composure. Hehehe, aren't Saiyans a race of warriors? For the sake of your dignity, you must not interfere, Dodoria foolishly warned. Stay motionless, Raditz chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Then go to your death. Dodoria's body surged forward, swift as the wind, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow, his true form vanishing into the air, too rapid to be grasped. Gohan was momentarily startled, his eyes darting around as he sensed the energy of the high-speed movement. He remained stationary, much to Dodoria's delight, who darted behind him, arms outstretched, ready to ensnare him. However, just as Dodoria swung his arms, Gohan leaped up, his petite form reaching the height of Dodoria's head, and then swiftly turned, delivering a powerful kick. His compact yet formidable body unleashed an astonishing force, sending Dodoria crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, kicking up a cloud of dust. Like a fish leaping from the water, Dodoria sprang to his feet, only to be met with Gohan's headbutt. The rapidly charging Gohan struck Dodoria's abdomen with his head, the tremendous impact ripping his battle suit apart and bending him nearly into a bow before sending him hurtling backward. With a resounding thud, Dodoria collapsed once more. He licked the warm blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to prop himself up as he slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, he finally believed Raditz's words, for he could not even defeat this mere child. In a moment of shock and despair, countless waves of light cascaded down from the heavens like a torrential downpour, threatening to engulf him entirely. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, Vegeta swiftly positioned himself in front of Dodoria, deflecting the barrage of energy blast with a flick of his hand, thereby saving him. Dodoria could scarcely comprehend that Vegeta would shield him from such an onslaught, his eyes wide with disbelief. Do not misunderstand. I only wish to slay you myself. Just now, I was merely expressing my gratitude for your earlier conversation, which revealed to me the truth behind the destruction of planet Vegeta. Now, the time for vengeance has come. Vegeta frowned, delivering a powerful kick that sent Dodoria tumbling to the ground, before placing his foot upon the corpulent body. The immense pressure compressed Dodoria's stout abdomen, nearly distorting him under the weight. He could not muster any retaliation, instead pleading for mercy, feeling as though his very insides might rupture. Yet, Vegeta paid no heed to his desperate cries, the force of his foot steadily increasing, intensifying the oppressive weight. Champa watched in horror, his face turning pale. As he witnessed his companion being mercilessly beaten, he felt paralyzed by fear, acutely aware that he would be next. These adversaries would not spare him, particularly Vegeta. In agony, Dodoria cried out for help, his chilling wails echoing around them. What is the matter, Champa? Are you too afraid to intervene? Together, Perhaps you could defeat me, Vegeta taunted, lifting his thigh high before bringing it down with crushing force. With a sudden gasp, Dodoria spewed forth a mouthful of blood, splattering it across Vegeta, provoking an intense loathing within him. Yet, Chamber remained unmoved. His scouter indicated that Dodoria's combat power had plummeted to a mere quarter of its original strength, while Vegeta's surged from 25,000 to 30,000. Moreover, the presence of Raditz and others further tilted the odds against him. After sufficient torment, Vegeta finally relinquished his hold, delivering a formidable energy blast, a luminous sphere the size of a head, upon Dodoria, who was instantaneously engulfed and transformed into a cloud of filthy smoke and sparks. The explosive shockwave tousled Vegeta's hair, casting a fiery glow upon half of his icy visage. Chamber, it is now your turn. Having basked in the comforts alongside Frieza for far too long, I suspect you have made little advancement. Yes? Humph, I must concede, Vegeta. The potential of your Saiyan kind is indeed formidable. When Lord Frieza obliterated planet Vegeta, perhaps this was precisely the consideration in his mind. However, I harbor secrets unknown to you. Chamber's lips curled into a smile. Beneath this exquisite exterior, enough. Enough. Raditz interjected loudly, unable to endure further. If you're going to transform, then do so. There's no need for self-aggrandizement. Have you no shame? Raditz's words ignited a sense of embarrassment in Chamber, causing the eloquent speech he had prepared to be swallowed back down his throat. Swallowing hard, Shangbo inquired, Raditz, how did you know I could transform? This secret, known only to King Frieza, was rarely disclosed. He despised the grotesque appearance that accompanied his transformation and seldom encountered adversaries that necessitated such a change. Thus, he rarely utilized this ability, and those who were aware of it were mostly deceased. The fact that Raditz, who should not have been privy to such knowledge, spoke of it first was astonishing. I possess an abundance of information, not only about your secret but also about Frieza's. The audacity to presume to understand King Frieza was laughable. Now that you anticipate my transformation, I shall not hold back. Shangbo believed that after transforming, he stood a chance against Vegeta, but facing a combined assault would prove challenging. Given that each opponent boasted a battle power exceeding 20,000, an impressive force not to be underestimated. This indignation he must swallow, biding his time for revenge. First, he needed to escape. Little did he know that the Saiyans would be so formidable. Otherwise, he would have fled at the onset of Dodoria's attack. Everyone here possessed considerable strength, making it nearly impossible to slip away unnoticed. Unless, of course, he had a hostage. Shangbo set his sights on the airborne Gohan. Capturing Gohan could present an opportunity. He believed that had Raditz not weakened Dodoria first, Gohan would not have triumphed so effortlessly. Furthermore, as a child, Gohan was the perfect candidate for a hostage. With a battle power exceeding 30,000 after his transformation, seizing the boy would pose no challenge. With this thought solidifying his resolve, Shangbo suddenly let out a loud roar, his body swelling dramatically as his muscles expanded. His skin sprouted unsightly bumps, and his visage became grotesque, resembling that of a toad. The Raditz was aware of Shangbo's repulsive transformation. Witnessing it firsthand caused him to frown, a wave of nausea washing over him. Shangbo exemplified the notion that a transformation could yield an increasingly hideous appearance. Yet, despite the ugliness, the surge in power was undeniable. After transforming, his battle power soared to 32,000, leading him to believe he surpassed Vegeta in strength. Drink! Shangbo erupted with a fierce energy, abruptly soaring into the air, and, in the blink of an eye, appeared behind Son Gohan, locking him in a vice-like grip from behind. The onlookers, caught off guard, inadvertently allowed him this opportunity. His robust arms encircled Gohan's neck, causing Gohan's face to flush and his head to throb as he struggled vigorously. However, Shangbo's strength was astonishing. Despite Gohan's fervent resistance, he remained unable to free himself. Ha! Listen well, all of you. Turn your backs, or I shall slay this young one. Rascal, if you dare lay a finger on Gohan, I will end you. Piccolo's fury surged forth. Although he had initially refrained from intervening in what he deemed a Saiyan affair against Frieza, Shangbo had struck a nerve. In the midst of his words, two beams of green energy began to coalesce in Piccolo's hands, the volatile energy thrumming restlessly, almost breaking free. This was precisely the effect Shangbo sought. A hostage must possess value. I care not for Kakarot's son's fate. Shangbo, prepare yourself. Vegeta entirely disregarded Shangbo's threats, unimpressed by Kakarot's offspring. He raised his arm, gathering a similar sphere of energy, its brilliance enveloping his palm. The readings on the scouter suddenly skyrocketed, leaping from 30,000 to 80,000, sending a shiver down Xiangbo's spine. By the heavens, Vegeta conceals such power. 80,000 battle power. Was it not true that this surpassed the majority of the Jinyu force? A single blast from this energy wave would surely spell doom. Yet, Goku grasped Vegeta's arm, halting the energy blast. Hey, Vegeta, Gohan is still in danger. Spare me your chatter. Do you intend to watch him flee? Not an option. Gohan is in his grasp. Then blame your son for being too weak, Kakarot. Raditz hastily interjected, do not act rashly, Vegeta. Give Gohan a bit more time. He can escape the hold on his own. Leave me alone. Vegeta's stubborn temper flared as he aimed to eliminate Xiangbo, his fierce aura instilling fear. Vegeta, wait. Goku positioned himself protectively in front of him. Xiangbo, bewildered, pondered the situation. What was happening? Were these individuals not allies? In that fleeting moment of confusion, Raditz exchanged a knowing glance with Gohan, who understood immediately. Despite his small stature, Gohan was remarkably resilient. Seizing the opportunity while Xiangbo was momentarily distracted, he unleashed a surge of power, kicking Xiangbo forcefully in the abdomen. The tremendous impact caused Xiangbo to wince and loosen his grip, allowing Gohan to escape. At that moment, the scouter indicated that Gohan's battle power had surpassed 30,000, leaving Xiangbo utterly astonished. Following closely, Piccolo launched an energy blast, the green sphere racing forward with the intensity of a blazing sun. Gohan, freed from his restraints, felt a sharp pain in his neck, his face flushed red. The sensation of being restrained from behind was unbearable, even though his strength was comparable to Xiangbo's. He found himself gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Piccolo had already surged forward to avenge Gohan. Vegeta, this one is mine. Suit yourself. If you don't finish him off, I will. Vegeta snorted coldly, revealing a cruel smile. He had confidence in Piccolo's abilities. After all, Piccolo had previously defeated Nappa and had trained extensively in the gravity chamber. Dealing with Xiangbo, a mere character with slightly over 30,000 in power, would require little effort. Piccolo, not wishing to expend unnecessary energy, did not even remove his cape before charging into battle. Xiangbo, having been struck by Gohan, found his armor shattered and, before he could retaliate, he abruptly looked up to see the incoming green energy blast. His expression shifted drastically. Although he could not sense ki, he could perceive the imminent threat and heat radiating from it. The overwhelming wave of energy posed a lethal danger. Instinctively, Xiangbo raised his hands, crossing them defensively before lifting a leg to brace for impact. Just as he positioned himself, the green energy blast struck him squarely, engulfing him in searing energy and unleashing a violent wave of force. The surrounding air heated to unbearable temperatures, distorting the landscape from afar. Struggling to withstand the assault, Xiangbo's cape tore apart, his battle suit disintegrated, and his once proud hair was singed in the radiant light, leaving him with numerous wounds. As he barely managed to endure the impact, Xiangbo's arms trembled as if the force had penetrated his bones. Such immense power, with a battle strength of 32,000. He found it astonishingly difficult to endure even a single wave of the opponent's assault. Had the adversary truly surpassed him? Moreover, Xiangbo instinctively sensed that the previous attack had not been executed with full force. As the brilliance gradually faded, Xiangbo's vision cleared, revealing a figure before him, albeit still somewhat blurred. Upon closer inspection, the figure solidified into the towering form of Piccolo, whose cold, murderous gaze sent shivers down Xiangbo's spine. You are that Namekian? Xiangbo exclaimed. Why are you associating with Earthlings and Saiyans? Piccolo disregarded his inquiry. True combat was about engaging directly, and words held no significance. Thus, before Xiangbo could finish his question, Piccolo launched himself into the air, swiftly altering his trajectory and approaching Xiangbo with an elusive grace. His speed was astounding. All that could be perceived in the air were fleeting shadows. Xiangbo, relying on his eyesight, was unable to catch sight of Piccolo's form. Panic surged through him, a cold sweat breaking out as his heart raced and his mind buzzed with heat, followed by a blank void. The ambush struck with ferocity, whipping up a violent wind that tugged at Xiangbo's hair. Following closely was an even more intense energy wave, encompassing Piccolo's powerful punch. Xiangbo attempted to defend himself, but his reflexes lagged. Piccolo's fist connected squarely with Xiangbo's face, propelling him over 100 meters into the air before crashing to the ground. A resounding cry lingered in the air, followed by a thunderous explosion as the ground erupted into a crater surrounded by scattered stones, resembling an intricate web of cracks that stretched into the distance. Shangbo lay supine on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His body cloaked in a layer of dust, as if he were enveloped in a shroud of gray, deeply entrenched in the pit. He felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him, rendering him unable to rise. His face had taken on a distorted appearance, his nose askew, several teeth knocked out, leaving his mouth gasping for air. How dare they strike my face? Anger surged within him, for he cherished his appearance. And now it had been marred beyond recognition. Yet, before he could fully express his rage, Piccolo's figure loomed before him, his arm extending to encircle Shangbo's neck. Was it not just like this? Let go of me. Shangbo experienced the suffocating grip, his face flushed, yet he was powerless to resist. He had no strength left. Veins bulged from his skin, his eyes bulged like marbles, fingers twitching at unnatural angles, flailing through the air. Piccolo's eyes gleamed as he unleashed a pulse of energy, piercing through Shangbo's knees, followed by his elbows. This technique had once been employed against Sun Wukong. Had it not been for the necessity of using his ultimate move to finish the fight, granting Sun Wukong the opportunity to counterattack, Piccolo would have triumphed. This time, he learned from his past mistakes, tightening his grip around Shangbo's neck, ensuring there was no escape, and slowly torturing him. With each puncture, a scream escaped Shangbo's lips, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his body nearly convulsing. The pain rendered him speechless, gasping for breath. His chest expanding and contracting violently, his lungs filled with foul air. This was sheer torment. Piccolo's intent was indeed to inflict suffering. He landed several more blows, reducing Shangbo to a near unrecognizable state. Even Raditz found the scene unbearable, as if every bone were on the verge of being crushed. Shangbo's mind reeled, overwhelmed by countless thoughts of impossibility. He had presumed that even if he could not contend with the combined might of his foes, escaping would not be an issue. Who would have thought that a single Namekian could utterly dominate him, without even the involvement of Vegeta? Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his body as a startling realization struck him. Vegeta's combat power had escalated from 25,000 to 80,000. Perhaps it could rise even further. And what of Raditz? Wasn't 28,000 also not the limit? When did the Saiyans become this formidable? In his agony, Shangbo relinquished all sense of dignity, expending his last vestiges of strength to plead for mercy. Please, spare me. I was merely following Frisia's orders. It's all his fault. I beg of you. I can be of service to you all. Ha ha ha, what a child's tale. Piccolo, are you waiting for me to act? Vegeta laughed heartily, dismantling Shangbo's pathetic excuses. It is time for you to depart, scum. Piccolo ensnared the incapacitated Shangbo in midair, his mouth agape as he gathered energy, releasing a powerful energy wave. At that moment, Shangbo was devoid of any capacity for resistance, vanishing within the energy wave, reduced to ashes, in a distant corner of the northern galaxy. At Frisia's base on a technologically advanced planet, Frisia stood atop the highest tower, gazing out at the world below. Dark rivers wound through the landscape, flanked by towering military structures that sparkled like pearls. The darkened sky was faintly illuminated by the glow of lights. It was already deep into the night. He stood quietly, observing the hurried mobilization of his cosmic army, a glass of bright red wine in hand. The tower reached skyward, touching the clouds. From such a height, Frisia surveyed the masses, the howling winds striking against his eardrums. His tail curled behind him, trailing on the ground, angled just so. Beholding the grandeur he had created, Frisia smiled with satisfaction. At this rate, the conquest of the entire galaxy, even the universe, was within reach. He had been riding high on a wave of success, with rapid expansion of his forces and the resolution of several pressing threats. Just days prior, he had received astonishing news, Dragon Balls. Ever since Doria's fled Earth, he had wandered the universe, inquiring about the Dragon Balls from various planets, and finally obtained a lead. He had concealed the lone Dragon Ball he possessed, selling it as intelligence to Frisia's army in exchange for resources. Unbeknownst to Frisia's crew, the Dragon Balls needed to be gathered in sets of 7 to be of any use. They had been duped by Doria's into deploying an elite force to search the desolate planet of Fyru. Frisia had dispatched his most trusted aides, signifying the importance of this endeavor. Legends spoke of the Dragon Balls being able to grant any wish. If he were to obtain one, would it not grant him immortality? At that moment, both his brother and father would merely be decaying relics. As he contemplated this, his smile deepened. Suddenly, a well-dressed alien rushed in. Kneeling respectfully on one knee, not daring to lift his head as he reported, "My Lord Frisia, grave news has arrived. Our forces dispatched to the desolate planet Fyru have been annihilated." What What did you say? His good mood shattered. Frisia's expression darkened abruptly. He turned his head slightly, the icy glare in his eyes causing the kneeling soldier to shudder. According to reliable sources, Lord Shangbo and Lord Dodoria have encountered Vegeta and his group and have been defeated. Vegeta? That scoundrel has never truly obeyed me. I am weary of this game and will eliminate him soon enough. Frisia downed the last of his wine, an aura of killing intent seeping from him as the glass shattered in his grip, shards scattering across the floor. They have not taken the Dragon Balls, have they? We do not know yet, the soldier stammered, beads of sweat cascading down his face, soaking through his battle attire. His voice grew weaker. However, our detection devices indicate that. Aside from Vegeta's group, the Slug Army's Angela is also operating on the planet Fyru. Shirag? Frisia was genuinely enraged this time, his tail striking the ground as a sinister smile emerged. How many individuals had that scoundrel Dales sold the information to? Where was Dales? Had he been tracked down? The mighty Frisia found himself at a loss, as Dales had seemingly vanished. It was evident that Dales had disclosed information to both Frisia and Shirag, inciting both factions to deploy their forces against each other, thereby reaping the benefits himself. Even if he merely watched the ensuing chaos, he could deplete the combat strength of both sides. Frisia turned and slowly approached the man, casually draping his tail around the man's neck. Speak once more, my lord. Dales has always been cunning. After completing the transaction, he fled, and his spaceship is equipped with anti-detection devices, rendering his whereabouts unpredictable. Do not address me as my lord, the man stammered, but Frisia's tale had already ensnared him. The furious cosmic emperor could not tolerate such treachery. Being deceived, ambushed, and robbed was a profound humiliation. My lord, I possess more information. The man gasped, struggling to utter his last words. Instantly, Frisia released his tail. What more do you have? The man coughed several times in distress, steadied his voice, and forced down the fear welling within him. My lord, the detector has transmitted information. Vegeta is with the Earthlings, and his battle power has reached 80,000, while even Raditz's battle power has exceeded 20,000. What? Frisia exclaimed in astonishment. Could the Saiyans possess such formidable combat prowess? Considering Vegeta's innate talent, coupled with his relentless battles over the years and his training on Earth, it seemed plausible for him to reach a power level of 20,000. Raditz, who had always been regarded as a low-level warrior with a mere 1,000 points of combat power, had astonishingly surpassed 20,000. Vegeta had even reached an astounding 80,000. What had transpired during their 2 years on Earth? Could it be that my long-held suspicions are indeed valid? The failure to eradicate the Saiyans completely has proven to be my gravest miscalculation. Frisia recalled the legend, an unsettling anxiety stirring within him. He muttered to himself before directing his piercing gaze towards his kneeling subordinate. Reveal any further information at once, or I shall terminate you. Why yes, Lord Frisia, the man stammered, swallowing hard and wiping the sweat from his brow. Among them, there is a Namekian, whose combat power is exceedingly formidable. It was he who killed Lord Shenlong. A Namekian? Frisia pondered deeply. Previous reports had already intercepted information regarding the Dragon Balls. On Earth, Goku had once divulged the miraculous abilities of the Dragon Balls, while Naba had speculated that they were crafted by the Namekians. Might a journey to Namek yield even greater discoveries? Provide me with all available information regarding Namek. Yes. The guard acknowledged the command and soon returned with a stack of documents, promptly beginning his report. He recounted a lengthy historical narrative, and as he spoke, he eventually mentioned the term Dragon Balls. At this juncture, Frisia interrupted the report, dismissing the guard with a wave of his hand. Just as I suspected. Let Slag and your kind contend for the Earth's Dragon Balls, hum hum hum. Frisia suddenly chuckled coldly, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. The alien kneeling before him met Frisia's gaze, feeling a chill run down his spine. Frisia remained motionless. Yet the alien felt as though he had been tackled to the ground by a ferocious beast, its gaping maw aimed directly at his head. In the next instant, a slender blade of light sliced through, creating a clean incision, and his head rolled from his neck. Blood pooled on the ground, and his vacant eyes widened in a haunting stare, engulfed in darkness and silence. Your efforts are commendable, Frisia remarked as he circled around the lifeless body, casting not a single glance in its direction. The 2 rows of soldiers at his side immediately surged forward to manage the remains and cleanse the ground. Relay a message to headquarters. Summon the Jinyu force to the M187 division with the highest urgency. Frisia exited the tower, levitating in the air with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an aura of fierce authority that compelled all to gaze upward. Beneath the starry sky and amidst the populace, he resembled a sovereign. Having eliminated Dodoria and the Namekian monk, the surrounding area lay in disarray, the ground pockmarked and reeking of blood. The crowd once more set out to search for the Dragon Balls, encountering other subordinates of Frisia along the way, leading to a fierce contest. However, Raditz did not spring into action immediately. Instead, he complied with Tull's request to deploy the spaceship in an open area. He then retrieved the 6 Dragon Balls from the vessel. Due to the insufficient precision of the cosmic Dragon Ball radar over limited ranges and the various interferences affecting Earth's radar, Tull's proposed Raditz's attempt to enhance its accuracy or perhaps create a new one. Tull circled the 6 Dragon Balls, his eyes darting with curiosity as he tentatively touched them, causing several to emit a radiant glow, which astonished him. Such wondrous phenomena had never graced his world, and he remained captivated for some time. So, you see them in their physical form now. Can you create a radar? Raditz affectionately ruffled Tull's hair. Tull's, his wings slightly ajar, looked up at Raditz and replied, I still require the original Dragon Ball radar to analyze its structure. Upon hearing his words, Raditz was certain there was potential. He promptly produced the Dragon Ball radar and placed it before the Tomat. The Tomat, renowned for their technological prowess, began to examine the intricate structure of the radar, meticulously scanning its components and analyzing the wavelengths of the Dragon Balls. He soon fell into deep contemplation. Raditz, recognizing that this realm of high technology was beyond his expertise, refrained from interrupting Tomat's thoughts, understanding that scientists often require a tranquil and stable environment for their research. Thus, he stood silently, hoping for a swift conclusion. At last, after nearly half an hour of reflection, Tomat spoke. I never anticipated that such a remarkable inventor existed on Earth, capable of creating the Dragon Ball radar. Truly astonishing. Although Earth's technology is not particularly advanced in the cosmic scale, lacking even the capacity for large-scale space travel, many extraterrestrials dismiss this seemingly primitive planet. They would never conceive that Earth harbors brilliant minds, such as Bulma, who is destined to invent a time machine. Even Tomat was taken aback, repeatedly expressing his admiration. Is there a way? Raditz inquired. I had nearly mastered the structure of the Dragon Ball radar. Optimizing its precision should be feasible. Tomat approached the radar, inspecting it closely. With the tip of his wing, he pried open the installation panel and began to adjust the intricate components. Although he lacked human hands, he found that utilizing his wings and claws made the task far easier, often requiring no tools at all. Modifications were made swiftly based on the original design. Tomat transformed the button originally mounted on top into a dial, allowing the radar to magnify or diminish the intricate grid lines displayed on the screen to precise multiples, revealing even smaller areas with greater accuracy than Earth's Dragon Ball radar. I had conducted research on the electromagnetic waves emitted by the Dragon Balls and adjusted the radar's receiving frequency. Furthermore, the installed dial could slide left and right to zoom to specific multiples and move back and forth to adjust to a high-response interface, ensuring that even if it fell into the sea or a deep ravine, the location could still be pinpointed, if possible. I wished to collaborate with the radar's creator to complete a 3-dimensional exploration device. Raditz took the radar, familiarizing himself with the new operations, and upon attempting to engage it, he discovered 6 prominent flashing points converging in the center of the display. The arrow aligned perfectly with the flashing points, undoubtedly indicating his current location. As he attempted to magnify the view further, the location remained distinctly clear. Tomat, you are truly remarkable. Ha ha, Raditz exclaimed, slapping Tomat's wing in exuberance, his laughter echoing. In his excitement, the slap was too forceful, sending Tomat tumbling several times. On the desolate planet, Raditz soared between the mountains. The arid climate hindered lush vegetation, and years of wind erosion had sculpted the rocks into bizarre formations. With the radar's assistance, his target was clear, and he arrived at his destination with ease. It must be nearby, Raditz thought, gripping the radar and halting his flight. A bright point surrounded him, responding with remarkable intensity. By sliding the dial back and forth once more, the elevation was also revealed, lying just below the horizon. Descending, Raditz landed amidst a patch of wild grass. He was indeed close. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a gust of energy, sending the surrounding grass and whatever lay hidden within it soaring into the air. Some small insects and fragments of rock were blown away, yet the Dragon Ball remained elusive. After the tempestuous gust, the barren earth revealed its desolate surface. Since it was placed by Dales, precautions must have been taken. It should be hidden in some sort of safe, Raditz muttered to himself. Standing at the point indicated by the radar, Placing one hand on the ground, he summoned a powerful force that surged downward into the depths. A resounding bang echoed, causing the earth around to fracture and a pit to form. Raditz felt a jolt reverberate through his hand. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that his hand was pressed against a sealed metallic box, leaving an imprint of his palm. At last, he had found it, the 4-star ball. Overwhelmed with joy, Raditz exclaimed, indeed it was secured within a safe, yet it could not evade the radar's detection. With that thought, he raised his fist, prepared to smash the box to oblivion. Beware. Toomate spread his wings to shield himself from Raditz's fist, startling Raditz into an immediate halt. In that fleeting moment, a sharp pain surged through his arm. What are you doing? If my punch lands, you'll be finished. This contraption harbors mechanisms. Forcing it open will trigger a self-destruction sequence. Not only does it contain toxins, but it also has the potential to unleash a catastrophic explosion. Raditz was taken aback. While the toxins and explosion posed a minor threat to him, merely a matter of some superficial injuries, the true calamity would arise if the Dragon Ball were to be destroyed. Dales was likely scheming to have Frisia's minions seek the Dragon Balls. Even if they were to locate them, they must be made to perish alongside the Dragon Balls. That scoundrel, truly devious in his machinations. Can you solve it? Rest assured, leave it to me. Tomat confidently patted his chest. He spread his wings, first analyzing the structure of the box, deftly dismantling the intricate electronic lock outside, and then transformed into a professional bomb disposal expert, swiftly neutralizing both the explosive device and the gas mechanism. Tomat, I must commend you. You are truly remarkable. Raditz gazed in awe at the dazzling display of skill. The initial electronic lock alone employed an exceedingly complex algorithm, one that could not be unraveled by mere human intellect. How fortunate he was to have Tomat as an ally. At last, Raditz grasped the Dragon Ball, having collected the final 4-star ball. Holding it aloft, he felt invigorated. With all 7 Dragon Balls now assembled, the hope of saving Earth was within reach. Elated, Raditz burst into laughter, his face radiant with joy. Suddenly, a myriad of well-equipped extraterrestrials descended from the sky, each clad in Saiyan-style battle attire, unmistakably the subordinates of Frisia. Judging by the intensity of their energy, none possessed a fighting power exceeding 3,000. Despite their numbers, they were merely a disorganized throng. Clearly, they had come to seek the Dragon Balls on Frisia's orders, their demeanor predatory, as if they had no rivals. Is that Raditz? Someone recognized him and shouted. Look, he has the Dragon Ball. He was the one who reacted just now. Has the Saiyan also undertaken this mission? Let us seize the Dragon Balls. The glory shall be ours. When Lord Shambo is rewarded, we too shall partake in the spoils. All right, let us charge. One among them sneered. Hey, it's just Raditz. Should we really join forces? I won't even need to exert myself. Watch me. With that, he roared and charged forward. Go to hell. Raditz coldly regarded their pretentiousness. As the extraterrestrials approached, he disdainfully gestured with a single hand, not even bothering to unleash an energy blast. His formidable aura acted as an impenetrable barrier, repelling their advance and then counterattacking. The alien, named Danny, was instantly sent hurtling backward, crashing against the rocks, his bones shattered, and his battle suit torn to shreds. He was beyond salvation. He had slain Danny. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, struck by the terror of Raditz's display. Danny, who possessed a combat power of 2,500, was considered somewhat above average among them, yet he had been dispatched in a mere instant by Raditz. The readings on the scouter reflecting Raditz's combat power left all in astonishment. The aliens exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing with fear. The roles of hunter and prey had reversed. They had transformed from the dominant party into mere targets. In unison, they chose to flee. But how could they escape? The moment Raditz lifted his leg, his explosive speed surpassed everyone, instantly overtaking the foremost individual. He swiftly turned back and, without uttering a word, unleashed a devastating punch that obliterated the fleeing alien's skull. Crimson blood erupted like a blooming red flower, vividly splendid. The remaining extraterrestrials halted their retreat, trembling before Raditz. We have never interfered with each other, Raditz. This time, the credit is yours. We shall not contest it. We promise not to inform Lord Shambo. Shambo? Can you still reach him? Raditz replied with a cold smirk. He has already gone ahead to the underworld to await your arrival. What? The extraterrestrial beings were astounded. As subordinates, they were unable to ascertain the communications of their superiors and were oblivious to the demise of Lord Shambo. Yet, with a face as cold as ice and an even chillier tone, Raditz was far from uttering falsehoods. They frantically clicked their detectors, receiving no response, confirming their worst fears. You have slain Lord Shambo. King Frisia will punish you. Is that so? You truly do not comprehend Frisia. If I am stronger than Shambo, Frisia will merely elevate me to his position, continuing to exploit my worth, and will not punish me. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, your demise is inevitable. The extraterrestrials were once again bewildered. They had initially thought this was merely a contest of power between two factions, only to discover that the Scions had actually betrayed King Frisia. Raditz's audacity to provoke was utterly alarming. The most terrifying aspect was that they were currently facing Raditz, leading them to a certain demise. Just as they were at a loss, Raditz raised his hand, unleashing a wave of yellow energy that swept across the area. The expressions of fear and despair on the faces of the extraterrestrials were frozen in time as the sweeping energy reduced them to ashes. Smoke billowed, transforming into a dense, somber cloud. Suddenly, applause echoed from a distance. Following the sound, Raditz spotted a tall man dressed in tattered garments slowly approaching him. His body was held together by merely 2 strips of cloth secured with a belt, and his muscular physique revealed his immense strength. This man bore a striking resemblance to Shambo, both being handsome, yet he sported 2 pointed horns atop his head, adding a touch of playfulness to his appearance. This was Enkyra, one of Shrag's subordinates. Raditz silently chuckled to himself. How had Shrag's men arrived here? Did everyone possess a Dragon Ball radar? He shook his head, sensing that matters were becoming troublesome. While he was not intimidated by this minor character, the formidable Shrag was indeed a challenging adversary, as he was a figure of dominion. You are quite impressive, effortlessly dispatching these beings. Aside from myself, I have not encountered another capable of such feats, Enkyra remarked with an inexplicable confidence, showering Raditz with praise. Lacking the ability to sense energy levels and devoid of a detector, he simply felt that eliminating these extraterrestrials was as effortless for him as it was for Raditz. Surmising that their strengths were comparable, Raditz felt a sense of helplessness at being so underestimated. I am very interested in the Dragon Balls you possess. Lord Shrag has instructed me to retrieve them for him. If you surrender them now, I shall spare you. Enkyra extended a hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had accompanied the extraterrestrials in their search for the Dragon Balls and was pleasantly surprised to have made a discovery. The joy bubbling within him was plainly evident on his face. Has Shrag arrived? Lord Shrag would never personally venture to such a place. He has many affairs to attend to. This trivial matter is sufficient for me to handle. That is good, Raditz thought to himself as he descended to the ground, beckoning to Angela, suggesting that if she desired something, she should come and take it herself. Interesting. Angela snorted coldly, flexing her neck and wrists. Upon witnessing Angela unfastening her wrist guards, Raditz waved his hand, indicating that it was unnecessary. Are you afraid? She taunted. Fear not, for soon you shall truly comprehend despair. With a triumphant laugh, Angela grasped her wrist guards, released them lightly, and with a thunderous boom, the ground trembled, and clouds of dust billowed into the air. The weight of these wrist guards was astonishing, capable of producing such a tremendous commotion, which indeed left Raditz momentarily astonished. However, it was merely a fleeting surprise. Angela misinterpreted his expression as terror and laughed heartily. Now you understand my terrifying nature, do you? The gravity of my home planet is tenfold that of this desolate world. Hence, I am accustomed to moving in heavy combat gear, perpetually adapting to such gravitational conditions. Suddenly, her tone shifted to one of profound mystery. Moreover, I have recently been experimenting with a gravity level 20 times greater. Ha 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 ha. Raditz could only feel exasperation. Is 20 times even considered gravity? Hurry up. I'm pressed for time. He waved his hand, displaying impatience. What is this? Do you underestimate me, Angela? Enraged, she declared, prepare to witness my prowess. In a fit of fury, Angela struck the ground with both hands. She was capable of traversing underground with ease, and as her hands sank into the earth, they extended outward, emerging beside Raditz's ankle, seizing it with a firm grip. He, admit defeat. Angela believed she had ensnared Raditz, gathering energy to unleash a wave of ki. A yellow glow enveloped Raditz, who stood unfazed, allowing the onslaught to continue unabated. The surging energy created a tempest, swirling dust into the air, obscuring Angela's vision and leading her to believe victory was assured. As the cloud of dust gradually dispersed, Angela's laughter abruptly ceased, her expression shifting in astonishment. A figure emerged from the haze, advancing toward her. Allow me to impart a small piece of knowledge. The law of no harm amidst smoke. Raditz remained completely unscathed. Even the swirling dust was repelled by a radiant white aura surrounding him. A gust of wind swept through, causing the tattered and sparse grass to lean slightly in one direction, as the hair of Raditz and Ankira fluttered gently. They stood in opposition, both exuding a formidable pressure, akin to the point of a needle clashing. However, it was not long before Ankira succumbed, cold sweat flowing involuntarily down his brow, the intense sense of oppression rendering his breathing labored. If a detector were present, it would reveal that Raditz's combat power had surpassed 100,000. The wind whispered softly before coming to a sudden halt. In that fleeting moment, Raditz's gaze shifted slightly, and his figure flickered. In the next instant, he had appeared behind Ankira, his hand slicing like a blade against his neck. With a single strike, it felt as though Ankira had been struck by thousands of blows simultaneously, sent hurtling away, skimming the ground and displacing layers of earth, ultimately crashing against solid rock. Raditz had only exerted a third of his strength. Had it not been for Ankira's relatively stable condition, he might have already lost consciousness. Now, Ankira could no longer boast. His face pallid, blood spilling from his mouth and coursing down his body. He could not even fathom when Raditz had initiated his attack or how he had executed it. If he were to summarize, it would be in 3 words: far too swift. In the blink of an eye, Raditz stood before him, a foot planted firmly on his chest, causing his breath to seize. The overwhelming power created a crushing situation that caught Ankira off guard. Do not feign death. I ask you, why did Shrag send you here? For the Dragon Balls. How did you know about the Dragon Balls? Raditz pressed on. Although Shrag was a Namekian, he had been sent away during the climatic upheaval that struck Namek, and thus could not possess any memory of the Dragon Balls. It was because of a man named Dales who informed us about the Dragon Balls. He claimed that there exists a sphere capable of granting any wish originating from Earth, now buried on this desolate planet, and even provided us with a cosmic map he personally pinpointed. Ankira grasped Raditz's foot, attempting to push it away, but it was a futile effort, and so he resigned himself to confessing. He also gave Lord Shrag some seeds, claiming that the fruits they bore could enhance strength and restore youth. When Lord Shrag consumed the fruit, he felt its effects were indeed valid. Thus he placed his trust in Dales. Seeds, fruits? Are they not the same as the Tree of Might? It appeared that Dales indeed possessed seeds from the Tree of Might. And what is your relationship with the Frisia Force? We have no connection. We were unaware that Frisia's men would appear here. If we had known, Lord Shrag would have dispatched more individuals. I have told you everything. Spare me. Do you think you can return and live? You know better than I what kind of character Shrag is, Raditz retorted. Ankira froze, an inexplicable shiver running down his spine. As a naturally born Super Namekian, Shrag's combat prowess might even surpass Piccolo's, making his relocation to the unfamiliar Shrag star a matter of desperation. Unlike other peace-loving Namekians, Shrag possessed terrifying combat capabilities and an utterly malevolent heart. In his youth, he traversed Shragstar with his immense strength, declaring himself king while amassing numerous subordinates, establishing a faction in the cosmos. He and his followers wreaked havoc across the universe, committing unspeakable atrocities, conquering various planets, some sold off, others transformed, constantly expanding his influence and solidifying his dominion. Yet Shrag was notoriously brutal, treating lives as mere weeds. He showed no mercy even to his own subordinates, easily resorting to mass slaughter over trivial disagreements. Over the centuries, Shrag had aged, yet his tyrannical nature only intensified. Especially recently, accelerated aging had soured his mood, driving him into a frenzied state during his murderous rampages. The revelation of the Dragon Balls by Dales presented Shrag with a chance to regain his youth, a prospect he valued immensely. Should Lord Shrag discover that he had failed to locate the Dragon Balls, it would surely mean death for Ankira. Despondent, Ankira wore a mournful expression, his spirits plummeting. I can spare you, but you must serve me as my subordinate. Raditz released his foot, instantly alleviating the burden on Ankira's chest, making him feel as though he had been reborn. His mind raced with countless thoughts, ultimately converging on a single conclusion. Defying Raditz now would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Enduring the wrath of Shrag, who was quick to anger, was no easy feat. It was far more prudent to switch allegiances. Resolving this, Ankira declared, I understand, my lord. My name is Ankira, and from now on, you shall be my master. Yes, Lord Raditz. Ankira struggled to rise, enduring the pain in his body, kneeling before Raditz in deference, exuding utmost respect. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to be a cosmic emperor. The sensation of such adulation was exhilarating. Raditz reveled in his triumph, recognizing the necessity of having influence within the universe. Otherwise, he would be burdened with handling every task himself, which would become exceedingly troublesome. And what of Tiamat? Suddenly, Tiamat emerged from behind Raditz, who had been cowering in fear, now emboldened by the turn of events. Ankara was bewildered, unsure of this new development. Do not be alarmed. He is my friend and a formidable weapon. Should you dare betray me as you did Shrag, he could obliterate you. Raditz's expression was stern, blurring the line between truth and deception, casting doubt in Ankara's mind. Then, Raditz offered a slight smile and patted Ankara on the shoulder. Of course. If you manage your duties well, I shall reward you handsomely. Your treatment will be at least equal to that of Shrag. The balance of benevolence and menace was a principle he understood well. Ankara once again bowed. Yes, Lord Raditz. The Dragon Balls are now gathered. It is time to make a wish. It had been over a year since the last wish, and the prospect of summoning the dragon stirred a thrill within him. He arranged the 7 Dragon Balls together, their radiant warmth pulsating rhythmically, accompanied by a gentle hum. Lord Raditz, there are 7 Dragon Balls? Ankara exclaimed, bewildered. Of course. Obtaining just one would be far too trivial. The Dragon Balls are not mere glass orbs. Ankara retreated, falling silent. The information they had received had always been the term Dragon Ball, leading them to presume there was only a single sphere. Who could have imagined there were 7? In that light, even acquiring one would be futile, rendering the wish impossible. It was a pity that Frisia and Shrag had been ensnared in a web of deception, laboring tirelessly and suffering losses for a useless single Dragon Ball. Ankara stood nearby, anticipating the moment the dragon would appear. He had never witnessed the dragon before and was filled with curiosity, while Raditz remained subtly wary of him. He could not fully trust Ankara, fearing that he might attempt to seize the opportunity before Raditz could articulate his wish. He refrained from summoning everyone upon completing the collection of Dragon Balls, still cautious of Vegeta's potential interference. I am about to summon the dragon. Step back. Raditz inhaled deeply, gazing at the long-awaited brilliant light, and shouted, Arise, eternal dragon. As the incantation was uttered, the sky abruptly darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flickers of lightning that connected heaven and earth. Within the Dragon Balls, a sinuous, golden radiance surged forth, soaring towards the heavens like a golden blade that cleaved through the very fabric of reality. Gradually, the immense form of the divine dragon emerged from the golden light, coiling its body as it faced Raditz, emanating a resonant voice. Speak your wish. Any desire can be fulfilled, but only one shall be granted. Raditz, casting a sidelong glance at Angela, noted her lack of response and declared, Divine Dragon, I implore you to restore the Earth's environment to its state prior to the planting of the Spirit Tree. The divine dragon hovered in the air, remaining silent for an extended moment, causing Raditz to feel a surge of anxiety as his breath quickened. Was the divine dragon ineffective on Earth? Or was its power insufficient? This wish was quite simple. Finally, the divine dragon spoke, its eyes shimmering with a crimson glow, ready to grant the wish. Do not breathe so heavily. You have startled me for no reason, Raditz silently grumbled. However, the mere prospect of having his wish granted sufficed. The Earth should have reverted to its original state by now. Angela, when the Dragon Balls scatter, make every effort to seize 2 or 3 of them, understood? This shall be your first task, Raditz commanded with an undeniable tone. Yes, Lord Raditz. At that moment, the colossal voice of the divine dragon resonated. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. In the next instant, its form swiftly contracted, and along with the Dragon Balls, it transformed into a sphere of golden light that ascended into the sky, dispersing into 7 luminous arcs that scattered far and wide. Now is the time, Raditz bellowed, soaring into the air at incredible speed to swiftly grasp 2 petrified Dragon Balls, before continuing to dart in different directions to collect the remaining 3. Upon landing, Angira had also successfully obtained 2. Excellent, well done. This would save them the trouble of further efforts. Raditz found it perplexing, after making a wish. Goku and his companions possessed the strength to gather all the Dragon Balls in one go, eliminating the need to search for a year. What if the petrified Dragon Balls were accidentally damaged? However, on second thought, the Dragon Balls were treasures meant for the entire world that could not be monopolized. There were those with dreams and hopes who also wished to fulfill their desires. Perhaps it would be delightful to evoke a story akin to Goku's, filled with splendor and adventure. Sir, how do the Dragon Balls turn to stone? This serves as a limitation. Otherwise, one could endlessly repeat wishes, leading to an interminable cycle. Raditz stowed the Dragon Balls into his pack and repositioned them within the spaceship. As the ominous clouds dispersed, revealing the light of day, Many were drawn to the imposing figure of the eternal dragon. Some extraterrestrial beings also followed the radiant light, but were inevitably vanquished by Piccolo and his allies, ultimately leaving only Goku and the others by Raditz's side. Vegeta was the first to confront him, demanding, "Hey, Raditz, that was the eternal dragon, right? What wish did you make?" "Quite simple. I wished for Earth to return to its original state. Isn't that what everyone desires?" Raditz gestured towards Goku and the others, who all nodded in agreement, save for Nappa. Their objectives were indeed aligned, to find the Dragon Balls and restore Earth. Originally, Vegeta was indifferent. But after encountering Dodoria and Zarbon, his thoughts became animated. After all, he was no longer the same person he used to be, and Frieza, knowing they had slain his loyal subordinates, would undoubtedly seek retribution. It would be wise to settle all scores in one decisive blow. The very Dragon Balls intended to defeat Frieza had been utilized. How could he not be infuriated? "Why did you not inform me? You are aware Frieza resides within this star system. Eliminate him, and the threat would vanish. You could restore Earth afterward, but now you've squandered an opportunity." Vegeta clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. "Calm yourself, Vegeta." Raditz spoke in a tranquil tone. While the eternal dragon could grant many wishes, it could not surpass its own limitations. Frieza's power is formidable, and I believe you are well aware that the dragon cannot eliminate him. Vegeta's eyes twitched, rendering him speechless. Raditz proceeded to elucidate Angira's identity and the surrounding circumstances, revealing the existence of Shrag, astonishing everyone. The intricate web of alliances and the lurking Dales became unstable factors. But the most terrifying presence remained Frieza. The brutal demise of Frieza's two guards on the desolate planet of Fyru would not be easily forgiven, if no unexpected events occurred. Frieza had undoubtedly set his sights on them, possibly dispatching the Ginyu Force. At the mention of the Ginyu Force, both Vegeta and Nappa grimaced in disdain. "Our current abilities are insufficient to confront Frieza. Unless absolutely necessary, do not act impulsively," Raditz concluded, casting a glance at Vegeta, the most impulsive among them. Frieza is not invincible. He has always feared our race's legendary warriors." A thought sparked in Vegeta's mind, the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. The group gasped in astonishment. A transformation that existed solely in legend. A being that even Frieza regarded with trepidation. If one could transform into a Super Saiyan, they could challenge Frieza. Vegeta had previously shied away from such thoughts, yet now felt a glimmer of hope as he gazed at Raditz, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The Super Saiyan was a mere myth. Various records and tales spoke of an ultimate warrior within the Saiyan race. Yet this claim faced skepticism, as this generation of Saiyans had never witnessed the so-called Super Saiyan. Noticing the look Vegeta directed at him, Raditz remained silent. Others were oblivious. But he knew the secret to the Super Saiyan transformation. It required a pure heart coupled with intense emotion, with anger often being the most effective catalyst. These were among the prerequisites, but the paramount condition was achieving a certain threshold of power. Recalling Goku's transformation, which occurred when his combat power reached around 3 million. Vegeta had trained relentlessly under 300 times the normal gravity for 3 years. As for Broly's legendary lineage and the inherited traits of Goten and Trunks, those were separate matters. The older generation, lacking lineage or background, had to forge their paths through sheer effort. Despite the multitude of Saiyans throughout history, none had transformed, likely due to their insufficient combat prowess. They were said to be a warrior race, yet they were merely combative. Many formidable extraterrestrials looked down upon them. Their ordinary power levels ranged from a few thousand to merely 20,000, failing to meet the basic requirements for transformation. Once one became a Super Saiyan, however, the rest would have to kneel. That dreamlike strength would undoubtedly surpass Frieza. Yet, they had not yet reached that level. Raditz hoped to unlock his potential and enhance his strength before encountering Frieza, at least drawing closer to the threshold. After reflecting on the situation, he concluded that it was still too early to confront Frieza. Thus, Raditz proposed, "Let us return to the spaceship and ascertain our current circumstances." Agreed. "We should be able to communicate with Earth. I shall take the helm." Gohan volunteered, having learned the fundamental operations of the spacecraft under Tomat's guidance. As the group boarded the vessel, they activated the communication device with Earth, spending nearly 2 hours in adjustments before successfully receiving a signal. The communicator aboard the spacecraft was retrofitted from the communication system of Naba's probe, allowing contact with the probe left on Earth for repairs by Raditz. This modified instrument was impervious to Frieza's eavesdropping and interception, enabling the transmission of messages across the cosmos. As soon as the speaker was activated, Bulma's exaggerated voice could be heard. Hi. You finally decided to reach out to me. Earth has recovered. You all did splendidly. Yamcha's voice chimed in from beside her. Goku. Are you all alright? Haha. Isn't that a redundant question? If we're communicating, clearly we're fine. What a lack of insight, Bulma interjected, seizing the conversation once more. Her curiosity about the universe bursting forth in a flurry of inquiries, even suggesting she should call Chi-Chi over. The barrage of questions left the group somewhat overwhelmed. Especially the prospect of summoning Chi-Chi, which seemed like an endless endeavor. Raditz quickly interjected, No. Bulma, let us pause our discussion here. We can elaborate once we return to Earth, shall we? Since Earth has been restored, let's temporarily disconnect. Wait, don't hang up just yet. I have one more thing to ask you. Have you used the Dragon Balls? We've located the 4-star ball and summoned Shinron to resolve our issues. Otherwise, do you think Earth would have returned to normal? However, Bulma's voice was filled with confusion. I utilized the remaining parts to construct another Dragon Ball radar, which indicated that the Dragon Balls were still active, with one even moving at high speed. Raditz was taken aback and quickly activated the radar, minimizing the magnification. Indeed, he detected the presence of the Dragon Balls. They had been focusing on the Dragon Balls on Earth, neglecting those on Namek. Could it be that someone had set their sights on the Dragon Balls of Namek? Who could it be? Raditz's eyes widened in shock, a chill creeping down his spine like a cold snake, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Hello? Is anyone there? What is happening? It's nothing serious. It's just the response from the Dragon Balls of Namek, the home planet of Piccolo. After all, they created the Dragon Balls. So it is not surprising that their planet possesses them. Let us leave it at that and discuss it later. Raditz ended the communication, and everyone turned to the radar, their expressions grave. Nappa remarked, I have always said that the remarkable powers of the Namekians created the Dragon Balls. I anticipated that their planet would have even better ones. Be quiet. Nappa, Vegeta shot him a cold glance. Did you not notice that one of those signals is moving rapidly? Under what circumstances would a Dragon Ball travel at such speed? Nappa fell silent for a moment. Though not particularly astute, he grasped the implication. On Namek, a massive spaceship rested in the vast expanse of the wilderness. Inside the vessel stood various extraterrestrial beings, each with unique forms. At the forefront was a somber-faced individual resembling Goku, named Dallas. Opposite Dallas sat Shrag, occupying the main seat. Although he was aged, his presence remained imposing, as if he commanded the entire world from his position. You truly did not deceive me. If we arrive on Namek ahead of Frieza, we will seize the advantage. Shrag said, his spirits lifted as he gazed at the images displayed on the virtual instruments. Frieza is preoccupied with having his men install tracking devices on my ship, oblivious to the fact that I am eavesdropping on their every move. I am fully aware of their strategies. Is that so? Shrag chuckled lightly, his intentions clear. As he sought to extract the full truth from Dales had cunningly outmaneuvered Frieza, intercepting his communications and discovering Frieza's intent to abandon the Earth Dragon Balls in favor of pursuing the Namekian ones, with the Ginyu Force also being mobilized. More importantly, Vegeta and Raditz had arrived in this star system, even eliminating Dodoria and Zarbon. This was splendid news for him, Dales thought. Let them fight amongst themselves. I shall reap the benefits. Thus, he promptly relayed Frieza's movements in the news about the new Dragon Balls to Shrag, aiming to reach Namek before Frieza's forces. However, he harbored reservations regarding Shrag, as he too aspired to dominion and could not be content with merely serving Shrag. When questioned, Dales maintained a calm demeanor, stating that Frieza's forces had encountered an assault by the Saiyans, preparing to counter those Saiyans. Whether he would send the Ginyu Force or take matters into his own hands remained uncertain. If Frieza were to journey to Namek personally, it could spell trouble. Shrag, though confident, was also self-aware. Many claimed to be cosmic emperors, yet few possessed true strength. Ultimately, Frieza's power surpassed his own, and a direct confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. It mattered not. Frieza was unfortunate, being too far from Namek, requiring 3 days to arrive. By that time, they would have fulfilled their desires. Dale smirked, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He lied to Shrag, knowing well that Frieza would reach Namek in but a day. Across the vast cosmos, ships hurtled toward Namek at full speed. Just 6 hours prior, King Kai had reached out to Raditz with a harrowing revelation. Shrag and Dales had already descended upon Namek and commenced their search for the Dragon Balls. Shrag's initial location was in close proximity to Namek, allowing him to arrive with minimal delay, while Frieza had yet to make a move. The Ginyu Force's vessels were en route to Sector M187, set to arrive in 3 days. Upon receiving this news, Raditz convened with his comrades and swiftly reached a decision. Regardless of Frisia's intentions, it was certain that Dales would not spare Earth. Should they acquire the Dragon Balls, it would pose a significant threat. A journey to Namek was imperative, and Kyra, as Raditz's foremost subordinate, was entrusted with a crucial task to gather the surviving inhabitants of the barren planet Firu and bring them under his command. To prevent any potential betrayal, Raditz left no means of space travel behind and promised to enhance his strength upon their return. Meanwhile, the others boarded the ship, swiftly initiating navigation and flight analysis, igniting the engines. Their destination, Namek. Thus, the ship sped through the cosmos for 6 hours, closing in on Namek. Leaning against the control panel, Piccolo gazed intently into the vast expanse beyond the transparent shield, lost in thought. His eyes gleamed, akin to a sharp blade cutting through the surface of a lake. As they drew nearer to their home planet, even Piccolo felt a stir of unease. Maintaining his usual aloof demeanor, his inner turmoil betrayed him as he crossed his arms, fingers drumming rhythmically against his biceps. Within the silent spacecraft, he was the sole occupant awake. He did not require extended slumber to regain his strength and had grown accustomed to solitude. The recent commotion had unsettled him. He found solace in the emptiness of the main chamber at night. Yet, he occasionally found himself longing for the noise, particularly the chatter of Goku's son, whose innocent exuberance, despite its annoying nature, and the way he called him Uncle Piccolo, tugged at his heartstrings. Had the great Demon King Piccolo truly changed? He could not help but introspect. "Hey, Piccolo," Raditz's voice suddenly broke the silence as he approached, excitement palpable as they neared their home planet. Unprepared for the presence of another, Piccolo hesitated, replying, "I did not grow up on Namek, so I feel no excitement." Yet, despite his words, a surge of inexplicable emotions coursed through him at the sight of his homeland. Reminiscent of his feelings when he first beheld Earth, Raditz leaned casually against the wall opposite Piccolo, his demeanor relaxed. Piccolo continued to gaze outwards, deftly sidestepping the topic. "Aren't you going to sleep?" "I cannot," Raditz replied. "A battle looms ahead, and our foes are formidable. I lack confidence." "Humph." Piccolo smirked with an enigmatic smile. "I fail to see the basis for your concern. The techniques you learned from King Kai, the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, should suffice, no?" His tone was laced with a hint of mockery, for without these two formidable techniques, Piccolo believed the gap between them would be far less pronounced. But alas, King Kai had only imparted his teachings to Raditz and Goku. With the conversation opened, Raditz was eager to delve deeper, enhancing their late-night discourse. He sighed, far from adequate. "I recall when I lured you into this, I mentioned Frisia's battle power was 530,000. In truth, that is not even a fraction of Frisia's true strength. As a member of the Frost Demon race, Frisia rarely reveals his true form, instead opting to operate through a transformed body." "Transformed? Like Champa?" Raditz nodded, then shook his head. "Though both transformations exist, their principles diverge. Champa's transformation is akin to the Saiyan Grade 8 transformation, enhancing physical form to augment power and combat efficacy. Conversely, the Frost Demon's transformations serve to suppress their own overwhelming strength, as their powers are far too formidable to be left unchecked." Such a bizarre transformation? To suppress power? Just how potent are they, if 530,000 is insufficient? Piccolo's expression morphed into one of astonishment as he finally regarded Raditz with earnestness. His understanding of the cosmos was limited, yet he had never encountered such a terrifying scenario. Power so immense that it necessitated restraint was unfathomable. Nonetheless, Raditz's assertions were undoubtedly true. Frisia was indeed such a being. Would you care for more astonishing revelations? There are some things even Vegeta is unaware of. You speak. In his normal state, Frisia's battle power is a staggering 530,000, but upon transformation, it can exceed 1 million. Piccolo gasped in astonishment. His already green visage turned an even deeper shade of green. Over 1 million? Surely, this must be a jest. The terrifying reality, however, was indistinguishable from the most harrowing of jokes. If 530,000 offered him a glimmer of hope, then the figure of 1 million was undeniably astronomical. It was still premature to be astonished. This was merely Frisia's first transformation. He had 2 more transformations at his disposal, each one representing a monumental leap in power. Ultimately, Frisia's combat prowess would reach an astounding 12 million. As he spoke, even Raditz felt a surge of warmth within his chest. His tone deepening as a resonance filled his mind. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief, his body frozen in place as if carved from stone. 12 million! How could such a being exist in the universe? But the revelations did not cease there. Besides Frisia, I was aware of two others from the Frost Demon race, his brother and father, both of whom possessed even greater combat abilities than Frisia himself. Fortunately, they were not likely to arrive at this location anytime soon, so there was no immediate cause for concern. No cause for concern? Regardless of whether his brother or father came, the mere presence of Frisia was nearly insurmountable. Piccolo was overwhelmed, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Such a creature seemed almost impossible to defeat. Raditz's gaze grew profoundly contemplative as he stared into the distance, seemingly envisioning a vast hope. He spoke slowly, not necessarily. There are several methods I know of to vanquish him. However, each carries its own risks. He glanced at Piccolo, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, if battle is truly inevitable, we must make an attempt. This is the essence of a warrior, is it not? Piccolo shuddered. He suddenly found the Saiyans to be a remarkable race, sometimes troublesome, yet at other times, incredibly dependable. In a moment of clarity, he revealed a flicker of a smile, as you wish. At this juncture, the spacecraft had drawn significantly closer to Namek, with merely half a day's journey remaining. After nearly a day of high-speed travel, Raditz and his companions finally arrived at Namek. This planet was a vision of beauty and abundance, with mountains and rivers entwined. Islands scattered generously, and a rich variety of primitive fauna and unique spherical canopy vegetation adorning the landscape. Following climate anomalies induced by overexploitation, the Namekians committed to a path of green development, planting trees and fostering a harmonious environment. Thus, the tranquil and picturesque Namek we see today came to be. At long last, exclaimed Klin, bursting through the hatch, swiftly followed by the rest of the crew. They had long awaited this moment. As soon as the spacecraft touched down, they flung open the doors and rushed out to inhale the fresh air. Uncle Bick, is this your homeland? Gohan inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity as he surveyed the novel surroundings. Indeed, Piccolo surveyed his surroundings, his eyes reflecting a brilliance that others lacked. The familiarity of this place was etched deeply within him. Even the mighty demon King Piccolo could not escape the allure of this unique sentiment. Nappa and Vegeta, accustomed to various alien worlds, regarded them all with indifference. In contrast, the inhabitants of Earth brimmed with curiosity for novelty, even pausing to admire a wildflower by the roadside. Enough with the musings, come take a look. Raditz beckoned the group, displaying the Dragon Ball radar. The device indicated a location where 3 Dragon Balls had already congregated, while the remaining 4 were scattered elsewhere. The Namekians lived in tribes, each led by an elder who possessed their own Dragon Balls. Significant matters were decided collectively by the elders and the Grand Elder. To fulfill a wish, one must gain the recognition of the tribes and become a warrior of Namek. The gathering of 3 Dragon Balls suggested they had been taken forcefully. Shrag and Dorius had already made their move. I sense a malevolent energy emanating from the southeast. Powerful and sinister. Goku gazed into the distance, his eyes sharp as a blade. Raditz sensed it too, Shrag's energy. Dorius could not reach such levels. And there were other signatures nearby, indicating a village. Krillin, visibly anxious, nervously pointed his fingers together, his expression betraying his trepidation. After all, he was not a Saiyan and had not anticipated engaging in battle with Frisia or Shrag, rulers of the cosmos. Now, he merely wished to return to Earth and confront a villain like the Demon King Piccolo. Those lacking strength should remain here for the time being. I recall there are supplies in a capsule, including a simple tent. Let us find a suitable cave or a safe valley to settle in, Raditz declared, tossing a capsule to Krillin. Anyone who wishes to come along, do so. Vegeta and Goku undoubtedly followed Raditz without hesitation. Nappa, though eager to join, was deterred by a mere glance from Vegeta. His power was indeed somewhat lacking, and he feared being a burden. After a moment's thought, he chose to remain behind and help set up the tent. However, Piccolo resolutely stepped behind Raditz. Hey, do you think your power surpasses mine significantly? Vegeta mocked. Do you believe you are far stronger than me? Piccolo retorted disdainfully. Both were proud warriors, their icy gazes clashing in the air, igniting sparks of intensity, creating an atmosphere as frigid as a snowstorm. Enough with the banter for now. Remember, we are here to rescue and retrieve the Dragon Balls. It is not yet time to confront Shrag, Raditz interjected, positioning himself between the two. Let us set forth. Humph. The two simultaneously snorted coldly. Subsequently, Goku, with a resigned smile, took the lead and soared into the air. The 4 of them charged towards the ominous and formidable presence in the southeast of Namek. Slug advanced step by step towards the tribe. Despite his advanced age, he still possessed immense power. Each of his steps seemed to toll the death knell for those before him. The ground was littered with numerous young and robust Namekian warriors, along with an underage child. Some were crippled, while others had already succumbed to death. The flowing purple blood pooled like a river, saturating the fertile earth, while the heart-wrenching cries of children echoed around. The surrounding structures were in ruins. Houses made of resin and stone had crumbled into debris. The only intact building was the elder's residence, albeit it was now encircled by slug soldiers. Within this encirclement, a few defiant Namekian warriors remained. "You too are a Namekian. Why do you do this?" The fallen elder questioned loudly, dragging his impaired body forward. His anger was palpable, fist clenched tightly, yearning to smash Slug's despicable face, yet feeling utterly powerless. Slug sneered wickedly. "I was raised on Slugstar. What does it matter if I am a Namekian? I am of the demon race, entirely different from you." As he spoke, he swiftly darted, suddenly appearing behind the elder and seizing his head. "I have retained some impressions in my mind. It seems to be true." Slug seemed to possess the ability to delve into others' minds, continuing, "You pitiful weaklings are of no value anymore." With that, he twisted his wrist and abruptly snapped the elder's neck. The expression of shock and fury lingered on the elder's face as it rolled away, and from the severed neck, deep purple blood erupted like a fountain for several seconds. Slug laughed heartily, surveying the scattered debris, and confidently strode toward the elder's residence. The last few Namekian warriors, battered and bruised, faced Slug with cold sweat pouring down. "Stand aside," Slag commanded as he dismissed his soldiers, his expression dark and resolute. Striding forward with a charged energy orb in hand, the soldiers hastily retreated to the sides, for the energy orb wielded by Lord Slag was no trifling matter. "Damn it! We shall fight to the end. Let them witness the courage of the Namekians." A few Namekian warriors formed a line, standing resolutely in front of the elder's residence, their arms outstretched, their flesh and blood safeguarding this sacred domain. The Namekians cherished peace, yet they were unafraid of malevolence, possessing unwavering integrity and indomitable spirit. "If death is what you seek, then I shall grant it to you," Slag hissed menacingly, unleashing the energy orb, which arced through the air, descending directly upon their heads. The overwhelming force instilled dread in the Namekian warriors. They summoned every ounce of strength to resist, closing their eyes, prepared to face their fate. With a resounding blast that pierced the eardrums, the Namekian warrior, who believed himself to be dead, blinked his eyes open, only to realize he was still among the living. In their despair, they discovered 4 figures standing before them, the explosion having been cast aside, flames erupting into the sky. Shirag's expression darkened as he said, "So you are the scion spoken of by Dales, and one of you is even a Namekian. How fortuitous." At this juncture, his gaze emanated an unprecedented chill. "If you dare obstruct my path, you shall all perish." For the first time, Piccolo beheld his kin, each resembling him closely, lying on the ground, writhing in agony. The harrowing scene ignited a surge of anger within him, causing his fists to clench subtly. Casting a disdainful glance at Shirag, Piccolo removed his hat and cloak, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. The prelude to battle had already been sounded. "What's this? Do you wish to fight me? How presumptuous." Shirag sneered dismissively. Despite his age, he felt confident in his prowess, believing that dealing with a few scions would pose no challenge. "Is that so?" Piccolo's expression turned icy as he suddenly unleashed a fierce energy, charging recklessly towards Slug. "Piccolo, be careful," Raditz shouted, but it was too late. Slug raised his leg and, in response to Piccolo's assault, delivered a powerful kick that surpassed Piccolo's speed, moving so swiftly it was nearly imperceptible. The aged body erupted with astonishing strength, sending Piccolo soaring into the sky with a single blow. Crying out in agony from the impact, Piccolo struggled to stabilize himself midair, his face contorted in pain, feeling as though he might burst apart. "Impressive." Slug laughed cruelly, his voice dripping with malice. "As a Namekian, my power far exceeds yours." His gaze swept disdainfully over the remaining 3 scions. He held a certain understanding of Frisia's minions. The scions were merely a lower tier within that hierarchy, their strength overshadowed by many elite forces. Although the intelligence provided by Dorius had exaggerated the capabilities of these scions, Slug perceived it as mere bravado. Even the feat of defeating someone like Jamboree did not warrant serious consideration in his eyes. To him, the difference between a battle power of 20,000 and that of 50 or 100,000 was negligible. They were all but insignificant insects. Vegeta, stung by Slug's contemptuous gaze, roared as he charged forward, cutting through the air like a meteor and kicking up clouds of dust. "Old fool, meet your end." The old man, Shrag, was filled with fury as he swiftly charged towards Vegeta. In the fleeting moment when their beams of light converged, Shrag's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear behind Vegeta in a blur. Vegeta, ever vigilant, instinctively turned around and crouched low, feeling a blade-like chill slice through the air above him, sending shivers down his spine. Had he not evaded in time, he would have faced severe injury, if not death. Shrag's palm grazed the top of Vegeta's head, initially expecting to effortlessly rend his body, but was astonished to find his strike evaded. He began to exercise caution, reevaluating the capabilities of the Saiyan warrior. At that moment, Raditz unleashed a wave of energy from behind, which Shrag easily dodged. Soon after, Goku propelled himself towards Shrag utilizing the Kaioken technique. On the ground, the remaining Namekians shouted in fervor, their brave warriors inspired to rise and resist, joining the fray against Shrag's forces. Raditz offered assistance momentarily, dispatching a significant portion of Shrag's army, leaving the remainder trivial for the Namekian fighters. Goku's power surged above 180,000, bolstered by the Kaioken, rendering him no weaker in his battle against Shrag. The two exchanged blows in a fierce stalemate. Goku delivered a powerful punch, and Shrag crossed his arms to absorb the impact, staggering backward. How could a Saiyan possess such strength? Shrag marveled, gritting his teeth, and after regaining his footing, retaliated by using his head as a weapon to send Goku flying. In that instant, Vegeta swept in from behind with a fierce kick aimed at Shrag's abdomen. Shrag, caught off guard, lowered his stance, angrily catching Vegeta's leg, and with a swift motion, he yanked Vegeta downward to throw him. Just as Goku regained his balance and prepared to charge at Shrag, he collided with the falling Vegeta. "Kakarot, don't get in my way," shouted Vegeta. "You were the one who crashed into me," Goku retorted. As the two exchanged banter, a brilliant sphere of light surged towards them. "Damn!" the two exclaimed simultaneously, their energies surging intensely as they hastily retaliated with powerful energy waves. The collision was fierce, with both sides exhibiting comparable might, resulting in a massive explosion that enveloped the air in a thick haze. Slag, increasingly alarmed, found himself intimidated by the Saiyans' formidable strength. What he had anticipated to be a straightforward battle had escalated into a fiercely balanced confrontation. Moreover, there was still one opponent yet to engage. Time was not on his side, as Goku swiftly approached once more, his fists radiating fierce energy amidst a cloak of crimson flames, exuding an overwhelming presence. With a deft maneuver of his left hand, Slag deflected Goku's punch, but was met with an abrupt pain in his side as Goku's leg struck him. Both combatants endured severe blows, unwilling to yield, each unleashing their energy as they continued their standoff. Gradually, however, Slag began to falter. Age had taken its toll on him. He lacked the stamina of youth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as exhaustion set in, far greater than the toll of the Kaioken technique. Vegeta's power was also formidable, though he did not match Goku in his Kaioken state. Nevertheless, his barrage of energy blasts confined Slag's escape routes, forcing him into a dire predicament. Slag felt the ominous weight of his aging life. Had he been in his prime, he would not have feared such a battle. Yet now, weakened and weary, he struggled just to keep pace. Raditz had refrained from intervening, carefully observing the unfolding battle. He was reluctant to press too hard, fearing that Slag might transform into a colossal form. Currently, they could contend with Slag in his ordinary state, but they were ill-prepared for his enhanced form. Additionally, even if they could vanquish Slag, Raditz was hesitant to do so, for the threat of Frieza loomed ever closer. Using Slag to stall Frieza was the most prudent course of action. In truth, his greater concern lay not with Slag, but with the scheming Darius lurking in the shadows, whose cunning was as nefarious as Slag's, if not more so. The fierce battle raged on, while far away on a mountaintop, within a tranquil abode, the Grand Elder sat slumped in a massive stone chair, his corpulent body appearing almost lifeless. His hands weakly rested on the armrests, eyes drooping, and age spots dotting his face. He wheezed heavily. He possessed no strength left to move. Even the act of breathing seemed a laborious task. As if he were but an empty husk, Nehru stood respectfully before the Grand Elder, speaking softly. "Grand Elder, malevolent forces continue to descend upon Namek, and 3 villages have already suffered catastrophic blows. It is only a matter of time before they reach us. I can no longer take action. Nehru, you are the mightiest warrior of Namek. Go and join the fight. There is no need to stay by my side. But what if they find this place? It matters not. These invaders seek the Dragon Balls. Should I perish, the Dragon Balls will lose their potency as well, so do not worry. Elder, Nilo anxiously gazed at the elder before him, caught between life and death, his expression filled with sorrow. Could it be that planet Namek was truly approaching its demise? On Namek, fierce battles raged on. Raditz and several Namekian warriors fiercely defended the remnants of their kin, occasionally repelling waves of ki blasts that surged towards them. Amidst a tempest of turbulent energy and swirling dust, "Thank you for extending your assistance, but may I inquire as to who you truly are?" One of the Namekian warriors gasped, fending off a ki blast. Recently, numerous extraterrestrial beings had invaded their homeland, rendering them wary of strangers and hesitant to place their trust in Raditz. Raditz understood their caution. It was indeed strange not to be prudent in such dire times. "We are travelers from Earth," Raditz replied. "For certain reasons, we aim to thwart the ambitions of several cosmic monarchs, such as the one before us, Slug. By the way, our deities from Earth are, in fact, Namekians." "Namekians? He is a deity of Earth?" One of the warriors pointed at Piccolo. "Your planet has endured a climatic catastrophe, leading many young children to be sent to other worlds for survival. Among them, our Earth's deity. It is certainly plausible that Slug is one of those sent away." Raditz recounted, deftly deflecting stray ki blasts with ease. "This is an inescapable chapter in the history of Namek. Indeed, many children were dispatched to various places to ensure the continuation of our race, and it is not impossible that one found their way to Earth. You do not appear to be a malevolent individual." The Namekian warrior nodded, yet eyeing the shorter companion, who bore an air of hostility. "Are you all allied?" "Oh." Raditz sighed, pressing his forehead, uncertain how to evaluate Vegeta. "In any case, thank you all." The Namekian warriors noticed Raditz's discomfort. It was merely a small effort. However, "Are you all prepared? Let us check on the injured and the children." Raditz swiftly got to the point. "My brother can barely hold off Slug. Now is the time for everyone to leave with me and seek refuge in a safe place. This way, we can protect the Dragon Balls and the Namekians, while also avoiding an excessive confrontation with Slug, which could lead to an undesirable outcome." The few surviving Namekians readily agreed to Raditz's proposal, each warrior quickly preparing to take one or two individuals with them. Slug, amidst the battle, cast a glance and noticed someone clutching the Dragon Balls, preparing to flee, and he could not allow that to happen. He unleashed several energy waves to obstruct their path. Raditz countered each wave, deflecting them with ease, while Piccolo circled around from behind, landing in front of Raditz. "Allow me to take them back." Piccolo acknowledged with a hint of reluctance that his strength fell short, rendering him powerless against Shrag. Gritting his teeth, he vowed that once he intensified his training, he would not let Shrag escape his wrath. Raditz nodded, recognizing Piccolo's determination, and replied, "Very well, I'll leave it to you." With that, Piccolo hurried back to the spaceship landing site alongside the other Namekians, while Raditz engaged in the battle to buy time. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as Vegeta descended from the sky, crashing to the ground with a cloud of dust erupting around him. He let out a frustrated cry, his face smeared with dirt and his battle suit riddled with tears. The disparity in power between him and Shrag was stark. Had Goku not drawn most of the fire, the situation would have been dire. In the air, Shrag stepped back, drenched in sweat, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. After Goku unleashed the Kaioken X3, Shrag found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining several injuries. One blow to his arm nearly incapacitating him. "Damn it, if only I could regain my youth, this wouldn't be happening," he thought, clenching his fists in frustration at his body's inability to match his soaring ambitions. As Goku seemed to grow stronger with each strike, Shrag's desire to obtain the Dragon Balls intensified. He could not afford to yield. A mere Saiyan would not obstruct his path. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his gaze turned vicious as he descended to the ground, arms spread wide in a welcoming stance, revealing a menacing grin. "Oh no, this is a sign of his transformation," Raditz thought, but before he could warn anyone, Shrag's body began to swell. In the blink of an eye, he towered like a small hill, eclipsing the sun and casting everyone into shadow. "You are all doomed," Shrag bellowed as he charged at Goku, his iron fist swinging with such velocity that only the shadow of his punch was visible. The surge of Shrag's transformation was astounding. Goku, despite his best efforts, was struck hard, sent flying through the air, painting a crimson arc against the sky. Raditz quickly activated the Kaioken X10. With this amplification, his battle power nearly reached 2 million, yet he still felt immense pressure under Shrag's mountainous form, hesitant to act rashly. While Raditz remained stationary, Shrag surged forward, his colossal figure appearing before Raditz in an instant. A foot as heavy as a mountain descended upon him, and Raditz barely managed to evade. though the swirling air sliced at him like a blade. This was the very scenario Raditz dreaded. Initially, the plan was to rescue everyone, seize the Dragon Balls, and stall for time before making their escape. But now, the situation had grown dire. Shrag had successfully transformed, Vegeta was at his wit's end, and Goku, weakened from a powerful blow, left Raditz alone to confront this threat. As Shrag fixed his gaze on him, Raditz was drenched in cold sweat. Then, a spark of inspiration ignited within Raditz. He whistled sharply in the face of Shrag's charge. The piercing sound assaulted Shrag's ears, causing him to falter momentarily, his body slackening. Seizing this opportunity, Raditz scooped up Goku in one arm and hoisted Vegeta with the other, retreating into the rocky recesses of the canyon. "Curse you! I will slay you all!" Shrag roared, regaining his senses but losing sight of his targets. In a fit of rage, he pounded the ground, causing tremors that shook the mountains and obscured the sky with dust and debris. In the cosmos, a massive, disc-shaped spaceship hurtled toward Namek, its momentum threatening to obliterate anything in its path. When confronted with obstructing asteroids and other celestial bodies, the ship obliterated them with cannon fire. Nothing could impede their advance. Everyone aboard worked frantically, the data screens flashing continuously with streams of numbers. Frieza was furious. After a day and a half, they finally detected Shrag's signal on Namek. A day and a half. Who knew what they had been doing all this time? Enraged, Frieza executed the observers and scientists at the outpost and personally led his forces to Namek. He had intended to coordinate with the Ginyu Force upon their arrival, but Frieza could no longer wait. Meanwhile, he informed the Ginyu Force, who were en route to the outpost, to head directly to Namek without delay. Seated in his floating chair, Frieza leaned on one hand, his expression taut, as if he might erupt into fury at any moment, revealing a monstrous side. In his rage, his desire swelled. Since Shrag had personally ventured to Namek, it confirmed his suspicions that the Dragon Balls there were far superior. Frieza's subordinates stood silently behind him, cautious and mute. It had been a day since they escaped Shrag's clutches, and everyone in the canyon had taken a moment to recuperate, especially Piccolo and Vegeta, who required considerable time to return to their normal state. Shrag, back at the base, was not faring well either. The psychological blow combined with the immense physical toll left him utterly exhausted. He remained in the advanced recovery chamber for a full day before emerging to command. Just as both sides completed their brief respite, Frieza arrived. The disc-shaped spaceship touched down on Namek, its doors opening to unleash a throng of aliens who surrounded the slowly moving shadow at the center. It was Frieza, perched in his floating chair, a sinister smile adorning his face. "Is this Namek? It appears quite satisfactory," he mused, his eyes gleaming with greed as he surveyed the vast blue sky. A refreshing breeze wafting through, invigorating him. "My Lord Frieza, the new detector," an alien presented the device beside him. "Thank you for your hard work," Frieza said, donning a new detector with a habitual smile. "Now, everyone, let us set forth. You have 3 days to ensure the Dragon Balls are placed into my hands." "Indeed," the subordinates exclaimed in unison. As soon as the words left their lips, countless extraterrestrial beings surged into the sky, resembling a swarm of locusts that obscured the sun, soaring toward various locations on planet Namek. Frieza, reclining in his chair, returned to his spaceship, flanked by 2 bodyguard-like figures. He casually inquired, "Have you traced the source of the signal?" "Your Majesty was correct. It is indeed Dorius." One replied, "This fellow has allied himself with Slug, deliberately revealing their location. Does he intend to exploit the conflict between you and Slug for his own gain? Aha, I shall indulge his wishes. After all, there exists no being in this universe that can rival our kind. Slug is no different." Frieza's face contorted into a wicked and terrifying grin, sending chills down the spines of those around him. The extraterrestrial army, having received Frieza's orders, fanned out across the planet. Their sheer numbers compensated for any deficiencies in combat prowess, more than sufficient to deal with the warriors of planet Namek. Soon, the vanguard had located its target, a village surrounded by Slug's forces. Both factions converged upon the same site, mere minutes apart. "Ha, as expected. Following them was the right choice. These fighters are not particularly formidable. They can be dispatched with ease," chuckled one of Frieza's dinosaur-like subordinates, brandishing an energy cannon with exaggerated glee. "Let us go." The remaining companions echoed, their faces twisted with maniacal grins and fervent expressions. The warriors of Namek, the Slug army, and the Frieza force clashed, igniting a fierce battle. The combat-oriented Namekians were few in number, possessing abilities typically exceeding 2,000 points. However, faced with hordes of extraterrestrials, They could only manage a feeble defense. The ruthless Frisia force launched a full-scale assault, employing a variety of advanced energy cannons and laser guns, sweeping across the land with devastating efficiency. Even the forces under Slug were caught in the crossfire, suffering heavy casualties amidst the relentless bombardment. The Frisia forces' advantage lay in their use of detectors, enabling them to identify suitable targets for attack. When confronted with a formidable opponent, they would swarm and besiege. They were driven into a frenzy, recklessly unleashing their wrath amid a cacophony of laughter, shouts, and the thunderous sound of artillery, which mingled with the murky air and swirling smoke, rising skyward. The detectors emitted incessant beeping warnings, their urgent tones overwhelming each screen with an abundance of flashing points, leaving everyone scrambling to respond. The Namekians, in their resistance, faced continuous retreats, many civilians perishing in indiscriminate strikes, while the warriors sustained severe injuries. Yet behind them lay the Dragon Balls, along with the elderly and children. Retreat was not an option. To protect their homeland, there was no path back. Fortunately, they still faced the more unfortunate Slug army, who became the initial targets amidst the chaos of the three-way battle. The first to fall were numerous Slug soldiers, their equipment and combat prowess inferior to that of the Frisia force. Despite their numbers, they could not withstand the barrage of electric cannon fire. The ferocity of the battle left the entire village drenched in blood, with hundreds of extraterrestrials meeting their demise, some in grotesque manners, while others engaged in savage brawls, resembling beasts stripped of their civilized instincts. The scorched earth belched forth thick black smoke, suffused with purple heat waves, as radiant beams of light danced through the air, continuing to harvest lives. In a distant canyon, Raditz stood abruptly, gazing into the distance. This energy belonged to Frisia. The chilling sensation instilled an inexplicable dread. Krillin and Tien's eyes trembled. There were countless extraterrestrials. The sinister aura was beyond count, gathering in that direction. Gohan pointed toward one end of the canyon, his face a mask of astonishment. A nearby Namekian suddenly cried out, "That's the direction of Neil Village. Could they have already located it? Damn it, those bastards." Though Frisia-S group lacked the ability to sense energy, they possessed the most advanced detectors, making it easy to locate individuals. Vegeta observed the few Namekian warriors, warning them that if they could not suppress their energy, they would soon be discovered. The Namekian warriors, still unaware of how to control their energy, could only accept Vegeta's admonition in silence. Raditz pondered for a moment. The current situation unfolded much like he had envisioned. Frisia's subordinates had already engaged with the Slug army, and both sides were depleting their energy, a promising development for them. As for the fallen Namekians, they could be resurrected using the Dragon Balls. The sole concern was that they must acquire the Dragon Balls and prevent others from gathering all seven. For this purpose, there was a location they must visit, where both the Dragon Balls and the people were of utmost importance. "Can you take us to the Elder?" Raditz inquired directly. During this time, the Namekians had imparted some knowledge about their world, including the Elder's role in giving birth to all descendants and endowing the Dragon Balls with their mystical powers. Raditz was also aware of the Elder's ability to unlock potential and that a Dragon Ball was preserved at the Elder's location. "Only upon meeting the Grand Elder can I better assist you," Raditz asserted with conviction. The Namekians exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to place their trust in him. All the combat-oriented Namekians led the way, with Raditz and his companions following towards the location of the Grand Elder. To evade detection from the scanners, they endeavored to suppress their combat power to the level of ordinary soldiers, ensuring that any reactions would not attract undue attention. The remaining Namekians resided in tents deep within the canyon, well concealed and difficult to discover. Furthermore, without their conspicuous combat strength, any minor reactions would be dismissed as mere disturbances caused by the local fauna. At that moment, the village, embroiled in fierce combat, lay in ruins. A man emerged from the shadows, stepping onto this ravaged land. As he walked into the debris, the ground was littered with corpses and shattered armor. He approached one relatively intact body and extracted a scanner from the ear of the fallen. "What a splendid item," he remarked with a wry smile. Behind him, an army of cosmic soldiers surged forward, their laser guns and energy cannons sweeping across the battlefield. "Lord Dares, we must retreat," a soldier shouted urgently behind him. The figure who had appeared from the shadows was indeed Lord Dares. He nodded and stepped forward to address the soldier. "You speak wisely. The situation is unfavorable for us. You all proceed first. I shall cover your retreat." "Thank you, Lord Dares." The soldiers, deeply moved, found solace in having someone to shield their escape at such a critical juncture, akin to being rescued from the brink of a precipice. In an instant, the soldiers of Shrag scrambled to save themselves, retreating to their headquarters. A sly smile crept across Dare's face as he gathered a pink energy sphere in his hand, aimed at the fleeing soldiers of Shrag. "Farewell," he whispered, unleashing the energy blast that struck true, sending a massive orb of light exploding behind them. Its brilliance so intense it was blinding. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, a brilliant flash of light accompanied by thick, billowing black smoke ascending toward the heavens. The extraterrestrial beings hovering above were momentarily taken aback. This individual had aided them in vanquishing their adversaries, donned in identical battle attire, suggesting he was also a subordinate of the tyrant Frisia. Yet, they had never encountered him before. As their confusion mounted, Dales raised his gaze toward them. A similar pink energy sphere coalesced in his palm, radiating forth and scattering into multiple swirling beams of light. Alarmed, they realized the imminent danger. They had to flee. All their scanners registered an astonishing figure, one that they could not withstand. The only viable strategy was to escape. Every life counted. However, Dales harbored a singular intent. None would survive. He unleashed an energy blast, engulfing a multitude of aliens in a blinding explosion. The searing waves of energy reducing many to mere cinders. Those fortunate enough to escape were swiftly pursued. With a single strike, Dales dispatched them effortlessly. The skies were filled with Dales' energy projectiles, enveloping Frisia's army, the Slug army, and the Namekians within a relentless barrage, obliterating them all. Dales reveled in the carnage as if playing a game, concluding the battle with ease and delight. With no one left to obstruct him, he smoothly entered the chamber where the Dragon Balls were housed, retrieving the 4-star ball before exiting and snapping his fingers, shattering the room into ruins. Another 4-star ball. It seemed fate had a peculiar affinity for him. A wicked smile graced Dale's lips as he darted into the valley. Meanwhile, within Frisia's spaceship, a canine-headed alien lay lifeless on the floor. Frisia's expression twisted with fury as he shattered yet another wine glass in his grip. Incompetent fools. Utterly useless. He seethed, enraged that so many had failed to react in an instant, unable even to overcome Dales. He began to reminisce about the reliable Dodoria and Zarbon. Though their powers may not have been formidable, they executed their duties faithfully and understood his intentions. Unlike this dead dog-headed creature, which only added to his vexation during his fury, its execution was a necessity. "Damn Dales, track him down," Frisia commanded. "Apologies, Lord Frisia. But the intense energy signature has vanished once more." A trembling alien, soaked in sweat, stood before him, stammering, "We cannot locate him." Despite his diminutive stature, Dales was still a Saiyan, possessing some innate combat prowess. Following the battle on Earth, he had studied the Earthlings' ability to alter their battle power and enhance their strength explosively. He had now mastered the art of concealing his energy signature, rendering him nearly undetectable by scanners. Frisia's eyes narrowed, and with a resounding bang, he obliterated the alien's head. "Incompetent. Notify the Jinyu force and give them no more than half a day. If they do not reach Namek in time, they shall know the consequences." "Yes, my lord," everyone replied, their backs already soaked with sweat. Following the Cosmic Emperor was both an honor and a torment. It was akin to accompanying a tiger. Shrag erupted with rage within the spacecraft, incessantly pounding the armrest, his eyes bloodshot as he roared in frustration. "I commanded you to watch that Scion. Yet you allowed him to escape. Where is Doradebo? What of the giant-eyed one? They have all gone to search for the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. They have created a breach in my spacecraft to flee, yet they did not steal my Dragon Balls. What could he possibly be thinking?" Shrag was utterly perplexed as he gazed at the 3 Dragon Balls brought forth from the storage room, lost in contemplation. He now understood why Frisia had arrived on Namek so swiftly. It was likely the doing of Dares. The claim that it would take no less than 3 days to arrive was nothing but a deceitful ruse to lower his guard. Anxiety gnawed at Shrag's heart. He lacked the courage to confront Frisia directly. The likelihood of gathering all 7 Dragon Balls had diminished significantly. As this realization struck him, he found himself loathing Dares even more. Meanwhile, Raditz and his companions, en route to the Grand Elder, sensed a sudden surge of overwhelming energy that abruptly vanished, causing all subtle auras of the Neil village to dissipate. It was as if, in an instant, everyone had perished. "Uncle Piccolo, that was Dare's energy." "Indeed." Piccolo replied with a slight nod. At last, he had taken action. Raditz had long anticipated that Dales would not remain idle. It was entirely within reason for him to seize a Dragon Ball at this moment. Consequently, Dales, once a wanderer devoid of purpose, had transformed into a contender in the fierce contest for the Dragon Balls. There was no need to concern ourselves with him. The jester would inevitably reveal himself in due time. Our immediate priority is to meet with the Elder. Vegeta, unable to contain his impatience, inquired. What exactly does the elder possess? He had been following Raditz aimlessly for quite some time, all the while wary of being detected, merely to seek out an Namekian elder. Should there be no tangible reward, his wrath would surely be unleashed. You shall discover it upon arrival. You will not be disappointed, Raditz assured him, simultaneously attuning to the energies around them. The Namekian warriors ahead glanced back at Raditz, casting curious looks. They found it remarkable that this alien seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge of their affairs. Esteemed guests, we have approximately 3 segments of the previous journey remaining. We may hasten our pace slightly, proposed one of the Namekians. With that, they quickened their speed, several figures darting across the sky towards the distant mountaintop. On the vast expanse of land stood a slender, towering mountain, akin to a spire reaching towards the heavens, centrally located among the archipelago. Atop the summit lay a solitary dwelling, resembling a worm, languidly sprawled as the mighty wind swept past. The door gently swayed, rising to reveal itself. Nail emerged from within. Gazing into the distance, he had ultimately chosen to stand guard by the Elder's side, for the Namekian realm had devolved into a battlefield. And he alone could not restore order. It was wiser to preserve the last vestige of hope. Thus, the Elder had instructed him to welcome a few arriving guests. Guests? Are there still allies on Namek? Nail pondered, perplexed, yet he held unwavering faith in the Elder's words. With hands clasped behind his back, his long robe billowing in the wind, Nail's gaze sharpened as he beheld a group approaching from afar. Were those not his fellow Namekians? Following closely behind were several peculiar aliens. Could they be the guests? Nail questioned within, though his exterior remained composed, cautiously scrutinizing the newcomers, particularly paying heed to Piccolo. Neru, the Namekian warrior, greeted from a distance. The Elder Gakos has instructed me to wait here. Indeed, it appears the Elder was already aware. A group of individuals came to a halt before the dwelling. Please come in, Neru gestured, inviting Raditz and the others to enter the room, leading the way himself. The group stepped inside, filled with curiosity and uncertainty. As they beheld the legendary Elder, the Elder's corpulent body sank into the chair, feeble and languid, teetering on the brink of death. Behind him loomed a colossal Dragon Ball, and the sight of it ignited a spark of excitement in their eyes. Thank you for rescuing my child. I had no idea you possessed such formidable energy, the Elder remarked, his perception still keen as he discerned the strength of those present. It was but a trifling effort, Raditz humbly waved his hand. Ultimate timidly shrank back behind him. The malevolent aura has permeated Namek, and your timely arrival fills me with hope, he continued. We have come here for that very reason, seeking your assistance. Ah, I understand. You appear familiar. You must be a child of Kakarot from Earth. It astonishes me that you survived. It is indeed wonderful, the Elder observed, recognizing Piccolo. May I touch your head? Fear not. I mean you no harm. Feeling a warmth in his heart upon seeing the Elder, Piccolo hesitated momentarily before ultimately acquiescing to the request. He stepped forward, and the Elder's hand gently rested upon his head. How foolish it is to have divided oneself to dispel evil thoughts, thus diminishing one's power. If you were to unite, you could potentially vanquish your formidable adversaries, the Elder lamented with a slight shake of his head, as if mourning for Piccolo. Most Namekians are peace-loving and ordinary, with only a few possessing combat prowess, while an even smaller number are regarded as the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan possesses unique talents and capabilities that ordinary Namekians lack, including the ability to create Dragon Balls. Piccolo, being a fusion of the divine and a rare warrior type, is a once-in-a-century genius of the Dragon Clan. A fact that the Elder found regrettable. I can only assist you in awakening your latent potential. The extent of your growth ultimately lies in your hands. With that, the Elder summoned a misty aura that enveloped Piccolo, seemingly linking to the latent power within him, coaxing it forth in a singular surge. Instantly, Piccolo's energy surged several-fold, and he appeared to elevate. The astonishing power erupted from within, startling Neru, who had never witnessed such strength among his fellow warrior Namekians. Piccolo was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting with energy that could obliterate the entire room. Remarkable! Piccolo has significantly amplified his strength, Goku exclaimed, pointing to himself. Can I do that too? Anyone with potential can be awakened. The more righteous souls like you, the better, the Elder smiled. Eagerly, Goku approached the Elder to have his potential awakened, prompting envy among the others, who followed suit to experience the joy of enhancement. Only Vegeta, with his prideful nature, hesitated for a moment. But upon witnessing Raditz and Goku surpass him, he ultimately stepped forward to receive the blessing. Your potentials are all immense. To be honest, I can only awaken a fraction of it. Even so, it has taken me by surprise, the Elder remarked, appearing somewhat fatigued. While awakening potential does not jeopardize life, The continuous exertion left him feeling weary, teetering on the precipice of existence. Thank you, Elder. There is one more thing. To thwart the villains, this Dragon Ball. Raditz hesitated, pointing to the hovering orb above. The Elder responded with an "Oh," effortlessly retrieving the Dragon Ball. This Dragon Ball shall be entrusted to you. At this juncture, only you can protect it. The future of Namek, and indeed the universe, rests in your hands. He then tossed the Dragon Ball, which Raditz caught. Thank you, Elder. You must ensure that those nefarious individuals do not acquire the Dragon Ball. Rest assured, we will not allow them to possess it, Krillin confidently vowed, thumping his chest. The Elder bestowed a gentle smile. I entrust this to you. These few are the last of the warrior Namekians. Let them assist you. Vegeta scoffed quietly. Although he did not voice it, he undoubtedly harbored disdain in his heart. Having undergone potential awakening, he felt his strength surging, even contemplating a direct challenge to Frieza. Raditz shared a similar sentiment, not wishing to carry any burdens further, and thus said, Thank you for your kindness, Elder, but let them remain here to protect you. We shall rescue the next village. Please rest assured. Indeed, Naru interjected, Elder, there is no need for hesitation. Let them proceed. Remaining here is our optimal choice. With your endorsement, very well. The Elder concurred with their perspective. Raditz and the others took their leave, exiting the chamber. Upon their departure, the group split into two paths. One contingent escorted the Dragon Ball back to their main camp, while the other, guided by the radar, proceeded towards the final tribe. They had secured one Dragon Ball, and with another concealed within their tent, they now possessed a total of 2. Meanwhile, Shrag had swiftly claimed 3 Dragon Balls for himself, while Dallas had managed to acquire one as well. The remaining Dragon Ball would undoubtedly incite fierce competition. Whoosh, 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 5 streaks of light, akin to meteors, pierced through the atmosphere, igniting fierce sparks before crashing to the ground, creating 5 profound craters. Within these craters lay single-person spacecraft, deeply embedded in the earth. As the hatch swung open, wisps of blue smoke billowed forth. Nearby, Frieza's spaceship hovered, and from the upper door, a floating seed emerged, accompanied by a sharp, resonant voice proclaiming, At last, we have arrived. A diminutive figure leapt from the crater, soaring through the air in a few graceful arcs before landing steadily on the ground. Striking an eccentric pose, following closely behind, others emerged, each adopting equally bashful stances. Goldo, Lycum, JIS, Bart. Attention! The entire team assembles. We are the Ginyu Force. Although our audience may be limited, we must execute our poses flawlessly. The Ginyu Force makes their entrance with a series of awkward yet charming poses. Frieza. Lord Frieza, we received your summons and without hesitation, we navigated past the M187 division, making a swift turn that saved us considerable time. We have finally arrived within the deadline. The Ginyu Force bows in respect. With you here, I feel reassured, Frieza acknowledges with a nod. You should be aware that the Saiyans have betrayed me, allying with the Earthlings and Namekians to thwart my plans. Therefore, I require you to eliminate the traitors and reclaim the Dragon Balls. The Ginyu Force's demeanor shifts to seriousness. Their expressions grave. It has come to our attention that Vegeta's battle power has soared to an astonishing 80,000, having defeated Champa. Other Saiyans are also advancing at an alarming rate. It is indeed hard to believe. The Ginyu Force, a collection of the universe's finest talents recruited by Frieza, may not claim to be the strongest, but they consider themselves elite. They pride themselves on their superiority over the Saiyan race. Yet Vegeta has transcended to a level that renders even beings like Gizbat astonished. It is precisely for this reason that I wish to leave no Saiyan alive. I will not tolerate any threats. Do you understand? Frieza's cold gaze locked onto Captain Ginyu's eyes, sending a shiver down the spine of the formidable leader. I understand. My subordinate. Go on, Frieza said lightly, turning to enter the spaceship. The Ginyu Force, invigorated, raised their arms and struck a series of exceedingly complex poses before exuberantly announcing their departure. Meanwhile, Raditz, Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan arrived at the final tribe. Among Shrag's legion, the demon Dorita had arrived earlier. His subordinates had already commenced their search, capturing the Namekians. Fearing the sunlight, Dorita donned a black cloak, commanding from the shadows. Is there no night on this damned Namek? It has caused me such distress. I shall certainly kill a few to make amends. He licked his lips with a sinister grin. Gazing at the gathered Namekians, Dorita gestured for his soldiers to form 2 lines, allowing him to approach. Where have you hidden the Dragon Balls? Speak now, and I may consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, I shall kill one for every 10 counts. Dorita chuckled menacingly. Extending a finger, Let us begin. 1, 2, 3. He counted joyfully, quickening the pace. In his mind, he had resolved that regardless of their response, he would take lives. The Namekians, resolute, refused to betray their kin under duress, clenching their teeth in silence. Despite their fear, they revealed not a single word. Two frightened children clutched the elder's garment, hiding behind him, trembling uncontrollably. 10. Doradebo sneered as he counted the final number, lamenting that this was a predicament of their own making. His eyes roamed, ultimately landing on a child gripped by sheer terror. It's you. The child, a young Namekian, trembled behind the elder, his green visage paling in fear. Yet, he was powerless against Doradebo's might, swiftly captured, while the other Namekians proved to be no match. Those who attempted to rescue the child were easily subdued and fell unconscious. No. Kark. Another child cried out. Hush, Dandy, do not shout. The elder gestured for silence, releasing Dandy's hand as he stepped forward. Enough. If it's the Dragon Balls you seek, I shall provide them. Only I know their hiding place. And you want to extract the information from anyone else. Come at me. Doradebo responded with a mockingly intrigued "oh," turning to scrutinize the elder, nodding slowly. The elder breathed a sigh of relief, poised to speak, only to be met by the taunting gaze of Doradebo. Lifting Kark, Doradebo revealed a cruel smile and declared, Who said I wanted the Dragon Balls? I simply wish to kill. The Dragon Balls are surely hidden nearby. I can search for them after eliminating you all. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful kick struck his face, propelling him backward. Kark was flung from his grasp, only to be caught deftly by Goku midair. As the surrounding soldiers sensed the imminent danger, they immediately launched their assault, dozens of them firing simultaneously. Shoot! Shoot! Shouted Tomate from Raditz's shoulder. Silence! Rats swiftly struck Tomate, instantly appearing beside the Namekian. With arms outstretched, he unleashed a wave of energy, forming an impeccable barrier that repelled all energy blasts. Gohan maneuvered through the ranks of the slug soldiers, his energy blasts detonating with tremendous force, clearing a wide area. We are saved. The Namekians exclaimed joyfully, their previously sorrowful faces now radiant with hope. Before long, all the soldiers had been vanquished, leaving only Doradebo standing alone. After receiving a kick, half of Doradebo's face caved in, one of his eyes burst, and blood flowed profusely. The power behind that kick was terrifying. He glanced at Piccolo. Feeling a surge of dread, how could there be such a formidable Namekian? Piccolo approached him, his fist crackling ominously, exuding an intimidating aura. Do you know who I am? I am the most trusted subordinate of Lord Slug. Surrender now, and I may speak a few kind words on your behalf to spare you from his wrath. With his back against the wall, Doradebo concealed one hand behind him, preparing an energy blast. Piccolo, having seen through his ruse, scoffed coldly and swiftly moved in to break his arm. He then seized Doradebo by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Doradebo struggled in agony, desperately attempting to pry Piccolo's grip away, but to no avail. Faced with imminent doom, Doradebo revealed a sinister grin, his eyes suddenly gleaming as he opened his mouth wide and unleashed a beam of light. Piccolo was utterly unprepared for this counterattack, as the beam swept across his head. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan exclaimed in a state of panic. Raditz restrained the fleeing Gohan with a smile, saying, It's nothing to worry about. This level of attack is merely akin to a tickle. Indeed, Piccolo's voice echoed, cold and unyielding as a blade of ice. Let me teach you how to execute this move. Accompanying his words, a green beam of light erupted forth. In an instant, Piccolo retracted his arm, the beam engulfing the astonished Dodoria. As the tidal wave of light receded, only a few bones remained scattered on the ground. Piccolo crushed them underfoot, spitting in disdain. Thank you for saving the lives of everyone in the village. The elder exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, as he comforted the terrified Kark. You've only saved half. Find a safe place to hide. We won't be able to protect so many people shortly, Raditz replied, his expression grave. Haven't they already been eliminated? These are merely the appetizers. The main course is yet to come, the Ginyu Force. Raditz and the others prepared for battle, while the Namekians, with Gohan's assistance, retreated to a secure cave. If they could destroy all of Frisia's scouts, they could ensure their safety for the time being. The 5 powerful energy signatures were advancing rapidly towards them, and Raditz could sense numerous faint auras trailing behind, likely other soldiers of Frisia's army. A rabble, let them come. Raditz thought, intent on severing Frisia's wings. Depriving Frisia of his allies would render him incapable of managing a multifaceted battlefield. As he contemplated this, Goku suddenly shouted, They're here. The 4 of them gazed skyward, where the 5 members of the Jinyu force halted their charge, suspended in midair, confronting them. Their reactions confirmed it was indeed them. Yet something felt amiss. Their battle power was only around 5,000, the same as Raditz. Fool, Jinyu spoke. They possess the remarkable ability to alter their combat power at will. I surmise that each of them boasts a strength exceeding 30,000. That little imp and the Namekian have engaged in battle with Shambo, thus they should not be underestimated. Furthermore, there is one who is likely Raditz's brother, Bart. With your unparalleled speed in the universe, dealing with Raditz's sibling should pose no challenge, should it? A mere trifle, Bart declared with an air of arrogance. Subsequently, the 5 landed gracefully, exuding an aura of ease. Are you the Jinyu Force? Gohan inquired loudly. The 5 were taken aback, then burst into laughter. To know our illustrious name is quite impressive. It must have been that rascal Vegeta who informed you. Jinyu exchanged knowing glances with his companions, all nodding in silent agreement. Raikum immediately bellowed, leaping high into the air, landing on one leg, and then clapping his palms together above his head while extending one leg backward. His body suddenly tilting forward at a sharp angle. Raikum of the Jinyu Force, he proclaimed. Following this, Bart and Jeez mirrored each other, raising one hand to their chest while extending the other to their sides, adopting a stance of readiness. Jeez, Bart. But the display was not yet over. The diminutive Guldo executed a series of impressive rolls, swiftly positioning himself at the forefront. Kneeling on one knee, he raised both hands high to his sides, mimicking a serpentine gesture. Guru. At last, the grand entrance of Captain Jinyu revealed his back, and he bent down, unabashedly showcasing his posterior. His head peeked between his legs, adorned with a playful expression. Gather. As the phrase "we are" lingered in the air, several individuals swiftly adjusted their stances and formations, as if rehearsed countless times, seamlessly transitioning to continue their exuberant chant, Jinyu Force. Their resounding voices reverberated across the sky, while the surroundings remained eerily silent, save for the chilling gust of wind. Such an embarrassing display could only be executed by the comical Jinyu Force. Raditz found the scene too beautiful to behold, covering his eyes with his hand. Piccolo and Goku remained speechless, while Gohan exclaimed in admiration, "So cool." Was Gohan truly tainted by such a peculiar line of thought? Raditz pondered the necessity of restoring this child's aesthetic sensibility. Otherwise, what future awaited him? The 5 stood resolute against Raditz and his companions, like iron cast in the wind, silently confronting them. Suddenly, the air erupted with a discordant roar, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. In that instant, the palpable aura of murderous intent surged, and all felt the stirrings of energy. Commence battle. Captain Jinyu transitioned from a playful demeanor to a serious one in the blink of an eye, his expression instantly turning icy as he propelled himself forward. The renowned speedster, Berta, took a brief moment to react after Jinyu's departure, astonishingly surpassing him and leaving no trace in the air, swiftly arriving behind Sun Wukong. Without even turning his head, Sun Wukong raised his arm and flicked his hand backward in response. Bang! The detector shattered, and Bart was momentarily blinded, hurtling backwards. Goku swiftly pursued, seizing Bart's ankle and spinning him several times in the air before hurling him towards the mountainside, creating numerous deep craters and ultimately burying him beneath the rocky debris. Excellent. First blood, Raditz exclaimed. At that moment, the massive figure of Lycum charged forward, enveloping Raditz in a tight embrace. What are you staring at? Your opponent is me. Is that so? Raditz scoffed, exerting tremendous force as he expanded his powerful arms, forcefully breaking the bonds that held Lycum captive. Lycum felt as though his arms were on the verge of snapping. Raditz's brute strength was astonishing, compelling him to release his grip involuntarily. Even so, his hands had begun to swell, a searing sensation coursing through them as if they had been scorched. Before he could regain his composure, Raditz charged forward, his gaze icy. Come on, he exclaimed as his fist shot out, enveloped in a translucent, white-tinged aura, the surging energy causing the air to crackle with a thunderous resonance. In a panic, Lycum raised his hands defensively, shouting, Guldo, hold him still. His frantic voice reached Guldo's ears, and as the core sorcerer of the team, Guldo immediately responded by casting a time-stopping spell. Bang! The effect of time freeze took hold, yet Lycum was still propelled outward, his arms hanging limply like willow branches. His body crashed against the rocky terrain, creating a dent, leaving him utterly incapacitated. How could this be? It was too swift. Guldo was drenched in cold sweat. He had indeed halted Raditz in time, who at that moment remained frozen mid-punch. However, at the very instant Guldo activated the time stop, Raditz had already struck Lycum. The astonishing speed surpassed Guldo's limits of reaction. Double kill. Raditz delivered a lethal blow to Lickum, sending a shiver down Guldo's spine, his forehead slick with perspiration. His power ranked lowest among the Jinyu force. Without his exceptional psychic abilities, he would not even have been considered. Facing such a formidable opponent alone was utterly unthinkable. Gritting his teeth, Guldo fled behind a rock, panting heavily, while in the distance, Captain Jinyu was engaged in a fierce battle with the Namekian. And Jis was surprisingly locked in combat with that little brat. How unexpectedly powerful these individuals were. Just as he was taken aback, a hand suddenly emerged from behind, shattering the stones near his head. Ashen dust scattered, and in a panic, Guldo glanced sideways to see Raditz's fist merely half an inch from his cheek. How did he discern my position? Before Guldo could utter this thought, Raditz's fist swung horizontally, and in his alarm, Guldo could only resort to his final technique, the binding spell. Yet Raditz's strength had grown to an unmanageable level, breaking through the restraints. Even psychic powers have their limits, which is to say, the opponent's energy must remain within the control of the ability user, and it was evident that Raditz had surpassed this threshold. Triple kill. With Raditz's thunderous shout, the rock shattered, and Guldo's head rolled away. In an instant, 3 members of the Jinyu force had fallen. Lickum and Guldo were utterly defeated, while Berta was merely gravely injured, barely able to move. The mightiest Captain Jinyu was no match for Piccolo, having endured 5 consecutive blows, and was ultimately felled by a sweeping kick. With a resounding thud, a cloud of dust arose. At that moment, Gohan crossed his arms to block Jesus' grasp. His fist transformed into an open palm, while his other hand swiftly overlapped, causing a brilliant radiance to erupt as his combat power surged dramatically. Magic Flash. This technique, while not as powerful as the Kamehameha and lacking in striking distance, boasts remarkable speed and a considerable range. It serves as an excellent surprise attack in close quarters. Guise was taken aback by Gohan's sudden unleashing of the energy wave, hastily attempting to retreat, yet he was still caught in its wake. With a resounding thud, Jisa crashed heavily to the ground, landing squarely on his back. His combat suit at the front began to emit acrid smoke, his face flushed crimson, nearly purple, with strands of his white hair singed and the tips charred black. Gasping for breath, he was overtaken by sheer terror. Had he delayed even a moment in retreating or blocking, he would have met his demise. Captain Jinyu, equally alarmed, could hardly fathom that his elite squad, the finest warriors under Frisia, had been bested by a Saiyan and an Namekian. Infuriatingly, their distinctive combat formation was rendered useless. Is that the crux of the matter, Captain? Jisu wiped sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "This is unbelievable. How do you possess such strength? There's nothing astonishing about it. While you indulge, we toil relentlessly in training. Remember, diligence always yields rewards," Raditz replied with a shrug. "Impossible. You're merely a Saiyan." Bart, sprawled on the ground, bellowed in fury. "Please, the Saiyans are the mightiest warrior race." "You know," Raditz retorted, uninterested in further explanation. He launched himself forward, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Jisu's abdomen. The force seemed to reverberate through Jisu's body, creating a thunderous sound behind him. His eyes trembled, and blood erupted from his mouth as he felt his strength drain away. Rendered immobile and then collapsing weakly to the ground, Captain Jinyu turned his head stiffly, his expression one of utter disbelief. The battle had transpired in a heartbeat, and he had been utterly unaware. If that blow had landed on him, the outcome would have been no different. He swallowed hard, trembling at the thought. Was the proud Jinyu force destined for annihilation today? The captain's face darkened as he watched Jisu slowly topple, his mouth twitching involuntarily. "Quadrikill. Just one more," Raditz declared casually, turning to sweep his arm, striking Jinyu with the force of a whip. Jinyu was sent careening, crashing into a rocky outcrop, which crumbled under the impact. Pain shot through his back as if it were on the verge of breaking. Who could have anticipated Raditz's strike would carry such tremendous force? Fear surged within Jinyu as he realized the gravity of his predicament. Pentakill. Raditz leapt into the air, gathering a massive energy sphere in one hand, aimed directly at Jinyu. The blue orb spanned 2 meters in diameter. A single shot would obliterate Jinyu completely. The overwhelming energy instilled a profound terror in Jinyu, as if the gates of death were swinging wide open before him. I cannot perish like this," Jinyu shouted desperately, cornered like a rat. "Transform." He unleashed his ultimate technique, the ability to swap bodies. By exchanging his own form with that of another, he sought to gain strength, catching his opponent off guard with remarkable efficacy. However, Raditz was already aware of this maneuver and offered Jinyu no opportunity. Tomat. Received. Tomate, who had been concealed within the pocket of Raditz, soared forth, expelling several metallic orbs from its mouth. These orbs unfurled, transforming into diminutive metallic insects. Tomate possessed reconnaissance capabilities, utilizing the metallic insects crafted from its own components to perform surveillance, eavesdropping, and recording functions. At this moment, Raditz employed them as a shield against gunfire. The metallic insects advanced towards Jinyu's body-switching light wave, eagerly confronting it. Simultaneously, Raditz unleashed a glowing energy sphere, which surged downward in a radiant flow, casting elongated shadows in its wake. The vacant Jinyu force pod lay inert upon the ground, while the form it had assumed was now that of a mere insect. Before it could register any astonishment, the blue energy sphere engulfed it, disintegrating the fragile body amidst the overwhelming power, incinerating it to ash, and ultimately erasing its existence. All done, Raditz exhaled deeply, descending to the ground. Observing that Jisoo and Buddha still drew breath, he suddenly contemplated recruiting these two into his ranks. Compared to the loyal yet arrogant Jinyu, the insidious and inept Guldo, and the brutish and mindless Rikuum, Jisoo and Buddha seemed well suited as subordinates. They possessed the formidable technique of the red and blue energy spheres, and their strength was not to be underestimated. With a bit of training, they could prove quite useful in handling various matters for him. At that moment, Piccolo approached Buddha, his four fingers splayed like claws, poised to strike. Wait. Raditz called out to Piccolo, lifting Goku and tossing him beside Bardock. Hey, you two, do you wish to survive? Hearing this, Bardock nudged Goku and eagerly asked, will you allow us to live? One might consider, Raditz said nonchalantly. As long as you spare us, we promise not to trouble you again. Raditz, we are men of our word. Goku held his breath, tilting his head to display a pitiful expression. We would never deceive you. Bardock hastily waved his hands, saliva flying from his mouth. To contend with me? You lack the capability for such a challenge. Indeed, indeed. Jis and Bart nodded eagerly, turning to flee, but stumbled thrice within a mere 10 meters. Raditz leapt forward, blocking their path. I am not here to slay you, nor did I permit your escape. Upon uttering this, a chilling glare compelled the two to kneel. What do you wish us to do? Jis stammered, clutching his abdomen in trepidation. Astute observation. It seems I have chosen wisely. Raditz acknowledged with a hint of approval in his gaze. Sever your ties with Frisia and ally with me. He proclaimed himself the emperor of the universe, wielding dominion over countless star systems. But what has he ever provided you? A solitary planet? A treasure? Perhaps a secret to augment your powers? Nothing of the sort. At best, you possess only the hollow title of the mightiest battalion. Do you not realize he could easily replace you at any moment? Jis and Bart were rendered speechless by the inquiry. Allow me to enlighten you. I have devised a strategy to vanquish Frisia. Should I succeed, his influence across the cosmos will crumble. At that juncture, I can grant you dominion over his territories. What say you? Preposterous. Defeating Frisia the tyrant is an impossible feat. The two, having served Frisia for many years, were acutely aware of the terrifying power contained within that form. No matter how robust an ant may be, it cannot topple an elephant. Raditz perceived their skepticism, hands clasped at his waist, and with a fierce exclamation, unleashed a burst of crimson light. Boom, boom. 3 detectors exploded in succession, showcasing an overwhelming display of power. Raditz and Bardock were nearly suffocated by the intensity. Do you see? This is my strength. The full force unleashed by Raditz startled not only them, but also left Piccolo and Goku astonished. In this state, he might indeed be capable of defeating Frisia. Raditz's combat power had ascended to an entirely different level, rendering him a formidable presence, towering above the Jinyu force. During the battle on Earth, Goku, having consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might, was slightly stronger than Raditz. However, through rigorous training in the gravity chamber, the gap between them continued to narrow. After a near-fatal encounter with Brawly, Raditz's battle prowess surged dramatically. Most critically, the Elder's activation had finally unleashed the potential Raditz had concealed for so many years. Being Kakarot's brother, how could his aptitude be inferior? It was merely a lack of proper guidance, compounded by years of oppression that had stifled his spirit. Now, Raditz had returned to his zenith. He feared nothing, even if faced with the colossal Shrag. Tears welled in Bardock's eyes, and his trembling body instinctively knelt before Raditz. He was overwhelmingly powerful, perhaps even surpassing Frisia. If Raditz could indeed defeat Frisia, would their stance not necessitate a change? Yet, should he fail, the outcome would be equally catastrophic. It was a high-stakes gamble, one they could not refuse, for they knew that to decline meant only one path: death. Bardock wiped the sweat from his brow and exchanged a knowing glance with Raditz. Their years of collaboration allowed them to understand each other's thoughts with a mere look. Their eyes locked in determination, they resolved to temporarily compromise and observe the unfolding events. "We are willing to surrender," they spoke in unison. Goku, with his inherently kind nature, did not wish to take their lives, he simply sought to drive them away. Their submission to Raditz was indeed favorable news for him. Piccolo, regretfully, held back, feeling a sense of loss for not being able to conclude matters decisively. His icy gaze swept over the two, sharp as a blade, clearly conveying a profound mistrust. Bardock and Goku felt a chill run down their spines. "Since you are willing to surrender, then demonstrate your worth," Raditz commanded. Suppressing his aura as he helped them to their feet, he gestured towards the distant sky. "The Frisia soldiers are approaching rapidly. Eliminate them and show me your resolve." No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming multitude of cosmic soldiers surged forth, dark specks racing towards them at high speed. Bardock and Goku's power had significantly dwindled. Yet even in their diminished state, they were more than capable of dealing with a few lackeys. Indeed, the two responded to Raditz, ascending slowly into the sky. Can they truly be trusted? Piccolo remained skeptical, quietly inquiring of Raditz. Certainly not. The formidable reputation Frisia had cultivated over the years within their hearts could not be dismantled in an instant. Yet now, I have forced them into a corner, leaving them no choice but to turn against their own. If Frisia were to discover this— Humph, how cunning you are. A sly smile crept across Piccolo's face. In the sky, Jinyu and Berta remained oblivious to Raditz's intentions, believing that gaining his trust would afford them a temporary reprieve. They planned to navigate the winds of fortune, aligning themselves with the strongest as circumstances shifted. A vast wind swept across the expanse, racing through the sky while the clouds rushed by, seemingly foretelling an impending battle. The breeze tousled Jinyu's flowing white hair, the tips fluttering and contrasting starkly with his iron-like stillness. Every soldier of Frisia's army recognized the elite duo, and upon their sight, they immediately saluted. "Lord Jinyu, Lord Berta." However, before they could finish their words, two orbs of light surged toward them from the front. Blue and red spheres alternately spiraling through the air, radiating blinding brilliance. The energy surged outwards, rippling in all directions, causing the atmosphere to tremble. The soldiers were utterly bewildered by the sudden chaos, engulfed in a colossal explosion. Thick smoke billowed, debris raining down. "Ah, my lord, why? This is bad. Run." The fortunate few who survived cried out in panic, bewildered as to why members of the Jinyu force were ruthlessly turning against their comrades. Yet they understood that survival necessitated swift escape. Instantly, everyone fled, racing back in desperation. In their bid for life, their speed surpassed the norm, yet before Berta, it was patently insufficient. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Bart demonstrated speed unparalleled among Frisia's subordinates, effortlessly intercepting fleeing soldiers and silencing them all. JIS was not to be outdone, unleashing precise energy waves that struck true, leaving no targets untouched. Amidst the onslaught, Raditz and his companions suddenly froze, gazing into the distance. "Father, there is an overwhelming energy approaching rapidly. It's incredibly powerful." Sweat trickled down Gohan's forehead, cascading to his chin. "It must be Frisia," Raditz concluded. "We must leave at once." Piccolo gritted his teeth, beads of sweat streaming down his face as well. The terrifying power of Frisia was absolute, instilling fear in all, even in the now augmented Raditz, who felt the weight of such extraordinary strength. Without the capacity of a Super Saiyan, a direct confrontation with Frisia was out of the question. Raditz decisively commanded, "Conceal your energy, let us depart." As they turned to flee, they were suddenly halted. At that moment, they spotted the Namekians emerging into view. Led by the elder, who approached with a Dragon Ball, a smile gracing his face. They cheered and congratulated, expressing gratitude for Raditz's defeat of their enemy. The Namekians had initially hidden in a narrow canyon behind a rocky hill, unable to witness the battle's outcome, and had sent someone to scout. Upon witnessing Raditz and his allies decimate the Jinyu force, they assumed victory was assured and emerged in celebration. They even intended to honor their benefactors with the highest of ceremonies. However, Raditz, in a fit of urgency, bellowed, "Foolish allies, why aren't you hiding properly? Curse it! Return, conceal yourselves." The Namekians were taken aback, the elder bewildered and at a loss. "Did we err? Was our welcome insufficiently warm? Retreat now," Wukong shouted once more. Yet, the Namekian hesitated, his feet remaining unmoved. Raditz, drenched in sweat, desperately wished to knock them out and carry them away. However, time was running short. Frisia's energy was drawing ever closer, and at an alarming pace. Ultimately, he made a decision. Regardless of the others, he would secure the Dragon Balls first. Gohan, Piccolo. You must leave now. Raditz bellowed, rushing towards the elder, swiftly seizing the Dragon Balls to safeguard them for the time being. My apologies, he exclaimed, preparing to accelerate. When suddenly, two figures tumbled before him, Piccolo and Gohan. A chilling voice descended from the heavens, and a diminutive yet menacing figure obstructed Raditz's path. Science, at last. I have found you. Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, has arrived. He landed silently, and without a sound, fissures erupted beneath his feet, radiating outward, causing the ground to ripple ominously. Despite his small stature, Frieza appeared far from weak. As he spoke, an oppressive sense of dread gripped the hearts of all present, nearly compelling them to collapse. His blood-red eyes glimmered like perilous jewels, exuding an aura of relentless malice. This malevolence enveloped the surroundings with formidable pressure, even causing Raditz to feel the hairs on his neck stand on end, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. What immense power! With each step Frieza took, the ground sank further, and the surrounding mountains crumbled like an avalanche. Raditz, I am astounded that you managed to defeat Captain Ginyu and reached a power level unattainable by Science. His frigid voice pierced through the air, as if 1,000 daggers were pinning Raditz to the earth. Though he feigned surprise, Frieza's expression was devoid of astonishment, instead brimming with mockery. A half-burned scouter dangled from his ear like a tattered ornament. Raditz steadied his breath, glancing at the unconscious forms of Piccolo and Gohan. His face ashen and his hands trembling involuntarily. It seems you still remember my terror, Frieza remarked, hands clasped behind his back. His gaze drifting to the anxious guys and Bart in the air, unlike them, who had seemingly forgotten. With that, he slowly raised his arm, extending 2 fingers. The movement was deliberate, yet the ensuing aura was inescapable. Death beam. The 2 fingers unleashed slender beams of light, the purple waves striking like swift serpents, darting toward Guys and Bart, who hung suspended in the air. They had not anticipated the arrival of King Frieza. Upon seeing him, having just completed their last bombardment, their hearts turned to ash. Realization dawned as they met Frieza's gaze. They had been ensnared, and Raditz had led them to a dead end. Faced with the swiftly approaching beams of death, they found themselves unable to evade, resigned to the inevitability of their demise. A swift beam of light pierced through the bodies of the 2 individuals. Frieza was momentarily taken aback, witnessing Goku soaring beside them, cradling both in his embrace, while a dazzling red glow blazed around them. Not only was Frieza astonished, but both Guys and Bart were equally taken aback. A Saiyan had rescued them? It seemed impossible. Unfamiliar with Goku's character, they could only marvel in disbelief. Goku gently set them down on the ground and turned away, stating, "Take care of yourselves." With that, he hastened off to assist Raditz, leaving Guys and Bart in a state of stunned silence, unable to utter a word. "He must be your brother, Kakarot," Raditz, Guys murmured. Suddenly, Frieza regarded Goku with a smirk, his alluring lips curling slightly. "It would be a pity to eliminate you with such formidable power. What do you say? Would you consider becoming my subordinate? You could take the place of Captain Ginyu." Frieza offered a tempting proposition, as Ginyu was his most trusted and capable subordinate, holding a position of great authority within Frieza's army, second only to him. However, Raditz shook his head resolutely. "I'm afraid I cannot believe you would spare the Saiyans. The stronger we become, the more you will fear us. Apprehension? Is that not so? Ha ha ha, you possess a delightful sense of humor. Do you truly believe I would be intimidated by a Saiyan? You think that merely elevating your power to such an extent would move me?" Frieza furrowed his brow, his expression shifting dramatically. Suddenly, his body swelled violently, his short limbs elongated, and his muscles expanded significantly, transforming him from a diminutive figure into a towering, robust presence. A half-broken scouter exploded into fragments on the spot. Simultaneously, his energy surged, doubling instantly. However, his transformation was not yet complete. He recognized that Raditz's current strength had already surpassed his second form. Frieza continued to roar, his head elongating, spikes protruding from his shoulders, his body morphing into a grotesque and fearsome third form. The intricate process, though complex, concluded swiftly, enveloping Frieza in a cloud of dust. The hideous yet powerful being, adorned with a sinister smile, materialized before the onlookers. An overwhelming pressure descended, causing the Namekian to collapse, as if his mouth and nose were covered, rendering him breathless. The unconscious Piccolo abruptly regained awareness, sensing an aura akin to a vast, tumultuous sea filled with terror. Raditz's words proved true. This was indeed a monster. Given this appearance, combat was inevitable. Goku approached Raditz, assuming a stance, ready to engage. Since you refuse my invitation, I shall resort to slaughtering you all. Frieza feigned regret, noting the obstinacy of the Saiyans. As he spoke, Frieza vanished, darting past Raditz with an ethereal speed, leaving the surroundings in eerie silence, even the air devoid of sound. Yet, he had already positioned himself behind Raditz, holding a Dragon Ball in his hand. He tossed the Dragon Ball behind him, his gaze fixated on the two with a menacing intensity. Raditz and Goku felt a surge of fear, barely managing to prepare their Kaioken technique before nearly being annihilated. Indeed, one could not afford to be careless in the face of Frieza. Raditz immediately unleashed all his energy, activating the Kaioken to 10 times its normal strength. The aura billowed, tousling his long hair, enveloping him in a strange crimson glow, akin to a blossoming lotus of wrath. Between his brows lay the latent ferocity of a Saiyan, while his body remained tranquil as the vast sky. Goku too erupted with a tenfold Kaioken, his formidable battle power nearing 2 million. He still had one transformation left. The ultimate power. Once he reached that state, combined, we would not stand a chance against him. Our only opportunity lay in subduing him before he achieved his final transformation, then seizing the moment to escape. I can sense the energy he harbors. Goku chuckled wryly, never anticipating that even the tenfold Kaioken would exert such pressure. 10 times? Even if you reach a combat power of 3 million, 20 times would be futile, Raditz mused internally. They exchanged glances, almost synchronously springing into action. The light around Raditz elongated into a line as he dashed toward Frieza, raising his crimson fist high, poised to strike with immense force. Just as he was about to connect, Frieza swiftly countered, enveloping Raditz's fist with his palm. Raditz recoiled instantly, but it was too late. Frieza's fingers tightened, gripping his fist firmly, an overwhelming force emanating from his fingertips, intent on shattering Raditz's bones. Yet, Frieza was taken aback. He found himself unable to exert his strength. After unleashing the tenfold Kaioken, Raditz's battle power surprisingly matched his own. In that moment, instead of retreating, Raditz advanced, channeling more power into his punch. His feet driving into the ground, sinking several meters, his fist thrusting forward with a piercing force, igniting Frieza's hand with searing pain, as if it were being scorched. Behind him, Goku launched a kick aimed at Frieza's head. Damn it! Frieza seethed with rage, his tail lashing out to ensnare Goku's leg, preparing to retaliate. In that fleeting moment, Raditz seized the opportunity, lunging forward with all his might, channeling his strength into a single fist, which he unleashed with tremendous force. Frieza attempted to evade the attack, but it was already too late. The punch landed with a resounding impact, striking Frieza squarely in the face. Frieza released his grip and tail, hurtling backward for over 100 meters, crashing through several rocky outcrops on the islands. Now is the moment. As Raditz's elongated eyebrows quivered, he sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts that cascaded forth like the wrath of thunder, their blinding brilliance bearing down upon Frieza. The crimson flames danced in his grasp, sending the earth into a tumultuous quake. Typically, such frenzied bombardments are the least effective in inflicting harm. However, Raditz did not aim to injure Frieza with his relentless ki blasts. Rather, he sought to obscure Frieza's vision with the dense smoke generated by the explosions. After all, his opponent was incapable of sensing ki and could only rely on sight to gauge his location, which would undoubtedly lead to confusion. Meanwhile, Goku, alongside the newly awakened Piccolo and Gohan, swiftly retreated with a throng of Namekians, while Toma mingled within the crowd, hastily ascending into the skies. Raditz continued to buy time, and with each successive wave of his ki blasts, the island had already succumbed to the sea, half submerged. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the heavens, sending a jolt of fear through Raditz's heart. With a swift motion, a purplish-red energy whip cleaved the island in twain, even parting the ocean's surface. As torrents of water surged into the breach, relentlessly filling the void and converging, the residual force extended to the farthest reaches of his vision. As if it possessed the capability to cleave the very planet itself, a feat only Frieza could achieve. Raditz momentarily halted his assault. Fully aware that he could no longer impede Frieza's advance, he had succeeded. At the instant of the energy wave explosion, Frieza had silently endured, unveiling his ultimate transformation. At this juncture, he had completely transformed into his final form. Yet Frisia felt a sense of bitter humiliation. He never anticipated that Raditz possessed power surpassing his third form, resulting in a devastating blow that struck him squarely. Such an affront was intolerable. In a fit of rage, he resolved to conclude the battle decisively, morphing into his ultimate state. Just as he assumed his stance, a barrage of attacks ensued, forcing Frisia to endure the onslaught while striving to complete his transformation, finally achieving the last step with great difficulty. His perfected form was sleek and unadorned, devoid of ostentatious spikes or protrusions, yet it embodied unparalleled power. Not only was his strength formidable, but his speed transcended the realms of imagination. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Goku. "Ah, we meet again. Where do you intend to go?" Frisia squinted, a smile gracing his lips, his expression exuding a sinister charm that bordered on terrifying. No one dared to speak. Each individual was drenched in cold sweat. Goku gritted his teeth and charged forward, only to be met with a crushing kick from Frisia that sent him hurtling backward. The immense force collided with Goku's chest, propelling him like a cannonball. Piccolo attempted to intercept him, but the residual power was beyond comprehension, and he too was launched away. The two of them entwined as they plummeted into the distant mountains. The remaining individuals were devoid of combat prowess, utterly paralyzed by fear. At that moment, Frisia's laughter grew more sinister, his fingers dancing swiftly as a slender, purplish-red beam pierced through the elder's skull. Blood erupted, splattering viscera and organs, drenching the nearby Namekian in a gruesome display. They had never witnessed the death of their kin so closely. A wave of terror surged through them, causing them to scream in horror, their minds awash with dread as they trembled uncontrollably. To Frisia, it appeared as if he had discovered the most delightful game. As he continued to strike, once again impaling another victim. Who would be next? It seemed he relished the expressions of shock, confusion, and fear etched on the faces of the Namekians, his fingers flitting among them as he selected his targets. The air grew colder, a chilling aura of slaughter enveloping the atmosphere. This child, seemingly from Earth, was perhaps Kakarot's son, a Saiyan. Frisia's gaze fell upon the unconscious Gohan, his crimson eyes glinting with an ominous light, his aura of brutality surging, proclaiming, "You are next." "Frisia, cease this at once." Raditz charged from the side, unleashing an all-out assault, his body enveloped in a fiery red glow akin to a blazing sun, aimed squarely at Frisia, engaging in a high-speed collision with a reckless attack. Frisia dared not confront it directly. He had just transformed, and his power had yet to fully manifest. Moreover, he had not utilized this transformation for an extended period, and reacquainting himself with his own strength required time. Currently, Raditz's combat prowess was estimated between 4 to 5 million, a level Frisia could nearly match. Thus, he opted to evade, allowing Raditz's frantic assault to pass. He veered to the side, escaping the trajectory of Raditz's charge, but Raditz adeptly adjusted his body, pursuing relentlessly. One fled while the other chased. The distance between them diminished rapidly. Realizing he could not evade, Frisia pivoted to confront him head-on. "Do not think I fear you." Frisia seethed in fury, clenching his fists as he charged forward. In Raditz's understanding, Frisia had previously employed the Nova Strike at a power level of 100, capable of contending with Super Saiyan Goku's Kamehameha without faltering, a formidable attack. Despite his reluctance to face him directly, the arrow had been loosed, and retreat was not an option. Raditz could only muster all his strength, bellowing as he collided with Frisia. Two spheres of light, brimming with immense energy, clashed violently, obliterating the surrounding clouds, scattering ocean waters in all directions, and fracturing islands as if the world were on the brink of apocalypse, sending chaos swirling through the heavens and earth. The air, under pressure, churned into countless miniature storms, resonating with the thunderous echoes of violent detonations. Boom! The energy orb plunged into the ground, creating a vast crater, obliterating a large expanse of land. Clouds of dust surged into the air, enveloping the surroundings. Standing amidst the chaos was Frisia. Raditz had shed the state of the Kaioken, collapsing onto the ground, blood spilling from his mouth and filling his throat. He had managed to barely contend with Frisia using the Kaioken technique, but it was merely a barely. A combat power of several million was truly insignificant before the Cosmic Emperor. Frisia squinted at Raditz, a look of appreciation dawning upon his face. Such a smile he had only previously bestowed upon Captain Ginyu for a fleeting moment, yet now he laughed while extending his hand. "Raditz, I must admit, you are indeed formidable, even surpassing Ginyu. Your strength can be said to be second only to our clan in the universe. However, to contend with us, you remain woefully inadequate." He paused, pressing his foot down on Raditz, continuing, "Thus, I offer you one more chance. Become my subordinate, and I shall spare your life. This is a favor you have earned through your prowess." Once again, Frisia solicited allegiance, showcasing his appreciation for talent. Raditz chuckled inwardly. Yet, given Frisia's nature, it was only a matter of time before death would come. Furthermore, every cell in the Saiyan body screamed no. Raditz gently shook his head and placed a Senza bean into his mouth. In this critical moment, tapping into the Saiyan instinct to enhance himself might just provide him with a fighting chance. With the miraculous Senza bean in hand, he could battle once more. In less than 2 seconds after swallowing the bean, Raditz's body fully recovered, an unstoppable surge of power coursing through him, pain vanishing entirely. Frisia was taken aback as a tremendous force erupted from beneath his feet, toppling him over. "I'm sorry, Frisia, I am a Saiyan," Raditz shouted, casting aside Frisia's foot. Rejuvenated, he unleashed the Kaioken tenfold once more, a crimson light soaring into the sky, his hair standing on end, subtly hinting at an upward trend. Frisia was astonished. How could Raditz, who had been on the brink of death, suddenly stand before him revitalized and seemingly more powerful than before? He was at a loss. Observing Raditz's darkened expression, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. "Excellent. It has been years since anyone has elicited excitement within me. I never expected to be stirred today by a Saiyan. Is that so?" Raditz's body tensed, caution reaching an extreme. Suddenly, Frisia's expression shifted, and in an instant, he moved with remarkable speed, appearing right in front of Raditz. Without delay, a flurry of punches rained down upon Raditz like a torrential downpour. Raditz responded swiftly, his arms shifting through various positions, skillfully parrying the onslaught of punches. Under the relentless barrage, his defense was impenetrable, successfully blocking every strike from Frisia. Frisia was immensely shocked. The Raditz who had previously struggled against his attacks was now capable of countering his rapid punches. He needed to intensify his assault. With his left fist feigning an attack, he charged up energy in his right fist, unleashing a sweeping hook punch. Although the power of the left punch was minimal, it deceived Raditz, causing him to leave his defense open. At that moment, the right punch was already arcing toward him. Raditz, realizing he could not defend in time, quickly hunched down, causing the hook punch to barely graze his hair, whistling past with a rush of wind. Yet Frisia did not halt, as if anticipating that the attack would be dodged. He rotated his body in sync with the motion of the hook punch and launched a vicious strike with his tail. Bang! With a swift whoosh, Raditz was struck by a sweeping tail, sent plummeting to the ground, where he created a deep crater upon impact. In an instant, as he fell, Raditz sprang back up, his feet pushing off the earth with tremendous force, propelling him upward at an astonishing speed, charging towards Frisia. Humph! Frisia let out a cold chuckle. Just as Raditz's figure was about to reach him, he suddenly vanished, his form transforming into an afterimage as he reappeared behind Raditz and executed a swift knife-hand strike. What? To his surprise, the strike had only an illusion. Instinctively glancing back, he found Raditz had indeed maneuvered behind him, delivering a vicious elbow strike to his spine. Letting out a pained cry, Frisia immediately gritted his teeth and violently swung his tail, catching Raditz under the chin and sending him crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Frisia pivoted close, gripping Raditz's head with both hands. He thrust forward while pulling downward, swiftly driving his knee upward to collide forcefully with Raditz's abdomen. With a sudden expulsion, a mouthful of saliva mixed with the acrid sting of gastric acid erupted forth. Raditz curled his body into a shape reminiscent of a shrimp, his facial muscles contorting in agony. The pain was excruciating. Yet, his acute instincts urged him that this was not the time to dwell on suffering. For Frisia's relentless assault was upon him once more. With a fierce roar to bolster his resolve, Raditz gritted his teeth and soared to greater heights, narrowly evading Frisia's barrage of kicks. Behold, the formidable Raditz unleashed a wave of energy from his elevated position, yet his figure vanished in an instant. The glaring energy wave surged towards Frisia, who merely smiled lightly, extending a hand to meet it, dismissing it as a trivial skill. The collision between his palm and the energy wave produced only a puff of smoke. A sharp sound pierced through the explosion's haze, but Raditz's presence remained elusive behind the veil of smoke. Suddenly, Frisia felt a jolt of shock as he realized his tail was ensnared by an unseen force, causing him to spin uncontrollably. Raditz, gripping the tail, whirled him around for several revolutions before hurling him fiercely against the rocky terrain. The ground trembled momentarily as Frisia, emanating a surge of energy, erupted from the debris, launching a powerful kick. Raditz swiftly raised his arm to defend, feeling the jolt of their opposing forces. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured, retaliating with his left hand. Frisia, too, raised his hand to shield himself. his tail striking against Raditz's fists and feet as their clash continued. The atmosphere crackled with immense energy, and the surrounding islands suffered significant devastation. Countless rocks plummeting into the sea, as if celebrating the ferocity of their battle. Frisia grew increasingly invigorated, becoming adept with his ultimate transformation, while Raditz's stamina waned rapidly. The tenfold Kaioken proving unsustainable for long. A moment's inattention allowed Frisia to seize the opportunity, landing 3 consecutive punches to Raditz's face, followed by a fierce kick to his abdomen that sent him soaring into the sky. Swiftly, Frisia ascended after him, arms poised like hammers, preparing to unleash his full might. With a resounding thud, Frisia struck down hard, sending Raditz crashing to the ground. Dust filled the air, and debris flew in all directions as the earth split open, creating a deep chasm that allowed the sea to flood in, gradually cleaving the land in two. Raditz lay at the center of the fissure, perilously close to tumbling into the abyss. Frisia, with a cold smirk, descended with a heavy stomp. The force of the impact generated a surge of energy, forming an orb beneath his feet, and as he fell, sparks ignited in the air. At this moment, a glimmer of determination shone in Raditz's eyes. He sprang upward, executing the King's fist with blinding speed, flames of crimson trailing behind him as he soared above Frisia. He quickly gathered his strength, crossing his arms in front of him to unleash a dazzling wave of energy. Frisia, unable to halt his descent after missing his target, was caught off guard by the shockwave that propelled him into the ocean. With a resounding crash, the island sank, entirely consumed by the waves. Raditz floated above the water, his expression grave, breath coming in quick gasps. His upper garments lay in tatters, his trousers riddled with numerous holes, and his body bore countless wounds, dried blood caking at the corners of his mouth. Damn it, if I unleash the 20-fold King's fist now, I might just manage to fight back, he thought, panting heavily, but my body may not withstand it. Sweat pouring down his brow, Raditz noticed the Dragon Ball that Frisia had placed on the ground, and an idea struck him. He leapt forward, cradling the Dragon Ball in his hands. At that moment, Frisia slowly emerged from the water, all traces of dust washed away, appearing as if reborn and unscathed. He hovered in the air with an unparalleled aura, his crimson eyes fixed on Raditz. I'm quite thrilled. It's been ages since I've had such a worthy battle. Here is a suggestion. Relinquish my Dragon Ball. Very well, then seek it out yourself. Raditz gathered his strength, gesturing to throw the Dragon Ball in another direction. It shot forth, a brilliant point of light against the vast sky. Scoundrel! Frisia seethed with fury. Yet, caught between Raditz and the Dragon Balls, he ultimately opted for the latter, his figure darting towards them. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz reversed his flight, only to encounter the malevolent Namekian, Shrag. Stunned, Raditz could only blame his intense battle with Frisia for his failure to sense the approaching presence. Shrag, equally taken aback, exchanged a bewildered glance with Raditz, both questioning how he had come to be there. Meanwhile, hidden in the crevices of the mountains below, Dales observed the unfolding scene from the shadows, clutching Shrag's subordinate, the Big Eye, with a sinister grin. Well done, you've brought the fool right to me, he remarked. Now, can I be released? Of course, I shall let you go, Dales replied, his smile widening as he loosened his grip, allowing Big Eye to escape. The pressure around Big Eye's throat eased, and he gasped for breath, feeling as if he had been reborn. Casting a fearful glance at Dales, he hastily turned to flee. Yet, in less than a second, Dales flickered past Big Eye, and with a sickening crack, Big Eye continued to fly forward, his head rolling to the ground. Dales' chilling laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. Now Shrag's 3 Dragon Balls, along with this one, belong to me. Moreover, I have also grasped the location of the final one. I shall emerge as the ultimate victor. He caressed the device at his left ear, his face alight with fervor. Currently, the only functioning device on Namek resided in Dale's possession. Lacking proficiency in sensing energy, he could merely attempt to conceal his own, falling short in perceiving others. Thus, he resolved to utilize the device to compensate for his inadequacies. Upon acquiring it, he discovered that Jinyu and Raditz were engaged in combat. Consequently, he sought out Shrag's subordinate, coercing Big Eye to relay a message to Shrag, summoning him to the front lines, initially intending to inform Frisia of the situation to incite a conflict between them. He was taken aback when Frisia arrived of his own accord. This fortuitously saved him effort and granted him an entertaining spectacle. At present, the device lay dormant. Dales dared not activate it hastily, for a misstep could lead to catastrophic exposure of his power. He intended to reserve it for future use. Stealthily, Dales maneuvered through the mountainous terrain, concealing himself behind towering rocks to observe Frisia's movements. The palpable aura of pure malevolence and terror was detectable even to him. Frisia, clutching the Dragon Balls tightly, feared their theft once more. Without his minion's support, he felt somewhat constrained. A glint of malevolence sparked in his eyes as he glanced towards a distant isle. Weighing the Dragon Balls in his hands, he scoffed and hurled one away. The Dragon Ball soared towards the isle, tracing a perfect arc before embedding itself into the rocky terrain, ensuring no one had witnessed his actions. Frisia finally allowed a smile to grace his lips as he rushed back towards Raditz. With this Dragon Ball in his possession, he believed himself invincible. As Frisia departed, a figure emerged upon the tranquil sea. Dales, licking his lips, cautiously approached the isle, eagerly anticipating the fruition of his ambitions. Raditz, do not think you can escape. Frisia's booming voice reverberated across the water, sending rippling waves in his wake as he sped towards the battleground, his energy enveloping him and parting the waters, creating sparkling droplets. Upon his arrival, he abruptly halted, perplexed. What the devil? Shrag is here too? The enormous Shrag was locked in combat with Raditz. Despite their significant size disparity, Raditz maintained the upper hand after several exchanges. This fellow has arrived just in time. We shall dispose of him together. Frisia's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he propelled himself towards the fray, a fiery streak cutting through the sky, positioning himself between the two combatants. At that moment, Shrag unleashed a punch, which Raditz nimbly evaded. Seizing the opportunity, Frisia dove into the gap left by Shrag, delivering a powerful kick that struck Shrag's chin. The immense force toppled the Colossus, half of his body plunging into the water, sending a curtain of seawater splashing upwards. Raditz's gaze flickered, prompting him to retreat. However, Frisia's figure flickered forward, advancing towards him at an even swifter pace. Drink it in. Raditz unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his hands, akin to a relentless machine gun, inundating Frisia with an overwhelming assault. Simultaneously, he retreated, creating distance between himself and Frisia. The energy blasts coalesced into a dense net, obscuring Frisia's line of sight. Yet, Raditz was acutely aware that this would only serve as a temporary reprieve. Where are you aiming? A chilling voice suddenly resonated from behind him. There was no delay. Frisia had already materialized at his back. With a sudden pivot, Raditz found himself immobilized. Ensnared within a luminous sphere conjured by Frisia, his body rendered utterly motionless. Frisia's eyes gleamed with excitement as he bellowed, "Prepare to receive my strike." As Frisia's voice echoed, the sphere erupted with a surge of energy, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that sent plumes of dust soaring over 20 meters into the air. Raditz was violently propelled away, crashing through several mountain ranges before becoming entangled in a field of debris. Frisia! Suddenly, a powerful shout echoed from a different part of the ground, causing Frisia to turn in astonishment. Kakarot! Logically, after receiving a kick from him, this fellow should be on the brink of death. He recalled how Raditz had also inexplicably regained strength moments ago, and had even grown more formidable. Could this be the innate ability of the Saiyans? No. Frisia inadvertently caught sight of Piccolo, who had similarly restored his vitality. After all, he was an Namekian, not a Saiyan. What are these scoundrels concealing from me? A flicker of doubt surged within Frisia as he gazed at Goku, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. First, I shall eliminate one of you, and then let us see if you possess the ability to resurrect. He extended his palm and unleashed a purple energy blast, hurtling toward Goku. Goku, who was speeding toward Frisia, noticed the approaching purple energy blast and summoned all his strength, swinging his arm with force to deflect the energy sphere into the sky. Indeed, this fellow has grown stronger, Frisia murmured, slightly retracting his hand, with his 5 fingers pointed in the same direction, emanating a death beam. A relentless barrage of death beams followed, sweeping toward Goku as he dodged left and right, unwilling to confront the onslaught head-on. Such techniques, which concentrate battle power into a single point for explosive release, often wield immense power, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being pierced through. Ha 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 ha, Saiyan monkey. Your frantic movements bring me inexplicable joy, but you have celebrated far too soon. Frisia, startled by the cold voice that resonated closely behind him, turned around only to be met with the colossal hand of Shrag descending upon him like a mountain plummeting from the heavens. Caught off guard, Frisia was forcefully plunged into the water. The cascading waves surged mightily, and the billowing mist enveloped the surroundings like a gossamer veil. Shrag stood at the water's edge, pinning Frisia down, his forehead pulsating with veins, gritting his teeth in frustration. The cool spray of water splashed onto him, intensifying his fiery demeanor. Beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Seizing the opportunity, he had successfully ambushed Frisia. However, the battle was far from over. Nearly 2 seconds had elapsed when Frieza regained his composure and retaliated against Shrag. The overwhelming force of Frieza's counterattack was too much for Shrag to withstand. His arms straining against the tremendous power, muscles quivering in defiance. Despite exerting all his might, he quickly succumbed to Frieza's terrifying prowess. Crack! Crack! With 2 resounding snaps. Shrag's arm was brutally shattered, purple blood oozing from the joint, splattering in bursts. You are far too weak, with such feeble strength. Do you truly think you can contend for the universe against me? Frieza's smile masked his malice as he seized Shrag's fingers, twisting them with relentless force. Ah! The anguished cry soared into the heavens, and Shrag's eyes were filled with terror and dread. As a formidable force within the cosmos, Frieza far surpassed him, especially after consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might that Dales had bestowed upon him. The king of the world had once believed that Shrag and Frieza were somewhat equivalent. However, this was merely due to his ignorance of Frieza's ultimate form. Driven to desperation and with no other options, Shrag was compelled to sever his own arm with his other hand, retreating in a state of disarray. The massive arm came crashing down, aimed at Frieza, only to be obliterated by a ki blast. At that moment, Goku swiftly appeared behind Frieza, delivering a powerful kick to his lower back. Having recovered from a severe injury, Goku's combat prowess had significantly increased, and after executing the Kaioken tenfold, his strength surged dramatically. With that single kick, Frieza was sent flying. What a splendid opportunity! Raditz exclaimed, observing Goku's success. He immediately soared into the air, positioning himself in Frieza's trajectory, and delivered a powerful hook that sent Frieza reeling. When confronting Jinyu, Raditz possessed a combat power of merely 400,000, but after consuming the magical beans, he ascended to over 2 million. This punch encapsulated the entirety of his strength, striking Frieza squarely in the face and contorting his cheek. With a resounding thud, Shrag delivered a decisive blow with a single arm, infused with seething anger, once again plunging Frieza into the maelstrom. I never expected to be collaborating with you, Shrag, Goku remarked, gazing at the colossal figure. Nor did I expect it. The great eyes failed to inform me that Frieza was here. This foe is incredibly formidable, Shrag admitted, still trembling with trepidation. His alliance with the Saiyan was born out of desperation, otherwise, it would lead to the demise of all. At that moment, a water spout ascended into the heavens, with Frieza standing at its center, his feet positioned one in front of the other, arms extended gracefully at his sides, and his tail arched in a perfect curve. His eyes, brimming with fury, resembled a pool of blood, exuding an imperial aura, while others remained oblivious. Raditz was acutely aware that this posture was one Frieza had adopted even in his golden transformation, elegant and noble, yet imbued with lethal intent. You have truly provoked me, Frieza said, a sardonic smile creeping across his lips, though his countenance betrayed his extreme displeasure. He had always approached Raditz and his companions with a mocking demeanor, for he was so overwhelmingly powerful that he felt invincible in this world. No matter how strong the Saiyans were, they were merely a warm-up for him. Despite not having unleashed even 30% of his true power, it was more than sufficient to mercilessly dominate Raditz. However, the continuous interference of Goku and Shrag, who even joined forces against him, ignited a fury within him. Veins pulsed at his temples, and a frown etched a deep crease between his brows as he summoned forth a torrent of energy with a sweeping gesture. Boom, boom. A relentless barrage of explosions erupted from the coastline to the distant mountains, sending Raditz and Goku hurtling backward over 100 meters from the sheer force of Frieza's casual gesture. The unfortunate slug, with his massive frame, possessed an extensive attack range but also made himself an easy target. Nearly a third of Frieza's energy blasts tore through Slug's body, leaving gaping holes in his limbs and torso. Blood gushed from Slug's mouth like a crimson waterfall as his colossal form gradually shrank before collapsing backward. One down. Frieza's icy gaze swept past Slug without pause, immediately locking onto Raditz and Goku. Damn, he's truly angered now. This is about to get serious. Any Senzu beans left? Raditz asked urgently. 7 total. 1 was used on Metal Planet, and each of us just consumed 1. The remaining ones are with Krillin, but Goku suddenly froze mid-sentence. He could sense Krillin's energy. Not just Krillin, Vegeta too. Upon closer focus, he even detected several Namekians near the Grand Elder's location. Raditz shook his head grimly. At their current power levels, they'd only be marching to their deaths. Only Saiyans could break through their limits through combat instincts. Others couldn't possibly make significant progress in such short time. And truth be told, even Raditz didn't know how far these instincts could push them. They might soon reach their growth limit. His sole hope was to gain another power boost through near-death recovery, preferably inching closer to becoming a Super Saiyan. Here he comes, Goku suddenly shouted, his pupils contracting in an instant as he barely managed to assume a defensive stance. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Frieza had already lunged forward, landing a powerful kick upon Goku's crossed arms. The air quivered at the boundary between the two, and in an instant, Goku was sent flying. Raditz hurriedly raised his hands to defend himself, but after only 2 punches, Frieza swiftly countered with a tail whip that sent him crashing to the ground. With a swift motion, Frieza descended and sauntered toward Raditz. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him, while the surging tides behind him provided a grand backdrop befitting an emperor. Raditz, you Saiyans have provoked my wrath. If it were Vegeta, I would not inquire further. But for you, I shall ask once more, how about becoming my subordinate? Frieza extended an olive branch, though his intentions were insincere. He merely wished to witness the proud Saiyan bow before him. He had already emerged victorious. Hey, what do you mean by no further questions for Vegeta? Frieza, it seems you harbor a bias against me, Vegeta called down from a high slope, arms crossed defiantly. Suddenly, Frieza looked up, bellowing, solar flare. The blinding light, as fierce as the sun, struck his eyes painfully, rendering him unable to open them as he shielded his face and cried out. At that moment, a keyblade spiraled toward him. In this world, there exist numerous overpowered techniques, virtually unrestricted by levels or combat power, such as the solar flare, the demon seal wave, and keyblades. While Earth's warriors may lack strength, their comprehension of martial arts is profound. The keyblade, a technique that condenses rapidly spinning energy into a disc shape before hurling it, could cleave even Frieza in two if it struck true. As the swirling keyblade hurtled closer to Frieza, he abruptly trembled and leapt into the air. Although he could not sense energy, the rush of wind and noise from the spinning blade made him acutely aware, prompting an instinctive evasion of the deadly strike. The keyblade sliced through a small hill, rendering it smooth. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Krillin quickly vanished from sight, concealing himself within the mountain crevices. Taking advantage of this moment, Raditz and Goku also sought refuge in the valley, consuming Krillin's senzu beans to recuperate. They had sustained only severe injuries, not life-threatening ones, resulting in a limited enhancement of their combat power. At that moment, several energy auras arrived a moment too late. Huh, are those Nail and the others? Krillin exclaimed. Indeed, it was them. These individuals were merely walking to their demise. Vegeta scoffed, showing no concern for the fate of the Namekians. When Nail and the others arrived, Frieza had already begun to adjust to the blinding light, slowly regaining his sight. They had come at the behest of the Elder to assist, only to find themselves confronting an enraged Frieza. Having been toyed with by the Earthlings and Vegeta, Frieza could hardly contain his fury. The instant his eyes partially opened, he unleashed a crimson whip of energy that arced through the air, cleaving the sky. The remaining combat-oriented Namekians had yet to assess the situation when Frieza's furious beam struck them. Only Nail managed to react in time, bending backward at an impossible angle. While the others were bisected, their hurried arrival ended in tragedy before they could even engage. Expressions of disbelief froze on their faces as they plummeted, blood spraying forth. Suddenly, a figure surged from the water, rescuing 3 dying Namekians and dragging them to the shore, leaving a trail of thick, purple-hued blood in its wake. It was Slug. Still alive, he desperately intercepted the wounded Namekian warriors, his body stained in crimson. Raditz was taken aback by this scene. Among the strategies he had conceived to defeat Frieza was the plan to have Piccolo assimilate all the combat-oriented Namekians. Initially rescuing these remaining warriors stemmed from a selfish desire. Could Slug be attempting the same? At this moment, Nail soared toward Piccolo. The Elder's directive was for him to merge with Piccolo to combat the impending threat. He had brought all the Namekian warriors with the intention of empowering Piccolo, but Frieza had thwarted their plans by attacking first. Furthermore, Nail suspected Slug aimed for assimilation. The combat-oriented Namekians could significantly enhance their strength through assimilation. Theoretically, as long as there were enough of them, Namekians could perpetually grow stronger. However, the fundamental requirement for assimilation was mutual consent. If forced, it might fail. As the malevolent Namekian, Slug was unfazed as he pressed his hand against the barely alive Namekian warrior's chest, emitting a dark glow as he invaded the primary consciousness, enforcing assimilation. In the process of extracting the Elder's memories, Slug grasped the intricacies of the technique. Faced with crisis, he unleashed the innate instincts of the Namekian bloodline. As a demon, his formidable malevolent will twisted the frail beliefs of the dying Namekian warrior, facilitating a successful assimilation. Dark energy erupted from his hand, swiftly engulfing both beings. the residual energy radiating with a deafening roar. Frisia was momentarily stunned by the sight. Within that orb of light lurked a formidable energy that stirred unease within him. Worn out by the relentless onslaught of peculiar techniques from these adversaries, he sought to avoid further distractions and raised his hand to unleash a death beam. Straight as an arrow and swift as thunder, the overwhelming force was capable of piercing the earth, yet Slug, with a single hand, deflected the death beam. The Namekian warrior he had been holding had vanished, and his own energy surged exponentially. Frisia was taken aback. However, Slug paid Frisia no heed, initiating a second assimilation. Treating another dying Namekian warrior as nourishment to devour, a sinister grin spreading across his face. This is exquisite. I never anticipated the benefits of assimilation to be so substantial. His wounds had fully healed, the energy expended in regenerating his severed limbs replenished in an instant, and his power soared beyond his wildest dreams. If this continued, in addition to the 3 captured warriors, he would have Nail and Piccolo 2 even stronger resources. Should he assimilate them all? Unable to contain his inner ecstasy, Slug envisioned surpassing Frisia, perhaps even eclipsing Cooler. His age heart raced with fervor, filled with ambitious dreams, each step drawing him closer to reality. In the blink of an eye, the second assimilation was complete. His current combat power was at least 7 million. In a frenzy, Slug seized the last dying warrior, grinning wickedly as he restrained him. Cease this at once. Frisia, witnessing Slug's continuous growth, recognized the threat posed by the Namekians. He propelled himself like a cannonball toward Slug. Caught in his delight, Slug reacted a moment too late. As he fled, Frisia pierced the Namekian warrior's skull, a purple ki wave erupting from the center of his head. A beam of light shooting towards the sky. Slug retreated rapidly, left with only an arm, consumed by rage. Meanwhile, Nail explained the situation to Piccolo, willingly offering himself to enhance Piccolo's power against the evil foes as per the Elder's instructions. Raditz refrained from intervening with Slug. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The most pressing threat was Frisia, and while Slug's enhancement was not entirely beneficial, it was not entirely detrimental either. At least he could buy time and exhaust Frisia's stamina. At this moment, Raditz was instructing Vegeta, guiding him to harness the experience of near-death combat to amplify his strength. The ability to resurrect and grow stronger from the brink of death was inherently bestowed upon him. To truly satisfy the multifaceted demands of the body, mind, and environment, one can only achieve peak performance amidst the crucible of battle. The distinction between near-death recovery during routine training and life-or-death combat is staggering. Moreover, the extent of enhancement is contingent upon individual talent, the intensity of the adversary, and personal willpower. Whether one ascends from 90,000 to 3 million or from 250,000 to 5 million remains a possibility. Ultimately, the limits will be determined by Vegeta. Frisia loomed above, surveying the islands below with a keen, all-seeing gaze. Aware of his inability to sense energy, he maintained his vantage point, keenly observing every movement, even the flutter of a solitary bird. The Earthlings who attempted to ambush him, along with Vegeta, had vanished after their assault, igniting an intense fury within him, akin to the frustration of ants crawling upon his back, just out of reach. Come out, he bellowed. I must locate these scoundrels and eliminate them with my own hands. Simultaneously, his peripheral vision fixated on Slug, poised atop a mountain, ready to strike. Transformed and revitalized, Slug's muscles were robust, his age diminished, and his countenance radiated vitality, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He revealed his sharp teeth, the scar across his eye twisting into a sinister grin, reminiscent of a mocking visage. With newfound power, Slug had also reclaimed a fragment of his youth, and the Namekian warriors he fused with appeared equally youthful. Thus, he was imbued with fervor, invigorated by a youthful spirit. Those who rise to power often swell with arrogance. And Slug was no exception, momentarily believing he could triumph over Frisia. He stood tall, his confidence surging, his voice booming. Frisia, witness my extraordinary strength. Casting aside the remnants of his former self, he fixed his gaze upon Frisia, extending his arms wide, his form expanding as his power surged exponentially. In the instant his transformation concluded, Slug hurtled forward, the wind whistling around him. Frisia scoffed, swiftly evading the onslaught. With Slug's massive frame carrying considerable inertia, his strike missed entirely, sending him plummeting into the water. Frisia's cold gaze swept across the islands. Is it just you? He taunted. Where are your Saiyan allies hiding? With that he gestured, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that tore through the surrounding mountains and islands, submerging landmasses beneath the waves. What should we do? Krillin clung to the cliff face, his voice trembling with panic. The barrage of energy blasts would soon rain down upon them, their overwhelming power filling him with dread. Frieza had just taken the Dragon Balls and surely hidden them nearby. Raditz made a decision. Krillin, you and Tomek go find the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, track down that Namekian brat. I'll hold off Frieza for now. Goku, prepare the Spirit Bomb. The Spirit Bomb was their most powerful weapon. Perhaps it could turn the tide. Goku took a deep breath and raised his hands toward the sky. Namek had no moon, but with 3 suns blazing above, the energy he could gather would surely be immense. All right, action. With his thunderous command, Frieza's missile struck the island with a resounding explosion, scattering everyone in all directions. Frieza's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached out to launch an attack. Having spotted you all, I am here, Raditz shouted urgently, capturing Frieza's attention as he deliberately maneuvered swiftly through the air. Indeed, his voice seized Frieza's gaze, prompting him to turn. That icy stare sliced through the air like a knife, chilling Raditz to the bone as he silently lamented the terror it invoked. Even more daunting was Frieza's velocity. He had summoned 50% of his power, boasting a combat strength of 6 million, more than double Raditz's current capabilities, and his speed had significantly escalated. As Frieza launched a flying knee strike, the force erupted from his knee, leaving Raditz unable to discern the trajectory of the impending attack. A thunderous explosion shattered the surface of the sea, creating a gaping fissure from which torrents of water cascaded down. A figure soared into the distance, gradually becoming a mere speck. Raditz stood in astonishment, incredulous that he remained unscathed. As he gazed ahead, a colossal hand loomed before him. It was Slug. The malevolent grin on Slug's face twisted towards Raditz, his gleaming white teeth betraying a sinister delight that sent chills down Raditz's spine. This smile was far from benevolent. It radiated a thirst for violence, a desire for battle that was not motivated by any intent to save Raditz from peril. In the next instant, Slug's fist swung with unyielding force, tracing an arc aimed directly at Raditz. The enormous figure moved with a deliberate yet swift momentum, prompting Raditz to hastily evade the assault. In a desperate burst of speed, Raditz narrowly escaped the oncoming strike, the razor-like gusts of energy grazing his body and drawing blood. As Slug attempted to press his advantage, a furious roar echoed from afar. Frieza, enveloped in a radiant sphere of light, hurtled towards them. Nova Strike. Slug, you have wounded me. The thunderous shout and rapid collision tore through the water's surface, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble and the air to whirl into a tempest, all of which Frieza cast aside in his wake. Slug hurriedly braced himself for the impact, but as he raised his hand, he was met with a brutal blow to his abdomen. His massive frame recoiled, spittle flying, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Frieza propelled him forcefully into the depths of the ocean, where the intense heat vaporized the seawater, enveloping the area in mist. Emerging from the water in a fit of rage, Frieza charged once more towards Raditz, his crimson eyes betraying an insatiable murderous intent. Determined, Raditz clenched his fists and roared with unbridled ferocity. 20 times. With his current strength, he could only maintain the 20-fold Kaioken for a fleeting moment. However, he needed to seize the opportunity and strike unexpectedly, otherwise he would be left to await his demise. Indeed, at the moment the 20-fold Kaioken erupted, Frieza was momentarily taken aback. The crimson waves of energy roared in all directions, causing the water's surface to ripple with intensity, creating surging tides. Below, radiant red light surged forth, and the terrifying energy blazed like a consuming inferno. A tempestuous wind spiraled around, sharp as the keenest blades, slicing through the air and producing a piercing sound. The dreadful energy blades swept across the vicinity, obliterating everything within miles, grinding rocks to dust, which was then whisked away by the howling winds. Seizing the fleeting moment of Frieza's astonishment, Raditz launched his assault. A flash of red light surged forward as he propelled himself towards Frieza, delivering a powerful punch that drilled into Frieza's abdomen, twisting his fist as he unleashed his might within. Frieza's eyes twitched with pain as he retaliated, but Raditz deftly leaped to evade the counterattack, landing his feet squarely upon Frieza. Frieza plummeted rapidly, gritting his teeth as he steadied himself, skimming across the water's surface for several dozen meters, sending sprays of water flying. Damn it! Before Frieza could finish his thought, he looked up to see a blinding light in the sky, a massive sphere of energy hurtling towards him. The dazzling shockwave. Ha 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 ha. Raditz unleashed a full-force strike, his muscles swollen to their utmost, veins protruding, his arms trembling, and his throat erupted with a thunderous roar. With a resounding bang, the explosion echoed momentarily, enveloping the surroundings in a thick veil of smoke. Raditz gasped for breath, his body burdened and fatigued. As the smoke began to dissipate, the figure of Frisia gradually emerged, his palm wreathed in wisps of smoke from deflecting the energy wave, yet his body remained unscathed. Raditz charged at him once more, moving at blinding speed to form a crimson orb of energy, trailing a flow of shimmering light like a silk ribbon in the air. Frisia met him head-on, a sphere of white light forming around him as they collided. The two forces clashed repeatedly, retreating and advancing. Soaring from the sky to the ocean's surface, tearing through the earth and then ascending back into the sky, causing the very space around them to tremble and spark with electric energy. After what seemed like a series of evenly matched encounters, Raditz chose to create distance. Breathless, his arms hung limply at his sides, the immense toll of employing the 20-fold Kyoken technique weighing heavily upon him. Damn Saiyan, are you finally out of steam? Frisia chuckled, but suddenly fell silent, his gaze drawn to the reflection on the water's surface. Above him hovered a colossal, circular object, radiating intense energy that emanated a fierce brightness, leaving him in shock. At that moment, Goku, standing not far away, bellowed, "Frisia, prepare to face my wrath." With a sweeping motion of his arms, he propelled an energy sphere downward, directed at Frisia's malevolent aura. The sphere bore down upon Frisia with tremendous speed. Vegeta, who had just risen from beside Dandy, stared at the energy sphere, a lump forming in his throat. Resurrected from the brink of death, Vegeta's power had surged dramatically, thanks to the healing abilities of the Namekians. Dandy and Kakarot, as well as the formidable presence of Frisia as an adversary. In the past, they had faced near-death experiences, but the gains had been minimal, primarily due to the weakness of their foes, which failed to provoke the Saiyan's instinct to transcend their limits. This time, they had indeed surpassed their boundaries, however. This newfound strength still felt feeble against Frisia. As he beheld the energy sphere, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, realizing he was utterly powerless to contribute. To die once more? That is not an option. The repeated brush with death in such a short span would only lead to exhaustion, yielding little enhancement. Not far off, Piccolo had heated nails plea and completed the fusion, elevating his combat power to over 2 million, with the revived Gohan trailing closely behind him. Such a colossal force. Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. What technique is that? Why have I never seen it before? Vegeta inquired. Piccolo replied candidly, it is the King Kai's ultimate technique, the Spirit Bomb. However, only Goku and Raditz possess the skill to wield it. Curse those two. Vegeta suddenly felt an overwhelming rage, realizing he had fallen significantly behind. He gritted his teeth, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. The inhabitants of Namek gazed in awe at the cataclysmic sphere of energy, their tongues clicking in disbelief. The Spirit Bomb struck Frisia like a miniature sun, propelling him into the ocean, creating a vast chasm in the sea. The surging tides inundated the surrounding low-lying land in an instant. Aya! Frisia's furious cries echoed, yet he could not dislodge the immense energy sphere. Its terrifying destructive power instilling a profound fear within him, as if he could foresee annihilation and death. For the first time, Frisia felt an inkling of fear. However, escape was no longer an option. He could only resist as he was thrust into the ocean depths. His anguished screams reverberated through the air, followed by a blinding white light that enveloped the space, visible even from distant planets as it erupted with brilliance. As the light faded, an eerie silence fell over the entire expanse. The relentless waves crashed against the barren shore, leaving an unsettling stillness. The world seemed to succumb to despair. Suddenly, with a splash, a figure emerged from the water, climbing onto the shore. His iconic crab-like head, drenched yet retaining its shape, bore witness to the struggle. In his grasp lay Raditz, utterly exhausted and being dragged ashore. Raditz was visibly fatigued, gasping for breath. The island where Piccolo and the others stood succumbed to the aftermath of the Spirit Bomb's colossal explosion. Gohan rushed to embrace Goku, tears welling in his eyes. Only 5 or 6 Namekians remained, including 2 children who cowered behind Piccolo, viewing him as their last bastion of hope. Dandy, Kark, quickly tended to Raditz's wounds. After assimilating with Nail, Piccolo had surprisingly recognized his kin. Assimilation did not alter one's personality. Indeed, Piccolo had undergone a transformation. Though young, Dandy and Kark were mature beyond their years, immediately rushing to Raditz's side, their hands glowing with healing energy. Thank you, but please hurry, Frisia is not yet defeated. Raditz uttered weakly, his complexion pale. Indeed, very well. The 2 Namekian children smiled sweetly. They were aware that this was a benevolent figure destined to save their planet, and they exhibited an extraordinary friendliness. However, a wave of malevolence suddenly struck. 2 unexpected beams of green light swiftly shot forth, striking Dandy and Kark with blinding speed. The two children, utterly defenseless, were instantly consumed by the explosive force, their bodies charred black. Yet their smiles remained frozen upon their ashen faces. Raditz's pupils quivered, and a warm liquid splattered upon his lips, causing his heart to momentarily halt. The chilling cackle of Slag echoed in his ears. Ha ha ha. The healing Namekians will not prevail against you. Now, you are utterly helpless. Ha 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 ha. Having lurked in the shadows after a fierce blow from Frisia, he seized the moment when everyone let their guard down, arrogantly proclaiming his superiority, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that swept away the remaining fighters. Amidst the chaos, 2 more Namekians fell, while those fortunate enough to survive were gravely injured, collapsing to the ground. Raditz was also hurled away, rolling several times upon the earth, his body marred by wounds. Son Goku, in a fit of rage, charged at Slag, yet the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Within mere seconds, he was knocked down. In an effort to amplify the spirit bomb's power, he infused it with his own energy, yet he found himself increasingly fatigued. Meanwhile, Dandy and Kark fell to the ground like charcoal rods. With a resounding crash, their limbs shattered, and they were reduced to cinders amidst the explosions. Life faded away so precariously, and the remnants of their charred bodies ignited Raditz's fury. How infuriating! Raditz rasped, his voice a blend of a roar and fury. The healing Namekian had perished, leaving the remaining Senzu beans in Krillin's possession. However, Krillin was nowhere to be found in this vast sea while searching for the Dragon Balls. The only remaining fighters were Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta, each possessing immense power in the millions, yet facing Shrag felt like a futile endeavor. But would transferring energy to Raditz prove beneficial? Vegeta found himself hesitating. In contrast, Piccolo decisively transferred his energy to Raditz. Yet, in the next moment, a colossal hand lunged forward, targeting Piccolo. Sensing the impending danger, Piccolo realized the peril too late, only to be seized by Shrag. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan shouted. Hee. It won't do any good no matter how you call. Shrag snapped Piccolo's left arm as if dismantling a toy, taunting, why not come to his rescue? Otherwise, I shall assimilate him as well. Piccolo cried out in agony, his face contorting in pain. Goku soared into the air once more, only to be subdued again by Shrag's single hand. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Gohan erupted in rage, launching himself at Shrag. Unleashing a relentless barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon Shrag's head, the air resonating with their impact. As the dust settled, Shrag stood unscathed, casting a disdainful glance at Gohan, his eyes flashing with electric fury. With a resounding bang, he sent Gohan crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, his arm elongated, ensnaring Goku and slamming him harshly into the earth. This fool is courting death, Vegeta thought, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow, gritting his teeth in frustration. He watched as one after another met their demise, fists clenched tightly, then glanced over at Raditz. Hearing Piccolo's anguished cries and witnessing Shrag's intent to assimilate once more, Vegeta finally relented, uncurling his hand towards Raditz, energy surging forth. Just this once. Let's finish him. Absolutely. Raditz felt the surge of Vegeta's energy, his gaze suddenly shifting. With this newfound body, he aspired to unleash a higher multiplier of the Kaioken. Roaring with primal intensity, Raditz daringly released every ounce of energy within him. A torrent as fierce as a flood breaking through a dam, while the sky darkened with gathering clouds, and thunderbolts split the air with deafening cracks. The earth trembled ominously. Countless stones and debris lifted into the air, suspended around Raditz. Cracks meandered across the ground, quivering as they stretched from the land to the sea. Shrag was momentarily stunned. Before him, Raditz appeared transformed, enveloped in golden flames, his long hair standing on end, exuding an aura of lethal intent. To his astonishment, Raditz realized he had not merely achieved a higher Kaioken, but had instead ascended to a mimetic Super Saiyan. Overjoyed within, he felt a surge of power ignite inside him. With a powerful stomp, he charged at Shrag, delivering a rapid punch that struck Shrag's cheek, sending him staggering back and drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz rescued Piccolo, hurling him toward the land. Just then, a vortex rose from the sea, heralding Frisia's return. The sudden appearance of the cosmic tyrant delivered a swift kick, sending Raditz flying as he positioned himself before Shrag, though Frisia bore the scars of the spirit bomb. With wounds on his forehead and arms and a broken finger, he showed no sign of fatigue. His breathing grew labored, his suppressed fury fueling his energy to a staggering 70. Damn Science! How dare you injure me? Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Raditz's transformation. You've changed. Could it be? You have become a Super Saiyan? No, that is merely a legend. Impossible. You are but a wild monkey. Shrag, too. sensed Raditz's formidable strength, wiping the blood from his mouth as they formed a triangular standoff. Ha ha ha. Frisia, shall we join forces against him? We both harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Saiyans. Raditz regarded the duo, his formidable aura piercing the void, clashing with their battle intent. Frisia remained silent. Yet his gaze spoke volumes. The three faced each other for what felt like an eternity, the air thick with tension, before the storm of battle erupted. In an instant, all three unleashed their terrifying energy, charging toward one another. Shrag's fist lunged at Raditz, while Raditz's leg aimed for Shrag, the two engaging first. But Frisia, with his unparalleled might, swung in with a powerful strike. Bang! The immense force collided with Shrag, sending him hurtling into the sea, while Raditz retreated in haste. In the air, Frisia, brimming with rage, twisted every joint, making them crack ominously, his crimson eyes reflecting a demonic fury as his energy surged. Each of us is a pair against one. Frisia began to gather energy, his murderous intent compelling him to annihilate everyone in one fell swoop. Initially, he had to warm up after transforming. Once that was done, he had only unleashed 3/4 of his strength, confident he could easily end the battle. However, he had underestimated the alliance of Shrag and Raditz. As he reached 70% of his power, he realized these adversaries had grown stronger. With Raditz now instilling a sense of unease within him, reminiscent of the legendary Super Saiyan. The game had gone on too long. Frisia resolved to eliminate any future threats once and for all. Yet, his full power required sufficient energy to gather, as long as he could delay. Both the Namekians and Saiyans would soon become cosmic dust. His energy continued to swell. This monster. Vegeta leaned against a rock, horrified. Does Frisia know no bounds? Curse you. Kakarot, can that spirit bomb be summoned again? It's impossible. We've already drawn all the energy from the nearby planets. There will be no more. Goku lay on the ground, shaking his head slightly. Is there truly no way out? Vegeta's hands fell weakly, his voice tinged with an indescribable sorrow. Yet, he would never flee. It was a matter of Saiyan pride and a glimmer of hope for Raditz. At that moment, a golden flash streaked across his vision. So fast he could barely discern it. The golden figure was Raditz. He charged toward Frisia, his fist crackling with energy, tearing through the void. Frisia felt the gale force wind and instinctively reacted, ducking just in time to evade Raditz's lightning-fast punch. In a blink, Raditz vanished from sight, reappearing behind Frisia, his energy roiling. Delivering a kick with the precision of a blade. The speed of Raditz's leg was matched by Frisia's reflexes. Sensing the impending assault from behind, Frisia leaped upward, his tail snapping like a whip, ensnaring Raditz's leg. Utilizing the momentum from the forceful kick, Frisia spun around, positioning himself beside Raditz, and launched an assault with his legs. Begone! Raditz scoffed coldly, raising one hand to unleash a torrent of white energy. The brilliant surge enveloped Frisia, yet Raditz displayed no trace of elation. Instead, he swiftly evaded. In an instant, Frisia broke through the blinding light, his fierce kick slicing through the air where Raditz had just stood, creating a howling gust. Drink! In the distance. Shrag roared as he charged forward, his fist resembling towering mountains, unleashing a frenzied barrage aimed at Raditz and Frisia. Boom! Raditz retaliated with his own punch, generating a dazzling arc of electricity. Frisia, however, swiftly evaded the attack and lunged at Raditz, delivering a ferocious tail strike that sent him crashing into the water. Instantly, a tumultuous wave surged forth, churning the waters violently. Yet, Shrag did not relent against Frisia. A green light emanated from his eyes, exploding against Frisia's left arm and sending him flying. Just as Frisia regained his footing, the waves below suddenly surged, a shadow darting out, prompting him to leap away while simultaneously unleashing a ki blast. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was merely an energy sphere that had been launched. Damn, not this. Frisia's gaze shifted, noticing a figure emerging behind him. In an instant, he turned around. Here. With a graceful spin, he swung his arm, releasing a beam of white light that collided with the energy sphere, resulting in another explosion. Not at all. Frisia exclaimed in astonishment, when suddenly a voice echoed from behind. I am here. Frisia swiftly turned around, only to find Raditz delivering a powerful blow, his fist radiating immense energy that sent shockwaves through Frisia's body. Having just gained the upper hand, Slug's massive hand descended from the heavens, resembling a collapsing sky, pressing down with overwhelming force. Raditz was compelled to abandon his relentless assault, retreating explosively as Frisia was struck down by a single mighty slap. The thunderous roars echoed, lightning illuminating the darkened sky, casting a stark brightness upon the jagged rocks that loomed ominously like malevolent spirits. Fierce winds swept across the land and sea, engulfing the entire planet in a cataclysmic tempest. creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the apocalypse. The fierce clashes continued to resonate, Raditz and Slug's energies colliding with explosive ferocity, triggering a series of colossal explosions that lit the landscape with fiery brilliance, causing the earth to tremble as if on the verge of splitting apart. Raditz's combat prowess surpassed that of Slug, and as the fierce battle raged on, Slug gradually succumbed, his breath becoming erratic. After sustaining several blows, Slug's strength waned. Could the Kaioken reach this level? No, that couldn't be right. The Kaioken did not manifest in golden energy. Goku stared in astonishment at Raditz's golden aura, his voice trembling. While others may not comprehend the Kaioken, he understood it intimately. The tremendous increase in power came with an unfathomable strain on the body, often limiting its use to brief intervals. Moreover, the intensity of one's physique was directly proportional to the multiplier. So how could the injured Raditz possibly employ a higher multiplier of the Kaioken? But if it wasn't the Kaioken, what could it be? It was the Super Saiyan, indeed. It was the Super Saiyan. Vegeta suddenly exclaimed, his eyes alight with admiration and longing. Having never witnessed a Super Saiyan before, Vegeta was convinced that this was the embodiment of one, and all his hopes and aspirations surged forth, causing his body to tremble with inexplicable excitement. Meanwhile, Goku trembled for an entirely different reason, shaken by another formidable energy. Upon the ocean's surface, Frieza slowly emerged, his form transforming dramatically from emaciated to robust, his astonishing energy surging alongside this transformation. This was dire. Raditz kicked Slug away and hastily retreated. In the midst of their skirmish, they had overlooked Frieza, who had been submerged in water, unexpectedly accumulating energy to reach his full potential. 100%, 100 million. Frieza then soared into the air, surrounded by a dazzling aura, unleashing a cacophony that pierced the atmosphere. His speed was such that even Raditz could only catch a glimpse of his afterimage. It was only when the explosive sounds ceased that Raditz turned to see Frieza delivering a devastating punch to Slug's abdomen, the force ripping through flesh and creating a gaping hole. Immediately afterward, a torrent of rapid attacks ensued, each strike eluding any defense. No, Shrag bellowed with a voice strained to the breaking point, as the confidence he derived from his strength swiftly morphed into a frenzied terror. He gazed at Frieza in disbelief, his face a canvas of fear, doubt, panic, and despair, emotions swirling chaotically upon his weary visage. Regret gnawed at his insides. Had he known, he would have silently fled, avoiding the hubris of confronting Frieza. Just moments ago, he had harbored a sliver of hope that he could vanquish Frieza and gradually usurp the frozen demon clan's reign within the cosmos. At this moment, he longed to have never set foot on that accursed planet Namek, and he loathed the cunning Saiyan, Dorius, who had orchestrated his downfall. Yet, there exists no remedy for regret. Frieza unleashed a furious energy wave that pierced through his being, propelling him into the void. The excruciating pain and boundless despair consumed all his senses as his body convulsed. Shrag diminished further, akin to a drifting leaf on the breeze. Frieza turned his gaze, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Raditz, it's your turn. Vegeta trembled, Piccolo quaked, and the very planet shuddered beneath their feet. Boom. Thunder cleaved the somber skies of planet Namek, splitting the realm into light and shadow, as flickering lightning adorned Frieza's form with an ethereal sheen. The tumultuous aura rent the abyssal ocean, while whirlwinds howled with a piercing cry. The smoke from the explosions billowed away with the wind, yet the acrid scent lingered, an ominous barrier between the two. Frieza soared forward, launching a fist aimed squarely at Raditz. The rapid onslaught, enshrouded in a sphere of light, created shockwaves that rippled through the air, leaving Raditz barely able to glimpse a fleeting shadow. Here it comes. The fierce wind rushed towards him, and his instincts reacted swifter than his mind could process. Without a moment's hesitation, Raditz raised his arms in defense. With a resounding thud, a powerful punch soared forth like a shooting star. Raditz raised his hands to block the assault, yet the immense force propelled him backward relentlessly, crashing against his body with unyielding vigor. A surge of blood erupted from his mouth as he staggered back, his arms trembling uncontrollably, the essence of life roiling within him. Merely a single punch, and I, Raditz, find myself wiping away the blood with the back of my hand, my pupils suddenly constricting. Frieza is upon us once more. Without affording a moment's respite, a barrage of relentless attacks rained down upon Raditz. Initially, he managed to fend off a few strikes, but as the battle wore on, fatigue set in, and soon every blow from Frieza found its mark, each one more devastating than the last. The state of his pseudo-Super Saiyan form remained unstable. After enduring a series of relentless assaults, the golden aura surrounding Raditz began to flicker ominously. This is dire, Raditz's demise is merely a matter of time, Vegeta remarked, gazing anxiously at the heavens. The full extent of Frisia's power is truly terrifying. Piccolo, nursing his severed arm, felt a profound despair rising within him. Indeed, it was futile. No. You still have a chance. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the sea, raspy and muffled, yet imbued with a hint of determination. Following the sound, they beheld Shrag struggling to crawl ashore, his dwindling life force slipping away, every ounce of strength expended in his desperate attempt to reach the land. Shrag? The crowd on the shore exclaimed in unison. Your vitality is indeed remarkable. Piccolo sneered as he approached Shrag, allowing me to guide you on your final journey. Kill me, and you shall be unable to defeat Frisia. Shrag let out a sinister chuckle, clawing at the stones by the shore, struggling to pull himself up. The exhausted Shrag, panting heavily, found each breath laced with blood. Piccolo stood before him, disregarding his bravado, raising his arm high, fingers poised like claws, ready to strike. Assimilate with me, and you shall conquer Frisia, Shrag declared with fervent indignation. Assimilation? Piccolo's assault abruptly halted, his sharp claws poised a mere inch from Slug's heart, the knuckles emitting a crisp crack. Indeed, even my fusion with several second-rate warriors could yield such formidable power. If you were to assimilate with me, we could surely vanquish Frisia. Slug coughed up blood, his eyes half-lidded, the spark of life within him gradually dimming. He was nearing death, having endured Frisia's brutal onslaught. And it was nothing short of a miracle that he had lasted this long. Perhaps influenced by the persona of the Namekian warrior he had assimilated, Slug, in his dying moments, willingly offered himself. Piccolo hesitated for a fleeting instant. At that moment, Raditz, struck for what seemed like the umpteenth time, was battered and bruised. Crimson blood cascading from the heavens, his golden aura flickering faintly, on the verge of extinguishment. Frisia's overwhelming might transcended the imagination of those present. To survive, assimilation appeared to be a prudent course of action. With a determined grit of his teeth, Piccolo pressed his hand against Slug's chest, declaring, if I sense anything amiss, I will expel you immediately. What can I do in my current state? All I can offer you is power, Slug replied, resignedly. So be it. With a cold snort, Piccolo conjured a radiant white light in his palm, and Slug's throat erupted in a spray of blood as he unleashed his final desperate scream. Accompanying this cry, a towering beam of light surged upwards, piercing the molten core beneath the earth and shattering the oppressive clouds, as if freezing the very fabric of space itself. Even Frisia could not help but turn his head in astonishment. As the blinding radiance gradually waned, Frisia beheld not Piccolo, nor Slug, but a brand new Namekian. This Namekian exuded an immense sense of pressure. Vegeta and Goku stood in disbelief. Slug and Piccolo had merged into one, their formidable energy reaching unfathomable heights. Is this really Piccolo? Goku exclaimed. It's impossible for two beings to fuse and achieve such power, Vegeta began. His words abruptly cut short as Piccolo unleashed an explosive surge of energy, the force emanating from him even more potent than before. Even Frisia's eyes widened in alarm, revealing a look of tension. The Namekian. No, a Super Namekian Frisia, your time has come. Raditz ultimately could not withstand the pressure any longer. His form swayed precariously, his once ascendant hair gradually settling down, akin to a deflated balloon returning to calm, followed by the disappearance of the golden light. A Super Namekian? Frisia's brow twitched as he cast a fierce glance at Raditz, snapping his tail to deliver a brutal strike that sent Raditz crashing to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Piccolo let out a frenzied roar, his figure racing forward enveloped in a sphere of white energy, carving an arc of light through the air. How swift! Frisia's eyes widened in astonishment, as he perceived that Piccolo's speed had surpassed his own. In the next moment, a resounding blow echoed as Piccolo's iron fist struck Frisia, creating a thunderous roar that rippled through the air. Frisia was propelled skyward by the force of the punch. His arm, which he attempted to use to block, was brutally shattered. The incredulous scene unfolded before Raditz. This display had transcended the first stage of Super Saiyan, rivaling even Trunks' might when he vanquished Mecha Frisia. Unbeknownst to Piccolo, who was oblivious to the shock of others, he surged forward, delivering another powerful punch to Frisia's face. With a resounding thud, blood splattered as Frisia, drenched in crimson, plummeted from the heavens, his form hurtling through the air with a series of explosive bursts. The once indomitable ruler of the cosmos now found himself ensnared in a paralyzing dread beneath the weight of two mighty blows. His eyes bulged larger than brass bells, filled with rage and desperation. Agonizing pain radiated from his abdomen, face, and arms, while his spirit plummeted into an abyss of despair. At that moment, He beheld a colossal wave of green energy, spanning 10 meters in diameter, surging towards him like a ravenous beast intent on his annihilation. There was no time to evade. He could only muster his resolve to brace against it, determined to push it back. Drink! Roared Piccolo, as if the heavens and earth were cleaved asunder. A resplendent radiance, entwined with swirling magical energy, spanned the void, obliterating the ominous clouds and thunder within its brilliance. The ferocious energy surged forth, sweeping aside all in its path, penetrating the atmosphere and soaring directly into the cosmos. No. Frisia's desperate and prolonged scream tore through the earth and ascended into the heavens, echoing into the vast expanse of the universe. A figure was hurled into the boundless cosmos. Damn those Saiyans! Damn that Namekian! Frisia, bloodied and battered, had reverted from his 100 state, his tail severed, and his left arm hung limply at his side, gasping for breath. As he opened his mouth, blood spewed forth, staining his lips a vibrant crimson. Unfortunately, in the cosmos, his complaints and fury could not resonate beyond his own mind. Frisia's heart roared. How could the Emperor of the Universe be defeated? How could a mere Namekian render him in such a pitiful state? They all must perish. They all must perish. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he understood the grave crisis of planetary annihilation. Piccolo's strength far surpassed his own. How could the frost demons encounter a rival? His dignity and pride were under siege. Frisia, maddened and consumed by rage, emitted a chilling, sinister laugh, declaring, "Then I shall obliterate you all." The last time he beheld the flames of destruction was over 20 years ago on planet Vegeta. Ha ha. His maniacal laughter echoed, causing his bones to ache and his wounds to split further. Yet, Frisia paid no heed, excitement overwhelming his pain as he conjured a small red sphere at his fingertips. Planetary Destruction Sphere. It was this very technique that annihilated planet Vegeta 2 decades prior, and now, history was set to repeat itself. However, this time, the power was far greater. The red orb crackled with pulsating lightning. Initially no larger than an egg, it suddenly expanded into a colossal entity hundreds of meters in diameter. The red light and heat radiated from its surface like a miniature sun, emanating an unbearable brilliance. "You shall all turn to ash," Frisia cackled wickedly, waving his finger as the immense, fiery sphere hurtled towards Namek. Before it even struck the surface, the energy shockwave disrupted the atmosphere. A relentless storm surged forth, hurling columns of magma from the ground as the earth fractured, cracks radiating across the entire planet. On Namek, everyone witnessed the sun-like fireball approaching them. Once this high-purity energy blast descended, Namek and all its inhabitants would meet their doom. It must not fall. "Piccolo!" Raditz shouted vehemently. Piccolo turned and cast a cold glance at Raditz, blood streaming from his eyes, his gaze icy as the biting winds of the far north. Raditz recoiled in shock as he beheld the swirling malevolent energy within Piccolo's eyes. This was not the Piccolo he knew. This was pure demonic essence. Their eyes met briefly before Raditz involuntarily stumbled backward, colliding with the frigid rocks, a chill running down his spine. Yet, Piccolo did not spare him another glance. He faced the descending destruction sphere, his pupils constricting as he raised both hands, unleashing an unremarkable wave of energy. The green shockwave, barely a dozen meters in diameter, seemed insignificant compared to the cataclysmic sphere, and upon colliding with its surface, it was immediately deflected like a stream encountering a stubborn boulder. Nevertheless, Piccolo remained undeterred, his eyes gleaming with cold determination as he snapped his arm, amplifying the shockwave's power. Under the influence of Slug's formidable evil will, he reclaimed the essence of the Dark King. This malevolence unleashed his innate cruelty. What did it matter to him if Frisia was the Emperor of the Universe? He was determined to slay the king. The searing fireball, propelled by the shockwave, halted its descent and began to retreat. In the void of space, Frisia beheld his own planetary destruction sphere being pushed back, propelled by Piccolo's shockwave, racing toward him at alarming speed, threatening to engulf him. How could he be struck by his own power? Frisia retaliated with another blast, launching a second planetary destruction sphere. The colossal fireball crashing into the first in an attempt to utilize the energy pressure to force the destruction sphere back. Yet, Piccolo remained unfazed. "Ha!" he bellowed, as the shockwave's might surged, uprooting countless stones and soil, defying gravity itself. The two destruction spheres continued their relentless advance, the blazing fireball mere inches away from Frisia, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour him whole. How infuriating! The once mighty cosmic emperor let out a desperate cry, consumed by the very annihilation he had unleashed. Frisia's gaze became unfocused, as if his world were crumbling before him. sound faded away, his vision blurred, and even his sensations began to dissipate. He was absorbed into the energy, propelled far into the cosmos by Piccolo's shockwave. The tumult of the atmosphere and the turbulence of the waves gradually subsided, and the molten lava that had erupted slowly descended, leaving a cataclysmic scene frozen upon the scarred planet. Though immediate destruction did not ensue, Namek was rendered uninhabitable. Piccolo, having vanquished Frisia, wore an expression of unrestrained delight upon his icy visage, revealing sharp teeth and wide eyes that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. He spread his arms wide, facing the heavens, and unleashed a prolonged, thunderous laughter, each peal resonating like a clap of thunder. What an astonishing display of power! Piccolo had grown immensely formidable. Goku and Raditz, supporting each other, found themselves at the limits of their strength. Yet within this overwhelming aura lingered an unsettling feeling. Vegeta grasped Gohan by the ankle, dragging him along the ground as he approached the two. His complexion was grim, the oppressive energy radiating from Piccolo sending chills down his spine, as though he were confronted by Frisia once more. Run! Raditz recalled the intense gaze from moments ago, a chill piercing through his heart. Seizing the opportunity while he was off guard, he hastily fled. He was no longer the same as Piccolo. As soon as Goku's voice emerged, it was abruptly interrupted by the hoarse roar of Raditz, who had his throat constricted. Run! Vegeta exclaimed as he swiftly grabbed Gohan and dashed ahead. Following closely behind were Goku and Raditz, their energy reserves dwindling, compelling them to hastily retreat. The remaining Namekians were of little concern. If they perished, they could always be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. Their immediate priority was to find a safe haven and ensure their survival. However, Piccolo abruptly ceased his shouting, his eyes glinting with a cold intensity as he focused on the four of them. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, halting with a resounding blast of air that sent ripples through the void. You shall not escape from me, the great demon King Piccolo. You are merely obstacles to my dominion over this world. With a raised hand, a brilliantly colored energy sphere coalesced, its compressed power far surpassing Frisia's planet-destroying attack. No one would be able to withstand this. In that moment of peril, Raditz emitted a frantic whistle, the unpracticed notes escaping his lips. The Namekian planet teetered on the brink of annihilation, the intense battles continually ravaging its surface. Additionally, a towering jungle stood tall, voraciously absorbing the essence of the earth. The Tree of Might had been reborn. Dabura found himself beneath the tree, leaning against Slug's massive spaceship, a Dragon Ball at his side. Surrounded by the scattered corpses of Namekians, Tien and Nappa stood across from him, panting and battered. Just moments ago, while Frisia and Raditz were embroiled in a fierce clash, another brutal fight unfolded here. Dabura's long-conceived plan had finally reached its climactic conclusion. Upon learning that Raditz and his companions had wrested the Dragon Balls from Slug during their battle, he resolved to escape Slug's watchful eye. However, he did not seize the 3 Dragon Balls from Slug, as their size rendered them cumbersome for flight. Instead, he intended to ensnare Slug in combat, allowing him to commandeer the spaceship. With the 5 Dragon Balls he had, 3 from Slug and 2 he had pilfered from Frisia, his ambitions grew bolder. Frisia's reconnaissance devices lay in ruins, yet Dabura possessed a salvaged one, which had detected the faint life signals of the remaining Namekians. Once he acquired Frisia's Dragon Balls, he planned to claim the 2 here. As Dabura attempted to seize the Dragon Balls, Tien and Nappa rose to resist. Having consumed numerous fruits from the Tree of Might after fleeing Earth, Dabura's strength had significantly surged. However, Tien and Nappa, having trained in the gravity chamber and stimulated their potential by the Elder, also experienced rapid enhancements, resulting in a fierce and prolonged confrontation. What was initially expected to be a swift engagement devolved into a fierce struggle. Dabura sustained several hits, particularly feeling the sting of Tien's Kikaho, leaving him with a lingering ache in his back. Nevertheless, his opponents were in a far more dire state, their energy substantially depleted. How have your powers increased so dramatically? Dabura inquired, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he scrutinized Tien and Nappa. No comment. Tien Shinhan scoffed coldly. Is that so? Quite a bold tone, isn't it? Do you think landing a few hits on me makes you impressive? Dallas was incensed by Tien Shinhan's demeanor, his fists clenched tightly as he brandished his hands menacingly. I possess techniques from which you cannot escape, he retorted. What a joke. If it weren't for that fool aiding you, you would have perished 1,000 times over. Earthling, do not overestimate yourself. Then allow me to demonstrate the might of Earthlings. To everyone's surprise, Tien Shinhan launched himself forward, arms spread wide at his temples, charging directly at Dallas. He realized that continuing this way would inevitably lead to his defeat. He had no choice but to take a risk with a new technique. Noticing this, Naba hurried to follow, but he was ultimately a moment too late. The solar flare? Humph, I have already seen through that trick. Dallas scoffed upon recognizing Tien Shinhan's initial stance, fully prepared for what was to come. Indeed, at that moment, Tien Shinhan bellowed solar flare. A blinding golden light flashing before them. Dallas leaped into the air, evading the dazzling brilliance, and disdainfully snorted, turning to deliver a powerful kick. The force surged through his leg, landing squarely against Tien Shinhan's midsection, causing the Earthling to flinch slightly. The four clones technique. Such an old tactic. Dallas grinned smugly, as if he had unraveled all of Tien Shinhan's strategies. He had already observed Tien Shinhan's movements. To charge in alone meant he had a plan. The moment the solar flare was unleashed, Dallas sensed the shadow lurking behind him, waiting to strike. But why was there only one? The answer revealed itself in the next heartbeat. Two more Tien Shinhan appeared, forming a triangular formation with the original on the ground, each extending forearms in the four demon fist stance. Each hand was charged with a single-handed ki blast. 12 rounds of ki blasts, arranged in a triangular formation, poised to strike with no blind spots. This was Tien Shinhan's so-called technique from which one could never escape. Damn it, Dales exclaimed, shaking his head to survey the gaps before propelling himself forward with great haste. However, the energy cannon soon followed with a resounding blast. A barrage of 12 shots erupted, enveloping the air in clouds of dust, while the sky became saturated with a sharp, acrid scent. The ground trembled violently, resonating with the distant pillars of light. That Ba couldn't help but grin. This lad indeed had his moments. Yet, Tien Shinhan unleashed a series of 4 fists, combining the 4 demon fists and energy cannon. His strength had already diminished significantly. Several of his clones immediately reverted to his original form, their silhouettes merging until they ultimately coalesced into one. Scoundrel! The resounding roar of Dales echoed through the dense smoke. Immediately, a brilliant white energy surged through the thick haze, propelling Tien Shinhan against the rocky terrain. The boulder cracked, sending countless fragments flying into the air, as dust billowed forth, shrouding the scene in a dim and murky hue. Amidst the debris, a bloodied figure emerged, Dales. His battle attire lay tattered and torn, his forehead stained with blood, and a piece of armor shattered on his chest, while a charred patch on his back exuded a foul odor. Despite his disheveled appearance, his eyes gleamed with a fierce light, radiating a terrifying aura. Moments ago, he had delivered a devastating blow, sending Tien crashing into the stone. Gritting his teeth, Dales inhaled sharply, his breath labored. Furious that a mere earthling dared to employ such trickery. Coughing, Tien lay sprawled amidst the rubble, gazing skyward in defeat. The impact of Dales's strike left him feeling as though his body had been shattered, and he realized that even his ultimate technique had proven insufficient. With great effort, he managed to lift his torso, his eyes burning with determination. Nappa, I see you. Though Tien was not well acquainted with Nappa, their divergent styles did not hinder their shared pursuit of strength. Witnessing Tien's ultimate move stirred a sense of admiration within Nappa. Together, you two can barely withstand my assault. Do not even think about resisting alone. Dale sneered, grotesquely licking his own blood. Despite his injuries, his confidence remained unshaken as he charged forward, colliding with Nappa's robust physique. The clash of energies sent ripples of force radiating outward, akin to waves crashing against the shore. In an instant, Nappa, gritting his teeth, staggered backward, his arm cracking audibly, followed by a cry of anguish. Seizing the opportunity, Dales launched a powerful kick, sending Nappa sprawling. Without a moment's pause, Dales advanced, landing a punch squarely in Nappa's abdomen. In a desperate response, Nappa swung a heavy fist, striking Dales's arm. Though the pain made Dales grit his teeth, he quickly retaliated with a kick, landing another blow. The combat intensified, with Dales maintaining the upper hand. Ultimately, a final, crushing blow sent Nappa crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater and fracturing the earth around them. Can you still rise? Dales taunted as he watched Nappa struggle to regain his footing, his eyes filled with disdain. Yet, just moments later, his brow furrowed in disbelief as he witnessed Nappa slowly rising. The latter, trembling and unsteady, somehow found the strength to stand once more. Oh, quite resilient, aren't you? Did you not look down upon me, a lowly scion? Why then can you not overcome me? A chilling light glinted in Dales's eyes. You are the inferior one. Nappa's face contorted with effort, his powerful arms raised to shield his head, fixing a steely gaze upon Dales's grotesque visage. After the battle on Earth, Nappa's previous confidence had been shattered, yet Raditz had not belittled him. Instead, he had guided him in training, enabling him to reclaim his scion pride. He dedicated countless hours to training, rivaling even Vegeta, if not surpassing him. For Raditz had proclaimed that with his potential, he could indeed grow immensely strong. He was the most formidable of Saiyans. Dales, if you have the guts, stop talking and come at me. Nappa's body tensed, power surging forth, enveloping him in a formidable aura. Dales's eyes twitched as he charged at Nappa. His hands morphed into claws, slashing through the air with lightning speed, breaching Nappa's defenses and shattering his protective barrier. With a resounding impact, Nappa was sent hurtling away. In the blink of an eye, he collapsed again, 3 deep gashes appearing on his forearm, blood gushing forth. Are you not proud? Stand up and show me. Dales's words faltered as he observed Nappa rising once more. Despite his immense form trembling, he somehow summoned the strength to stand before Dales again. I'm not down yet. Humph. Dales's expression changed dramatically, his fury igniting. Die. With a sinister smile, he lunged forward, pouring all his strength into a single hand, ruthlessly aiming a strike at Nappa's chest. Nappa summoned the last of his energy, extending his hands in resistance, closing his eyes. He understood that he could not withstand this blow. All he could do was to try to resist and leave the outcome to fate. Bang! A tremendous force surged forth, akin to a meteor crashing from the heavens. Yet in the next instant, Dales was sent flying, his combat suit shredding apart, blood spraying everywhere. It seemed someone dared to harm my companion. How fortuitous. As I had just clawed my way back from the brink of death, my anger boiling, Raditz stood protectively in front of Nappa, his eyes radiating a cold indifference. Dales was propelled hundreds of meters away, leaving an imprint of his form on the mountainside. I couldn't defeat him, Nappa gasped, his face pale, swaying as if about to collapse at any moment. Raditz, positioned at the forefront, was also in a less than ideal state, speaking through labored breaths. You have done exceptionally well. Receiving your praise feels rather peculiar. In the past, it was Nappa, in his superior stance, who commended Raditz. Now, the roles had reversed. Next time we engage in a contest of strength, I shall grant you an additional opportunity. Agreed. It seemed as though Ba had fulfilled his wishes and could finally close his eyes, collapsing straight down with a thud. Behind him, Yukong and Vegeta gently descended, carrying Gohan, while Krillin and Tillmate, who had just arrived, followed the radar signal to converge. Krillin had initially been searching the ocean with Tillmate but, having found no trace, reluctantly returned to the canyon to retrieve the radar before setting out once more. He soon discovered several Dragon Balls moving at high speed and followed them, only to realize that Dallas had been constantly changing positions with the Dragon Balls, which was why he had arrived in such haste. Krillin, give Tien some senza beans. His energy is nearly depleted. Krillin had just arrived and was still unaware of the situation, thinking to himself that everyone appeared exceedingly weak. However, in comparison, Tien was on the brink of death. The excessive use of the Kikaho technique was extremely perilous. After firing 12 blasts, merely holding on to a breath was a testament to his resilience. As the group surveyed their surroundings, they witnessed towering trees once again rising from the planet's surface, their fruits ripening. The ecological balance of Namek had been entirely disrupted. Lava erupted from the ground, the continent fractured into smaller islands, and natural disasters, such as tsunamis and storms, incessantly wreaked havoc. The sky darkened ominously, filled with flashes of lightning and brilliant sparks, creating a scene reminiscent of a raging inferno. Dallas emerged amidst the brilliance of the lightning, half of his form illuminated while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. It was astonishing that these individuals had survived. Frieza was truly inept. Yet, observing their weakened state, Dallas muttered to himself that a few more fruits would suffice. His plan had initially seemed flawless, with all battles accounted for, and he had ample time. If only he could locate the final Dragon Ball, he could wish for immortality. Little did he expect that Raditz and the others would still be alive, unwilling to let his previous efforts go to waste. He recalled the ship laden with the hard-won Dragon Balls. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Dallas fixated on the fruit hanging from the tree. The ripe fruits gleamed enticingly, beckoning to be plucked. Seizing the moment while Raditz and the others conversed, Dallas darted toward the tree's apex, swiftly snatching several fruits and devouring them ravenously, fearing interruption. To his astonishment, Raditz and the others merely watched him ascend, showing no inclination to stop him. Had they truly lost their strength? In a moment of oblivion to the pain he had just endured, Dallas became enraptured by his fantasies, greedily grabbing and voraciously consuming the fruits of the Tree of Might. Dallas, have you had enough? Come down, Raditz called out coolly. Finally thinking of stopping me? Alas, it is too late. Come down? I want you all dead. The arrogant Dallas, clutching the last ripe fruit, landed with a flourish, gazing at the exhausted Raditz and the others with elation. Your earlier ambush has infuriated me, considering our old acquaintance. I offer you a piece of advice. Prepare to meet your end. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted as Dallas had barely finished his taunt before being propelled away. His chest shattered. Raditz had driven his elbow into Dallas, pushing him against the mountainside, embedding him several meters deep. Blood splattered across Raditz's face and body, further enhancing the tragic and fearsome visage of the already battered warrior. Darius gazed incredulously at the man before him, his breaths coming in ragged gasps, his body appearing utterly feeble. Yet, how could he still possess such formidable strength? He pondered the notion that even the most weakened tiger would not succumb to a mere insect. With a sudden spurt of blood, Darius felt as though his lungs had been obliterated. A single blow had brought him to the brink of death. The thought of the spirit tree's fruit flashed through his mind. The very essence of power lay within that fruit. Clenching one tightly in his hand, he hastily shoved it into his mouth. The crimson liquid stained the fruit, its vibrant hue accentuated by the blood that filled his mouth. Trembling, he bit down, the fountain of blood within him mingling with the flesh of the fruit, his face alternating between shades of blue and white until he finally swallowed it. An exaggerated expression of ecstasy washed over Darius, akin to a soul redeemed. Without uttering a word, Raditz struck down with a mighty fist, shattering Darius's body. An eerie expression lingered on Darius's face, one that was both hallucinatory and deranged. Cursed fate, he would surely perish. Tragically deluded, Darius believed that the spirit tree's fruit was his sole path to strength, thus revealing the frailty and ignorance that dwelled within him. Despite his scheming, he ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force, perishing in a manner both small and pitiful. Vegeta merely responded with a cold chuckle. Raditz cast a lingering glance at the corpse before descending, urgently declaring, "Piccolo will be here shortly." The whistle can only hold him at bay temporarily, and the shockwave he unleashed has already compromised the core. It won't be long before Namek explodes. We must leave at once. The memory of the ferocious Piccolo from moments prior sent an inexplicable chill through Raditz and his companions. That power was terrifying. Had Raditz not had the presence of mind to blow the whistle, they would all have perished. Even so, the uncontrollable Piccolo continued to unleash energy. Explosive shockwaves tearing through the sky and penetrating the earth, reaching the very core. Catastrophe struck at that moment, as Namek, ensnared by the spirit tree, faced an even greater peril. The difference between a dying star and an exploding one was negligible. Krillin, perplexed, inquired, "Piccolo? What has happened to him?" "There is no time for explanations," Raditz urged, preparing to activate the spaceship. His hand reached for the capsule, only to find emptiness, his expression paling instantly. The capsule was missing. The capsule box entrusted to Krillin contained basic supplies and daily tools, but the spaceship was personally safeguarded by Raditz. Amidst the fierce battle, his clothing had been torn to shreds, and he had placed the capsule in his pants pocket, unaware that half of it would be obliterated along with the most vital capsule. They often say pants are indestructible, but that is not an absolute truth. It seems next time, I shall have to hide it within my underwear. That would be the safest and most secure place. What about Shrag's spaceship? During the battle, it had already been pierced through. Tien, having regained his strength, approached Raditz. "Wait, what about the Dragon Balls? We still have the Dragon Balls," Krillin exclaimed with delight. Tien, carrying Gohan and Daba, chimed in, "Yes, we can make a wish with the Dragon Balls." One Dragon Ball lay beneath the spirit tree. When Darius first arrived, the Namekians mistook him for Goku. So when Darius expressed his desire for the Dragon Balls, they promptly unearthed one and presented it to him. Darius had been utterly perplexed, his hands poised to employ various techniques of coercion and intimidation. Yet, none were necessary, he had simply received the Dragon Ball. Ultimately, this stroke of luck was interrupted by Daba and Tien. Otherwise, Darius would have indeed succeeded. Now, aside from the one that had been unearthed, another lay buried deep underground, while the remaining 5 were indicated by the radar to be aboard Shrag's wrecked spaceship. The group hastily set to work, gathering the Dragon Balls together. Upon seeing that each Dragon Ball remained pristine and translucent, Raditz felt a surge of relief. This indicated that the Dragon Balls of Namek still held their power, and the Grand Elder was still alive. Much like the Dragon Balls of Earth, the life of their creator was intricately linked to the Dragon Balls, and the Grand Elder was indeed the creator of the Namekian Dragon Balls. Tracing the origins, the Dragon Balls of Namek were but fragments of the Super Dragon Balls. Their miraculous ability to grant wishes not bestowed by the Namekians, but rather a gift from the dragon god, Salam. The distinguished dragon clan among the Namekians were the recipients of the dragon god's blessings. They crafted the Dragon Balls, intertwining them with the dragon. This elder was the oldest and most powerful of the surviving Namekians, yet his advanced age rendered him susceptible to death at any moment, particularly in such a cataclysmic environment where unforeseen calamities could arise. The apocalypse loomed ever closer. The Grand Elder could perish at any time. Even more alarming was the resurgence of Piccolo's energy. Not long ago, Raditz had managed to quell Piccolo's fury with the whistle. However, after being subjected to mental interference, Piccolo had descended into a frenzy, seemingly afflicted by a split personality that grappled within him, clutching his head in agony, thus delaying his pursuit. At this moment, the formidable and malevolent energy surged forth. Piccolo's energy is awakening. Quick, make a wish. Raditz shouted urgently. We must act swiftly. No one can withstand the current Piccolo. Yet, when Goku uttered the incantation, the Dragon Balls responded not at all. Could it be that the incantation was flawed? Krillin attempted the same, but to no avail. How could such a simple 5-word phrase fail? Anxiety gripped the group as Piccolo's energy drew ever closer. Wait, we must use the Namekian language. Raditz suddenly recalled the summoning conditions. The Dragon Balls of Namek could only be summoned and wished upon using the Namekian tongue. Yet, the Namekians around were all gone. Would we have time to reach the Grand Elder? It seemed unlikely. By the time they arrived, the planet would likely be on the verge of explosion. Were they to be trapped here indefinitely? I speak Namekian. Suddenly, a voice startled the group, and they turned, as if witnessing a savior. Toomate, flapping his wings, soared forth, exclaiming, Come forth, dragon. Though he did not comprehend the Namekian language, the incomprehensible string of sounds he uttered caused the Dragon Balls to shimmer with light. Toomate was indeed a savior. Raditz once again recognized the prowess of this being. In an instant, thunder roared and dark clouds thickened. Golden light shot upward, illuminating the surroundings with electric brilliance, and a colossal sound reverberated across the land, akin to a divine hammer striking the earth. This display of might was far grander than that of the dragon on earth. Witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle, Krillin instinctively recoiled, while even Goku, accustomed to the dragon, was taken aback. The golden light erupted, intertwined with extraordinary power, as a majestic figure coiled and spiraled in the sky before finally revealing itself. The immense dragon towered nearly 100 meters high, its body of vibrant green adorned with black spikes atop its head and back. Unlike the dragon of Earth, its arms were robust, its lower body merging seamlessly with its tail and the Dragon Balls. Behind the dragon loomed a desolate planet and the rampant spirit tree, casting a stark contrast against the gloomy sky and the radiant golden light. The Namekian dragon, known as Porunga, was significantly larger than its Earth counterpart, its presence and power incomparable. The combat prowess of Raditz and his companions has reached a staggering level of 1 million. However, when confronted by the dragon, they still felt an overwhelming pressure. Broly's eyes glowed a deep crimson as he gazed down upon the people below, unleashing a mighty roar. You may articulate your desires. Whatever they may be, I can fulfill them, but only 3 wishes shall be granted. 3? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Earth's dragon could only grant a single wish, yet the Namekian dragon possessed the capability to fulfill 3. Nevertheless, Raditz understood that the Namekian dragon could only revive 1 individual per wish, which, from this perspective, seemed inferior to the Earth dragon. Tammet, first eradicate Piccolo's malevolent thoughts. Hurry, he is drawing near. Everyone could sense the overwhelming energy rapidly approaching, threatening to breach the canyon, which lay directly ahead of them. Tammet immediately complied, opening his mouth to speak, but a louder voice drowned out his words, resonating from afar and growing increasingly potent in the Namekian tongue. Grant the Demon King Piccolo immortality. Piccolo's exclamation caused Porunga to abruptly raise his head, his crimson eyes shimmering with light. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. Piccolo had seized the initiative. Porunga was indifferent to who had gathered the Dragon Balls. A wish would be granted regardless. His eyes flickered, and he promptly gestured an okay, indicating that the first wish had been fulfilled. Piccolo floated in midair, enveloped by a thin layer of luminescence. While his form remained unchanged, his essence had transformed significantly. His sinister grin was both pronounced and audacious, revealing sharp fangs and an expression brimming with a thirst for blood. In the next moment, Piccolo erupted. Raditz quickly whistled, his sound momentarily stalling Piccolo's actions, but it merely delayed him. This time, Tammet took the initiative without awaiting orders. Dragon, purge Piccolo's malevolent thoughts. Porunga's eyes flickered. Piccolo paused briefly, but soon lifted his head again, his countenance still fierce. Apologies, his dominant consciousness has rejected it. Rejected? Much like Sun Wukong's refusal to return to Earth in the original tale, Wishes pertaining to the dominant consciousness allow for personal volition. Unable to cleanse, the only option was to flee. An idea struck Tammet. Send everyone alive, except Piccolo, to safety. Hardly had the words left his lips when a beam of green light shot forth from Piccolo's fingertips. The target was not Raditz and the others, but the dragon itself, truly reminiscent of a former great demon king's nature. In a critical moment, the dragon's eyes flickered twice, a red light flickering as a thin white glow enveloped the living beings, just as Piccolo's attack struck true. Although the noble and powerful Namekian dragon possessed formidable abilities, its combat prowess remained insufficient. It had barely extended its finger to gesture when it was engulfed by the malevolent energy. The tremendous force consumed Barunga, the golden glow dissipating, and the Dragon Balls transformed into worthless stones. Yet the wishes of the crowd had already been granted, as Piccolo turned to launch another assault with a swift motion. Everyone vanished without a trace. In a hellish realm, only the Demon King Piccolo remained, accompanied by erupting lava and collapsing planets, continuing his maniacal laughter. The night was eerily silent, the dancing shadows of trees and the bright moon composing a splendid tableau, while a gentle breeze wafted through. With a swift motion, the fabric of space became distorted, and amidst the void, several figures abruptly materialized. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as they landed, 3 of them collapsed. Raditz, Vegeta, and Kakarot were utterly exhausted, succumbing to relief as they fell. Beside them, Tien and Krillin exchanged glances, both wearing smiles. Tomate fluttered above Raditz's head, exclaiming, "Get up! Get up! I can't get up. Let me rest for a while," Raditz replied, playfully grasping Tomate's wing and pulling him close, affectionately ruffling his feathers. "Thanks to you this time," he praised, causing Tomate to behave obediently, snuggling quietly against Raditz, which elicited hearty laughter from Krillin. Gohan and Daba, who had also fainted, were gravely injured, and it was imperative for them to receive treatment quickly, or they would remain in peril. Tien scanned the surroundings, seeking to ascertain their location. When his eyes suddenly widened in alarm, he spotted Giais and Bart. They were Frisia's men. Klein grew increasingly anxious. Among them, the strongest fighters had already fallen, leaving only Klein and Tianjin Fan to confront the remnants of Frisia's forces, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Not far off, Jis and Bart were even more tense, gazing around in confusion. Clinging to each other with faces full of terror, they had barely survived the chaotic battles among the gods, evading deadly blasts and escaping island explosions, only to find themselves suddenly transported here by a blinding light just as they were about to board their spaceship home. More critically, they were right near those Saiyans. Goodness! How could they possibly escape the clutches of these Saiyans? Jis and Bart's hearts sank into despair. "Do you two know what to do?" Raditz coldly inquired, sensing their energy. Although lying on the ground, his authoritative voice still sent chills down Jais and Bart's spines. They had witnessed Raditz and King Frisia's confrontation. His power, even if not quite equal, was formidable enough to command their respect. "Yes, King Raditz." The two responded, expressing their submission. Klein and Tianjin Fan relaxed, hoping to avoid further conflict. Around them, several soldiers of Shrag also knelt on one knee, indicating their willingness to surrender. Additionally, a few surviving Namekians gathered around the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder gasped for breath, his life hanging by a thread after enduring the devastation of their planet. His spirit weakened even further, rendering him too feeble to speak clearly. "Thank you, people from Earth. Although we could not save Namek, you have saved my child, for which I am immensely grateful." "Alas, the dragon was slain," Klein replied. "That is of no consequence. My abilities can bring it back to life. However, my own life is nearing its end. After restoring the Dragon Balls, Callus, you shall be the next Grand Elder." In the wake of the villainous slaughter, all the elders from the villages had been mercilessly killed, leaving Callus as the sole survivor. Being of the Dragon Clan, Callus would be able to succeed after receiving the Grand Elder's acknowledgement. The Namekians accepted this arrangement, expressing their sincere respect for the Grand Elder, and then offered their gratitude once more to the Earth visitors. But where's this place? Klein surveyed his surroundings, noticing numerous unknown markings etched into the vast land. With towering structures in the distance, their dazzling lights suggesting a planet of advanced technological prowess. During the wish-making, the destination had not been explicitly stated, leaving them uncertain of where the dragon had transported them. "It would be best if there were a spaceship, otherwise we may never return," Goku remarked, reclining lazily. Vegeta scoffed. "There are many planets capable of interstellar travel in the universe. Earth can only be considered a primitive planet." "Earth is not primitive. Often, the finest things are found there. Raditz countered. Humph, a frail race with an average battle power of less than 5. Battle power does not encompass all truths. The three lay on the ground, exchanging playful banter, their light-hearted argument amusing those around them, as three beings capable of shaking the very earth engaged in a trivial dispute. Suddenly, Jis flicked his white hair, his eyes widening in realization. Bart, too, appeared taken aback, exclaiming, "This is the M187 Division." The M187 Division, one of Frisia's strongholds in the North Galaxy, was not far from the original Namek, established by Frisia for the conquest of the northern edge of the galaxy. All forces dispatched to Namek had been mobilized from here. By a twist of fate, they had been transported to this very location. Upon closer inspection of the markings on the ground, they matched the insignia of Frisia's army. King Raditz, this is one of Frisia's bases. We can rest here for the time being. How fortuitous, Raditz chuckled. This is advantageous. Frisia's division should have medical facilities, allowing everyone to recover swiftly. Additionally, Klein, I entrust you with the matter of contacting Earth. Me, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. The spaceship lay in ruins, and the only way to contact Earth was to utilize the communication wavelengths recorded by the map of Tummet, simulating a signal before making the necessary adjustments. However, this was not the most critical matter. The most daunting aspect was that Bulma would undoubtedly unleash her fury upon learning that her painstakingly crafted spaceship had been destroyed. Bulma's wrath was truly fearsome. With a heavy sigh, Krillin resigned himself to the situation, realizing that, being the most intact of the group, he had no choice but to step up. Ultimately, Raditz and the others were placed in the healing apparatus for treatment, while the Grand Elder concluded his final duties, restored the Dragon Ball's power, and passed away peacefully. The Namekians harbored a deep disdain for Frisia and his minions, yet, having submitted to Raditz, the benevolent Namekians were still willing to grant these villains a chance for redemption. With Tien's assistance, Krillin discovered the fully equipped communication room atop the tower and successfully contacted Earth. They meticulously recounted the harrowing events of their journey, culminating in its tragic conclusion. As expected, upon hearing that they had completely wrecked the spaceship, Bulma erupted in a cacophony of complaints, chastising these muscle-bound warriors for their lack of care. Even the mightiest Saiyan could only concede under her scolding, let alone Krillin. After approximately an hour of grievances, Bulma finally relented. Due to the destruction of the Dragon Balls on the spaceship, now turned to stone, they would need to request the deity to create new ones. Additionally, they had to keep Gohan's injuries a secret from Chi-Chi and prepare for their return journey. Bulma could not contain her exasperation once more, her tirade leaving Krillin on the verge of tears. In the vastness of space, in a distant corner, a dimly lit chamber housed several senior cosmic scientists fervently processing data and repeatedly adjusting their equipment. The soul-illuminated screen displayed a fierce battle occurring in the North Galaxy. Frisia clashed with the Namekians and the Saiyans. The footage showcased their numerous confrontations, with the Saiyans and Namekians growing overwhelmingly powerful after several transformations. Ultimately, the Super Namekian emerged, defeating Frisia decisively. The screen depicted Frisia being hurled into the cosmos, followed by scenes of him being consumed by a planet-destroying blast, culminating in the grand explosion of Namek, resembling a spectacular fireworks display. Before the screen, a figure reminiscent of Frisia's final form stood proudly, a wine glass in hand. His purple physique bore ivory-white bone structures at the shoulders, wrists, and ankles, with crimson eyes strikingly similar to Frisia's. He was Cooler, the elder brother of the Frost Demon race. Just as the image reached this point, it abruptly cut off, along with the destruction of our reconnaissance equipment. Frisia, in his foolishness, had left survivors when annihilating the Saiyans, a true path to self-destruction. Cooler's enticing lips curled into a slight smirk, a blend of mockery and suppressed anger, astonished that such wild monkeys could evolve. As he spoke of the Namekians, Cooler's voice suddenly faltered, his expression shifting to one of extreme intrigue as he fixated on the remnants of destruction on the screen, narrowing his eyes. It appeared they may not be dead after all. Cooler had detected a life sign. Who? It is King Frisia. King Frisia is still alive. The alien with a beak and monkey-like face exclaimed. Is that so? He is quite fortunate to be alive. Has there been any news from Lord Father? King Cold has yet to receive word of King Frisia's defeat. Inform him. The narrowed eyes of Cooler gleamed with intensity, simultaneously alerting his father to the identity of the perpetrator. Furthermore, send someone to retrieve the gravely injured Frisia and bring him here to recuperate. The guards at his side wished to speak, but refrained. They understood that King Cooler's word was law, unquestionable and steadfast. embodying the inherent arrogance of the Frost demon lineage. However, in contrast to his brother Frisia and their father, King Cold, Cooler exhibited a greater degree of composure and astuteness. Thus, in the eyes of his subordinates, Cooler loomed far larger than Frisia. Had it not been for Frisia's overconfidence and the deception he fell prey to, he would not have faced such a fate. Cooler would never have erred in that manner. Yet, the guards remained perplexed. The relationship between the two brothers was far from harmonious, often marred by disputes over territorial dominance in the universe. Now, King Cooler was actively sending for Frisia's return. Was this an attempt to mend the rift between them? Cooler formed a slight, cold smile, his pupils shimmering with determination. Do as I instruct, without question. Yes. The subordinate immediately stood upright, as straight as a lance. Their thoughts were laid bare before Gula, who possessed a gaze so profound it felt as though it could penetrate the very soul. Gula exuded an indomitable majesty, reducing anyone beneath that countenance to trembling submission. My lord, shall we seek vengeance for Lord Frisia and eradicate the detestable Scions and that Namekian? No, the Scions are likely all but extinguished, leaving only one Namekian. Let us set that aside for now. More pressing matters await our attention. Shrag has also perished in this conflict, and his territory is substantial. If I could seize it all, my influence would expand greatly. Gula's concerns lay not with revenge or threats, but rather with the enlargement of his dominion. To him, this was a rare opportunity. Acquiring vast territories proved far more pragmatic than engaging in futile displays of strength. His power surpassed Frisia's by a considerable margin. Disregarding innate talent and potential, simply being able to transform once more signified a doubling of strength. The Scions held no allure for Gula. Yet the prospect of that formidable Namekian intrigued him immensely. For years, no one had emerged capable of challenging their kind. Even those self-proclaimed cosmic overlords could not hinder their race's relentless expansion across the universe. The emergence of such a powerful adversary stirred Gula's emotions and ignited his fervor. Once I stabilize my territory, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance against the Namekian. A subtle smile crept across Gula's lips, morphing into a malevolent grin. With a sudden grip, he shattered his wine glass, the crimson liquid splattering in all directions, startling those nearby. Typically, when Gula inadvertently wreaked havoc, it signified an inner urge for battle had surfaced. Prepare the spacecraft. We shall venture to the strongest planet within Shrag's domain. I intend to personally claim it. No need for your direct involvement, my lord. Dispatching an elite team of subordinates will suffice, a bowing alien remarked with obsequiousness. With a resounding bang, the man's head exploded, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The crimson horror spread instantaneously as Gula, without uttering a word, cast a cold gaze over everyone before turning to fixate on the flickering screen, rhythmically tapping his tail. Each tap seemed to resonate like a countdown of life, inducing panic among the gathered crowd as they swiftly prepared the spaceship. At that moment, Savaiza of the Mecha battle team arrived at the command room, ready to report, only to witness a throng of individuals rushing out, each face etched with anxiety. What troubles you? He inquired. My lord Savaiza, exercise caution. The king is enraged again. A cosmic being had just recounted the entire incident to Savaiza in detail. I understand. Continue with your duties. He waved the individual away and proceeded further inside. He inwardly lamented the foolishness of these people. Gula sought to crush the strongest planet of Shrag with absolute power. If even the mightiest could be effortlessly defeated, why did the inhabitants of Shrag not scramble to surrender? Panic would soon permeate every corner of Shrag's dominion. Although only a single planet would be conquered, the impact would be profound. Not to mention the avoidance of losses for the Legion. Upon entering the command room, Savaiza comprehended an additional layer of meaning upon seeing Gula. The king's body, long deprived of movement, yearned for combat. He was eager, even to play with mere insects. The boundless fighting spirit emanated from his eyes. My lord, I have successfully completed my mission, having conquered Madong Star, capturing 30,000 laborers and 2,000 lower-tier warriors, Savaiza reported. Gula merely responded with a subdued HM. He resembled a hunter silently observing his prey, fully prepared. After escaping the calamity of Meek Star, it took half a day for Rats and the others to fully recover. The door to the treatment room finally opened, and 5 Scions emerged, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Wonderful, you have finally recovered. Krillin exclaimed joyfully, his smile radiant. I apologize for causing you concern. These machines are remarkable. Spending time within them feels akin to consuming a magical bean, restoring one's body to peak condition, Goku remarked. Indeed, if the Frisia Force's technology could not achieve this, they would scarcely merit their vast dominion over the universe. Furthermore, this equipment is considered outdated. Newer devices restore even more swiftly, Vegeta elaborated, prompting Goku to nod in agreement. The surrounding cosmic beings dared not raise their heads to look at these formidable figures, kneeling respectfully on either side, as though honoring Frieza himself. Tillmate nimbly perched on Raditz's shoulder, exuding an air of superiority akin to a grand steward. "Where is Uncle Piccolo?" Gohan suddenly inquired, casting a curious glance towards his father and uncle. He had scanned the area but found no trace of Piccolo, which struck him as odd. By all accounts, Uncle Piccolo should have come to see him. Yet, there was not even a whisper of his presence. As Piccolo Goku hesitated, unable to reveal the truth, he was acutely aware of the profound bond between Piccolo and Gohan, fearing the sorrow it might bring Gohan. Raditz, however, took the opportunity to speak. In order to defeat Frieza, Piccolo assimilated with Slag, awakening the malevolent spirit of the great demon King Piccolo, compounded by Slag's wicked intentions. He has now become a figure of utmost villainy, whereabouts unknown. Yet, rest assured, the universe is filled with wondrous possibilities. There will always be a way for him to return to his former self. Rather than conceal the truth, it is better to speak plainly. I believe Gohan is not a fragile child. Indeed, Gohan did not display profound sadness. Instead, gritting his teeth, a resolute determination shone in his eyes. I will find a way to restore Uncle Piccolo. That's the spirit, Raditz remarked with a smile, gently ruffling Gohan's hair. Observing this, Krillin suggested, "Let us return to Earth. Tien and I have seen many spaceships with Earth's coordinates preserved within. It is time we return and get some rest." Goku chuckled heartily. "Humph, Kakarot, do not become complacent. I shall continue my training to surpass you," Vegeta remarked coldly, tilting his head slightly. They all agreed to return to Earth, yet Raditz harbored different intentions. This battle had been an unforeseen occurrence. Had it not been for the unexpected intervention by Dorius, they would not have faced Frieza so prematurely. The perilous combat, however, revealed to Raditz the advantages of possessing his own power base. Having a comprehensive intelligence network allowed him to monitor others' movements, and his subordinates could alleviate his burdens, sparing him unnecessary toil. Thus, Raditz resolved not to return to Earth, regardless of Frieza's fate. He intended to disseminate the news of Frieza's demise through the communications device of the M187 division across Frieza's planets, plunging the entire Frieza Empire into chaos, leaderless and disordered. In this manner, he could smoothly seize control, claiming Frieza's territory for himself. Meanwhile, Vegeta paid no heed to Raditz. The gravity-equipped spacecraft had already vanished, and he was eager to return to Earth's gravity training chamber. Raditz's plans paled in comparison to his quest for greater combat strength. Raditz left behind a capsule containing various supplies and then bid farewell to Goku and the others. The spaceship ascended into the sky, gradually transforming into a mere speck of light before fading from view. Standing tall, Raditz watched the vessel breach the atmosphere and calmly stated, "GIs, prepare a large spacecraft for me. I must journey to the desolate planet Fyro. Tillmate, stay here and reach out to the surviving Timitans, ascertain their current residence. I wish to pay them a visit in the near future." "Indeed. No problem." Jisoo and Tillmate responded in succession. "And what about me, King Raditz?" Bart felt a twinge of anxiety as he realized he had not been assigned a task. "You shall remain here. Furthermore, provide me with a star chart detailing Frieza's dominion in the North Galaxy, as well as the resource and equipment specifics of Division M187. Do you understand?" "Yes, I comprehend." Bart nodded eagerly. A fierce glint crossed Raditz's eyes as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Other extraterrestrials, remember this. You belong neither to Frieza's army nor to the Shrag Legion. You are warriors under the banner of the Saiyans. I shall name you the Galactic Justice League." Indeed, the crowd eagerly embraced the transformation proposed by Raditz. Under any command, they were always part of a certain squad or legion, and they had grown weary of it. A rare opportunity had emerged with the Galactic Justice Alliance. The very name invigorated their spirits. As inaugural members of this alliance, they felt immensely honored. Once Raditz had delineated the tasks, he commenced his journey to the desolate planet, Fyro. Surprisingly, Ankira exhibited an extraordinary work ethic, gathering nearly all the survivors from Fyro and establishing considerable respect among them. Raditz commended Ankira and, together with the entire group, they boarded a spaceship back to the M187 division. The round trip took several days, during which Tillmate successfully contacted the surviving Timetians, and Bart compiled a detailed list and star map. The number of planets occupied by Frieza was alarmingly high, with countless highlights dotting the star map, indicative of his widespread influence across the galaxy. Completely supplanting Frieza was not feasible. They could only target select, valuable territories for conquest. To this end, Raditz first visited the new settlement of the Tumatians, aiming to recruit them, given their exceptional technological prowess. Although their numbers had dwindled, their potential impact remained significant. A formidable team requires brilliant scientific minds. While they may not be warriors, they could provide invaluable support from the rear. Upon seeing Raditz, the Tumatians greeted him warmly, recognizing him as the savior of their entire race. Without hesitation, they agreed to join him, dispatching several young and brilliant scientists from their ranks to accompany Raditz to the headquarters. At this juncture, Raditz had secured 3 capable aides, Jis, Bart, and Enkyra. Along with the technological might of the Tumatians, the resources of the entire M187 division left by Frisia, and the remnants of the Slug and Frisia legions. It was time to initiate their takeover operation. On a moonless night at the M187 division, dozens of single-person spaceships were prepared on the launch platform. After a series of resource consolidations and recruitment efforts, more than half a month had passed. Now, news of Frisia's demise had spread throughout the northern galaxy. Reports indicated that several planets had erupted in rebellion, overthrowing Frisia's regime and establishing new powers. In the past, Frisia had instilled fear in everyone as the emperor. But now that he was gone, factions with some strength began to challenge each other, each vying to become the next Frisia. This was the opportune moment for Raditz. Standing before his circular single-person spaceship, Raditz's expression was stern as his gaze swept over the prepared warriors. He raised his fist high. "Soon, we shall engage in battle. I trust your blood runs hot, as does mine. This is our first combat operation. My command is simple: seize the target planet and return alive. I desire no sacrifices. All of you, give it your all." With that, he swung his fist and shouted passionately. The warriors responded fervently to Raditz's rallying cry, raising their arms and fists in a fervent display. They had never before encountered such motivation. Typically, they received only cold orders and unquestionable rules, with no leader ever caring for their well-being. Raditz's words stirred their blood and even evoked deep emotions. Commenced the journey. With that command, the warriors entered the spacecraft in unison, and Raditz settled into his seat, quietly meditating. 7 days later, dozens of single-pilot spacecraft approached Frisia's significant planet, Planet Serial. Like a meteor shower, Raditz issued commands from the depths of space, urging a full-speed assault. This planet had been seized by the rebel leader Barda, who fortified their space surveillance to thwart any potential attacks from Frisia's remaining subordinates. Upon spotting Raditz's warriors charging through the cosmos, the scouts immediately convened. Were these single-pilot ships dispatched combatants? No signal requesting a landing had been received. It was an attack. The numbers were substantial, preliminarily estimated to exceed 50 vessels. Combat readiness. Combat readiness. A series of 3 alarms rang out, alerting Barda's legion to prepare for confrontation. Regardless of whether they were Frisia's forces, the intruders were clearly hostile. Following the alarm, Barda's subordinates became busily engaged. However, the spacecraft, hurtling through the atmosphere, generated intense sparks as they began their forceful descent. Engage full assault. Bring down the ships. The command center issued directives the moment the detection signals were received. On the planet's surface, dozens of massive silver cannons, each several meters long, were erected, aimed at the swiftly approaching vessels in the sky, unleashing waves of translucent blue energy shockwaves. While the firing range could not encompass all the scattered spacecraft, a single volley could certainly bring down a few. Commence the battle. Raditz opened the hatch midair and leaped from the swiftly descending spacecraft. With a grand flourish of his hand, he unleashed a barrage of white energy blasts, each striking the ground-based artillery with precision. Several formidable anti-aircraft cannons continued their relentless bombardment, with the defenders resolutely holding their ground beside the colossal weaponry. Raditz emanated an overwhelming aura as he plummeted straight down, causing the earth to tremble with a resounding impact. The ground quaked violently, leaving the panicked extraterrestrials bewildered, sensing an immense pressure sweeping over them, rendering their breaths momentarily suspended. What was happening? Why did their heartbeats suddenly quicken? The guards' expressions shifted dramatically. Something was approaching. Amidst the swirling dust, they caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past, moving with astonishing speed. Raditz's velocity was beyond their comprehension. The pale energy surged into the crowd, and the key blast made contact with their bodies. In that fleeting moment, the guards realized the gravity of their predicament. Yet it was already too late. The key blast erupted with tremendous force, obliterating both the guards and the massive cannons. Debris disintegrated in the torrent of energy, flames erupted, and fragments scattered in all directions. The ground assault had momentarily ceased as more spacecraft arrived in succession, heralding the entrance of the Alliance's warriors. Fight! A voice rang out, igniting the imminent clash. Laser cannons and energy blasts rained down like a tempest, setting the surface of Prison Star ablaze and transforming the land into a sea of fire. Amidst the chaos, Raditz maneuvered through the throngs of adversaries, unstoppable. The entire planet spiraled into turmoil, engulfed in panic. Bartle, unable to remain in the command center, donned his battle attire, seized his weapon, and led his elite guard into the fray. He was grotesquely unattractive, with a rotund belly that suggested even the slightest movement would exhaust him, yet he possessed formidable combat prowess exceeding 20,000. Among Frisia's numerous subordinates, he was neither exceptional nor weak. The crux of his reputation lay in his ruthless methods and infamous cruelty, employing a variety of torturous techniques and devious schemes. Thus, many would rather provoke other powerful foes than face Bartle. For someone to dare challenge him was an act of sheer audacity. Bartle bellowed from above, brandishing his trident, his corpulent form emanating a formidable aura. He coldly surveyed the combatants, his voice resonating from the heavens. Arrogant fools. I, Bartle, stand here. If you wish to live, raise your hands and surrender. Your voice is unbearable. At that very moment, Raditz had already darted behind him, stealthily closing the distance. The instant Bartle's proclamation echoed, a cold sweat erupted from his body, sending a tremor through him. In the next heartbeat, Raditz unleashed a kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Despite moderating his strength, Bartle was still left spattered with blood, akin to blossoms bursting forth. Upon impact, Bartle's collision with the earth caused buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters to collapse, the ground sinking several meters to form a colossal crater. Raditz descended before him, echoing Bartle's earlier words, if you wish to live, raise your hands and surrender. You. Bartle gasped, spitting blood as he clutched his abdomen, struggling to speak. His head hung low, trembling. He stammered the words several times before suddenly lifting his gaze, unleashing all his strength in a desperate attempt to strike. You bastard. I will kill you. In that fleeting moment, as he raised his head, his pupils quivered uncontrollably, and the crimson glow emanating from his fingers faded. With a feeble pop, he released a hollow attack, akin to a belch. GIs, Bart. Isn't that the Ginyu Force? Weren't they annihilated alongside Frisia on Namek? Bartle exclaimed, aghast. Curse it, Bartle. It seems you still recognize us, Bart remarked, crossing his arms and smirking disdainfully. Unfamiliar with Raditz's terror, Bartle understood the Ginyu Force's prowess, and upon seeing GIs, he shrank back, wishing he could vanish into the ground. What terrified him further was witnessing the two Ginyu Force members bowing respectfully to Raditz. Who on earth was this individual? Overcome with rage, Bartle unleashed another torrent of blood, trembling as if plunged into an icy abyss. Raditz's visage broke into a smile. Bartle, it appears your intended ambush signifies your refusal to surrender. Very well, I shall oblige you. Prison Star shall mark our beginning. And no, Bartle stammered, repeating a single word as the swirling white energy sphere approached ominously. Under Raditz's ki blast, Bartle was obliterated, the immense force reducing layers of buildings and rocks to rubble, the light streaking across the surface before soaring into the cosmos. The blinding radiance captivated all onlookers. Who could have anticipated that the once formidable Bartle would be so effortlessly vanquished? The resistance fighters of Prison Star stood agape. In their eyes, Raditz exuded an aura of striking handsomeness and formidable stature, his flowing hair seemingly symbolizing boundless strength. He ascended towards the highest command center, his black cloak billowing in the wind, stirring up a cloud of dust upon landing, the shockwave nearly lifting the roof of the command center. Raditz, surveying the land from above, appeared to command the very essence of the planet. Those within the command center, both inside and out, were paralyzed with fear, their movements stilled in terror. Before such a powerful entity as Raditz, none dared act recklessly. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the skies above Prison Star, and torrential rain descended without warning. The cascading rainwater mingled with the raging flames, clashing and reflecting against the cold, lifeless bodies, casting a damp sheen upon the grim scene. Raditz's long cloak became drenched, yet his expression remained unchanged as he casually raised the collar. The paralyzed command personnel feared Raditz would strike, anxiously closing their eyes. After a prolonged silence, they cautiously opened their eyes to find Raditz had turned away, seemingly disinterested in their fate. They were insignificant in his eyes. Drink. Suddenly, Raditz erupted with fervor, his combat power soaring instantaneously. All detectors on the planet exploded in succession, and even the large detector in the command room was incinerated in an instant. Machines with a detection limit of 1 million could not withstand Raditz's might. In this moment, Prison Star fell into silence, torrential rain washing away everything, along with the hopes of all. A pressure exceeding 1,000,000 descended like the heavens collapsing. Instantly, the personnel in the command center weakened and knelt, the crowd below gazing at Raditz as if he were a deity. Prison Star surrendered. The first battle concluded almost flawlessly. Although the number of injured reached half, only 5 perished. Raditz alone was more than sufficient to conquer this planet. Yet, he aimed not only to demonstrate his strength to the inhabitants of Prison Star, but also to showcase his prowess to the newly allied extraterrestrials, all the while honing the combat skills and unity of his warriors. After this confrontation, Prison Star was officially placed under Raditz's dominion, and several surrounding planets also expressed their desire to surrender. In just over a month, Raditz had begun to establish his sphere of influence. Thus, he urged the Tumitarians to construct a gravity training facility and instructed Jisoo, Bart, and others to reassemble a special guard unit led by them. The guard would select elite individuals from various planets to form the strongest team, which Raditz would personally train to enhance their strength. Upon hearing about the organization of a team similar to the Ginyu Force, with them as leaders, Jisoo and Bart were filled with excitement, dedicating an entire day to meticulously drafting a list. By the following day, they completed the initial selection and hurriedly sought Raditz's approval. On the tower of M187, Raditz had just confirmed the star map when Jisoo and Bart entered to report. Lord Raditz. Wait, do not call me Lord. It sounds like I am a monster from Journey to the West. Indeed, Gi's and Bart momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. After all, they had been addressing Lord Frisia for so many years. They hesitated briefly before stating, Lord Raditz, we have tentatively selected candidates and designed a new uniform for the recently established Special Forces team, and we would like to present it to you. Well, this is not really my forte, so I shall leave it to you. A sense of foreboding crept into Raditz's mind as he prepared to decline. Yet Gi's and Bart had already commenced their performance. Positioned on either side, they stood with their feet together, balancing on their toes, arms held at a precise 45-degree angle. They approached each other in a crab-like manner, their hands swirling from top to bottom and back again, reciting their lines. Since you have inquired with such sincerity, we shall graciously inform you that we are the Justice League traversing the galaxy. As Gi's quickened his pace, he shifted into a lunge. One hand clenched at his waist while the other propped against his forehead, assuming a contemplative pose. The proclamation continued, the exceptional warriors combating crime. Bart shouted from behind Gi's, turning slightly to showcase his bicep. Once they had both struck their poses, they harmonized, exclaiming, the jitter guard. Raditz, how is it? The two individuals revealed expressions of anticipation, eagerly awaiting Raditz's response. Is it not good? After we revise it, we shall present it to you. Alas, designing movements without Captain Ginyu proves to be quite challenging. The two felt somewhat disheartened and prepared to meticulously refine a set of combat postures. Suddenly, Raditz sprang from his seat, exclaiming, all right, no need for modifications. This routine is not only executed flawlessly, but also brims with creativity, embodying your understanding of strength and beauty. Truly, I can still hear the resonant echoes of justice in my ears. Moreover, the expressiveness and rhythm are impeccable, and your synergy is exceptional. The proficiency and attire align perfectly with the overall ambience, simply sublime. At last, Raditz recalled some cliché phrases often employed in talent competitions and, without hesitation, delivered his critique. Though insincere, he chose this over the prospect of rewatching their performance. Gis and Bart were deeply moved, leaving with joyous spirits. Once they departed, Ankira arrived to report on his progress. He had taken over all technological achievements of the remnants of Frisia's army, upgrading the internal surveillance equipment and replacing Frisia's insignia with the Saiyan emblem designed by Raditz. After concluding his report, Ankira hesitated to leave, sheepishly stating, Lord Raditz, I have also designed an entrance outfit. Please take a look. Before Raditz could interject, Ankira began to demonstrate, leaving Raditz feeling utterly disenchanted. All that remained was a feeble lament. Raditz, with a hand on his forehead and a quaver in his voice, exclaimed, Ankira, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Thank you, Lord Raditz. I shall strive to improve, Ankira replied. At that moment, Gys and Bart burst in from outside, pointing at Ankira and shouting, Ankira, you scoundrel. We wondered why you didn't join our group presentation. It turns out you designed your own. No. Your movements are far too cliché. The three of them actually started arguing over their battle stances, even delving into aesthetic discussions, but Raditz simply thought they were a bunch of lunatics. Helpless, Raditz stood up, his body erupting with a white aura. Bang, bang, bang. The new type of detector detonated in succession, capable of sensing a formidable combat power of 500,000. In an instant, JIS, Bart, and Enkyra stifled their sounds, becoming as obedient as 3 docile lambs. From now on, anyone who dares to broach this subject shall serve as my sparring partner. Do you understand? Spar with Raditz? Isn't that tantamount to courting death? Understood. The trio exclaimed in unison, promptly withdrawing. Raditz breathed a sigh of relief as he watched them depart, reflecting with resignation. Being the cosmic emperor like Frisia is indeed a strenuous endeavor. Raditz had lingered in the M187 division for over 2 months, renaming it the headquarters of the Galactic Justice League. From this foundation, JIS and Bart led their subordinates to conquer numerous planets under Frisia's reign. Those factions that had lost their backing crumbled swiftly and sought refuge under Raditz's banner. Among them were those aspiring for greater strength, others merely seeking survival, some driven by bloodlust, and a few fervently eager for dominion. Ultimately, each individual congregated beneath the grand standard of the Galactic Justice League, each with their own motives. Raditz established rules forbidding the wanton slaughter of innocents. Any misdeeds committed during Frisia's time were to be renounced. They could only quietly strengthen their forces or liberate planets enslaved by Frisia. The red banner fluttered atop the League's headquarters, marking it as the new pinnacle. 10 gravity training chambers were constructed, each capable of accommodating 100 individuals simultaneously, with a gravitational multiplier reaching 300 times. However, for them, achieving a 300-fold increase was a distant aspiration. Enkyra and the Elder from Tomate handled internal affairs, while Bart focused on training the selected elite warriors. And JIS served as both security chief and strategic advisor. The Namekians, peaceful by nature, under the new Elder's guidance, ventured into the wilderness to cultivate the land. They awaited the restoration of the Dragon Ball's power to wish for relocation to a suitable planet or the revival of their homeworld, with everyone diligently fulfilling their roles. Raditz enjoyed a brief respite. During his leisure, he would gaze from the top of the tower, his eyes surveying the vast territories and myriad lives below. His perspective immensely broadened, unobstructed and transcendent. However, today's contemplation was abruptly interrupted by an urgent voice. Lord Raditz, trouble is afoot. The tone was frantic, laced with terror, reflecting the speaker's inner turmoil. He knelt, sweat dripping from his chin, each drop echoing ominously as it struck the ground. What is it? Speak slowly, Raditz replied without turning, his voice calm. The scouts stationed at the periphery reported that Frisia was not dead. He had floated to the galaxy's edge and was taken away by a group of individuals. Now, those signals had drifted far from their star system. Frisia was alive. This revelation momentarily stunned Raditz. Against the backdrop of a planet-destroying weapon, the fact that Frisia could still cling to existence was astonishing. He truly was a resilient cockroach. However, even if he survived, he should be in a weakened state, unlikely to pose an immediate threat to Raditz. What was more concerning than Frisia was the identity of those who had rescued him. What were their intentions? Raditz furrowed his brow. Do you know who sent them? No. We only saw them wearing the same battle attire as ours, the reporter replied, visibly trembling. In such circumstances, if it were Shrag or Frisia, the subordinates would be in grave danger. Yet Raditz was different. He merely cast a fleeting glance, devoid of anger. It could be Cooler or Gula. His subordinates shuddered. They had certainly heard of these names, which existed only in legend, never having witnessed their true forms. The mere utterance of Frisia is not dead had already cast them into a nightmare. Now, with Raditz mentioning Gula's name, their fear deepened. Do not fear. It is merely speculation. Perhaps it is remnants conducting research, Raditz reassured, though internally, he remained resolute in his concerns. He believed it improbable that Frisia's remnants were involved. Very few knew of Frisia's whereabouts, and most had accepted the news of his demise, concluding that he was indeed dead. Why would they dispatch someone to retrieve Frisia? Only his brother or father might have placed operatives nearby or hidden surveillance. This scenario posed a significant threat. While Frisia might be inactive for now, the other two remained unpredictable. If they decided to strike, it would not be a trivial matter. Raditz took a deep breath and commanded, "Prepare a spaceship for me." Destination Yardrat. Yardrat? Isn't that near the next target for conquest? It is close from Planet 54, but quite a distance from the headquarters. That is of no consequence. I must go personally. You simply need to make the arrangements. Yes, my Lord Raditz. The subordinate bowed and exited to prepare the vessel. Alone atop the tower, Raditz stood as if one with the wind, his gaze sharp like a spear capable of piercing armor. He had initially intended to advance further before heading to Yardrat, But now he had no choice but to expedite his plans. Gula's power surpassed Frisia's, and he needed to acquire new skills on Yardrat to contend with Gula. The inhabitants of Yardrat possessed many extraordinary techniques, with instant transmission being the most renowned. This ability, though not a combat technique, was a versatile skill that allowed for instantaneous relocation from one place to another, provided the proper energy was harnessed. This remarkable capability to traverse space could save lives and enable unexpected offensive maneuvers during battle. With instant transmission mastered, Raditz could toy with foes he could defeat or flee from those he could not. The value of this skill was immense, and Raditz was determined to learn it. Before long, the subordinate returned to the tower to report, "Lord Raditz, the spaceship is ready. Thank you for your hard work," Raditz remarked as he turned to descend the tower. Awaiting him at the exclusive launch site was a spacecraft meticulously crafted for his use. Historically, no tyrant had ever opted to pilot a single-person ship into battle. Raditz was the first to set this precedent. Consequently, scientists made slight modifications to the vessel, enhancing its spaciousness and comfort, while ensuring it was equipped with all necessary amenities specifically for Raditz. The side of the spacecraft was adorned with the emblem of the Galactic Justice League alongside the insignia of the Saiyans. "Lord Raditz, this is the newly developed communicator, enabling us to reach you at any moment. Additionally, your capsule has been placed within the spacecraft," reported a launch pad administrator. "Please inform Ankara that I may be away for 1 or 2 months. During my absence, continue with the established policies. I shall return to assess the results." Indeed, after Raditz had assigned the task, he nodded and entered the spacecraft. Upon stepping inside, he realized that, in contrast to the previous cramped cabin, it was akin to the difference between a hard seat and a business-class seat on a high-speed train. He could comfortably indulge in a peaceful slumber, and upon waking, he would surely have arrived at Planet Udrat. With his eyes closed, Raditz reclined leisurely, and the hatch closed automatically, propelling the ship into the cosmos. In a hazy state, he lost track of time, eventually awakening with a yawn. The new single-person spacecraft was spacious and comfortable, allowing him to rest thoroughly in the sleep apparatus. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that the internal lights had ceased their flickering and a green glow illuminated the control panel. They had arrived. Raditz yawned once more and opened the hatch. The hatch of the spacecraft creaked open, revealing a sphere-shaped vessel surrounded by a ring of deep craters, remnants of previous bombardments. This time, the spacecraft was larger, and the extensive area of the massive craters was even more pronounced. Raditz stepped out of the ship, momentarily taken aback. A throng of individuals surrounded the crater, numbering in the hundreds, men and women of various ages, all gazing at Raditz with expressions of fear and astonishment. They had heard tales of such vessels. Many planets in the universe had fallen victim to invasion, with intruders arriving in ships like this one. This individual appeared peculiar indeed. The very craft he piloted was reminiscent of those wielded by the destroyers of Planet Beers. "Sure," he approaches. "Quickly, summon the security team." The landing site of the spacecraft is unfortunate, situated right in the bustling commercial district. Following the impact, several buildings collapsed, instilling a deeper sense of dread. Witnessing Raditz begin to move, people immediately fled the scene, igniting chaos among the crowd. At that moment, the warriors of the Yardrat suddenly manifested. Instant transmission. That's the trick. Raditz, witnessing the effects of this remarkable ability, could not contain his excitement and wished to inquire further. However, the Yardrat warriors raised their energy guns in unison, directing their shouts at Raditz, "Alien intruder, raise your hands. Please cooperate, raise your hands." Their tone was serious, devoid of jest. Raditz scanned the surrounding crowd, noticing their peculiar expressions, and understood the gravity of the situation. "Ah, they've mistaken me for an invader." Raditz waved his hand, attempting to project a friendly smile. "Greetings, I am a traveler from Earth, and I harbor no ill intentions." The chief of security, shaking his wrist, pointed at Raditz and stated, "I do not know who you are. We shall wait for our leader's judgment. For now, please accompany us." With that, the chief slowly approached, giving a signal to the others. Several Yardrat warriors extended their hands, issuing a distant command that immobilized Raditz's body. This extraordinary ability unexpectedly placed a slight pressure on Raditz. Although he possessed the strength to break free from such restraints, his movements became a tad sluggish. It was evident that if a more powerful individual were to employ this technique, they could confine even stronger opponents. To demonstrate his sincerity, Raditz refrained from resisting, patiently awaiting the chief's approach. A hand rested on Raditz's shoulder, and then with a swift motion, he felt himself enter a dimension of overlapping space. In an instant, He was drawn through a stream of energy into a brightly lit room. 3 walls were made of glass, revealing a blue sky adorned with white clouds and birds soaring gracefully. Within Raditz's line of sight were numerous floating islands and vessels traversing the expanse, towering buildings and automated electronic devices seemingly enveloped the entire planet, suggesting a level of technology far superior to that of Earth. Lord Sumo, I have captured this outsider, the chief stated solemnly, still resting a hand on Raditz's shoulder. Ah, well done. I shall take it from here. You may attend to your duties, came the reply. A chair floating in the air rotated 180 degrees, revealing an elderly yard rat, propped on one hand, his deep-set eyes scrutinizing Raditz with an indifferent expression. The chief of security bowed and departed. In the vast space, only the two remained. As the yard rat leader appraised Raditz, Raditz too examined him. Their gazes met and then swiftly parted. The leader donned traditional attire, his skin a shade of green, his bald head speckled, with heavy bags under his sharp eyes that nonetheless sparkled with intensity. You travel in such a vessel? You must be from the Frisia Force? At last, the leader spoke. Merely possessing such a ship does not equate to being one of Frisia's minions. If I were indeed one of Frisia's subordinates, would I so brazenly intrude upon your domain alone? That would be tantamount to courting death, Raditz retorted. Your reasoning holds merit. Yet, if you are not in league with them, how do you possess such a ship? Because Frisia has already been defeated. What? Soma exclaimed in astonishment, abruptly straightening his head, his expression shifting dramatically. Just a few months prior, the formidable and fearsome Frisia had issued them an ultimatum, demanding that they willingly become a part of Frisia's empire and serve him, or face utter annihilation. Could it truly be that in the span of just a few months, Frisia had been defeated? Was there really someone in this universe capable of overcoming Frisia? Soma could not help but harbor doubts. With his vast experience, having witnessed the prowess of Frisia's subordinate, Jinyu, which was already intimidating, he mused that even the mightiest warriors of the planet Audrat might not stand a chance, let alone the Emperor standing at the pinnacle of power. Noticing Soma's shock, Raditz confidently declared, I was also part of that battle. Frisia has indeed been vanquished and has retreated to his lair. It is precisely because of this that I have acquired some of Frisia's resources and obtained a spaceship. If you look closely, you will see a new emblem on my ship, entirely different from Frisia's. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with the inhabitants of the nearby planets. They are aware of this news. Soma nodded slightly, unable to discern the depths of Raditz's strength, seemingly accepting this explanation. If Frisia had truly been defeated, it would indeed be a boon for them. He gazed at Raditz and remarked, Your presence here is not merely for travel, is it? You see through me. I wish to learn some special abilities, such as instantaneous movement. Would that be possible? I'm afraid that for outsiders to learn our techniques is not a simple matter. First, you must prove that you possess no malevolent intentions. Secondly, my consent and that of the other elders is required. And finally, you must demonstrate that you have the requisite talent. That's acceptable. I believe you can test the first condition, while I will arrange the latter two by tonight. How does that sound? Raditz hatched a plan, winking at Soma. Soma suddenly felt perplexed that despite Raditz's age, he could not fathom his thoughts. After a brief contemplation, he ultimately nodded, curious to see how this outsider would proceed. He extended a hand towards Raditz, closed his eyes, and after a while spoke. Indeed, there is no malevolence in my heart. Tonight, you shall have an opportunity. As night fell, the elders of Audrat gathered in the banquet hall, having heard of an outsider wishing to learn their secret techniques, a rarity indeed. Moreover, even if such a person existed, a simple meeting would suffice. Why the need for a grand feast? The elders were baffled. It was said that the visitor was a scion. A scion? Aren't they the very enforcers of Frisia? Hush. Speak softly. We must not let him hear. Soma interjected. He is capable of defying Frisia's might, for he and his comrades were the ones who defeated him. Perhaps this is why he has summoned us here. Yet the reputation of the scions was most unappealing. Let us simply express our disapproval, one elder began, only to be interrupted by another. He has arrived. They all turned to the head of the long table, where their leader, Soma, appeared alongside Raditz. Although Raditz maintained a friendly demeanor, the elders found him unappealing. The deep-seated prejudices against scions in the cosmos were hard to shake off, given the multitude of negative tales surrounding them. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Raditz, a scion who wishes to learn our secret techniques. I have gathered you all to seek your opinions before any decisions are made. Before we proceed, Raditz has prepared a sumptuous feast for you. Please enjoy. With a clap of his hands, Soma signaled the attendants, who promptly brought forth an array of prepared dishes. The food of the Audrat people was rather monotonous, consisting primarily of various fruits and roasted meats, as they deemed vegetation unfit for consumption. Prior to his journey to Adrat, Raditz had made ample preparations. He brought along a universal capsule containing spices and earth ingredients suitable for interstellar travel, intending to prepare delicious earth dishes to ensure these inexperienced extraterrestrials gained a new understanding of the concept of food, considering they might not know how to use chopsticks. Raditz had thoughtfully provided clean gloves and spoons, meticulously controlling the portion sizes of each dish. A vibrant array of dishes, none of which were familiar to them, was presented on the table, each appearing quite peculiar. The Adrat people exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. "Can we eat this?" one questioned. "I don't know." "The colors resemble the excrement of a caterpillar beast," another mused. There is an enticing aroma. Perhaps we should wait and see how Lord Soma handles it." Several elders displayed expressions of embarrassment and confusion, whispering amongst themselves while casting furtive glances at Soma, seemingly awaiting their leader's demonstration. However, Soma felt equally at a loss. They had never encountered such food, with some seafood they had never even seen, let alone tasted. Raditz, noticing their discomfort, was the first to take a spoon, scooping a meatball into his mouth. The elders quickly followed suit, each taking a scoop from the platter. The more daring ones tasted it directly, while those more timid observed for a moment longer. With a sudden clatter, Soma's spoon slipped from his grasp and fell onto the table. His large eyes widened in astonishment, as if a volcano had erupted within his mind, unleashing the exclamation "delicious." Every nerve in his body was set ablaze, his taste buds tantalized time and again. The exquisite flavors cascaded down his throat, swiftly coursing through his entire being, only to return once more to his throat. Although Raditz had only mastered a few simple home-cooked dishes, even so, these meals were deemed absolutely delectable by the Ard relations. They were struck by the realization that the meats and fruits they had previously consumed paled in comparison. "Delicious." The elder suddenly opened his eyes wide in astonishment, savoring the taste. Suemo, disregarding his image, scooped up a generous spoonful and resumed eating, the sound of his enjoyment making everyone around him salivate. "It is absolutely delicious." Several elders swiftly consumed nearly half of the ingredients, reluctantly placing their spoons down with a deep sigh, their expressions reflecting both enjoyment and a tinge of regret for not having encountered Raditz earlier in their lives. After setting down their spoons, they eagerly picked up the roasted meat, prepared in a manner quite similar to their own, yet adorned with an unfamiliar layer of seasoning, observing Raditz devour it with abandon. The elders disregarded their dignified status and joined in, savoring the rich, greasy delight. With each bite, their taste buds erupted in ecstasy. Soma exuberantly exclaimed, "Exquisite and exceptional," his face awash with rapture. In the end, these inhabitants of Adalart became utterly inquisitive, incessantly bombarding Raditz with questions. "What is this food?" "Tomato scrambled eggs." "What is a tomato?" "Egg." "What kind of bird's egg?" "Raditz." "And what about this?" "Steamed sea base." This? A group of elders, who had opened the door to a new world, were utterly captivated by Earth's culinary delights, their eyes gleaming as they pointed at each dish. Realizing the moment had arrived, Rithi summoned his ultimate move. With a snap of his fingers, the waiter received the signal and presented several steaming cylindrical paper boxes. "This is?" asked Sumo. "It is the marvelous instant noodles that I used to enjoy." "Instant noodles?" The elders could hardly contain their eagerness to taste it. As Raditz lifted a forkful of curly noodles, they imitated him and speared a few strands themselves. Upon tasting the noodles, a gentle pull allowed the rich, savory broth and the delightful elasticity of the noodles to ensnare the inhabitants of Adalrat once more. Everything unfolded as Raditz had anticipated. Gourmet delicacies served as a universal passport, even appealing to the god of destruction, let alone others. I wonder if you all have any objections to my pursuit of secret techniques. I genuinely seek to learn." Raditz skillfully interrupted their meal. The elders paused, exchanging glances. Initially, they were reluctant to impart their skills to the Scions, having discussed this beforehand. Yet, the delectable dish before them and the unfinished instant noodles began to sway their resolve. "Additionally, I have brought some spare ingredients in instant noodles, which I intended to use while training. Ahem, I believe it poses no issue." The elder who had initially proposed to refuse the Scion was the first to speak up, suggesting they grant him a chance since he was sincerely eager to learn. "I concur with that sentiment." Indeed. The elders, without any further hesitation, unanimously agreed, and Sumo quickly nodded in approval. Raditz's presence promised the continuation of such delightful cuisine. As for acquiring skills, they reasoned that it would incur no loss. They solemnly conducted a vote and resumed their meal. The following day, Sumo had Raditz don the attire of the Adalrat people and set forth to visit his mentor, the wise sage of the planet, Master Ripu, who was also a master of instant transmission. Following the guidance, Raditz flew to a floating island. The island was modest in size, suspended in the air, with its core housing a power source. Two remarkably advanced modern buildings loomed above, one black and the other white, their metallic surfaces reflecting a silvery luminescence akin to the moon. Behind the tall structures lay a cluster of statues made of white stone, sprawling courtyards, and vast lawns, with fountains playfully gushing forth white water. On this island resided only one inhabitant, the sage of Adalrat, Master Ripu. Speaking of Master Ripu, he was known throughout Adalrat, in a realm where most possessed unique abilities. Being referred to as a sage or master signified exceptional prowess. Sumo initially intended to personally instruct Raditz, but ultimately declined, entrusting him to Ripu, his tone subtly implying that he fell short of Ripu's caliber. Raditz felt a surge of excitement after adjusting his attire and composing himself. He cleared his throat and announced, "Master Ripu, I am Raditz, recommended by leader Sumo to study instant transmission under your guidance." After a moment, a voice directly communicated with Raditz's mind, resonating as though it echoed in his consciousness. "Saiyan, Sumo has informed me of your arrival. Please come in. I await you in the Black Building." A telepathic conversation. This individual possessed abilities akin to those of the King of Worlds. The Adalrat people possessed various superpowers, with instant transmission being merely one of them. Telepathic communication was not a rarity. Raditz entered the Black Building, where he beheld an elderly man clad in a white robe. His appearance was akin to that of an ordinary Adalrat, yet his face bore more wrinkles than Sumo's, with drooping eye bags and prominent cheekbones, his gaunt visage appearing notably aged. Despite his unremarkable looks, the old man exuded a profound and subdued aura, akin to a mountain standing firm or the ocean in tranquility, an essence only those who had undergone extensive cultivation could possess. "Greetings, Saiyan, I have heard of your endeavors," Ripu stated as his form suddenly appeared before Raditz, who was taken aback. He noticed Ripu had executed his instant transmission without even placing a finger on his forehead. Typically, pointing a finger at the brow enhances focus and aids in locating specific energies. Sometimes, it was unnecessary to touch the forehead at all, as demonstrated by Sun Wukong when he faced Cell, utilizing instant transmission alongside the Kamehameha technique, having mastered it to great proficiency. Ripu, effortlessly and with apparent ease, circled Raditz. "Indeed, I can sense your formidable strength. You are no ordinary Saiyan. You are familiar with Saiyans? I have encountered many, once. They were referred to in the cosmos as wild monkeys," Ripu replied with a faint smile, then furrowed his brow. "Your power surpasses that of typical Saiyans. Yet it still pales in comparison to Frisia. How did you manage to defeat him?" At this moment, Raditz suppressed his combat power to 10,000 points. Such strength was not deemed formidable across the universe, but was indeed remarkable in the eyes of lesser races. Should Ripu discover that his true power exceeded several million, the master might very well faint. Raditz pondered briefly, choosing to remain modest. "To be honest, it was not I who defeated Frisia, but my companions. However, my true strength is not reflected in my current state. There exists a secret technique that can amplify my power exponentially, and I happen to possess it. That is a reasonable explanation. You carry a heavy scent of blood, yet lack any malevolence, which distinguishes you from other Saiyans." The sage's keen perception and accurate judgment made Raditz feel a shiver of respect. The Saiyans had a history of conquering planets, slaughtering native inhabitants, and exploiting resources, committing heinous acts, and could rightly be deemed malevolent. Yet Raditz stood apart from this generality. "I harbor no prejudice against Saiyans. But you must not misuse instant transmission for nefarious purposes. Remember that," Ripu cautioned. "Understood. Since you wish to learn about teleportation, it is essential to first comprehend its essence. Allow me to elucidate. There are, in fact, 3 distinct forms of teleportation." "3 kinds?" "Indeed. The first type involves swiftly transcending the bounds of sight and perception, rapidly relocating from one place to another. This can be likened to an illusionary trick performed at high speeds. The second type, however, is distinct. It employs spatial capabilities to transfer objects freely between 2 realms. For instance, by exchanging the air in your current location with that of another place, you would find yourself transported there." "What about the third method?" "That is the art of teleportation I shall teach you, by seeking the essence of others, intertwining your own energy with theirs, and then traversing through space to achieve movement. Now I understand. This was the first time Raditz had encountered such a theory, and he finally grasped the distinction between Jebit's instantaneous movement and that of the Yardrat's. Jebit's ability pertained to spatial displacement, allowing him to traverse effortlessly between the realm of the Kais and the lower world. Positioned at the pinnacle of the universe, he possessed an almost comprehensive understanding of every corner of existence, thus enabling him to teleport to any location with ease. In contrast, the instantaneous movement technique of the Yardrats necessitated the presence of energy. It relied on their ki to facilitate the transfer, meaning that they could not reach uninhabited areas. By comparison, Jebit's instantaneous movement was far more versatile. However, being unable to access such a level at present, Raditz could only opt for the Yardrats. Let us commence. Master Reap, follow me, said Rep as he pressed down on Rithiz's shoulder. In an instant, they were transported to another realm. Before them stood a colossal labyrinth, surrounded by transparent walls that shimmered with a soft blue hue, revealing rippling patterns reminiscent of water. Above, a silver ceiling arched gracefully. While the two found themselves at the heart of the maze, the telekinetic orb, serving as the focal point, was encased within a crystal sphere at the center, emanating a warm, golden light that illuminated the labyrinthine expanse. The entrance to this maze lay at its core, branching out into numerous pathways that led to uncharted territories. Where is this? This is my classroom. Raditz, aware that a trial was imminent, took a deep breath and steadfastly gazed at Reap. I am prepared. Hold on. There is one more crucial matter, Reap interjected, the creases on his face suddenly deepening. The food you brought has reportedly tantalized the elders. I have yet to sample it myself. With that, Master Reap raised his eyebrows knowingly, as if to ensure his hint was unmistakably clear. Leitais was taken aback. Were the Yggdrasians all gluttons? Observing Master Rep's eager expression, he felt a sense of helplessness. How could such a serious mentor suddenly transform in demeanor? With a wry smile, he remarked, I only have 2 loaves of bread left. Bread? What is that? Rep exclaimed, his impatience evident as he reached out eagerly. Just let me have a taste. After all, you'll have to cook for me in the future. Such wisdom, he thought, was commendable. He had already planned their future meals. Leitais sighed, considering it a form of tuition, and offered the bread from the capsule. With the bread in hand, Master Rep appeared thoroughly satisfied, finally adopting the authoritative stance of a teacher. Standing beside Leitais, his voice resonated as he began the lesson. First, the technique of instantaneous movement is intricately linked to one's mental strength. The greater and purer your mental energy, the easier it is to execute instantaneous movement. Before you begin your studies, you must enhance both the intensity and purity of your mental power. The most effective method is to cultivate within the Void Forest Maze until you find your way out. The Void Forest Maze? Leitais inquired. Indeed, in this maze, every step demands a considerable expenditure of mental energy, and you will face various challenges. It is an ideal training ground. Typically, it takes an average person a year to navigate the maze. I myself took 3 months, which was the fastest record among the Yggdrasians. Rep spoke with a calm demeanor, as if recounting an ordinary event, devoid of any hint of boasting. A year? 3 months? That seems excessively long. No wonder it takes Sun Wukong an entire year to master a single technique. Sit down, let us begin, Rep commanded. Very well. Raditz sat cross-legged, and with a mere thought, he felt his mental energy drifting outward, yearning to flow in every direction of the labyrinth. At that moment, he found himself at the center, surrounded by 8 paths. Yet only one led to the correct route, not to mention the potential for various detours. Escaping without considerable effort was utterly impossible. Alas, he decided to choose a path and test it. With unwavering courage, Raditz took his first step, his mental energy transforming into an ethereal form as it soared along the path before him. He navigated effortlessly for over 5 meters when the walls, aglow with a faint blue luminescence, unleashed a formidable wave of impact, distorting Raditz's mental energy. In his previous self, he would have faltered, but the powerful spirit he now possessed rendered him resilient against such forces. The illusory wave surged like a tempest, crashing against his mental essence as if it were merely a gentle stream. He concentrated, pressing forward against the mounting pressure, traversing another 10 meters. How strange. Someone is making such remarkable progress on their first attempt. Reap was astonished. His consciousness enveloped every corner of the maze, allowing him to perceive all. Yet, he had not anticipated that Raditz could traverse over 15 meters in a single attempt. This was Raditz's inaugural endeavor. Reap remembered his own first attempt, where he had barely managed to cover 20 meters before being repelled by the intense onslaught. In the tranquil labyrinth, silent waves of impact surged relentlessly. Raditz sat, drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he continued to propel his spirit onward. 25 meters. Reap gazed at Raditz in disbelief, his eyes wide. He could hardly fathom that a feat unattainable by the Adratarians had been accomplished by a Saiyan. It's too much. Indeed, impressive. Raditz suddenly exhaled in relief, retracting his mental energy, feeling utterly drained, as though his very essence had been siphoned away. His clothes were soaked, sweat cascading in layers, his head feeling somewhat lightheaded, as if deprived of oxygen. After but a brief experience, he felt immense admiration for the arcane arts of Adrat. Master Reap, how did I perform? Reap, just emerging from his astonishment, paused, realizing he must conceal his surprise. He cleared his throat twice, responding, well enough, but still not entirely satisfactory. Average. Had I known, I would have unleashed my full potential. Full potential? Are you implying you didn't exert your utmost? Reap's eyes widened once more, the wrinkles on his face deepening. Indeed, I thought I could achieve a commendable result while conserving some energy. As the Master Rep's throat stirred, his gaze toward Raditz transformed into something peculiar, akin to that of a predator sizing up a vulnerable lamb, prompting a chill to run down Raditz's spine. Did this voracious stare signify his interest in me? I have yet to investigate the sexual orientation of the Yardrat people. Raditz's mind was awash with a tumult of thoughts. Suddenly, Rep leaned in closer, causing Raditz to instinctively recoil, only to hear a solemn voice declare, "Use all your strength and see." Raditz exhaled in relief, invigorated, and nodded. All right, I shall give it a try. Even without Rep's encouragement, he was eager to discover the extent of his own capabilities. This marked the second occasion he would summon his full power. The first had been during his struggle for dominance with Bonlarus, a moment ignited by the instinct for survival that had elevated his already formidable mental prowess to unprecedented heights. With his eyes shut, Raditz channeled his vast mental energy, transforming it into an ethereal form that surged toward the path ahead. The blue walls of light on either side hadn't had the chance to unleash their force when his swiftly moving mental energy had already ventured far ahead, navigating through the labyrinthine route 3 times along different forks. The Master of Rep seemed utterly speechless. What manner of being is this, who, without any training, possesses strength surpassing that of those who have undergone rigorous cultivation? The intensity of such mental fortitude is, in fact, sufficient to endure the art of teleportation. What an extraordinary anomaly the Saiyan truly is. Fortunately, Raditz did not immediately discover the exit. Otherwise, Rep would have surely lost his sanity. At this moment, despite Raditz's formidable mental prowess, he could not linger long within the labyrinth. After encountering numerous obstacles, he ultimately succumbed to defeat. With a deep sigh, Raditz relinquished his efforts, feeling more exhausted than before. Having exerted himself to the utmost, he experienced a dual depletion of both mental and physical stamina, collapsing onto his back, unwilling to utter another word. Is this truly your full strength? Astonishing. The brilliance of stars ignited in Rep's eyes as he gazed at Raditz, his breath quickening. The planet Adralat is home to many mystical arts, such as phasing through objects, teleportation, telepathy, and prophecy, among others. Each of these arts demands an extraordinary level of mental energy to learn and wield. Thus, even the inhabitants of Adralat can typically master only 1 or 2 of these techniques. As for Rep himself, he has mastered both teleportation and telepathy, honing them to a remarkably high level, placing him among the rare elite. Most individuals manage to grasp only a single art, and achieving proficiency is already considered an impressive feat, yet Raditz's innate talent astonishingly surpasses that of the Adralatians. A bold thought suddenly struck Republic. Each race possesses its own advantages, and since ancient times, the unique advantage of the Adralatians has been their aptitude for learning supernatural abilities. However, it appears that this advantage may now be challenged. Raditz's gifts seem to eclipse those of the majority of Adralatians. A notion blossomed within Rep's mind. He wished to see if Raditz could indeed transcend his limits and master more than 2 skills. Scion, your mental energy is immense, yet I have observed some anomalies. There exists a violent aura within your being that is at odds with your soul, preventing you from fully unleashing your potential. If you can eradicate this inherent fury, you shall reach an even higher realm. Upon hearing Rep's words, Raditz fell into contemplative silence. His physical essence was indeed mismatched. Achieving complete harmony would undoubtedly render him even more formidable. Rest assured, I shall assist you in overcoming this challenge. Once you conclude this phase of your training, I will teach you teleportation and additional new skills. New skills? Asked Raditz. Telekinesis. the ability to control the actions of others or objects through thought, to alter the very fabric of matter, and to bind the spirit and body of life, provided one possesses sufficient strength. Except for the inability to alter time and space, everything else lies within grasp. Rep conveyed to Raditz the skills he had once failed to master. In his eyes, Raditz was the sole individual capable of rectifying his past regrets. He held unwavering confidence in Raditz. In addition to telekinesis, I can impart other abilities to you. Although there are some I do not possess myself, I have an extensive collection of ancient texts and stone inscriptions that can undoubtedly fulfill your needs. Was it not a treasure trove of skills from which I could choose? Raditz suddenly ignited with fervent enthusiasm. Thus, for a month, Raditz arose with the first light of dawn and surrendered to slumber beneath the silver glow of the moon. Besides honing his skills within the labyrinth, he also engaged in overload meditation. This so-called overload meditation was conducted in an environment of utmost extremity. At times, he found himself in frigid, icy landscapes, where the biting wind and damp air seeped into his lungs, nearly freezing his insides. The harsh wind cut against his skin like a blade, leaving it numb. Other times, he would delve into the fiery maw of a volcano, with molten lava flowing beneath him, sweat evaporating instantly in the searing heat, akin to being placed upon a roaring fire. Occasionally, flames and lava would surge upwards, distorting the very air around him. He also faced a vast void, enduring prolonged periods of isolation that tested the limits of his patience, where he would be ensnared in terrifying darkness and realms of specters, where his deepest fears would manifest before him. Alternatively, there were enchanting beauties who entangled him in threads of desire, luring him into temptation. All these illusions were trials devised by Rep, yet they felt profoundly real to Raditz as he entered meditation. Take, for instance, the void. It was genuinely an empty expanse. And Raditz nearly lost his sanity after 2 hours, tortured by an insatiable itch that he could neither scratch nor soothe. As for the allure of beautiful women, any man would find it hard to resist, let alone a spirited scion. Rep closely monitored Raditz, ensuring his thoughts did not waver or his body shift in the slightest. Should he falter from his meditative state, he would be jolted awake immediately. Each session left Raditz drenched in sweat, no less taxing than combat training. The results were evidently tangible. Raditz felt a newfound tranquility within, a diminishing primal rage, and an increasing harmony within his physique. Thus, as another month passed, Raditz finally navigated through the labyrinth of the void and had embarked on the study of instantaneous movement, while his telekinesis training was also progressing on the right path. In Rep's garden, Raditz rested his fingers against his forehead, deeply concentrating on sensing the energy around him. Observing his disciple's rapid advancement, Rep was filled with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Who had ever completed the labyrinth in merely 2 months? Such news would surely reverberate throughout the entire Adrat star. Moreover, Raditz was simultaneously mastering 2 secret arts, a remarkable feat indeed. More importantly, he was the disciple of Master Rep. When Soma had initially recommended him, I nearly declined. Now, reflecting on it, I realize how perilous that would have been. I almost missed out on a prodigy. The more Rep observed Raditz, the more he found him pleasing to the eye, smiling with unrestrained joy at each encounter. Found it, Raditz suddenly exclaimed with delight. Immediately after, with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Approximately 2 minutes later, he reappeared beside Rep, carrying 2 boxes of fish. Excellent, the first task was complete. Next, they needed to deliver these fish to the florist in the DC area and retrieve 2 meteor flowers in return. Rep promptly issued the next mission. They were training their instantaneous movement skills by delivering parcels around the planet Adrat. This idea originated from Raditz, and Rep found it feasible, reaching out to numerous individuals in need, thus accomplishing 2 objectives simultaneously. The difference between mastering instantaneous movement and achieving proficiency, and then between proficiency and perfection, may seem minimal. However, in the heat of battle, every millisecond counts, and even the slightest margin can prove fatal. Raditz understood this principle deeply, compelling him to train rigorously without a moment's respite. Outside the planet Adrat, a fleet of about 100 spacecraft carved brilliant arcs of light as they pierced the atmosphere. Leading them was a massive, disc-shaped spaceship, its surface adorned with a gleaming layer of gold that reflected the dazzling sunlight. As they entered Adrat, the analysis indicated that the target was ripe for conquest. Awaiting your command, King Dilud. An alien on the ship reported respectfully. King Dilud surveyed the planet below and nodded. Indeed, Adrat was as ancient yet advanced as the rumors suggested. Yes, my king, they possess a wealth of secret arts. Excellent. With that, I shall acquire all the arcane knowledge of Adrat and subsequently dominate the universe. Dilud roared with maniacal laughter, prompting those around him to join in the mirth. Congratulations, King Dilud. Once I command the universe, I shall reward you handsomely. Now, declare war upon Adrat. With a grand gesture, Dilud's crocodilian jaws gaped wide, revealing sharp teeth. His crimson cape billowed behind him, exuding an unstoppable momentum as he led hundreds of ships hovering above, with many floating islands beneath them. The people of Adrat gazed up at the invading fleet in terror. They had never witnessed such a multitude of ships approaching simultaneously. A thunderous voice echoed through the air, reverberating far and wide. People of Adrat, your planet is now surrounded by King Dilud. Surrender now to save your lives. Resist, and we shall unleash our fury. The inhabitants of Adrat looked up, their hearts pounding as they witnessed the hundreds of ships suspended in the sky. The enormous sound emanating from the loudspeakers spreading far and wide. Peace-loving as they were, they had never installed any detection, alarm, or defensive systems and were momentarily at a loss. Several elders hurried into the formal council chamber to discuss their strategy. Lord Sumo, what shall we do? Dilud has always been a malignant force. Now that Frisia is dead, he is parading his power, shouted a fiery-tempered elder, slamming her palm down. We are not to be trifled with. The warriors of Adrat shall not easily succumb to them. However, Dilud commands over 100 warships, and even with bombardment, they could decimate us. Many have learned secret arts, yet their inherent abilities are quite fragile. Should we face bombardment, the death toll could be catastrophic. I suggest we endure for now and surrender. No, Adrat shall remain forever free and independent. The elders debated fervently. Some proposed a fierce resistance, while others advocated for temporary restraint. Each side had its rationale, leading to a cacophony of voices. At that moment, Sumo, with a cold visage, slowly rapped his fingers upon the table. The porcelain surface resonated with a sharp sound, abruptly silencing the room. Enough, relying solely on our strength. Even if we could withstand Dilud's attack, the losses would be grievous. He is, after all, a formidable opponent. After careful analysis, Sumo rendered his judgment. The elders advocating for surrender felt emboldened, arguing that they should conserve their strength and avoid unnecessary sacrifice. No, that is not my intent. Sumo's gaze pierced like an arrow. For us Adratans to surrender is absolutely inconceivable. We shall not confront him directly, for there are far greater adversaries awaiting them. With that, Sumo pointed towards the direction of Master Rep. That's Saiyan? The elders were taken aback. On the opulent spaceship, Dilud grew impatient as he awaited a response. Was his intimidation ineffective? Were the people of Adrat preparing to resist? His energy detectors indicated that the highest combat power on this planet barely reached 10,000. Capturing it would undoubtedly succeed. Yet, he preferred the inhabitants of Adrat to surrender outright, as he was reluctant to lose his precious warships. After all, this fleet represented his entire fortune. Deploying them all for show was already a significant investment, and any substantial losses would surely cause him great distress. My king, their silence may indicate fear. How about we seize this opportunity to launch a barrage and demonstrate our might? You could then make a personal appearance, ensuring they surrender without a fight, suggested the canine-headed strategist at his side. Dilud, not particularly sharp-minded, often heeded the advice of others, and this flattery struck a chord with him. Very well, let them remain silent. Unleash the bombardment, Dilud commanded, rising from the main chamber to the top of the ship, his expression one of arrogant delight. At that very moment, a multitude of cannons fired in unison, unleashing streams of purple, white, and yellow energy amidst a dazzling display of lightning. The air was thick with chaos as the energy waves and cannon fire intertwined, creating a cacophony that sent everyone fleeing in panic. Dilud laughed heartily, reveling in the spectacle. Yet, his smile faded almost as quickly as it appeared. The overwhelming barrage of projectiles and blinding beams seemed to darken the sky, yet they appeared to be caught by some unseen hand. He witnessed all of the ship's energy attacks being blocked by an invisible barrier, only to rebound back towards them. Raditz surged through the storm of projectiles, the rushing wind billowing his cloak like a torn black banner. He walked steadily upon the ground, unperturbed, advancing slowly while his eyes fixated on the vessel above, glinting like arrows of ice as the tempest swirled in his pupils. With his might, Raditz required no concealment. Missiles and cannon fire had no effect on him. The path Raditz chose was unimpeded. As he emerged, it was as if a long sword had cleaved a path through the dense onslaught. Simultaneously, Raditz employed a new skill, telekinesis. Boundless energy attacks were contained outside the wall formed by his mental force, no matter the magnitude of the assault. It could not breach Raditz's telekinetic barrier. It was as if he single-handedly forged an indomitable wall. Rising amidst the relentless barrage, he advanced towards Dailud. The people of Udrat were astonished. The young man who had delivered tools and provisions to them over the past few days was astonishingly powerful. As the torrent of energy finally ceased, Dailud was left dumbfounded. Someone had managed to thwart all his attacks. He quickly demanded, "Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Do you even comprehend who stands before you?" At this moment, his subordinates eagerly rushed forward, boasting on his behalf, "Make way. Before you stands the Cosmic Emperor, King Dilu." The term Cosmic Emperor? You? Raditz was taken aback. "Haha, are you scared now?" Seeing Raditz's astonished expression, Dilu's minions grew even more arrogant. However, Raditz was left both amused and exasperated. A Cosmic Emperor? Another one? In this day and age, anyone can claim the title of Emperor? It's truly more worthless than the future Super Saiyans. Observing this fellow's weak energy, which could be easily defeated by the likes of Jisoo, Raditz mused that his arrogance was merely a product of living in a remote area. Ignorance is bliss, after all. Raditz almost wished to call Frisia and inform him, "Don't rest too long. Someone is plotting to take your place." To be honest, I loathe the title Cosmic Emperor. The galaxy is perilous. You all ought to return to hell. Are you seeking death? Dilu remained oblivious to the disparity in combat power. Although Raditz had thwarted their barrage, astonishing him, the combat power scanner still displayed a reading of 10,000. He trusted the data more than Raditz's actual performance. Convinced of his own power exceeding 30,000, without a hint of fear toward Raditz, even envisioning a scenario where he could easily overpower him, Raditz snorted disdainfully, and with a single wave of his hand, unleashed a dazzling energy wave. Dilu prepared to counterattack, but to his astonishment, Raditz had instantaneously appeared behind him. A pale light surged skyward, unleashing a series of invisible shock waves. The intense energy engulfed over 100 spacecraft, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Dilu, stunned, turned around. His face ashen. 100 warships, annihilated in an instant. The deafening roar of the explosion echoed to the heavens, shaking the very earth, as if countless thunders clashed together, reverberating across the land. The smoke from the successive blasts spread, filling the world. Ashes painted the remnants of clouds in a somber gray. As dust rained down upon the ground, a torrential downpour of particulate matter. Dilu's entire fortune. Just like that, it was all obliterated, an event beyond the reach of mere 10,000 combat power, a feat even he could not achieve. You were astonished to such an extent that Diluod could scarcely articulate a coherent thought. In an instant, Raditz's towering figure reappeared at his left, effortlessly dispatching the sycophantic minion with a flick of his finger. Diluod turned to look again, but Raditz had once more vanished to his rear. This exemplified the first type of instantaneous movement, a speed that transcended the limits of sight. Diluod's heart quivered as he abruptly spun around, only to find 5 fingers poised menacingly at his head. "I have heard from Sumo that you are known as Diluod. A mere lord, is that correct? With your meager prowess, to dare to proclaim yourself a cosmic emperor is indeed the height of folly." Raditz's fingers splayed before Diluod. A shimmering, translucent membrane of light enveloping them, the air crackling ominously. Initially, when Diluod attacked the planet Yadalate, Sumo had contemplated Raditz, specifically reaching out to Ripu with the hope of enlisting Raditz's assistance to resolve the conflict. A warrior who had previously battled against Frisia would surely find it effortless to deal with such insignificant foes. As anticipated, Raditz waved his hand, obliterating the enemy into mere ashes. Sumo and his companions watched with fervor, their cheers echoing, while the remaining inhabitants of Yadalate celebrated exuberantly. In the sky, Diluod frantically shook his hands, his face ashen. "I was mistaken. It was not my intention to assault Yadalate. I was merely following orders from my superiors, not my doing." "You claim to have superiors? Is there someone above the Cosmic Emperor?" Raditz's expression turned sardonic. Diluod forced a laugh, claiming, "I merely borrowed the title for appearances. In truth, these warships and the title are not mine. Many are aware of my true nature. I am indeed but a minor lord, governing a handful of planets. Initially, I pledged my allegiance to King Frisia, but upon learning of his demise months ago, I sought refuge with Lord Abo and Lord Kato. They lent me these resources, enabling me to conquer planets in this region." "Abo and Kato? Raditz momentarily struggled to recall where he had heard those names. It was evident that Diluode was speaking the truth, given his cowardly demeanor, reliant solely on borrowed power. The figures behind him seemed to possess some merit, capable of providing numerous warships at least comparable to Raditz's current influence. In reality, Diluode was covertly plotting against Abo and Kados, having targeted the rumored planet of Yadalate to acquire its arcane techniques, with aspirations of rebellion against them. Who does not harbor ambition? Even the most unremarkable of beings yearn for a resurgence. Yet, the paramount concern now was survival. Diluode reached discreetly towards his waist, extracting a slender, black box, his fingers subtly manipulating it. Raditz caught a glimpse of Diluode's trembling hands behind his back, his expression shifting. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, nothing at all." Raditz scoffed derisively, instantly appearing behind him, seizing the square black box from Diluode's grasp and crushing it with a swift motion, reducing the device to mere debris. The metallic rod still sparking ominously. "Is this a communicator?" "Humph, it is of no consequence to divulge this. You are too late. I have already dispatched a signal. It won't be long before someone comes to my aid. Though you may be powerful, you stand alone. Surrender while there is still time." Diluode once again exhibited the demeanor of a petty individual reveling in his minor triumph, feeling a sense of pride in his clandestine communication, admiring his own cunning. Raditz shook his head, retrieving a similar device, addressing it. "Ankira, contact the nearest elite warriors to Yadalate and have them bring their forces here." With that, he exerted force, shattering the communicator as well. His instantaneous movement was not yet perfected. Otherwise, he would have simply transported allies directly. "You call for aid, and so do I?" "Humph. Such bluster is futile. What? Are you afraid to act now?" "Ha ha." Diluode's incessant prattling almost incited Raditz to strike him down. Yet his curiosity regarding the figures behind Diluode prompted him to spare the wretch's life for the moment. Raditz sat cross-legged in midair, closing his eyes to enter a state of meditation. Diluode, observing this, prepared to flee, cautiously peering at Raditz for a moment. When he realized Raditz was genuinely ignoring him, he swiftly took to his heels. Duong. Barely a meter into his flight, Diluode collided with an invisible barrier. How could this be? He caught sight of Raditz remaining utterly motionless, a wave of astonishment washing over him. Without hesitation, he altered his course and soared in another direction. Duong. Another collision ensued. Leaving his nose bruised, Diluode extended his hand forward, feeling an invisible barrier against his palm, distinctly aware of the obstruction before him. What about above? He ascended, only to strike his head once more, eliciting a pained yelp. Every direction was constrained. Diluode's mind finally grasped the reality.